discuss a little bit about it later. Wedging it in like a piece of Lego, also not good time. Also, Russell, this is the category of the Rabbanon. You should have put the guy, you should have put the portable refrigerator, Shameres that we had now. The Rabbanon, like a bison and copy. This is the Rabbanon because it's cold. It's oil, it's the cold. Oil, like Heva, Loyas. If you make a permanent pan, that is listed the rice of the Masapaya. So that's a category of Paisa. Continues Abaya. I found other stuff in rices, I'm putting them all together here. Abomito. What about a bed? Typical bed like we have today, standing up on the wall. When he wants to go to sleep, he puts it down. What are those beds called? I forgot. Not a futon. You guys know what I'm talking about. Some people have in their office, like it looks like a bookcase. They pull it down. Fine. They don't want to take up a lot of room. Their houses are only 8 by 8 feet. They put up the bed standing vertical, and then they put it down. Now, the mattress causes the chisei transfer. Chair. There's a folding chair. One of these guys, and you come to one of those have a Murphy bed. There you go, Murphy bed. Thank you. Avomito b'kisei transfer. The asla. In Hebrew, they have this word. And the asla is a toilet. A toilet seat. Toilet. And here is the asla of those days. The blue indicates where the hole in the folding chair is. That's your toilet. I guess the word asla is like an Aramaic word. It comes from the Gemara. Thirdly, we place them with chatila. You can put them together. It's not considered oil. All you're doing is you're opening it up. It's already made for that. That's how it is. Not oil. There ain't no thing like we have here in Shabbos. It's an issue every single day because the Yemenim are outside. A lot of people bring their folding chairs, open up folding chairs, not a problem. Folding not a problem. There ain't no thing like now. If you already have those bags, huge, like you just find it. Here we go. You have the sister on top, and you're not allowed to pour the wine on the sister, and all the sediment of the wine is going to remain on top. You buy a little. Never mind. What happened if you didn't listen and you did it anyway on Shabbos? Over I've kind of shima kind tacos. This is their right to say kind tacos. Master Rav Shai says, how could that happen? This is actually going to confuse people. This question. You can meet the Rabbanim of Chayvi Chakos, where do we find the entire Shas with Patzel Chadas? That one person says it's a Issa Deraisa, and the other one says it's Mutter L'Chafilas. Where do we find such a thing? You don't find such a thing in the Gemara. In fact, the Gemara can only come up with one example, not like that. Masculo Rabbi Yosef, Alam Hare, here Shazal, going back to Daf Zayin, at the Shabbos, if you remember, Yosef, if you want to find it, it's on Daf Zayin. I didn't put it in there. Here Shazal Daf Zayin. She's wearing this beautiful decorative jewelry on her head. You had a three of us carrying, it's a burden. You're carrying a chunk of gold on your head. Rabbi Lezer is showing the Chafila, and Rabbi Lezer is Mikatza over here. He says he's Mamish with the Chafila. What's my point? This I only say to you, should be Shazal, and Yatzah Chayis does the remake. Maybe Yatzah Pura. But if she goes out, she's off. Why? We're concerned that she's not going to get off. But it's only the primary should be Shazal. It says, who has the force to do it? Each has a fully show off. Every male, she can wear it. So, only I buy me stars. By the way, a boy side. I forgot to mention this, but it's important. Today, we are 2,999. Right, be that 3,000 guy. Go sign up, subscribe today because YouTube sends you notifications. All the way Aliyah. It's a tremendous accomplishment. I remember we were running around like chickens without a head, trying to get 1,000. You won't think that we get 3,000 a year later. Beautiful stuff. Only outside. Me, Cyrus. You're telling me to talk was referring to the middle sheep compared to the middle guy who says the Chacham was saying that this is the Rabbanan says it's a mutter. Wasn't talking to a mayor. Talking to the middle mayor. It's only 5 words the whole place. The other Rabbi, Mike Mishani, I have no idea what it's about. You have 2 Tanoim who saying the exact opposite. One says this is the Raisa. One says he's not even a Chashash. You don't have to worry about anything. Yeah. So you see somebody about to pour wine on Shabbos to separate the sediment from the wine. This is revealed. You're about to do the right. If you do so, you retire. Does the shady because we saw in the Mishnah, you throw things up in the wind pushes the bad away, and the good falls down, the shaft is pushed away, the wheat comes down. You go like this, like you flowers to get the buds out. That's basically what you're doing. The bad things, you're putting them on the side. I'm right. That would have to go to place, which is a little bit of a dice. What's this? Why don't we take the food out of the good, out of the bad? We learned the opposite. Says, the Tosis said that we have to say we're talking about this very little wine, the minority, whatever is the meal. So I want to take the wine out of the source. That very little wine. It's much less work to get the small amount out of the large. I put in the stones, all the trash stone remains in the center and the food. What do you get on the bottom? On the bottom you get good flour, at the top all the garbage. Over also, you're putting in the wine, you get the good wine on the bottom, the stuff stays on top. That's exactly what Rashi says. Rabbi says, therefore, Rava agrees to Reb Zera. How can you argue on such a style where this says it's miraculous? What Rava is trying to say is also Bayer, where Reb Zera says it's only miraculous. It's not Bayer. Comes the Rava and says it's Bayer. Only Rava by Yecheskel is this right over here. Basically, you're making like a. And the reason why it's called tefillah because it drapes over the site. You're making not only a roof, Rashi, other Rishonim learn that it's only like a beam on top and it folds over that beam. not getting the most of an also in red, and now you put the shut, so basically it's meant to open and close. In this case, you wouldn't even need a tefa, just because of the fact that I can now open and close it, and it's made to do that. It's not considered that you're adding to the oil. It's fine. But what about the kilo? So, yeah, what is a kilo? So, a kilo is built two sticks, two poles over here, one pole, whatever it is, on it, and you have like a triangle. Okay? That's a kilo. What about a kilo? So Rav Kahana has Rav, and so Rav is basically kind of playing with him. Rav Kahana says, Rav, Rebbe, what's up with kilo? No, he doesn't. Temporary, not. He tells him, Mita Asura. You want to be vague, so I'm going to be vague with you. A bed is also. He said a bed is also. Mita Mahalis, he says, oh. And what about a bed? He just told him, even a bed is also. So Rav Kahana asked him back, what about a bed? What kind of bed? How? Where? There are also people that are Muslim. Okay. Now let me put it in the corner. Kilo Asura, Kilo Umikam. What about both of them together? It's a riddle. The Loikashi says the Gemara. This that he said that Amita is also not a regular bed. It's a sectional type of bed that comes with it. And this that he said that it was mutter l'chafila kidron. This is how it's made. Not a problem. You can use this on Shabbos. No problem. He likes to meet the also what kind of bed is it? Bed up against the wall. You want to pull it down. That's something mutter. What kind of kilo is also? You make from scratch a kilo, and it has a roof of is not coming to argue. We had a kilo up and going. And in the morning, he knocked it down on the ground. What do you see from here? Anytime you take something apart, you can build it. It's also for you to break something to be nicer. It might not be hard on Shabbos unless it doesn't say mutter. So that's why the Pharaoh, he's talking about when we go to Festivals bed, you close this on Shabbos because you took it apart and put it down on the ground because you let it close it, there's not oil, so then you can take it apart. Mutter and Toysai, mutter apart. Put up a curtain on Shabbos, yeah, like in a show, you want to make a pizza, put up a curtain. Says Rashi, oil is only a rooftop, not a wall. Now, by the way, Rashi points out that there are walls that are also. A wall that's not for sneeze purposes, you want to protect your sparring in your bedroom, whatever it is, you put up a mechitza. That's lahater, that's also. So it's different than if I just want to separate the hide something, if lahafter for halacha heter, that's so. Kilas chasanim mutar l'toisa u'mutar l'farta. After the test on the days, of his sponsorship, anybody else wants to be mentioned every day at the third page, let us know. Please don't have a war like we had last month. Not everybody at the same time. Have Kiddush Hassan, which is this guy again. This part that you're allowed to put it up and you're allowed to take it down. Omer Rashi is very easy. Now a bunch of people. What have more now saying because of that? So we're going to look at the side not be more than a tefa. Is the guy get tefa hasu? The key ain't the guy get tefa nami lo yamoron another condition. Elo shein the now you make a roof, send the roof here. Now this is three fucking is level. From here to here, it's only a tefa wide, or have a tefa oil. So basically, you could already tell that this is going to be a very, very narrow canopy. So it continues with that kind of thing. That's what the market continues. It says. Some of the guys have you spoken to some of the guys that have been talking to the top point. Aber yes, we should put that the prophet canopy is resting on. If from the end of the canopy to the center is more than a tefa, that means this angle has a tefa in it. Now this angle is not considered a vertical. According to this Magamar, it's considered horizontal. It says so therefore, it cannot have from the bottom point to the center more than a tefa. Now, this is not brought down to halacha because it's a very controversial shiloh. Is this a vertical? This is a horizontal. We don't pass when there's a vertical. Okay. Another big problem is that we're talking about a bed that's only 2 fucking wide. What in the world, who in the world, besides a 1-day-old, could sleep on a bed that's 2 fucking wide? Here's the width of the entire bed. Says Rashi, now as we're talking about a decorative bed, a playhouse, not a real bed. Rashi even says that it's possible in this case that we're talking about a number of canopies. So each canopy is only 2 fucking wide, but if you put 4 of them together, now you have 8. The Omer of Sheshes Breder of Idi, Hai Shoyana Shari, a felt hat, a yeshiva shahat. One of these, that's what it is. Sion is a felt hat. That's what hats are made out of, like cats. Sorry. Now, Vayitmar, Sion also, it says somewhere else that a felt hat is also clear. Like I should, where's having you names? If the brim is a tefa, remember those hats you guys used to win? No, I have one actually. Now, if you're gonna ask me, what does a guy like me with such a fancy yeshiva hat? And I'm gonna tell you like this, you're not gonna believe this. Guess whose hat this is? I was searching today in my house for a hat. I don't know if you can make it out. I'm gonna show you the name. Oh God. You guys see what it says here? Tommy is Mr. Avi Kamyansky. This is Avi, the yeshiva's hat. Believe it or not, he's super duper old for yeshiva. You guys wouldn't know it from his remarks that he makes, but maybe that's why he gave me his hat. He's done with this. If this is a tefach, Gemara, right over here, this brim is a full tefach wide, then it's awesome. You walk around with a big oil on your head. Says the Gemara, Elamaato, Sharbi, Biglimo, Tefach, you gave it to me. It was pouring rain, and they went to Kiddush on Shabbos. They said, take it. So I took it. I didn't realize you wanted it back. I'll give it back to you. This thing's an antique. I'm kidding. I don't know how it ended up on me. This thing is worth a lot of money. First of all, it's important, you know? And it might come back into style one day. You never know. You should hold on to it. After Corona's over, we're out of Bidud. By the way, Avi, just in case you didn't know, we were smart for holding our kids back home. There's a kid in the class that has Corona. I don't know if you heard about it. I got the email last night. Anyway, so they closed down the classes. This is building does. Anything else we need to discuss? Okay, great. Says the Gemara, yeah, on Shabbos, you wear a talus over your head, and it sticks out like this. Sometimes it does, you know? When you're having a lot of kavana, you don't want people to see you crying, so it sticks out like a pepper. So that's also and this is halacha l'maisa. It has to be really tight on your head. That the wind, if the wind comes and ruach mitzuyi, not mitzuyi, the whole Mishnah here, he talks about these hats and he says a knate. He talks about a knate hat. And I was thinking as I'm learning the Mishnah, maybe that's why the Hasidim wear shtreimel on Shabbos, because he talks about that if it's a down hat and it's flexible, so it's different. So the beaver hits that the Hasidim, a lot of Hasidim wear, they're very problematic on Shabbos in terms of that Mishnah being the oil. And maybe that's why the Hasidim, I'm just being why they wear the fluffy shtreimel on Shabbos. It's interesting that I don't know where he got it from. The Pirush guy shows a picture of a guy wearing the hat with a strap going around. And I thought it's a perfect time to explain to anybody that never had a hat why on the hats they have this little chipstick right over here. And I'll explain to you. Avi, I hope you're most of your fingers on your hat. You'll never be using it. You see this guy right over here? It has a string. This string actually is meant to go. That's why. How come you have a little hole over here? And the reason is very simple. You put this guy, you put it in here, and when you ride your horse and the hat falls off, it gets stuck. You see what's going on there? I can throw it back like this, and boom, that didn't work out well. Avi, I owe you a little chip. Okay, now I have stuck. I should have known that heavy 4-pound hat is gonna snap that chin. It was just for decorative purpose. Stop now. Okay, anyway, fine. But no, there's a concept of mahadek. He goes like this. It should be mamish mahadek, or whatever. That's why they had this thing. If you look at a black guy, you'll see what I'm talking about. No, so seriously, it says in halacha, you are not allowed to walk out. People walk from. They take their hats with them wherever they go, but it's a little bit of a problem because what if it falls off? You got to pick it up. What's the wind comes? But they're saying that basically it should be really tight on your head. Make sure that's one of these things that goes there. It says in Gemara on if you wear yarmulke, you don't wear yarmulke. Emelon easy. The word easy usually means my beloved, my friend. Although we had ones that he said easy, the dying told him easy. Emelon Musa something like that. Like, so we said over there, it's a little problematic to say that a dying told one of the Maldim, my beloved. So you shouldn't be talking like that when somebody can see you. Fine, let me say that. Emelon easy. Tell me, I need to hear two Harki the Shabbos before the Torah. Make the order. I need to hear two different Torahs in the book of Shabbos and one Agadah. Oh, so here comes this up, a nice piece of Agadah. So it's like all the time you go the Kisana, the portable refrigerator that has straps. You're allowed to put it up in Shabbos, that would be a problem. What if I said I'm on Aleph? They are not allowed it. So therefore, fact is that Rashi says that it wasn't a sukkah. On Amud Aleph, it wasn't permanent. The sticks they want permanent, something like that. Omarav, Loishanu, Elo, Bishnikani Adam. And that comes Rav and says, if there's two people for some reason don't make it taut, it's not tight. About the other Echad, Asur, you're going to make it taut. One person usually messes up and he does a little tighter than necessary because he doesn't have somebody helping him. Therefore, it's Asur. If you're going to put up a kilo and there's 10 people there, why? But once you have 10 people, then one person is going to mess up. You have to like, you know, so the story, you have the talus and one guy pulls it this way, that way. By the way, talus and the story we said is not a problem because people are holding it. That's not considered over. If you have a stove made out of metal, it has 4 legs. One of the legs falls off. So it's still a stove. It's still a stove. It's muktzah. But muktzah, you let him eat. You let him move muktzah. Muktzah of mekayimai. Muktzah of muktzah. Rav Amar Afilu Kanami also. Rav says if one of the 4 legs is missing, it's us. We're not talking about muktzah. Says Rav. We have another problem. I'm not giving about it. Don't forget about it and put it back into its place. So just real quickly, based on this Gemara, if a person's glasses, and it happens a lot, the handle of the glasses falls off on Shabbos. Says Rav Shlomo Zalman Auerbach, it becomes muktzah. Shema Yitka. Based on this, you might put it back in its place. Says Rabbi Elyashiv that the halacha over here is, what if the leg, the 4th leg disappears or breaks into the smithereen? So there's no problem with Shema Yitka. You're not going to put it back because you have nothing to put back. So you're allowed to move that stove. So too with a pair of glasses, if the screw gets lost, then you don't have Shema Yitka. What's the Dvar Torah? What's that guy? Gomara. I see the Torah should stack up in the scroll. Rabbi Sai, in the beginning of the 9 days. Here it is. Here it is. It's going to be a korban. And we're going to forget the Torah. Rahman al-Islam. Shenemar. Hashem is makoischo. The makois, the blows that Hakadosh Baruch Hu is going to give you are going to be extraordinary. They're going to be amazing, amazingly good makois, unfortunately. What does that mean? What does it mean? I'll keep on giving. Fellow. You know, it's like it's a great term in Hebrew. Fellow, or in Yiddish, I don't know which one. Exceptionally extraordinary. It's a great lesson. Except this is from I went to front of it. I didn't have time. Exceptionally extraordinary. Now, if you look, you have to look at the side of the Gemara to understand what the Gemara is talking about. So the side of reading the pasuk, and it says at the end of the pasuk, the chachma of the chachamim is going to be lost. The bina is never enough to start. And the bina, the wisdom, is going to be hidden. Without that, we don't know what's going on here. Halfway felt exceptionally extraordinary. Zetzin you're going to get that the chachamim will lose the Torah. From this pasuk, it's mashma like this. Then the pasuk. When the Yidden went to Kerem Yavna, that they had to relocate the Sanhedrin to Kerem Yavna. Everybody sat in rows, like a vineyard. Amru, I see the Torah. Israel is going to forget the Torah. This also reminds me of the Kurban. We were sitting at home, nobody to help me sing beautiful songs here. I don't know, 9 days, not 9 days, but the mice of the base today. The beautiful nigunim, of la lechem. You're not going to be starving for bread, but like some of the mayim, you're not going to be thirsty for water. You're going to be what's the hunger? You're going to be hungry to hear Hashem, His word. all the way. You're straight into the Lagos Hashem. So you're gonna wander around, look for Hashkadosh Baruch Hu's words. You're not gonna find. Says Gemara, what's Devar Hashem? Zualacha. Devar Hashem, that case. You're not gonna know the Mashiach comes. Devar Hashem is Nevuah. You're not gonna have Nevuah. What does it mean? You're gonna walk around like a drunk. I see the Prisha. So trying to prove the Klal Yisrael is going to get the Torah. A woman is going to grab a loaf of bread and she's going to walk into the Ismail. She's going to say, Rabbi Isai, lay down Shmei in Torah. So we're talking about where's that picture? Here we go. Pretend that this glass, the seafood glass, is earlier, and you have a mouse. You have a dead sheretz hanging in the ear of the Kli. So she has so that Kli becomes Tame even though the sheretz never touched the Kli. That's the halacha of Teres Avira in the Kama Mitaykai. Now she had a piece of bread that was in the Kli, touching the Kli. What halacha is that bread? So first we have to know what the Kli is. And whatever the Kli is, it's one step lower than the Kli. The Torah, and nobody knows how to answer. It says Gemara in Torah, it's a pasuk in the Torah that they can't forget, a real pasuk. It says in the pasuk, so anything in there, the bread is tamei. So it's going to be a rishon. Why? Because the mouse is Ella lay down Mishnah. They're not going to know whether it's a Rishon or a Shane. They're going to know it's Tomei, they're not going to know which one it is. So we have a Mishnah that if you have a dead rat, let's say one of the shrutzim that's in the ear space of the tanner, the bread inside the tanner becomes a shame. Because the walls of the tanner become a rishon. Avatuma makes the tanner one step less a rishon. That one step less rishon, the tanner itself makes everything touching it a shame. Says the Gemara. So why didn't they know this Mishnah? At the end of the day, let's pretend that the entire inside of the oven becomes common. If the entire inside, if all the air becomes like the sheretz, so then it comes out that the bread touched the sheretz. So the bread should be a rishon, not a shame. So if you have a vessel within the oven, it doesn't become common from the air space, from the sheretz. But if you say that the sheretz fills up all the ear of the tanner and everything becomes like a sheretz, then what difference does it make if it's a vessel or a loaf of bread? A vessel should also become tamei. The vessel is touching the sheretz. Elamai, the whole ear is not like the sheretz. It's something else. So that you should have known that from his brayso. The brayso tells me, Yachol, you collect every time you have Vikri Perez. I would think that in the oven is tamei. So that's what they're going to forget. The woman is going to come into the inspection. She's going to ask a shayla, and they're not going to know what the answer is. They're not going to know if the bread is a rishon or a sheni. They consider the inside like the sheretz itself, or one step removed from the sheretz. Let's just finish this. the pastor shows the push that third in Israel. God is never going to forget the Torah. Shnemar, it's never going to be forgotten. Elamani Mikai and Yishoy in the back of the Parashat, we just brought a pasuk. They're going to raise it around. They're not going to. They're going to go to these measures, whatever they're into. They're not going to know. So Marish into halacha brura, mishnah brura. I guess this is where the Chavetz Chaim got it from. A clear touch halacha with no machlokes. That will never happen. Everything, as we know, by Yisrael, every halacha has a machlokes. It's not going to happen that, but we're not going to forget that. Wonderful day. You still can unmute yourself? Yeah, my love. Oh, it's Mama Kim Pusuvadin. Oh, Adinoi, Shmokeli, Yeno Kashuboy. Kim Abinoi, Shmorio, Adinoi, Miamoi. Kim Pas, Nipol, the Manti, Kim Adinoi, Kim Sonapshi, Nipol. Adinoi, Shemuna Boyke, Shemuna Boyke, Yafei Israel Adinoi, Kim Adinoi, Yafei Israel, Who Yiftesh Israel, Ashkot, Agolov, Stam Shuriv, Rimar Omein. Aaron Stefanski? I can't believe it, really. Wow, amazing. One day we were talking about cats. We were talking, he's got a cat, and he said something else. He's like, so Adrabi, he could do a seal in Miami. It'll be beautiful with the palm trees and the water and the whole mountain. Yeah, we're not going to have everybody. That's right. We're going to have to do a lottery. You know what we can do? If we're smart about this, we can have people send in what they want to say, and then we can make it like a video of it with their names and everything. Maybe that will work. And then it also could be limited. We could control the time because sometimes we had a scene on Brachos and we gave the guy the microphone, and the guy went on and on. It was one of the most amazing drushes ever. And on. It was amazing. I seriously liked the drusha. What happened? Oh, let me turn off the YouTube. Hold on. Yes. Yeah. No, that's what I said. That's what I said. Daddy Carlos, what happened? You fell asleep at the demonstration? One minute you used to wear a hat. You had a black hat. You still do. They were for sale though. I got. Today's share is being sponsored by Dinu Nishmas Yusuf Bas Yitzchok Allah Shalom. Have a nice email from the sponsor. This sponsor is Mendel Mitz. Mitz. M-I-T-Z. Why the name? If you ask, you don't have an explanation. Mitz means that's not why. Very interesting story. But what's very exciting about Mendel is that he's from Argentina. And he's representing us in the Siyum in Argentina, one of our exotic locations.
Are you ready?
Belly, I'd like to sponsor today's share in memory of my aunt who passed away 21 years ago at the young age of 42 after battling a long illness. Some are having a Leo.
I wanted to rest because my allergies kept
I'm not sure if you
I've
remember.
been waking up really
Yeah, but I
early
reached out to sponsor
because I
the
had this
share a couple months
podcast.
back when I noticed there was a day without a sponsor. So for that, today. I've been watching your share every day on YouTube. I'm aware that your full doc
You have an invitation.
share as well as they are on other portals that you reach out. Thousands of people daily that I would like to congratulate you for recently reaching 3,000 subscribers on YouTube, as this is a number that everyone can see.
No, Jason. Tony and I are together. No, Jason. We're having fun.
3,000 subscribers is amazing.
Then also Reverend Andrew came in.
Yesterday we were
Yeah.
2,999. Today we're like 3,008.
Riser is
Baruch Hashem, growing. And yeah, like if you look at brachas and Shabbos,
that's okay. Get it.
all the way until we signed over
Just got a
Spare
spare.
Anytime, we had over approximately 1,000 views on YouTube a
One
day.
of the great spares is just
And
spare.
that's Spare Anytime came along, and we're very happy about it. We prefer that when you watch Spare Anytime. So the numbers dropped drastically. We're in the 700 range today. But Baruch Hashem, don't forget we have an app. Many people are watching this here on the app. There's other features there. So yeah, all down the
This
app,
spare's gonna get more.
our website.
No.
No,
Touch one of them.
I just explained to you when I wrote to you last time, I believe that I'm the only participant in
That
Buenos
was
Aires,
garbage.
Argentina. There aren't many people that have been featured here. I'm yet to hear if someone was heard of your share in
No
Argentina.
doubt.
I would be more than happy to be the sole
Bingo.
synchronized and unique representative for Buenos Aires, Argentina. Even if there were some people who I knew that could watch, they wouldn't be able to come over to my house now, as we're still in quarantine due to the fact that the number of new cases per day is currently.
Great
So,
spare. One
this
of
is
the
a very
great
good
spares
point.
we've ever seen.
Many people are concerned about the quarantine and COVID and all that. Don't worry about it. If you can't have people, you can't have people. It's just you. That's also great.
Just get something.
The point is to represent the location, and
I'll take it.
the real point is to be made, and that's one of the main things here. The camaraderie. So you guys in Borough Park, don't just invite other people. Show them what it's all about. Finally finish off, and then you can identify and hopefully remember who I am. I had to picture myself learning the dot. I was listening to watching the share, and I love that. I love when people do that. Send me their pictures. Givaldic. Here's your Mendel. It's from Argentina. Don't be sitting in our schools. That's a Gemara. Ronick. What do I say, Ronick? He looks like a stickle Magro. But it says over here that he's
You win, I
Ronick.
win. I win, you win. Reload.
Ronick, but he comes from Shmachas
No doubt.
Hagra. It's M-I-T-Z, not Mintz or Metz. Mitz. This is indeed very unique. His great-grandfather, Yule, was a Rav in Vilna. He's at Fos. They printed many Svarim in the Maroch and Kitzur from the And then he says like this: when they left, they had to run away from Vilna. So the guy looks at this name. He didn't have a name. He says, Moira said that. He's in the Bezdin. And it's had two apostrophes. So he thought it's a Yud. So he called him Mit. And he wrote M-I-T-Z in English, and the name stuck. So very good. So they had him moved to England, and now he is in.
Look at that strike.
And he's looking forward to the whole MDY. This is all the MDY participants, as well as the other Simon College around the world. And so the Simon many themselves together and made the great work, Ellie. And please give a shout out to the entire MDY team. 3 pumped muscles, whatever that is, right here. You guys know what that is. Yours sincerely, Mendel Mitz, originally from London, England.
It's Aquarius. What a beautiful square.
Vilna, currently in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Now, just a quick update. So yesterday, Baruch Hashem, we were at 6
Right is right.
5 locations, which is mind-boggling. Today, yeah. No. Not that I saw. Oh, really? Oh, you sure know.
Get it.
The logo. Last night, let me see. Who's last night? Oh. 1:46 a.m. was sent to me. I should have seen it. Okay, Yosef Biliak is working at 1:46. Your voice at 1:46 a.m. In honor of all the wives
Oh, Miss Aquarius.
and the Y crew,
She
they
can
selflessly share their
we're
husband with
pretty
the
high
world
right now.
so he can teach and spread Torah.
Oh,
P.S. In honor of
that's
Yosef
been on it.
Biliak's wife's birthday.
Miss Aquarius at
So happy
94.
birthday. Great way to spend the birthday with the wife, being up at 1:46 in the morning, working for the dad. Harry Shalom, Harry Shalom.
If we combine our
Iranana,
scores, this might be
Simon
the highest
Cohen,
game that either.
famous Chazan,
that
that
both
Tommy
of
Moses
us
is
have
on
had.
every single day. Again,
This might be the highest
Iranana,
combined score
so
game we've ever had.
details, numbers. Miami, Mike
Almost certain.
Benji Tree.
75 and 94. That's big. You and
Vincent,
Alan
Akiva
Newman
Rosenbaum,
defeated them both.
Harrison, Pennsylvania, Jeff
Miss
Rosenbaum,
Aquarius,
London,
good job.
Joel Silver, Toronto and Cornwall, Charles Zoltan, and Mayor Kwanzaa. New Square, this is a great one. New Square, a real Haim Shafasidish. This is a Maggid Shir, who has shards in Yiddish. So he agreed to represent New Square, David Brewer, Milan, Italy, Avram, he goes by Avram. And Malaga, Spain, don't forget our great friend from Spain, Jacob Malcolm, the guy that taught us Dutch boy.
Oh, in
English
yeah, some people have spiral. They're very flashy.
All right, so these are the over 70 locations where boy sites. Unbelievable, really unbelievable. So,
Yeah, they're cool.
and also, I gotta tell you, it's really heartwarming. Yesterday, last night, knocked on my door. Yeshua gives me this with over $500 worth of stuff that Yossi Klein from Muncie gave me as a present. Basically, sparring for the shear, to prepare the shear, I mean, the Saftas, Erevin and Safin. Beautiful, beautiful gift. You should pray for Yossi. The same day, David Address gave us a song that he wrote and produced with a video. We'll show it after the 9 days. And the day before, Leon Welcher produced a beautiful 23-minute video about this year. which also will probably show, not probably, will show during the seal. All right. Dr. Haley Kumar. Today is that Kuf Lamed test. Wow, time flies. That was a very long video. Sorry, guys. Where are we? We're holding top of Kuf Lamed test on down to the top. One line is. Hi, you're basically going to Elisha Aimer. Imro Isa Dor. So we have a Amud of a guy. Imro Isa Dor Shitzaris Rabbis Baisala. If you see a generation with this tsaris, this corona, there's also tsaris. Same doig to Dayana Yisrael. You got stress to Dayana. But the runner Shabala still on the fall of the Dayana Yisrael. Dayanim, they cause a lot of problems in Israel when they are corrupt. Shemema Shimon Zeis Roshi Beis Yaakov. The heads of the household of Yaakov, the senior Beis Yisrael. And the Savi Mishkov, if you pass judgment, Beis Kol HaYishoro, Yafeshu, they twist anything straight. Why in that Syrian Bedomin? 6 years, you're flying with blood, you're flying by Avla. With the Avla, I don't know how you say Avla in English. Ro'oshel, Be'shochad Yishpoitu. So their heads, they take soicha, they take bribes. The Chayanel and the Chayanim, the priest, the Mechir Loiri, they'll give you give them the right amount of money, and they'll give you a halacha. Yeah, the Chesed Yitzoinu and their prophets. You go to Mekubal, depends how much money you give them. You give them the right amount of money, and so you live, you die. You know, you could. Not so much a mishpat, but in terms of, like we had in Brachas, Barhed. Yeah. Rava didn't pay him, so he got a bad chalaim pishon. You pay him nicely, you're going to live, you're going to die. Whatever he decides, it depends on the money. This is terrible. Ba'al Hashem Yisho'inu. You see this, unfortunately. It's all with the... Maslow, I'm from. I'm doing the right thing. You know. If you're from, you can do whatever you want to do. That's your from. They lean on HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's always a teretz. It's from teretz. Like I did this and that because he deserved it. Hey, crazy. Doesn't wear the right clothing, so when Mela had a paskin against him, so he should learn his lesson, whatever it is. Balashem Yishainu. The worst is, you want to be Russia, be Russia. Don't blame it on Kosh Baruch Hu and on Frumkai. Rishayim Haim, El Shekolu B'Tmainam, B'Mish. Shomar V'Hoyo. They're Rishayim. And all of a sudden they become real from. You could bomb the Twin Towers, you could do whatever and say it's the name of Allah, whatever. Whatever. People do things like that. But Fichach Media goes Baruch Aleim, Gimel Qurani. Baruch Hu. There's 3 things here. You have the Shoiftim, the Kohanim, and the Nevi'im. So there's 3 Quranis. To understand, the Maharal goes into how the Midah connected Midah is. I'm sure Rabbi Pesach in the Sefer, I'm not sure which Chelik it is. There's already 4 or 5 giant svarim. Midah connected Midah. The Neged Gimel. Klaverish B'Yava. Shinema. Lochein B'Glal Shem Tzion Tzadok Achar. Tzion, the field where the Maharal explains the Sanhedrin have to move. So that's the Einis. The Sanhedrin are going to go. Yerushalayim, Ian is Churvos. It's going to be a Shlama. In other words, that's where this Torah comes from. The Makar Torah Yerushalayim. It's going to be desolate. Barabai is the Makar of Nevuah. The Vomish Yard. be destroyed. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not going to bring a Shekhinah right now. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is in the Hester. We don't have the Shekhinah. Why? We need to get rid of Shoiftim, the Shoiftim, Roim Yisrael. We get rid of all these bad Dayanim and police officers. The ones that take care of Israel, the bad ones, gotta get rid of them, then the Shekhinah could come. Shemar, V'oshiva Yodai Elayah. This is for 10,000 points. When do we say this passage? Shemar, V'oshiva Yodai Elayah, Ve'etzroif Hazoir Sigoyah. I'm going to turn my hand away from you, and I'm going to get rid of the unwanted stuff, the unwanted material, Sigoyah. And I'll get rid of like the material that doesn't belong there. And I'm gonna return the shoiftim like in the good old days. The Yitzayas, Rasina, Omar Ulo, Yerushalayim Nifta Elav Tzedakah. Yerushalayim won't be redeemed, won't come back unless we give tzedakah, charity, shlemar. This week's Torah, and this is the last passing of Torah. It's not like the the 9 days, the galos that we had from Beis Hamikdash, the Korban from Yerushalayim, unbelievable. Very much for the second day of we're going to come back. It's a little bit hard to understand in the passage. It says, the whole Yerushalayim is going back to Mishpat, the In other words, we are going to return to Yerushalayim because of tzedakah. Yerushalayim itself is going to become rebuilt because of the Mishpat. If Bali Gaiva will be gone, now what's a Bali Gaiva? This is Rashi, terrible. No one, you don't have to worry about this. If you have a glory, if you have a big shuk on your head, then you're Bali Gaiva. Batli Ambushi. He gets it now. Now he's laughing. Okay, good. I have a single guy with dog. Small guy with dog. Badly Ambushi. So these guys that try to corrupt you, the missionaries, who try to persuade us to do Avodah Zarah, they'll be gone. If we don't have the Gaiva, they'll be gone. They're there because of our Gaiva. If we get rid of these bribe-taking Dayanim, Batli, Yizurpote, these are physical guys that beat people up. They're the Avodah Zarah that people do. Batli, here, Batli and Zushi, how do you know that there's no Gaiva? By the way, we're holding smack in the middle of the place, but by where Taisus, Rav Amram is, right opposite that Taisus. We're holding. You'll see the Etzref Habor Sigoyev. So the Gemara learns Sigoyev is a lashon of great, of largeness. So if you're large, that's what's going to happen. Batli Dayan, Batli Yurpati, the Siv, Heiser Hashem Shpatayim, Pino Oizay. If there's Baruch get rid of the Mishpatayim, the bad judges, then to clear out the enemies. Omar Rebbe Malai. So now we have a 3-4. Three Rebbe Malai, and one of them is his son, and that's it for the rest of the shots. Omar Rebbe Malai, Mishum Rebbe Lezer Rebbe Shem. Ma'aser Siv Shovar Hashem Mati Rishayim, because Baruch who break the stick, the staff of the Rishayim, Shevet Moishlan, the rulers, again, staff, rod, stick. Shovar Hashem Mati Rishayim, Elu Adayonim Shanasu Mati L'Chazimeim. So what's going on here is like this. Every court has, the guy that takes care of the court. He runs after people. He's the chazan. They call him the chazan, the court officer. So the judge enables this court officer to be a bad guy, to go after people wrongly, to say, you want me to go after Reuven? Yes, there's a judgment against the guy you went to court with, Reuven. If you give me $1,000, I'll go after him. You don't give me money, forget about it. Or he'll delay the judgment, whatever it is. He plays around with people, depending on how much money you give him. But that's all because the judge is corrupt. Well, these are the judges. Shenasu Makil Chazanen. Did the staff to the Chazan, did the backbone. Shevet Moishlim Elcham. The Chachamim should be mishpakas of Dayanim. So Tamil Chacham, he knows the rules, he knows halacha, and what does he do? When his relative is a bad judge, he goes ahead and he helps him out. He tells people, no, he's right, halachically. He starts schlepping, showing him to make shtikla chayra to get his corrupt relative who doesn't know how to look out of trouble. Andrew Glatz, for being on. It's great to see you. Mom, up, down. Remember, we saw this last time. Still bad. Oh, you bad. There's a big scene in Chicago, don't forget. You gotta speak for 73 minutes. You are? Beautiful. I had a lot of questions about the hat. You want the hat back? Why do I take it to you so long? Maybe that's why you don't wear a hat anymore. That has caused a lot of issues. Hey, will tell me the Chachamim, so they only bored. So the Talmid Chachamim says Rashi that think I'm a Rashi, make them judges, and they're relying on the fact that one day when this Bura Ma'aretz has a question Allah, will come ask him. But that doesn't happen. You put the guy in charge, all of a sudden he thinks he knows what he's doing, and therefore there won't be proper judgment. Rabbi Eliezer ben Milai, was the son of Ben Milai. Your hands are full of blood. That's when Seichem ba'avan, your fingers, your sin. So say Seichem did you sheker, your lips spoke sheker, lies. Your tongue spoke wickedness. When you take bribes, you're killing people. Literally killing people. You take away their parnasa, that's destroying them. That's killing. That's why he's saying you don't have to murder somebody. You can kill somebody by taking money. What? Taking from Ruvain. When you know that Ruvain doesn't have to pay, you take the money and give it to Shimon. That's killing. That's why Seichem ba'avon elu sefer hadayana. These are the court reporters who take the wrong thing for the right amount of money, for the right price. So Seichem did you sheker. You guys from Chicago know what I'm talking about. So Seichem did you sheker. Your lips, I'm not talking about the prince, I'm talking about the corruption that goes on over there. So Seichem did you sheker. In Hebrew, it's called the Arach Din, a lawyer, literally lawyer. When I was in Crusade, I was probably 17 years old. I had a great Maisa, not enough time to say the whole Maisa, but basically, I was traveling all the time from Brooklyn to Crusade. I used to go by bus. So I had to go through the Port Authority of New York. It's a crazy place. Hundreds of buses, and it's a massive structure, massive. 42nd Street, wherever it was back then. I'm going through this place late at night, Motzi Shabbos. And I was in a very quiet area going up to the bus where I thought that my bus was always. It's a long, long escalator. I don't remember, like 70 stairs, 172. I counted there. Narrow and huge, like you've never seen an escalator like this. Take you up 5 flights, And this guy, this homeless dude, is following me the whole time. But I wasn't worried. I looked at him and said, I could take this guy. Then we go up the escalator, and he says, yo, give me your money. What are you talking about? Get out of here. He starts grabbing me, and then I'm choking him, punching him. He doesn't care. He's just going for the money. He got my money. He got $80. And he turned to run. I gave him a good kick and went flying down the escalator backwards. And every stair that he hit his head down, he screamed. He got to the bottom of the escalator. He got up as nothing happened and ran away. So I reported the incident. I didn't have money. I didn't have my ticket to get on a bus. I had ripped hands. I have to go to the police station. There's a police station in Port Authority. That's how much crime they have there. I filed a report. But then I wouldn't give up. Anytime I had a chance to go to Port Authority, the next month I went and looked for this guy. So he's there. And I finally caught the guy. I bring the cops. They arrested him. They looked at my report. They found it. And we go to court. But before we go to court, this prosecutor, New York guy, he says, tell me the story. I tell him how I beat him up and I threw him down the escalator. He says, that's not what happened. What happened was he robbed you, he hit you, he this. Everything you did to him is not necessary to the story. So when you tell the a panel, what do you call them? A jury. It's like something sort of jury. I don't know why. I had to say the story in front of 20 people. I don't even remember the number. Don't say this. So I didn't say it. I said he hit me and he grabbed my money. That's the story I did. Well, I didn't lie. I just omitted half of the story, and he ended up in jail for a long time. This guy. Anybody that went to Passaic with me remembers the story. A lot of people came with me. It was a great time. Anyway, so it says like this: Elu Orchei Dayanim, these lawyers, you hear Avi? These lawyers, they teach their clients how to lie, how to say the wrong thing. They train them how to say it. No, literally, they sat me and say it like this and do it like that. And when they ask you this, you have to answer that. So you can't lie in a din. You can't teach other people to lie in a din. There has to be yashrus. And when there's no yashrus in the din of Torah, all these terrible things happen in Klal Yisrael. And that's how the sugi started. All our piranhas, everything wrong that we have today is based on what goes on in our court system, in the way the Dayanim treat people, etc., etc. From the day that Yosef was separated from his brothers, he refrained from drinking wine, which was huge in those days. It wasn't like people drink it every day. The Siv, Nazir Echov, it says Nazir, Lashon of Nazirus, he was a Nazir for all those years. Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Chanina Amar, even the Shvatim didn't drink wine. The Siv, Vayishtu, Rimai. So it seems like that was the first time that they got drunk, they drank and got drunk. Until that point, they didn't drink. So there's a machlokes here. Rabbi Malai says that the brothers drank as much as they wanted. They got drunk, they drank. Look, it's the other man says, so sorry. Rabbi Malai says they drank, they didn't get drunk. And the other man says they never drank. They refrained from drinking since Yosef never drank, the Shvatim never drank. And Rabbi Malai says, no, they did drink. Only Yosef refrained completely, but he never drank to the point of getting drunk. Rabbi Malai, the famous Moshe Rabbeinu was concerned that Aaron HaKohen will be jealous, and his brother told him, Rachel to some of the boys, he's going to see you, and he'll be happy within his own heart. He's not even going to say anything. His brother assured him that, don't worry about it. Aaron HaKohen will be very happy with your achievement, and therefore, Zachal, the Choshen HaMishpat, Aaron HaKohen, the Kohen Gadol wears, the Choshen Mishpat, the Urim, the Tumim, where? Ali Boy, on the same place, Midah Keneged Midah, the same place that he thought about not being jealous and being happy for his brother, that's where he got awarded this citation. The people from the city of Bashkor, they sent to Levi. Kilamau, are you allowed to open up or build a canopy on Shabbos like we had the sugi yesterday? Yeshusa v'karmamau, Yeshusa are hops. If you look closely here, they grow from here upwards. It's a very tall plant. So the question is, are these hops, are they a vegetable? And therefore you cannot plant them in a vineyard? Or it's considered a tree, and therefore it's not an issue to plant. Based beyond the mouth, what about digging a grave for the dead on Yontif? Why not? Whatever it is, I would say more Chayre. At the Ozil Nach Nashi the Levi. Until they reached Levi, Levi was gone. If you're very smart, you answer all three questions. So he answers them. We went back and forth on the whole sugi, but we can't come up with any kila that's mutter. So that's the code word. Why don't they just say Romi by Yatesco? What's Romi by Yatesco? This case from yesterday, when it has a drawstring on top, and you can just pull it, and it's moistened oil, it's made to be like that. Why don't you just say that? Yesterday we said that's 100% mutter. It's not the Rabbanan even. The fee, she'ino b'nei. So we have the idea, the concept that if people are not very learned, and you give them a heter, they'll start taking this heter to other places where they shouldn't be going. It's better just to cut them off and say everything is us or finished. No more. They shouldn't be lumdishing around or lumdishing around. Kishusa b'karmo, and to plant hops in a vineyard, you're 100% awesome. Also, it's private. As the Gemara of the Luka, the Rikarfon, why didn't he just say, Rikarfon says it's mutter, Bisanya Kishos, Rikarfon Oimer, and Klein Bakerem. In Eretz Yisrael, there's no Klein Bakerem with hops. I don't consider it vegetable, I consider it a tree. The Chomer Klein Bakerem. The Kaim Allah, and Allah is, so I make a bar, so I'll come to the they're asking the question in Baba, the Kutzlar. Since this is a mandama in Eretz Yisrael, who's making, we should go like him when it comes to Baba. Like Rikarfon and Baba. The fee, Shana B'nai Torah. Once again, they're not learning. You can't give them too many Torah. Machriz Rav, Hayman, the boy in Mizrach. So Rabbi said, a lot of people are upset. Why is Chacham give us all these restrictions? But look at Amaratis. Some learned people, restrictions are removed. In fact, we'll see an unbelievable story soon about a guy that's a Talmud Chacham. He did crazy stuff. You think that he's a shaykhis, but because he's Talmud Chacham, they allowed him to do it. Sorry. Machriz Rav, by the way, nobody can make a see on the Shabbos. I believe that I skipped a line yesterday. It was in this sugya, one of the four, I think, I don't know for a fact, nobody corrected me, and the whole day yesterday was driving me crazy. I didn't look it up. And today I got an email. Rabbi Stefanski, I think you missed something. And I think he didn't even say what it was. But I think that's what it was. As I was learning it, and I said this year last night, I don't remember saying these words. But basically, the Gemara says that if this fabric comes down one tefach, did I say this yesterday? I had a red line yesterday. Comes that one time has a problem because it creates a machit. So down here of a teva. I don't think I said it. So go back and read that line, otherwise you can't make a seal. So Rav Mapras Rav Haiman the boy the Mizrach Shus of the Carmel Israel. You don't have to worry about it in Bavel. You could just plant tops like with carpet. Rav Amram Chassidim and Agadi Lovei. And Rav Amram said, I'm giving Malchus whoever does it. So he explains Chaisvus why. Because he lived in a city that was not B'nai Torah. Again, Amarasa. Rav Misharisha Yovel Fruit Latinoi Nochri Vizarle. Rav Misharisha gave a small coin to a Goyish kid, and he planted. Over here, I wanted to say the beautiful story from Daddy Cornwall in England about giving a fruit to a guy. We're going to move on. We'll have to say it a different time. Believe in like the Kinog Yisrael. So why do you hire a guy? Give it to Jews. Also, in Mizrach, that Jewish people think that's mutter to plant, and he'll continue doing it when he's big, when he's a gadol. Really, didn't let the gadol not be. So give it to a guy that's an adult. Also, that fruit Yisrael that also we'll come to switch it out with the Jews. So we went two steps. So wait, a guy and a minor. What about a dead person? You bury him on Yom If you have a dead, you cannot deal with him. Not the Jews and not the non-Jews. Even the second day of Yom Tov. Omar of Asi. By the way, Tosis points out here, halacha that someone will get to us that you give the wine on Yom Kippur, but it's also Tisha B'Av. You give it to a Jew to drink. It goes in to a kid to drink. Why is that different? It's only once a year. It goes into that. Omar of Yehuda Bar Shelos, Omar of Asi. There was a story, and now we're turning the dot, sponsored by Anonymous. I think I didn't check it out. I think official catering sponsorship is up. You know what? We'll give him one free day. Sponsored by official from official catering, not by Anonymous. Pushing Anonymous off. We don't have one. So we don't know if this person died right before Yom Tov and is going to go into Tuesday Yom Tov, and we better bury. It's right before Shabbos. It's going to be 2 days, or it was right after Shabbos. The bottom line is there's 2 days here. Either you're anticipating it, or it already happened. But also the kamei they're breaking. So Rabbi Yochanan says when it comes to you have the dead laying here and it's going to get a little smelly. So we allowed the Isra the Rabbanon of Amir L'Nafri, we allowed that in this situation. You allowed to tell a guy, please bury the dead. Omer of basically on the Rishon is asking by Amman. It's the first day of Yom Tov. But Rashi says something very interesting. It's the first day of Yom Tov, but the first day of Yom Tov fell out on Sunday. So it's already the second day for this mace. He's asking by Amman, and then the guy does it. The Yom Tov Sheni, if he died on Shabbos, and now the second day is after Shabbos, he's asking by Yisrael, then the Jew could do it. But even on the second day of Rosh Hashanah, which is stronger than the second day of Pesach and Sukkot, Masha'en came with basic. When it comes to an egg, the second day of Rosh Hashanah is different than a Pesach Shenol of Yom Tov. If it was born on the first day of Yom Tov, let's say Pesach, you're allowed to eat it on the second day of Pesach. If it was born on the first day of Rosh Hashanah, you can't eat it on the second day of Rosh Hashanah Over here, we're master the second day of Rosh Hashanah to bury the dead. So the question is, so how come we didn't pass it? We said, no. You have the dead, no burying dead, nothing. So we just said you put second day different things. You see again, you don't go into any details with them, you give them the Torah, because before you know it, they start burying them on the first day of Yom Tov. So they can't hold cup of what you just told them, what the halacha is. To go in the direction you don't want it to go, so you just give them one halacha. No burying the dead on Yom Tov. You can take this canopy, this fabric that you put over your bed, and you wear it like a towel. The problem is that it has the fis pasel. It has like strings, these decorative strings that come out from the bottom, or straps. The yoitzin is around the Shabbos anything. You don't have to be concerned with the straps and strings. Ask the Gemara, why not? Maishkim the Rav Huna, the Omer Rav Huna Marab, by yoitzin the palace the Shabbos, if you walk out the shul with your palace double, and one of the, you're walking out the door, and the tzitzis gets stuck in the door, and you yank it off, and now you're left with 3 tzitzis, not 4. So the halacha is that this beggar that you're wearing is a masui. Everything's a masui, and you're chayav achat. You're machal Shabbos. Just carry your thousands out. So why are 3 tzitzis different than strings hanging from the bottom of a kilo from a canopy? The 3 tzitzis don't perform a mitzvah. Neither do the strings perform a mitzvah. So these are extra, but these are not. What's going on? Says the Gemara, tzitzis legavichalas kashivi. Says Rashi, blue strings matter. So the payless part of your tzitzis is so kosher that it doesn't become butter to the beggar, and therefore you're carrying a bunch of payless near the Rosh Hashanah, and that's the problem. White strings don't matter, and therefore they become secondary to the beged. And when you're carrying the beged, you're carrying the tzitzis with the strings, the straps with them, and that's not a problem. So we remember from yesterday, the day before, the Mishnah, you're putting a strainer. Put a strainer over your vessel on Shabbos. Now, so we're talking about Yom. I can do trickery. I look at this misanenes, at the strainer, and I go wink. I put it down on the thing, and I say, I'm not doing it to strain anything. Don't you see? I'm doing it to hold my pomegranate. Oh, and once I do that, so I'm not doing cooking the phone. I'm not performing a malacha that is a weekday malacha that could get me into trouble with the rice later on. Then the halacha, as we said, then I could actually use this strainer. Once the strainer's off, no problem. According to Rashi, oilarai. So I got away with the oilarai because I'm using it for my pomegranates. Now once it's up, I can strain. On Yom Tov, I'm allowed to strain. Omer Avashi, by reminding that's only in the case that you didn't just wink with your eye, but you physically put the pomegranates on the strainer. Oh, so now we showed that the strainer is not a strainer. The strainer is just holding my pomegranates. Then I remove my pomegranates and I start straining one. So it's a little bit of a harab. I could produce beer on Chalamayit for Chalamayit. I cannot produce beer in the middle of Chalamayit for after Yom Tov. Right? Don't forget, Chalamayit is a lot of Yisurim. You can't write, you can't do Malacha. There's a lot of things you can't do on Chalamayit. Whether it's difficult to produce, not difficult, even if you have a bunch of beer in your closet, Marin, the choice in a cupboard. So what you do is a trickery. You have beer, but you drink from the new beer, and you say, look, I need this new beer for Chalamayit. You have barrels of beer that, in reality, I don't need to make this beer. This beer is really for after Yom Tov. It's ironic. But there's no concept that I have to put the remaining on top of the strainer. I didn't take any action. I made beer, and when I made beer, everybody knows, or I don't know if they know, but I have old beer. I have enough beer, and I didn't show anything that I'm doing this. Or after it was produced, I took a drink from it. But while I produced it, there's nothing similar here in the beer, like we have in our case, where you put the strainer and immediately you put your pomegranate to show that I didn't put the strainer to strain. When you put a strainer, immediately you're doing an issue. You're putting strainers are to strain. But when you produce beer, there's no issue in producing beer, I don't think. You're allowed to produce beer. So what's the problem? Because in storage, somewhere else, I have beer. Nobody knows. You have to know what I have in my closet in order to see that what I'm doing right now is an issue. What I'm doing right now is not an issue, provided I don't have other beer. But nobody knows about my other beer. So what I'm doing now is not usher unless I have something else. Therefore, I don't have to make any sort of simon right now. Here's the interesting story. Check this out. Look at this Talmud Chacham guy. Ravuna bar Chiyosh. His name is Ravuna bar Chiyosh. V'amrilo Ravuna bar Tuvoin. Not Chiyosh, Tuvoin, Tuvov. That was. He also does a harama. There's also the tumo. He takes a clove of garlic. And he puts it inside the spigot of a barrel. He has a little bit of a leak. He wants to fix the leak on, what is this, on Shabbos. You're not allowed to fix on Shabbos in Misak Yamana. But he says, no, I'm trying to hide my garlic in a safe place, which happens to be inside the spigot. I'm trying to hide it. And another thing he does. You're not allowed to take a boat across a river on Shabbos. But what he does is, he goes into a boat that's just on the shore. He goes in and takes his Shabbos nap, stickle nap. As he's napping, he doesn't know what's going on. The owner of the boat, the non-Jew, takes him across the river. He's napping. I didn't know it was flying. What is he doing over there? He's making sure that nobody's stealing his fruit. He has to watch his fruit. Now his fruit is on the other side of the river. How does he get there? People are going to steal it. They don't care about Shabbos. They steal. You're going to steal. You're going to steal Shabbos too. That's not a problem to sit in your field and watch your fruit on Shabbos. The problem is getting over there, and that's this is the Rabbana. The Omar I know the Mainam from the Kabbalah. Now, if that happened to us in our days, we would destroy this guy. We throw him out of the show, etc. He says, I was trying to take a nap. Wasn't doing anything wrong. Harama Farmer is telling me about being trickery. Harama with the Rabbanani. All he's trying to trick is get away from the Issa the Rabbanah. Also the Meva the Chatila. Since he's a Talmud Chacham, he's not going to be over. And he's allowed to do trickery to get out of the Rabbanan, an amazing halacha. We would never think about something like that. We'd say the opposite. Since he's a Talmud Chacham, you should be more careful. No, we don't have this Xera that he's gonna swim, he's gonna do schita, he's whatever the Surim are going on a boat. Says the Mishnah, on Shabbos, on this, here, right over here, if you look closely, the sediment on top. So you're allowed to pour, pretend this is water, not wine. You're allowed to pour water into the sediment. What are you trying to do? Basically, you're trying to get whatever leftover wine is in the sediment, you will try to get it back into the kli on the bottom. The shulshi tzaylu, that it should become clear. In other words, get every last drop out of it. You could take and you could sift the wine. So most Rishonim learn here there's 3 levels of wine. We're talking about the middle level that usually people don't drink, but it's drinkable. It's not the worst of the worst. So if you use something different than typical, use a FIFA mitzvah like a basket made out of reeds, or some sort of rag, which you typically don't use. So that's a shinoi, and you're allowed to do it. We had this case already. You take an egg, and you put it into the strainer of the mustard seeds, and the yolk, the yellow comes out and goes into your mustard seeds, and gives it a nice color. And the white stays on top, says Rashi. Back then when we learned the sugya, Rashi says the white also comes out of the strainer. Shaila, why he says it like that? Some learn that it's soilus with the soilus. Let me start from what the typical pshat is. The typical pshat is they're both oichel with oichel. The yolk is good, the white is good, so it's not koirer. The Mishnah Berurah, the Bir Halacha brings that it's soilus with they're both not good. You don't want either of them. They're filthy from the. So then it's fine. Boisin anu melin b'Shabbos, and there's a special wine drink that you can make on Shabbos. If you doimer the Shabbos because if it's Shabbos you can only make 1 cup worth. Beyond the login, you can make a lug worth, like a barrel worth. The white, the chavis, and in Talamai you can make a whole barrel. Tell the goimer, I call it be the orchim. Even on Shabbos, if you had a lot of guests, you can make more. On Yontav maybe you have to make less if you have less guests. Omer Ziri. You could put water, if it's clear water or clear wine, into the strainer on Shabbos, and you don't have to worry about it. You can't put dirty water and dirty. You can't strain water. You can't strain like they had the whole shot in New York with the worms in the water. You can't strain water on Shabbos and not wine on Shabbos. Basically, you're allowed to mix a barrel of wine, all the sediment, all that stuff on the bottom, you mix it up, and then you take. So obviously the sediment means that it's not clear wine. You take that non-clear wine and you throw it through the sifter, you don't have to worry about it. We're talking about between the wine presses, that's what they drink between the wine presses, and therefore even non-clear, so it's like the in-between wine, drinkable but not drinkable, then that's what you can go through, because in that situation, that time, that's what they drink. So you shouldn't have an indentation in that cloth that you're using, because that's in the cloth, that's what you do the weekdays. That's this guy right over here. You can't raise it more than a teva from the bottom of the tree, because that will make it an oil. Big shy layers. How do you put a lid, a cover on a pot? Some are trying to say we're talking about a giant thing. Some say it's not. It's never an issue when it's a pot, or especially if it's narrow on top. Different things. Omarav, I pranko. Apal the kubo. Sorry. If you're going to cover a barrel of wine, so you're not put this guy halfway. That's not what you do during the week. I could kubo also, but to cover the entire thing. Who's named the Chaviso? In this picture right over here, on the top, don't stuff straw on the mouth of the vessel and then turn it over and use it as a strainer. Can't do that. You should do mechzik mishameres that looks like a sin. So the Gemara the Rav Papa Shafu Shikron the Mana Lamana. So Rav Papa's household, wine, beer, from one vessel to another vessel. I didn't read. My mistake. It should have been a different color. Beer. And the sediments that are on the bottom over here is not fire because what you're doing is you're taking the clear liquid off the top. But when you get to the bottom, to this part, and you start going really, really slow, to make sure, you know what happens to us. You try to make sure that the sediment stays in the bottle. You try to get only the clear liquid. That's 100% fire. When you have a lot of it, it happens in a regular bottle of wine. The first few cups go smoothly, no sediment. But once you get to the bottom, you have to start being careful. You don't want to get that nasty stuff. Let's say the cork breaks up in your bottle. You know what I mean? You don't want to get that stuff in your bottle, in your cup. That's fire. Says the Rav Papa was a beer maker. They didn't care about that stuff at the end. They never got to that point, so it wasn't an issue. Have a wonderful day. You're right. There's good missionaries and there's bad missionaries. What he's trying to say is he converts people to die. Love it, love it. Aaron Shields, you heard? Onlay, Michigan. Sorry, only Maryland. That's right. Only Maryland. It's a terrible name. That's a name that they should have in Borough Park. Only Borough Park. No. Who? What area? I didn't hear the word. Silver Spring. The whole Silver Spring area is invited to the Shields home for the Siyum Bezer Hashem. Only, okay. Details to follow. Rabbi Isai, we're going to give out details without being too specific so you don't get bombarded by. But people will be in touch with you. Bezer Hashem. Good day, good night. No way. Good morning, Rabbi Isai. right. Today's shir is being sponsored a very pleasant surprise by my stepbrother. At the Puspa could not call him when he had a baby a couple days ago. Heard about it. Sponsored by Ari and Adi Krishna. I don't know if it's like a stock, I hope not. But he's telling me, I'm still watching the shir, that's what he's saying. In honor of the birth of our daughter, Rivka Alexandra. So, Mazel Tov Ari. You see a lot of nachas from her. Today's shir is sponsored by Naftali Rishel, his mother's Yartzai, Gimel Av, the Devar Liba, that's Mordechai Mendel, the Neshama Shehav and Aliyah. We love having you, we're going to tell you Shvaya. It's great to see you on the screen. It's even better in person. So, bunch of emails here. I'm not going to read all of them, don't worry. This is very touching to me. I just want to go through real quickly, just in the last few days, last 3 days. David Address sent me a song that he composed with the music to and put a video to it that will show after the 9 days. About the shir, it's about the Yomi, it's about the Yomi. Very catchy. Very moving that a person will go through all that words and resources and everything. Leon Welcher, not only does he do the app, he's about to app every single day, put together this whole collage from the shir, from the brachas, from Shabbos, the whole thing. To show that during the Siyum Bezration. Also, very touching. 2 nights ago, knocked on the door, a box of $500 worth of Svarim from Yossi Klein for Muncie. So today, I get this email. Listen to this. Moshe Hirsch. He's on Zoom every day. He's the guy that holds his baby, has that nice blonde beard, holds his kid all the time. First of all, thank you for everything. All the effort into the shir, explaining it so clearly, making excellent charts. A couple of days ago, Yeshua posted things about the shir and wrote that everyone should post it on their status. So I decided, why not? Right away, I got a response from my brother. I tried to get him to join, but so far it didn't work yet. And then it's unexpectedly someone else I know asked me about it. Having some back and forth, told me to remind him about it when we finish Shabbos. That's the Yitzhahara, obviously. It's got me thinking of an idea. Listen to this. Oh, here's Ramesh, I see him. We don't recognize you without your child. You have to pick up your child. If anyone, and in parentheses, besides Yeshua, because he's the ultimate missionary, he calls himself, gets someone to join the shir, I will sponsor 1 day of the shir. In other words, he's paying $100 to anybody who could get anyone else. So if Naftali Ritual gets someone to come join the shir, Moshe will sponsor $100 for the shir. This is up to 5 people, 1 person. So he wants to put out $500 so that you guys can bring 5 people to the shir. That's his idea. People want to do for the shir, it's unbelievable. I don't have the money, it might take 5 months. It's unbelievable. If anyone gets someone to come, contact the DAF team, and they'll contact me. Thank you, Moshe Hirsch, for the DAF team. Thank you for everything. If this is not okay, please tell me. So Yishkoach Moshe Hirsch for thinking and doing. Take him up on it, your voice on him. Make him pay. Make him pay. Dear Rebelli, my name is Micha Holzer. I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. I listen to 8 Minute Daf on my way to work. It is Kaddish my drive my whole day. And my whole day. The clarity and the presentation help the holy words penetrate into my neshama. I agree with the point. Sentiments of the emails that you read during the daf. I'd like to join your team on Shabbos. I've never gotten this far in the daf, and that helped me stay positive and kept my family and I going through this whole current kufa, which started around Daf Tes and Shabbos. Again, I've never gotten this far in the daf, and the daf helped me stay positive. You speak for a lot of people here, and kept my family and I going through this whole current kufa. We started on the Pesach Shabbos being lahagdil Torah la'adiro. I hope he means that he wants to host in Cincinnati, because we need Cincinnati. It would be great to have Cincinnati, Ohio. All right, the rest will have to be a different day. Yes. Okay. Well, it's great to offer money. The trick is getting these people to pay. You have to have a yitzhar and a taiva to get official to sell that cash. Yeah, Moshe Hirsch, who never, it's going to take him a while to pay up, make him suffer. That's what's geschmack here. All right, listen to this. Oh, so we only have 2 or 3, depending on Cincinnati. 2 more updates. Joey Saznik from San Francisco. Here's an interesting one. Yochanan at Kever Rachel. He wants to do the same at Kever Rachel. So if he's doing the same at Kever Rachel, we need somebody at the Kaisel. And that will literally, that will be unbelievable. Okay. Today, I can't believe I'm going to be saying this. Today is Daf Kuf Mem 140. David Feinberg reminded me yesterday. It was I forgot about it again. We just accomplished 200 daf together from the beginning of Brachos. 200. It's not a small number. Today's daf Kuf Mem. Says the Gemara, we're holding the last word on daf Kuf Mem presentation. V'noistim beitzim sanenetz, you can put an egg right through a strainer. Tony Reb Yaakov, what does it mean? The bald Reb Yaakov. The fish ain't noisa ela legovin. I didn't notice it. Like as a real Yaakov Tarchal. But that usually means the bald one. So you're in good company. Yeah. The fish ain't noisa ela legovin. Why is this okay? How can you do fire on Shabbos? Yisrael was asking me yesterday, so Goldstein from Baruch. How do you, so Gemara says it's the government, it's for toleration purposes. What's the pshat? The pshat is, Rashi says, it's oichel and oichel. Over here, Rashi says that the yolk, the yellow, goes into the mustard. You want it to be nice and yellow. Oh, mustard. Here, I have some mustard if you want to see. This is what mustard seeds look like. So I want it to be yellow, like the yolk. If you do that on Shabbos, yes. Because there's no soiveya when it comes to food. So it's just interesting that over here Rashi says that the white remains in the sifter, the yolk goes down. When we learned this figure earlier, Rashi says they both eventually go down. But the oichel, what's the pshat over here? We learned oichel is also a problem. You take a sack from a sack in a pile of sacks, you can't do that. But when it comes to without eating it, this is for dyeing purposes. So in dyeing, there's no fire really. Okay, I believe that the Mishnah Halacha brings down that over here it's considered too soilicin because it's ruined. It's not to be ruined. It's so. Says the Gemara top line of the Shukma. Itma. Very good. Okay. That's good. You're going to have to remind me now there's going to be a lot of. Okay. Hold on. Sorry. You have to put. Tanya. No, yeah. No, wrong guy. See, I'm ready. Itma. How does Shalosh Erev Shabbos? Now, going to be talking about Elisha. The sugi of Elisha, needing tuna fish, egg salad, eating something. So you started the process on Friday. The Machar on Shabbos, you can use a nice fork, push it up, but not with your hand. Amalei Shmuel, what is going on? The yad. With your hand. So now, Rashi explains that with your hand, it's a lot better. You get into it, you mix it up real good. Shmuel's wondering how people use their hands and then they serve the food with their hands. It might be a little better the mix, but that's not the proper way to do it. Elam Shmuel, the Machu B'Yad, they don't Machu B'Sleep. You know, I was just thinking about the famous mice. There was a piece of kugel left over in the shul, and everybody wanted the kugel. Famous mice, we got that's it. I haven't said it in a long time. So there's a fight. Who's gonna get the kugel? So this is in a yakish took place. Bunch of German yakis. So we decide, okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn off the light. Right? And whoever gets the kugel gets the kugel. So 1, 2, 3, they turn off the lights. And all of a sudden you hear a scream. Oh, turn on the lights. They see a chassid going for the kugel, and like 35 forks right in his hand. See, even in those days, they used forks, they would prop it, and so forth. Elam Shmuel, I'm sorry, Yisrael. I had to say it. Elam Shmuel, Memachol b'yad ve'memachol b'kli. So no, it's the reverse. You could use your hands on Shabbos. That's the shimon, but you cannot use a fork. Now, my boy said, I'm telling you right now, you saw this mind. Your head will probably spin from this Gemara. Back and forth, and back, and it's not complicated. The Allah is like, the Allah is like, Itmar Rebbe Loza Omar. Echad Zeh ve'echad Zeh also. You're not allowed to do it with your hand. You're not allowed to mix up the mustard with the plate. Rebbe Yochanan Omar, Echad Zeh ve'echad Zeh mutar. Rebbe Yochanan initially says it's great. You can do it with a plate. You can do it with your hand. Also says you can't do anything. Abai Berova the Amrit Abai you ain't allowed to do it. Abai and Rava hear this pshat from Rebbe Yochanan that you use your hand, you use a fork. No, you can't use either. Rebbe Yochanan, Rebbe Yochanan one day retracted everything. He goes back to Rebbe Lazar. He says, "You're not allowed." Rebbe Lazar, the next day, Rebbe Lazar got up. He retracts his shita. He shita the Shmuel. He says, "With your hand, you're allowed to." No, it was a fork. Abai v'Rava down to Abai. Come on, Abai v'Rava. Are you confused already? They come. They both say, "Hello, Rebbe Yochanan." Now, the new Rebbe Yochanan, we like the new and improved version 2 of Rebbe Yochanan, that it's mutar. Even Abayi's mother, famous stepmother, she made him, she tried to mix it up on, now there's a process again. You pour in the water, Erev Shabbos, you mix it, but you want to make it nice and smooth on Shabbos. You wouldn't eat from it. The Bisu, the Zeiro, the wife of Zeiro, Abdullah L'Rafia Bar Ashi V'Le'Rachman. Now, here's the question worth only 5,000 points, because everybody should know this. Why is the wife of Zeira making food for Rafia Bar Ashi? Oh, no, I'm not. Because in the fifth test we learned that the Rav Nisim Dayan on the side says that they were actually married. She's just called the wife of Zeira because she used to be. She's famous for being the Galadar's wife, but she eventually married Rafia the Talmud. And she said the same thing on that fifth test. The Rabbi Chavidile, in a different thing. I made your Rebbe food. What's going on with you? It's good enough for your Rebbe. Why is it not good enough for you? You're firmer than him. Bringing up the old husband. Classic. All my Rabbi Bar Shiva have a Koimno Kamei de Ravina. Ubachashilei B'shufsa de Tuma. I was there standing in front of Ravina, and he was boichesh. He mixed the whole thing with the stalk of garlic. I understand that in Israel, they used to sell garlic with the stalk. Even Erev Pesach Adayim, they sell it with the stalk. Ignore everything that you heard until now. This is the way it is. If you start the process of mustard before Shabbos, in other words, like Rabbi Yochanan's original shita. Not that you never heard of this shita, but we're going back to that original one. The noisan with the dvash, and you can put in honey, the lo yitroy, and don't beat it really hard. Elamor, do it nice and calm. Next, shachalayim, press. Shishachak Erev Shabbos. You started the process on Erev Shabbos. We're just going to give two more examples, the same idea. It's mustard, it's press. You put thin oil, v'chometz, and vinegar. And you put in, eventually, as the Gemara is going to explain, it means it's mint. But like Yitroy, don't mix it, don't beat it. Ela ma'areh, mix it light. Same halach again. Shum shurisko, garlic that you crushed. Shmer of Shabbos. Pull, greasing. The next day you put beans or split beans. Don't pound it. Ela ma'areh. Just mix it. Now, just halach bison. What is it again for us today? So, the Achrayim say that if you want to make tuna or egg salad on Shabbos, the way to do it is you have to make shinuyim. So you make two shinuyim. You put the mayonnaise in the kli first, then you put the tuna on top of it, and then instead of mixing it like you do during the weekday, you do shesi v'erev. You make like X's in the tuna and in the egg salad. That's what they said. Again, ask your local rabbi. Nobody should rely on any psukim that I say. So what's this amisa? Minya. Like they say in Hebrew, nana, mint. I believe Rashi, what was the lashon he says? Minta. Minta. Yeah. So you see from the fact that you're mixing mint into the press, you see that it does good for the press. And the Malin, the Shabbos, there's a certain wine drink that they made on Shabbos. So the Gemara explains what this is. Tarabanim. Oisin, and they made in the Shabbos, and Oisin aluntis. You make the Anoy Malin, but not aluntis. Why? Aluntis is more of a refuah. People drink it only for health reasons. And the Malin go both ways. A lot of people drink it regularly, and therefore it's mutter on Shabbos. What does it mean? Animalin, here's the ingredients: yayin, wine, uvash, honey, upilpul, and pepper. Aluntis, yayin, yashan, aged wine, umayin, slulin, nice clear water, vafarsamoin, and afarsamoin, balsam. The adile, lebei, masus, and lemekar, they do it for the bathhouse to cool people off. You go into that schwitz, You feel like you're fainting, you get puga. Omer Rav Yosef, Zim Lechado, Rav Yosef says a ma'isa. Alis Basar Mar Ukva Lebeibone, I once followed Mar Ukva to the bathhouse. Nafki Asoi came out, asking Kamro Katos, and gave me 1 cup of wine. Not wine. It means the salunta stuff. The chashim, the vinosa, the roshi. I felt it from my head. The ad for the carry from my head to my toes, basically. What did I write here? I can't even read my own writing. Fine. Yeah. So it had this cooling effect on him, and he felt it from head to toe. The ashkin kosa achrino, and if I would have drank 1 more cup, have a mistake. I would be very scared. So when I first read this, I thought it meant that he would have such hana, you'd feel so good about it that it would remove his, you'd lose Olam Haba from having so much hana in Olam Hazeh. But that's not what Rashi says. Rashi says he would be so close to death that he would survive only because of the schusim that he had, and that would take away from his Olam Haba. However, the Marshal asks, how did the Rebbe know that? He didn't drink the other cup, so how did he know that his neshama would almost fly away and that he would be saved in the last second? He never drank it, and he never came to that point that he would know. And therefore, he brings the Taisim Shans that does say the shot that I thought it was. I'm just saying it because I like that shot. It felt good to me. Like, if you have too much hana, ba'olam hazeh, you're not going to be, so there's a place to rely on. By the way, I see Aaron Mosbacher on my screen. I want to say Shalom Aleichem. I've never seen you live. Mazel Tov on your scene. Brachas, beautiful. You should go Michal. I'm happy. I'm proud of you. You said you want to start Eruvim, but you're doing Shabbos. Beautiful, beautiful. Or Ma'arukva. So this fits in even better with Rashi than the Chos Mishans. You're telling me that it's so dangerous to drink the second cup, but look, Marukva used to drink it. Marukva, the one he followed to the bathhouse, he drank a lot of the stuff. Didn't do anything to him. Or you could say drink so much of it, he had such what? He was so worried. You're worried about Menachem Shliyos. Why is Marukva not? Shani Marukva the Doshbe. He was so used to it, so it had no effect on him. It wouldn't harm his body physically. It wouldn't take away from his Olam Haba spiritually, because it was nothing for him. He was used to it. Says the Mishnah, Hiltis b'Toishim. Hiltis is, I don't know how to pronounce it. Sakida, something like that. I'm sure you guys know how to pronounce it better. Here it is. This stuff. Does it make a difference? No. It's some sort of I don't know. Anyways, Asakida. The Poishim. Why? This is more of a healing thing. This is a refuah. People take it for refuah. So you can't. So we have to remember this word. You're not allowed to soak it in Poishim. Warm, lukewarm water. What about cold water? Seems like it's okay. You cannot put it into vinegar. I'm sorry, you could put it in vinegar. Why? Because then it becomes food. It's for food purposes, not for refuah. Bein shoylin. It's a karshinim. Okay, karshinim are veg. It's very uncomfortable. My fingers stuck to my Gemara. But it's okay. Veg is a type of a bean. Now what you want to do is you want to put water there so all the garbage floats to the top. And that's boirer. You can't take the stretch and go like this with your fingers and rub it and get the peel to peel off. You can put it into a sieve or into a basket. And what happens. What happens in the basket stays in the basket. In other words, we don't care about it. We go like Reb Shimon, the Davashin, Miskaven, is Mutter. I'm not going like this with the seed. I put it in the basket. Some stuff falls in the bottom. It's not the end of the world. It's not a situation. It's not. Ain't favoriness. I tell them before you can't put straw into a seed specific. And don't put it in a high place. You put it like between shelves, but the bottom is exposed, and eventually stuff is going to start. The straw is going to separate from the shaft, and that's okay. Sorry, that's not okay. You can put it inside. I have a picture here somewhere. And I just lost my place. There's a picture of a guy here. Here's one picture. You put it inside the kfara. Here's a better picture. You put it in the sifter, and you go, and you move, you give it to the app. And then, by that, it's going to sift itself, naturally. But if it happens, it happens. Iboilahu. Shara Mai. You take this sakita, whatever it's called, and you soak it like the Mishnah told you not to. What do you tie it? You tie the chatas or you over in the Rabbana. Figure of Adamur, nor Shag, Shamed, Ragazin. Torah, if you soak it, chayav chatos, you are chayav of the Oiraisa. Amar Rabaya, Elamat, the Torah into the Maya. Now, we had, remember, 2 days ago maybe, I put them Lamzain on the page, the last line of the bottom. Abai says a very, very similar thing in the same kind of logic. Elamat, Torah to the Maya. Over there, I'll remind you, he said, and if you hang up a washing cup on a hook, or you're over on the oil, he went to the extreme. Over here also, you go to the extreme. You take a piece of meat and you soak it, a raw piece of meat, you soak it in water. You're chayiv for soaking, so if you soak these things also, you're not going to be chayiv. Hello, my advice, what's the problem with the Rabbanon? So you ask the source of the Chol, it's a Rabbanon, you shouldn't do even the Chol, you shouldn't, something, the weak thing is, we were learning this side is not so much like going in an elevator, but something that would lead you to Issa their eyes. Yochanan asks his Rebbe, Rabbi Yana, what about having this filters soak in what's filters? It's a pita in the cold water. Now, if you look at the Mishnah, the Mishnah says, put this the poison. You're not allowed to soak it in warm water. And we were mid-diet right away. But in cold water, it's okay. And my lay also. So Yana, the Rebbe says it's awesome. Oh, he knew he was going to say also. So he looks at the Mishnah. It says with warm water. Why are you telling me cold water is awesome? So he tells him an amazing thing. Oh my lay. In pain, not being leave alone. Then what is the difference between me and you? I'm your Rebbe. What do you think? I didn't anticipate this Mishnah. I don't know the Mishnah. So my lady. The Mishnah is going according to one individual. The Sanya in China is a Kiddush Lo B'Cham Lo B'Tzayla. Rabbi Yosef Yomer B'Cham also B'Tzayla Mutter. It says Mefurish, not so the filters in cold water. That's the rabbin. That's the majority opinion. Raisi, single person, Chamin also B'Tzayla Mutter. In cold water. Says the Gemara L'May Abdullah, the person has heartache. So he has a chest pain. Use this stuff. I'll tell you a real quick story because everybody thinks real estate is all fun and games. You just buy a couple apartments. And you sit back and you relax. So in 2008, 2009, as you remember, the whole world came to a screeching halt. The whole economy fell and everybody was suffering. One day, I get in the mail that my 2,000 apartments that I bought in 2005, the real estate taxes went up. They didn't go up 10%, 20%, 30%, 100%. So if they were $1 million a year, it was $2 million. And it started a whole process where I started fighting with the city. You have the chutzpah, they sent somebody who's I would wake up in the middle of the night, literally with losing my property. I would wake up, I felt chest pain, so I ran to a heart specialist. I'm saying this l'chizuk for other people because people told me about this. I go to the heart specialist, I tell him what happened, and he starts laughing. He checks my heart, and he's laughing. And he tells me, listen, I moved offices. I used to be here in this building, I moved here. And when I did so, I had this exact same thing as you. Wake up in the middle of the night, I would feel my heart pumping. I felt chest in my pain. He says, it's all in here. It's all in your head. You're 100% healthy. Your heart is perfect. I went home. I never had chest pain in my life, Baruch Hashem, from that. Those words. It was all in my head. Here's this pain. I'm not suggesting that this Gemara is saying that it's placebo or something, but maybe, who knows? If you have this chest pain, you drink this cup, bye-bye chest pain. Nachman Bar Yosef, Chosh, you can believe that. Nachman Bar Yosef had chest pain. Also come into my root for. So he went to my root for. Amalei, Zil should say, what's the kick like? What's the yoga? Go drink this 3 days in a row. Three amounts of money, whatever, a certain weight, Shkolim, 3 days. Ozal, he started the dose right away. It happened to be a Thursday. Ozal, Ishti, I'm sure Shabbos, Thursday, Omal Shabbos and Friday. But Sarah, Ozal Shalom Midrasha, what do I do now with my third dose? It's on Shabbos. Are you allowed to take medicine on Shabbos? Overlay, on a very Ravado, Varila, on the way, Mar Baravado, Shoy Southern Cab, okay, buy him in a you could drink as much as you want of this on Shabbos. So, some people make a mistake based on this Gemara. They say, oh, if you start antibiotics before Shabbos and you have 3 days, it's like going on a boat. So 3 days before Shabbos, then you can continue doing it, you continue. So, says the Gemara, that's not true. Lishta is looking at boy. I didn't travel. Did you drink it or not? Kikum Rebaili, Lishta is mine. I soak it. I had a story, mamish with myself. I saw you should do the Rabbi Adar Barahaba, but I have a you didn't know the answer. I saw you should do the Rabbi Adar. Shoy Rebbe Tzoinen, Umeniach Bechamo. could soak it in cold water. So you could soak it in cold water, but the problem is cold water doesn't do anything. I need to warm it up a little bit. So I put it in the sun. Keman the shari. What? Like Rabbi Yossi, who the Allah is not like him? No, because we just said Allah is not like him. Rabbi Yossi is a yachid, right? We said, I'm the Rebbe. Rabbi Yanai knows the Allah. It's also. Who? The person that said it's Rabbi Yossi, that's yachid. What? So you telling me that you're allowed to put it in cold water like a das yachid? The person that says it's also when you never drank before. He started the dosage on Thursday and Friday. It's very dangerous to stop the dosage. So if you're taking antibiotics or whatever medicine it is, and if you stop taking it, it becomes dangerous to your body, then you can continue. But if you're taking something that's not dangerous to stop, then there's no heter from this based on this Gemara to continue on Shabbos. So Rav Acha Bar Yosef was on the shoulders of the very famous Rav Nachman Bar Yitzchak, his nephew. Amalei, Kematinu Lebei Rav Safra Ailino. When we passed by Rav Safra's house, please let me go in there. Kemati Ailei, he brought him in there. So he asked Rav Safra, who say could I rub the way it worked then? Stuff came out of the laundry. If you live in Eretz Yisrael, you put your laundry on the porch to dry. You get back a board. It becomes stiff like a board. So you had to the linen. You had to rub it out to make it softer. Are you allowed to do that in Shabbos? Is he trying to soften it up? Perhaps he's trying to whiten it out. He's trying to soften it out. It's hard to. My boy Marminez, you're not by Yitzchak. Ask him, no. What do you ask the rabbi? And he said it's okay. So why don't you ask him about a sudar you put over your head, something more relevant? Like him barley. I already asked somebody else, but Ravuna. And he told me it's also that's how most Rishonim learn. Alright. So if you know that a sudar is also, so then you should have made the equation to a shirt. Amalei, Hasam, Mechziki Aludu Chivara, Hacha Le Mechzi Aludu Chivara. Over there, it looks like you can see that the white is much better on the kerchief, on the suit that they put around your head, and therefore it looks more like that's what you're trying to do, and that's why it's also. Omrav Chisda, Haikitinasa. This shirt, the way it worked, instead of having a hanger, they had a piece of wood that went from side to side on the shirt, but this piece of wood was not designated to hold it. We call daf kuf mem on the days on the top. If you want to remove the shirt, now the stick, which is muktzah, why is a muktzah? Muktzah is a very strong muktzah, has zero purpose. It's not a real hanger. It's a piece of twig you found in your backyard. So it's muktzah. Now if you're going to move that muktzah as you're removing the shirt, that's okay. Hanya mimena also, but to remove the stick, which is muktzah machas gufay, out of the shirt is also good. Amarava, the impli kiboyu, but if it's a weaver's stick. In other words, it's a professional stick that somebody has in his shop. So that's real muktzah. That's a flishim alafta l'isser. Oh, flishim alafta l'isser is different than muktzah machnas gufo. A stick, a stone, a piece of dirt is inherently muktzah. You can't move it. Let's But since this is muktzah, flishim alafta l'isser, it's flishim alafta l'isser. So it's mutter to move when I need its place. I need to get my shirt. I'm allowed to move it. Omer Chisda, Hai Kishta, the Arko, these verbs. He has in the mouth of the Hima, human. It's not eat. This is who's gonna eat her. But it maybe an animal will eat it. Shari so you're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Viloi also, otherwise it's also, even though it's food, but it's not edible food, non-edible food is muktzah. One second, let me just see what's going on here first. Second, Yosef, my friend. Robert Limbs, finally I see his face. After the year is over, he immediately turns off his screen. Well, beautiful to see your face. Omar Rav Chia Barashi, Omar Rav. I tell you the Bisro. You take a piece of salted meat. You know, like in Chicago, we do this all the time. Romanian sausage hanging from your cabinet handle. You know what I'm saying? You hang the meat. Shmaka stuff. What is it called? Sausage. It has a better name. Salami. You want to dry out that salami, but it's edible. It's meat that's salted, says Rashi. Oh, I got so excited I lost the place. Italia the Bisra Shari Taltule. You're allowed to move it on Shabbos. It's edible the fabric, but if you have salted fish, ulcers, it's not edible. Omer of Katino, even Ben Samito. If you sit on a bed that's owned by a couple, the crazy shalisha, it's like your mizana. You're gonna have your urim, and it's awesome. I'll tell you, by my chasana in Chicago, I had the privilege of having Rav Don Segal, the famous Rav Don Segal, a big tzaddik in Chassid, come to my chasana. I was pretty close to him when I was talking. I don't
really can't put it.
So he came to my chasana.
It's poetry in motion, baby.
That we buy him a brand new mattress. And there's a tzaddik, I believe. He went out and bought him a mattress, brought it to the hotel, all nice. So he wouldn't sleep on a mattress that somebody else slept on. Maybe because it was Gemara. The Live Milsi, the Gemara says, you don't have to worry about it. Says the Gemara. Now, we're going into the Gemara of Rav Chisda. Now, if you recall, we had enough pay bays that Rav Huna tells his son, Rabba, I want you to go learn by Rav Chisda, and Rabbi says, are you kidding me? Rav Chisda, all he does is he gives us advice. He doesn't teach us Torah. What kind of advice does he give? He says, he tells us how to go to the bathroom, go push hard. He says, Adarabba, beautiful. He's teaching you how to live. You should go to him. And Rav Chisda over here, short to his reputation, he gives us many eitzos on different levels, all the way from how to buy vegetables to ishus. Some are in a mashal, they're all in a shalom. I'm going to say something in a mashal. So he says like this, Gomer is the Bar Beirav. So he's talking to his Talmidim, Bar Beirav, the Talmud, the Zovin Yarko, who's buying vegetables, the Zavin Ariko. You should always buy the long one. Kisha, Kikisha. When they sold vegetables, like imagine in nowadays you have a rubber band, they're all the same size. So all your vegetables, are going to have the same circumference when you're in the shop. But the difference is, he says, look at the length. If you want to get the most out of your money, the biggest bang for your buck, go for the long ones, because the circumference is going to be the same. So I ask you, what? Tell me them they need replacement to tell them this, how to buy vegetables, long, short. So, like everything else, I'm just going to say one for the whole sugya. Some Sofer goes through every single one, but on this one he says, for instance, the Gemara is telling us that if you're talking and you became kosher and you got the covet, you have to knock yourself down. Get rid of that gaiva. Even if HaKadosh gives it to you, then you deserve it. Accept it, but also remember to be humble. The Burka, he goes through all arichas. Then he says, Burka memela, and you'll get the arichas yom for that. Omer Rav Chisda, buy Rav the Zavin Tanya. And when you buy reeds, Zavan Arika, you should buy the long one. Tuna. Tuna. It's always the same with Burka memela, and then you'll get the long ones for free. Omer Rav Chisda, buy Rav the beneficial arifta. If you don't have enough bread, don't eat vegetables. Because vegetables increase your appetite. You don't have what to wash it down with. When I was poor, I didn't eat vegetables. When I go to the smorgasbord by a wedding, you never go for that vegetable stuff. You just stuff your face with meat. By using the garden, because I didn't have what to eat afterwards. Basirusi, Namina, hey. Why waste your stomach on vegetables when you can stuff it with meat and fish and sushi? If you don't have enough bread, don't be the one making a mighty, giving out bread to everybody. Why? You won't have it. You won't be able to do it. You're dying young. Where is the first one? I know. I wouldn't break bread until I felt the entire basket and saw that we have enough. You have enough to give everyone. This is very interesting. Depends on how you learn the signal. If you have enough money to buy barley bread, belt, whatever that other thing is, and you buy the expensive stuff, the nice wheat, this is very relevant to today. A lot of people, they spend beyond their means. Whether it's a beautiful car to show off and a nice house, it's beyond their means. If you do that, you're wasting baltash. If you drink beer and if you could drink beer and instead you drink expensive wine, or you very mishum baltash. So the Chavrusa was very excited that I should remember to say this over. It's like, I gotta say this over. You can remind me 3 times. The Maharsha says over here, the famous Rav Papa, and I mentioned it yesterday, would sell beer. Says the Maharsha was the Rav Papa was biased. He wanted people to buy beer. So he says, don't drink wine because you're even about tashmas. Says the Rashash, how could the Maharsha talk like that? Oh, then he says, listen to this. We had the sugya. Rabbi Yossi said that if you are accused of something and it didn't happen to you, you're going, whatever, you get the big sky. So then we said pshat is either the story when he went up the ladder and somebody accused him and he almost fell and died and somebody accused him of not giving tzedakah, or when he sat down on a bed and there's a dead baby on the. So he says, now I understand, there's an upshot. People were saying what the Maharsha said, that they accused him of being biased, and he wasn't biased. He's telling you the honest truth. Beer is no, if you can afford beer, drink beer, otherwise you're even about tashkar. Beautiful. Milsi, I love this line. So does Mendy. About tashkas the gufa adid. You gotta worry about your body before you worry about your wallet. Beer is not healthy for you. Wine is healthy. Says Gemara. If you're washing your hands from my macroin, and they used to use oil to wash it down, but you don't have oil, you should be the charitzi. You should use water from a disgusting pit that is the Barbi Rav Zobanumta. If he can't afford this he's a Talmud Chacham, he can't afford meat. The Zabanum, but by the neck. This is like Pasamina Bisra. It's fat, it has the lean stuff, and it has sinews, it has all three. It's paste. Don't put in the neck enough for you to taste it all. If you buy a shirt, I'm giving you good advice. Don't buy a bunch of shirts and all the time. Buy one really good one, quality. Buy the most expensive one. And wash it every 30 days. Wow. Can you imagine sweating in it for 30 days and double? Oh, whatever. No air conditioning. So every 30 days, be very makbid. Wash it at least once every 30 days. Calculate trace a yard shot. I promise you, will last you for 12 months. Bana Orva, money back guarantee. Come back to me if it doesn't work. Mike, so why is it good? Kita, no. To put you in the upper class. Don't sit down on a hemp thing because it will ruin your clothing. The guys, the buffer used to sleep by the families. Don't let her do your laundry because it's not nice. Maybe she'll see a carry, she'll be grossed out from it, and the relationship will change. So Rav Chizda, his famous father-in-law, he was son-in-law, Rava, and Rami Bar Chama, he had son-in-laws, and he's telling his daughters marital advice. A lot of cousin shmuzim come from this. How to act with your husband. You should be very tzedua. You should act feminine in front of your husband. Don't stress in front of it. Bread, whatever it is, will be gross. Don't eat vegetables at night. Bad bread. Causes diarrhea, not good for the stomach. Don't believe yourself, don't go to the bathroom in front of him. Or that later on he'll see it. When somebody knocks on his door, don't say, here he is, Elamani, here she is. In other words, in Aramaic it makes sense. In English it doesn't sound very good. But the point is, don't be speaking to a man when you should be speaking. If your husband hears it, he'll say, what's going on here? What, you're expecting a man to come? Says the Gemara. Now imagine this. This is Gedol Ador. Rebbe Elyashiv talking to Rebbe Kanievsky right before she marries Reb Chaim. And he gives her advice. He's talking about Mekayim Samachusim. And he says, Nokit Margin Nosa B'Chadi Yodei, and one equals in a mushal to a pearl. Vitpura the other, and the other is the oven. And he says, you have to play hard to get. Practical advice. So if you allow him access to the pearl, don't allow him access to the other pearls. And don't allow him the other. Until he works up Haiva, and then it's okay. Ain't it says you shouldn't sow the karshinin, these beans. The Mishnah is not like this Tana, the Tanya Rebbe Lezer ben Yaakov Oimer, Ein Mashgichim L'Kigor Kol Kika. Even though Rebbe Lezer ben Yaakov is kind of Benoki, always passing Rebbe Lezer ben Yaakov, over here, Ein Mashgichim L'Kigor Kol you don't have to worry about it, the Allah is not like it. Says the Mishnah. Gorfim L'Fnei HaPatam. When I read this Mishnah, I thought the Mishnah was talking about myself. I went outside yesterday, first time after Gidud, I run outside. First person I bump into, a guy from Beth, asked me, says, Ellie, oh my gosh, you need to go on a diet. It's good. So it says like this: you're allowed to move the hay, the straw that the animal eats, down before this animal that you're trying to, how do you say it in English? Stuff. You're stuffing an animal. You fill it with all this food. So you're allowed to move. In other words, we're talking about looks on Shabbos. What you're allowed to move now. You're not allowed to work too hard on Shabbos, but if it's for the benefit of the animal, he's not going to eat stuff that's disgusting, so you put it to the side. Misalkin doesn't even eat. There's the waste on the side, so you want to separate the two. Different dice. It's also not considered excessive work to take food from one animal, give it to the other. I mean, you're just helping them out over here. When Rabbanan say it's also, are they talking about the first case of sweeping the? Here we have a picture actually. Here's a guy sweeping the food to the side. Now, what is he doing? The issue and the concern is Ashuri Gumas. He's straightening out the floor, and Taisus points out that he wants to fill in the gaps because he doesn't want the small pieces of food to go into the holes. So he likes the fact that it's nice and smooth. Is that what they're arguing, saying that it's awesome? Oh yeah, save it, please. Or he's talking about that the food is already mixed, it's disgusting, you touch the animal, the spit, and therefore they say it's awesome. Oh, it's about it, or a boat. The Sanya, the shouldn't be touching the food at all. Machlokes the Yiddish Karka. The big machlokes is on a trough that has no body. You see, this guy right over here looks like a. Okay. It looks like a coffin. Basically has a bottom. But this one is using the ground, the natural ground, as the bottom. So says the Gemara. Machlokes baby shekarka. Al baby shekli. The Rakol Mutter. You like? No, clean it out. You're not touching the ground. Baby shekarka. I mean, you can lament the shore, but if it's the ground, who says you can smooth the ground? He's smoothing it out. That's boina. Eli Ikmar, Pachi Ikmar. In fact, Machlokes is only in the coffin-looking one. But if the ground is karka, the rakol also because you are being mashvik gumois. Let's stop here. Rabbi have a wonderful Shabbos, Mutzi Shabbos, 9:30. And if you know of somebody who wants to join the shir, please have him join. If you know somebody who wants to host a place, concealed, let us know. A good Shabbos. Também. Olha. Scott Noam. How you doing? Tired? Everybody go to mute. Ezra, what time is it now in Canada? I see people starting to mute. Is your Talmud? Your cousin? Oh, what's his last name? So how come he didn't put his last name? Very nice. Oh. How do you know? How do you know? No. You know? Hey, Michael, what time is it in Miami? It's the middle of the night over there. What are you doing up? 1:30 in the morning. Beautiful. Unbelievable. I got to tell you about Avi, man. He gets up every day to listen to the shir. He's up till 3 in the morning. I'm going to read his email one of these days when I get around to it. But it's true. What's the scene plan? In terms of what? Food, location? What? Well, each place is getting together. Some of them, like, there's already 5 WhatsApp groups for 5 different, the main places, you know, like Baltimore, New York, Lakewood, Muncie, that kind of thing. So they have their own thing. They're going to get together in one location. They are all going to decide by themselves about menu and things like that. The New Yorkers already have a menu. They have a party planner. The Shmulky, I got to tell you this. I'm not joking. I should have told them. Oh, shit. Shmulky made a sink in his backyard. They have a photographer. They got it. They know what they're doing. They're gonna put us in our place. We think we have these fancy humans. I knew it. These New Yorkers. They live on a different level. It's a whole different stuff. But you got to be careful, Rabbi Yosef. What did Rabbi Yosef say? He's worried that he's not going to have Gan Eden. Too much God, but it's all. Just see what's mutter. This is Buff. How's everybody doing? Shavua Tov. Do you have an update? Ellie, do you have an update from Avi? Anything? Avi's on. I texted him. Avi, what's the matzah? Where are you? Good word, bad word? What's going on? Okay. Beautiful. Today's share is being sponsored by Rezo Gittel Bas Esther, our very good friend of the DAF, Dr. Epstein's wife. She's going through treatment and she got a bug. And she is in critical condition. She's in life support. So Rezo Gittel Bas Esther. Today's share is also being sponsored by my brother-in-law. You guys don't know this, but my mother was nifter at a very young age of 49. And my father remarried long time ago. I don't know. 13, 15 years ago. So I do have two stepbrothers. And one of them is Ari, and he had a daughter, and he watches the shir, apparently. I knew he was watching the shir. I didn't know all the way through now. I'm very proud of him. So it's sponsored by Ari and Adi Kirshner in honor of the birth of our daughter from Alexandria. And Yeshua Shlema, anonymously, for Anna Aliza Bach Kali. I still just somebody that's not muted. I wonder if it's Gary. Well, whatever. I hear some feedback. All right, we'll just read a couple of emails here. Not in any order. Asher Amer. Hi, I want to express my gratitude to Hashem and you. Tell you that I appreciate the 8 minute daf and the full share every day. It's mamish that I'm in this world. Thank you very much, and I wish you lots of atzlacha. Avi, your thing is still on. Yeah, that's the thing. All right. Here's a very interesting one from a kid in the 5 town. Dear Rabbi Eli, from Cedarhurst, my father listens to your daf yomi every day. I don't. First off, I want to say Mazel Tov, you and everyone else for finishing Masechta Shabbos. So I guess the kid hears the buzz about the seal. But here's the thing. If you remember me, I emailed you about 3 months ago about that time, and I called you a cool rabbi because you have a dog. Thanks to you, we convinced my father to get a dog and a chicken. Your father's email. So they got a dog and a chicken. Thanks to me. I feel really bad. I hope it's not because of me. I try to convince people out of it. A few people try to get it, and like the rabbis and the opponent tell them to get it. It's good for your kid. It's terrible. Terrible. You're going to end up walking the thing, and it makes noise, and it wants to eat the chunk. While my father's learning the Gemara of Shabbos, he teaches us lots of how we do the Shabbos. For instance, when our chicken lays eggs on Shabbos, you can't. I don't have to believe this kid or not. I have to believe it. The chicken lays eggs on Shabbos, you can't touch it. You can't brush the dog on Shabbos. A lot of our halachas is related to animals. If you learn that we can almost touch all the scraps off the table, Shabbos because the chicken literally eats everything, including eggshells and more. Yeah, we learned that too. Thanks for our dog, and thanks for being cool. Hey, my wife is laughing in the kitchen. I hear her laughing in the kitchen. Okay. She knows I'm not cool. She is. Rachel, better times. You should hear Psurus Taivas. All right. By the way, we said. I just want to tell you that we said Tehillim. I don't remember ever saying Tehillim on Shabbos. We said Tehillim in our Yonim to us raise up, raise a Gittel Das Esther. Yeah. Fine. And then we have this one, another guy from the five. Get the newsletters. I want memorabilia. 8 minutes. Daf, Rebelli baseball caps, T-shirts, stickers, wall art, etc. Something similar to Thank You Hashem merchandise. Great fundraising thing, and your fans would love it. Special section for autograph stuff from you and even Rejoicing and others that just said the current famous best Kalman, and one more from Ruben Turk. Dear Ellie, I've been watching your daily Daf Yomi share on YouTube for the past 4 months since the coronavirus has kept us at home pretty much full time. The enthusiasm and motivation is constant inspiration to me and to all your regular followers that follow Daf and great. We made Aliyah 18 months ago. Mazel Tov. Better now. Living in Yerushalayim. Looking forward to upcoming Siyum on Sefta Shabbos and joining you and your many followers for an exciting event. If you need any pictures, virtually or otherwise, please let me know. I know who this guy is. This is Ruben Kirk. I remember taking pictures of Chicago at one of the Bristol hours, and I don't know, he always had a camera. How do you know this guy? He's one of the Turks. Father, yeah. And Moshe Turk is the guy that does the high lifeline race, right? The bike thing, yeah. Okay. So I didn't know they made an Aliyah. Keep up the great work and send best regards to your in-laws in Chicago. Much appreciated. Wishes for continuing Tzlacha. Ruben Turk, Yerushalayim. Okay, the rest will say we have a bunch more here. All right, Rabbi Sai, any updates for? Well, tomorrow we're going to come out. We have the list. We almost have a full list. We are about 75 locations on the real. If somebody doesn't want their phone number, I'm not so comfortable about the phone numbers going out there, but what other way do we have to contact the host? We have emails and phone numbers. If you don't want your phone number there, let us know. We'll take it off. First, we'll try it out on the WhatsApp group, and we'll publish it on other places. So people can go online on the website and grab your phone numbers and scam you and all that other stuff. All right. So today the Gemara holding that Kuf Mem on the base in the bottom. Today's that Kuf Mem Aleph. V'noitlim lofnei behemoth. So the Mishnah says basically, here's the picture that I didn't show you on Friday. This is I just did it on Shabbos. You can take from this animal right here, the donkey, and bring the food over to the ox, to the cow. It's a one direction thing. You can go from donkey to para, but not reverse. So let's see inside how this works. You can take from an animal that has a good mouth. And the Gemara is going to explain, and you can take the food in one direction. So if you have two, let's say cows, you can go from cow to cow, that's not a problem. What if you have two different types of animals? You have a donkey and you have a cow. So you can only go one direction. Take the food from the one that has a good mouth, and I'm telling you the end of the sugya, it means a donkey has a good mouth. And you bring it over to the one that has a bad mouth, to the cow. But it says, a different price, you take from the donkey, and now we're calling it piyora. It has a bad mouth. And the cow all of a sudden has a good mouth. Both of them are in the same direction. We're going from donkey to cow. That's it. Now, the only thing we need to explain is why do we call one time we call this one a good mouth and the other one a bad mouth, and then sometimes the opposite. You don't go from the ox to the donkey. So a donkey doesn't drool. So it has a good mouth. But unless they even notice this behemoth should be around, and they take the hay that doesn't have any drool on it, and so it's not muktzah, it's good stuff, it's valuable. So you bring it over to the animal that has a bad mouth. Hold on a second, before we go any weiter. All the way on top, I see my good friend Rabbi Yisachar Brown. So Shalom Aleichem Yisachar, he's a big part of this year. I haven't seen him in a while, but it's great to see you. Shkaya. It's a big visit for everybody to see you there. Yes. Men, we are about Hazan. Probably a sinus, and we started 3.5 minutes late. Okay. Let's go back there. Well, you know the Leslie Riri. The nice little baby should be around. The Paro, the Leslie Riri. Cows, they drool a lot. So you're not going to go and take food from a cow. You just drool all over it and gross out the polite donkey. He doesn't want to eat that stuff. Well, so then why all of a sudden does it say the other bride said the donkey's mouth is bad? Doesn't mean it's bad. The chamor died buffer. The donkey can eat anything. Besides, obviously, food upon food. But he does eat a lot of thorns and rocks and stuff like that. The nice thing that should be a yafa of a part of the dike buffer. So the bottom line is that we go from a donkey to a cow. Why you call this one a good mouth and a bad mouth, and sometimes you reverse it, it depends on how you want to look at it. It doesn't drool, a donkey doesn't drool, but he does eat everything. Besides, drooled upon food. That, no. He has to set a standard. Rocks and thorns, yes, not drool. Drool doesn't do. Says the Mishnah. Kubra Malach and Aleph by the Mishnah. Hakash Shalgabi Hamika. In those days, they didn't have fancy mattresses. They slept on hay. So now, typically, hay is mukta because hay is fuel for the fire, so it's mukta. So if you find yourself with a bunch of hay on your bed and it's uncomfortable to sleep on, you can't smooth it out with your hand because the hay is mukta. What is this called when you do your body? So Rashi says this is called tiltum min atzar. Like moving it with your elbow. So the Rosh says no, it's even better than that. This is called tiltum b'gufo. Rashi says you do it with your shoulder, painful. But he calls it tiltum min atzar. It says the Rosh, when you do it with your body, with your back, with your shoulder, that's much better than doing it with your elbow. That's tiltum b'gufo. That's already a better madriga than minasah. But if this hay was designated and set aside to feed your animals, just for the fun of it, why not? So here's a guy on a bed full of hay. So you got to move it with your shoulder. But if the bed already has a pillow, so that shows me that everything is designated for sleeping. So it's no longer hay that's mukta, it's hay that's not mukta. So I can already move it with your hand. Just like any sheet or any blanket that's not mukta. Why is this hay any different? Mafei Shibali Dokim. Oh, there's pictures in the art scroll, but there's nothing like Yoni. This one is Givaldi. You know, I'm starting to think that these large papers are not good for what we're doing here with Zoom. These are good for the shear room, not good for Zoom. Now, I'm running out of paper. Anyway, so I'm not have to switch. My face, you have here two heavy pieces of wood. At least the top one is very heavy. Look closely, you have poles. They go up and down on these poles. And right in here, there's little notches that you could put little pieces in the notch. Here's a blow up. The notch goes in the hole to hold the two planks of wood together. Basically, you're pressing the clothing. The old-fashioned press with asphalt and steam. But there's two types. There's the type that you buy in the store. Everybody has one at home. And then you have the dry cleaner one. You have the professional one. So Mafei Balabati, this is a typical one. Material, I could undo it on Shabbos. I could pull the plugs out, so I could lift up the plank of wood, whatever it is, metal, wood. Maybe the Balabatim have wood and the dry cleaner has metal. Who knows? Material like coaching. So I could undo it and pull my clothes out, but I can't set it to press my clothes. But the professional one is also to touch on Shabbos because it's professional, because it actually makes creases and it does the right thing. That's already, says Rashi. That's for after Shabbos. So it's already muktzah. Because the press, it does, obviously it takes, I don't know how much time, but more than that to be ready for Shabbos. So that's already for something for the weekday. Now you're preparing for the weekday also. If you don't remember Shabbos, Matir is like the Shem Tov. Says Rabbi Yehuda, if it was somewhat taken apart, it wasn't held together from Friday, then you could lift it up and pull your stuff out. Rav Nachman, we're familiar with this. We already had this, so good. We'll do it again. Here's a radish. Depending on how you put the radish. Now the radish is detached. It's not attached. You're trying to store it. So if you store it right side up, where it's pointing down, the point of it is downwards. So if I remove it from the ground, I'm not disturbing the dirt. So I could pluck it right out of the ground and everything is great. But this one right over here, if I take this guy out of the ground, I'm going to disturb the ground. So says Rav Nachman, if it's right side up, you're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Also, but if it's upside down, it's also. So what do you see? Behold, is also. I'm not touching the dirt. I'm touching my radish. My radish pulls the dirt. So he says it's also. So our Mishnah is not like Rav Nachman. Why? Because it says if you have straw on the bed, you should have moved with it. You got to move it with your body. Now, your body is moving hash, which is muktzah, And over here, you are touching a radish that's not muktzah, but you're moving the dirt, which is muktzah. So basically, our mission doesn't go like that. If this straw is food for so there's none of the other. Or you showed already that you want to use this as a bed, you have a nice pillow, or even a sheet, you let it use your hand. So you see that it's not a problem to move. So when you do it not with your hand, not like Rav Nachman. And he says that Tiltum Asad is also, you got to be careful while you pluck this out. This will be also, even though you're not touching the dirt. But over here, you're just grabbing it by the top and pulling it out, but you're moving the dirt. Moving the dirt. Minatzad, because Rav Nachman is also. So now that we just spoke about Tiltum Asad and moving things with a shinu, so the Gemara continues, Amar Rav Yehuda, these peppers, made that chado, I want to dice it up. I want to do like Tyson. I want to grind it down nice and thin. So I can't do it with a knife. I have to use the handle of the knife. What is that called? It's called shinui. So I'm the shinui crushing it. Shari. Party. So he sticks in one other finger. I can only do so if I'm doing it to one pepper. That's different. In the weekday nobody does one pepper. So 2 peppers is also 1 pepper is Danny Sack, Shalom Aleichem. I always see the first screen. So whoever's new on the first screen, you better be careful, I'm going to call you out. Shalom Aleichem, nice to meet you. How you doing? Rav Omar, Kivin the Mishane, Afilu Kuvenami. So, very interesting. It doesn't say exactly what he's changing. The Rava says, since I'm changing, see, you would think, reading the Gemara, what does it say? What's the change? What do you do different? You took a knife and you flip it over. You're using the handle of the knife. Says Rashi, no, there's more than that. There's 2 changes here. 2 shinuyim. And that is that you're not doing it in your typical mortar bowl. You're doing it in a plate. So you have 2 things. What are you doing it in? You're doing it in a plate. And number 2, how are you doing it? With what vessel are you doing it? What clay are you doing it? Oh, doing it with the handle versus the actual knife.
Very sick here.
Then it's okay. Says Rava, since I'm doing 2 shinuyim, I don't care how many peppers you have. 2, 3, 5. That doesn't matter. I already have 2 shinuyim. Amar Rav Yehuda. So the bottom line is, the halacha, that's what we pass. And then you need 2 shinuyim. Okay? And la halacha also, just one last thing. You're not to do dak. Meaning, if you're going to do it, if you're going to crush something, I don't know, you're going to make, let's say, tuna fish, whatever, don't go, or egg salad is a good example, you don't do dak. You don't do very fine, very thin egg salad. That's why a lot of times the people that do the egg salad Shabbos, you see larger pieces. So 2 shinuyim, you do it with the back of the fork, not the front of the fork, let's say. And instead of, I don't know what the shinu is complete, because we don't use mortar and the pestle anymore. But let's say you do it in a nice bowl, you do it in a plate, whatever, that kind of shit. I'm not passing. I'm just saying how I read it. You guys ask your rabbi. Omer Rabbi Yehuda, man de suffer b'mavet. You're allowed to, technically, you're allowed to swim in water. We don't do it. It says not to. We're not for today not to. So you're swimming in water on Shabbos. Very interesting halacha. I don't know if anybody would think about the problem. We're not talking about tzvita here. We're talking about another problem. What could be a problem swimming in water? Nothing to do with ridding yourself of the water with tzvita with the towel. The problem is carrying water on your body. You hear this? Man, this talking about did not give nafshay bereisha of other side because you are in some body of water, and this body of water is considered a carmelis. And you're going to come out of the water. And walk Dalad Hamas on the shore, on the bank of the river, which is also considered a carmelis. And that's a problem. You can't walk with all this water. You have 3 pounds of water on you, that's a problem. So first, use a towel. Now, how do you have a towel? You bring it all the way to the shore. And you bring it in, you're not carrying it 4 hours. You come out of the water, most of your body. You dry yourself off, and then you come out. So for us, this halacha is not very important because most of us don't swim in Shabbos. That's the problem. You might walk for hours. You forgot the joke. It's like a mama joke about this. I heard my kids saying it. I forget it. Not for now. Like something about a mama jumping into the pool and there's no. I don't know. Oh, yeah, the pool scream out like Moses, something like he's splitting the sea. But if a person jumps into the water and all the water starts moving, it's going to move 4 amas. You're going to see a ripple effect 4 amas away. Why is that not considered moving your water in the Carmelis? Because the pool, the river is Carmelis. You just move it 4 amas. We don't talk about Carmelis and Koicha. Koicha means you're forced. You didn't take it, carry it 4 hours. You went in, you pushed it, and then it had a ripple effect that eventually ended up 4 amas away. That's Koicha. When it comes to Carmelis, we're not concerned about Koicha. Now, the Mishnah Berurah brings very interesting halachas that we get to us. What about somebody who walks in the rain? You walk in the rain, you're carrying all this water on you. Why is that not a problem? Especially in Chutz. Walking in America somewhere, no air, nothing, you're walking with all the rain. So first, they say you don't have that amount of water on you. I'm not exactly sure what that means. Not different than coming out of a pool, I guess. Coming out of a real body of water, you have that much more. Yeah. I'm asking, what is the difference if you're in the rain, where you get soaked, you have even more, because it goes into your clothing, you know? Versus when you're in your bathing suit coming out of a pool. It seems like when you come out of a river, you have more water than if you're soaked from the rain. That's what I'm asking. I know that you need a shear, but why? Why is that less of a shear when you walk? Now, the Magen Avraham, I think it is. Yeah, I'm asking. I don't understand. I don't understand the mitzvahs. If you understand it better, let me know. But okay, that is the mitzvahs. That's what he says. That's like the Taz. I forgot already who said. But another thing that they say is that I think the Magen Avraham, Mishnah brings this all down. He says that you cannot tell people not to walk because maybe it's going to rain. And if it rains, so let's say it rains. You didn't realize it's going to rain. You're walking in the street, and all of a sudden it rains. What are you supposed to do? Stand still and not walk for the rest of the Shabbos? So obviously, in that case, Chachamim were in Geyser. Oh, once Chachamim were in Geyser, there's no Gzeira L'Chatzayim. There's no half Gzeira. So therefore, they said, if you're stuck, you didn't realize it's going to rain on you, you're allowed to continue walking. So then you're allowed to walk out L'Chatchila into the rain. Okay. You don't have to worry about this whole idea of carrying water anymore. That's not a problem. Omar Abai. You say Rabbi Yehuda. And we see this throughout all over the place. This was a real concern for them. Because they didn't have pavement, didn't have sidewalks. And if it rained, you're going to walk outside. Obviously, you're going to get a bunch of mud on your shoes. So what do? You could scrape it off on the ground, but don't scrape it off on a wall. Amarava. My time is going to why not? You should do Matzikabaya. Because you're adding clay to a wall. So it looks like you're building. Says Gemara, Binyan Chaklo. I think it's Beloshin Shiloh, some people say not, but like, who builds like that? Who builds with mud? This is a very rudimentary type of building. We build nicely with this. I mean, Yerushalmi or with lime, whatever it is, but not with mud. That's not a problem. You're right. This is not binary. It's the reverse. The problem is scraping it off on the ground. You're going to start scraping it off on the ground, and you're going to forget that it's Shabbos, and you're going to scrape it off right into a hole in the ground, and you're going to purposely try to fill in the hole. You see a nice hole? You like to play that game, make everything nice and straight, and you're going to fill it up, and you're not going to realize that it's Shabbos. You're going to forget. Therefore, we're going to tell you, don't scrape your feet on Shabbos on the ground. It's my Margarita Ravina Omar. So Margarita says, you're not scrape on the floor, you're not scrape on a wall. Even on a wall, it does. So you're not scrape on a wall, similar to both. You're not scraping the floor because mashmekuma. The Papa says, mutar, we're not concerned about ashmekuma. It's Davar Shem Miskaven. In fact, that's the halacha. Rashi says, because we pass me like your Shimon, that Davar Shem Miskaven. You didn't have intent. That wasn't your idea, and therefore it's mutter, and on the wall it's mutter. It might be there have been my mechanical aid, but it's according to the sheet that says it's also. What are you going to walk around? Down with 10 pounds of mud on your feet. You have a special piece of wood, a nice edge. Scrape it off on the piece of wood. Amarava. So we know what a lechi is, and was gearing up for the Sefer Seruvim, but just in case, here is a little courtyard, and this red guy right over here is your lechi. It's a piece of wood standing up, and it shows me, hey, from this point on is Rosh Hashanah. Be careful, and therefore I'm allowed to carry in here. Says the Gemara, don't sit right over here where this arrow is. I didn't make that arrow for here. It's for a different sugya. But don't sit right there. Why? Something will fall out of your hands. You'll be playing with something, it will fall out of your hands. You come to grab it. Now, the Rush says that this is only by a mother, but by your own chutzner that has nice, doors to your yard. You want to sit there right by your chutzner. If something falls out, you're not going to go get it because you're constantly reminded of the fact that you're in a private domain, and that's the Rabbin, and you're not going to go get it. By a mother, it's so open and so big, and the Rabbin is right there in front of you, and all you're relying on is this little lechi, you might come to forget. We're just going through halachas, different halachas. Boom, boom, one after another. So, you have a barrel like this, and typically what people do is they go like this, back and forth, they roll it, until they get a nice solid ground for it. They want it to be on a flat surface. So, it's telling you don't go back and forth, don't rock it. Why? Because that rocking motion is a shvui gumas. You're basically flattening out the dirt below it, and that's a shvui gumas. That's a malachon toim. Bamaravo. Don't take a rag that's moist and try to force it into the opening of a bottle or a can or something. You don't want it to be, you want to protect whatever you have in there from, what is it called? Megulam at night. Whatever, you don't want it to spoil. The issue is, since it's moist and you put it into the top, you're squeezing it. What's the problem with spita? What's the issue? If I'm a aide and I want to tell somebody, don't do that. If you do it, you're going to have to bring a carbon. Or you do that, you're going to get Nisa. What do I tell them? Spita. You don't say spita. You say malabin. I'm making the cloth clean. Some say it's mefari. I'm separating two things. Omar Abkana. Simon, you need help. Omar Abkana, tit, shagabe, big dog. There's just a little, I just want to bring this up, even though it's not really, so you're going to have it soon, even in more detail. But let's say it happens all the time. You go to shul and a kid tries to get into the seat and he hits you with his shoe, and on your pants you have this nice little mark of dust. On Shabbos. Most of us are familiar with the idea that you're not allowed to clean it on Shabbos. What if you do? What are you over? Well, what's the big deal? Oh God, like your hand falls down on the floor, you have a black hand, some of us, and it gets a little dusty. You take your sleeve and you start going like this. You're not gonna believe this. And you will. According to Rashi, it's an Issur D'Oraisa. Issur D'Oraisa. And if you didn't know it's Issur D'Oraisa, so when Mashiach comes, you have to bring a bunch of karbanim. Because it's a shaygi. You just didn't know that's Issur D'Oraisa. According to Rashi, take off dust off your pants, off your clothing on Shabbos, Issur D'Oraisa. Let's see the sugya. You have mud, not dust. You let us scrape it off from the other side of your garment, let's say in here, but not from the outside. Now, how does this fit in with what we just said? The Rashi says this is their right. Because when you have a bunch of mud, you're never going to get down to the surface of your clothing. You're still going to have a mark. Rashi is talking about dust. Like you go like this, you flick it off, and it's nice and clean. That's Malabin, that's Issur D'Oraisa. Go to Rashi. But over here, you have a bunch of mud. So instead of scraping it off deliberately from here, you go from the other side of the clothing. Meisvei, I have a question. If if you have a bunch of mud on your shoe, migara bigav saket, I could scrape it off with the flat part of a knife, not the sharp part. Shall big doy, and if you have some mud on your beged, migara b'tiparin, you could scrape it off with your nail. But with that, actually, kaskis, you shouldn't rub it too strong. It shouldn't go back and forth. Baila, actually, kaskis down. You shouldn't do it at all. Lo, you should. Kaskis in the hood, elo, maybe. One says, no right from here, no question. We're going to stick with what we said. You're allowed to rub it from the underside of the garment, but not directly from the top. Now, just as also, halacha l'maaseh, a lot of times you have snow on the bottom of your shoe, you have mud on the bottom of your shoe. So the halacha is, if it's a very sharp blade, it's also to take it off. Why? Because you might peel off a piece of leather. I'm not talking about rubber shoes, and I'm not passing in halacha. Leather shoe, by you taking off a small sliver of your leather, that's an issur of memachik. That's the problem, memachik. So, now what if it's very wide? The piece of metal, like they have these grates, especially in America, you have a grate. You put your shoe on your foot. So, the Magen Avraham says you really shouldn't, but at the end the Mishnah says that not so machmir on it. If you do it lightly, you do it nice and light without going crazy, and especially he says if it's still moist. If it's very hard, it's different. He says you don't have to be so machmir when you do it slowly and when it's moist. If you remember that, great. All right, fine. Says the Gemara. Omer Rabba Omer Blazer Omer Yama. Migdarim minal chadosh avlo yashon. You could scrape off a new shoe, but not an older shoe. Again, because of the issur of memachik. Older shoes, some of them will come returning to that from aleph on his face. The memigara. Omer Rabba Omer Bigav Sakin. You use the flat part of the knife, not the sharp part. The thicker side. And typically when it says Awusaba in Shas, it means Navi. You should get rid of your halacha and bring in this halacha. That's the third here. Ein Megardim Luminal Chag. You shouldn't scrape off even a new shoe with a Yosef Esragle Shem. So anyway, you're making a distinction with all the new, no distinction, both of them are off. Five squares on the later and the glove. Five. Okay. Abe Newman, I see here. David Osborne, Linger. Okay. Nice early tonight. Nice early. Pushing behind you. You hear this? 75 locations for Siyum. Unbelievable. Unreal. Tomorrow we're going to announce where we are and some interesting stuff about them. Something tomorrow. V'lo yosef es ragli shemen v'b'toich hamino v'b'toich hasam. So, I don't even know how they did this list. To me, it seems gross. So they used to take, they were always busy with their oil. Pouring oil on this, pouring oil on that. So, you want to pour, you want to get some nice oil all over your foot. And your feet are in your shoes. So this is a problem. Don't start pouring oil on your foot when it's in your shoe. Because this is called ma'abed. You're panning the leather, and it happens to be that you're pouring a bunch of oil on your leather shoe. Yeah, you tried to get it on your foot, but your foot is attached to your shoe, and by pouring the oil, you're getting your oil on your shoe. I was what you can do is, if your foot is at the shoe, so you pour a bunch of oil on your foot, and then you just put your foot right in. A little bit on the shoe, mishke parallel. Oh, this is gross. We're going to say, I don't know. You pour oil all over your body. You know, we're talking about the Rebbe the other day. So he used to do Gulei Shelach. He used to literally get into a bathing suit or something and roll around in the snow. And I did it when I was in Denver a bunch of times when we were skiing. You come out of a hot pool, you jump into the snow, you roll around. It is torture. It feels like needles in your skin all over your body. And then there's a nice hot pool, you jump back in the pool and it's all over. For that, just for the shtick and to get a good video, you do it. Fine. People did it just to get the surim out of it, to get rid of the fat. This is called Gilgulei Shemen. It's Gilgulei Shelek. It's Gilgulei Shemen. What's Gilgulei Shemen? Sach called Gilgulei Shemen and Misaga Agabe. But the Vulia, Vein Chayshish, you smear a bunch of oil all over your body. Then you start rolling. You do a self-massage. You pretend you're in a massage place. You pour the oil on yourself, and then you go over some sort of tablecloth that I don't know what, and you roll around, and it feels gewaldig. To me, it sounds like a nightmare. Personally, I'd rather do the Gulei Shelach than the Gulei Shemen. You don't have to worry about it. This is a Havamina. He comes along and says, if you're trying, if you have kavana to polish your shoes, okay, great. But if you have kavana to tan your shoe, to work it up with some oil, that's awesome. You can't tan a shoe on Shabbos. You're not to polish a shoe. We're not talking about our shoe polish with the brush and the black stuff. It's pouring some oil on it, getting it, nice and shiny, whatever it is. Not tzivea. I'm not talking about tzivea. I'm talking about the shine in it. You know what I mean? Does anybody say you're allowed to polish, shine a shoe on Shabbos? Hello, you're right. Hello, we have to say, Omar, Pizda, Loy Shoulder, hello. Just trying to see if this is a rub here. No, okay. Alright, is the Shoulder, hello, Shir, let's have to hold. What he's trying to say is, how much oil do you have on your shoe? Just enough to polish your shoe. But if you have that much oil on you, that's enough to tan a shoe, then even if you don't have intent for tanning, it's also to put your foot into the shoe when you have that much oil. Okay. You're not allowed to go out. The kids are not allowed to go out with a shoe that's too big on you. Why? And this I'm thinking now just out loud. This might be the same problem, let's say, with the slipper. The point is that this shoe could fall off your foot. I bet you they talk about it. I remember something about it. I don't know. Forget that. But the idea is that anything that's on your foot that's too large that could fall off, you might pick it up and carry it. If it's very, let's say you wear a very large coat, whatever, too many sizes, that's okay. It's not going to fall off your body, and you're not going to take it off. But they say a woman, not a man, a woman cannot go out with a torn shoe. But women, they treat the shoes differently than men. We have 1, 2 pairs. That's it. By them, it's like a designer thing. It's a what do you call it? Jewelry, whatever you want to call it. It's something special for them. So they have a different halacha when it comes to the shoe. So if it's torn, what's going to happen? She's going to go out and people are going to start laughing at her. They used to do it in those days also. You're thinking back then they were a little bit more. No, this was always an issue. They established both. So since people are going to make fun of her, she's going to take off her shoe. She's going to walk around. She's riding with the shoe. She'd rather go barefoot or whatever she's wearing underneath the shoe than to wear a shoe that people make fun of. Now, this shoe is not really a shoe because people don't wear such a shoe. People make fun of people that wear such a shoe. So therefore, for like practical guy, she shouldn't use it for chalitza if she's a yavama. A real shoe. Chalitza is a chair. It's a shoe, not a shoe. It's not a good shoe, but the evidence kind of shoe it is, and if that's what she did, then the chalitza is kosher. You're not going to pull her to bezin. Now, a person cannot go out with a new shoe. We're talking about a woman. She's never worn the shoe before. Again, the concern is she might have some experience with the shoe, and she'll realize very quickly that it's not perfect for her. Either to make fun of her, whatever it is, she's going to remove the shoe and walk in and juice around with it. If she never tried on before Shabbos. Shabbos, once she knows already, yeah, it fits well, then she has no concern. It's not considered a new shoe. We learned somewhere, what's an imus? So Rashi says, forma. In English, a form. What does it look like? If you ever went to a repair shop, a shoe repair shop, that's this guy right over here, this piece of metal. I don't know that was made out of metal, those days, made out of leather, I don't know what, wood. And you put your shoe on it like this. Okay? Very simple. Now, what is this, halachically? This is a cleat. I'm forming a shoe on it. I knock a couple of nails from the top, whatever I need to use this for. It's a cleat. Now, my shoe was on there before Shabbos. So it says I'm allowed to remove the shoe. I'm allowed to use it on Shabbos. Another Bryce says you're not allowed to remove the shoe. Like a cash. Or Eliezer or Rabbana. I'm going to see. Eliezer Mitar. It's not. It says in the Mishnah. Brand new shoe. Brand new shoe. It's just like this. Look at this. Brand new. It even has the shoelaces in there. It's beautiful. Brand new. It's done. 100% done. But it's still on the form. Big machloket. Rebbe Lezer Mitam, the Chachamim Mitamim. Listen to this. Rebbe Lezer goes as far as saying that even though the shoe is 100% wearable, it's ready to be worn, it's still not a cleat. Why? Because the shoemaker never removed it from the form. You don't have to be a big guy to know how to remove a shoe from a form. You just go like this and it comes off. But since he never did that, so it's not a cleat until you need that makabepata, so to speak. You need that last final move, and he didn't. If he doesn't do it, so it's not a cleat, and if it's not a cleat, then it's not makabel tumah. So therefore, if it's not a cleat, then it's muktzah. If it's muktzah, I can't remove it from the form. That's why one Brisa says you can't remove it from the form on Shabbat. But if it is a cleat, it's already a wearable shoe, then I could remove it. Says the Gemara, we're talking about the form now. The actual form. This is a kli shmalachti l'isur. Says Rava. So when we're learning Hilchos Muktzah, we went through this in this Masechta. Kli shmalachti l'isur. What's your typical example? A hammer. A hammer I can use with sort of gufa, meaning I want to break open a coconut. So I'm using the hammer for its purpose, for its design purpose. It's sort of gufa. Something else called the tzarech mekolim. I need the place where the hammer is on. It's on my Shabbos table. It's on my bed. My cell phone is on my bed. Move it or not move it. So Rava says I can move a hammer for two reasons. The tzarech gufa to crack open a nut, or because I need the place that it's on top of. Shafir. So that's why I can move this form. Yes, I'm not talking about the shoe. The shoe, you're telling me, is not muktzah because it's a kli already, it's finished, and every chacham knows how to take it off. Great. But what about the form? When I'm taking the shoe, I'm moving this form, and the form is muktzah. Now, think about it. The form is inside my shoe, and I need the place inside my shoe. It's starting to claim up. What's going on here? It's taking up the whole ear space of my shoe. I want to get rid of a kli shmalachti l'isur from within my shoe. So according to Rava, it's great. If I want to break a coconut with this piece of metal, that's okay. It's also. But if I just needed space, it's awesome. What's a guy going to say? I'm not moving the form because the shoe is completely open. The shoelaces aren't tied. It's completely open, and without even moving the form at all, even 1 millimeter, I'm able to slip the shoe off, and I'm good. It's higher review though. That's what review that says it's mutter if it's on loosely. Time of the rafu or the rafu light. Oh, says the Gemara. According to review, they have to say that it's on loosely. How's Rava going to explain himself? Rava says it's not a problem to move muktzah. So why does Rava say that he was on loosely? Shapir. So then why does Rava say that it's loose? Why does Rabbi Yehuda have to say a whole shtickle that it's loose? Rabbi Yehuda should just say, you allowed to move the form, you allowed to do whatever you want because I need the room inside the shoe. Says the Gemara, either Rabbi Yehuda or Rabbi Eliezer. What did Rabbi Eliezer say a second ago? That the shoe is not a kli. It's not finished yet because the professional didn't decide it's a kli. He never took it off the form and never put it on the shelf to sell. So you have no business taking it off. It's not a kli. It's not a shoe yet. However, since it's so loose, even though it's not a kli, then it's considered that it's off the form. You hear what's going on here? It's a nice spot. When is it considered on a form and I need a professional and I need the guy that made the shoe to decide, okay, I'm taking it off? If it's on tightly. But if it's on loosely, then it's not, halachically, it's not on the form. Just pretend it's not on there at all. It's as if it's on the ground because it's on loosely. Anything that's on loose is not on. It's not. You're not connected, and therefore, even in that case, Rabbi Eliezer will agree that it's a complete shoe, that it's a kli, it's a kabel tuma, etc. Hadron Allah, Hadron Allah, Hadron Allah. Says the Mishnah, no. Heaven be other. Today during explaining, I was thinking, it's like, I don't know if this is, the Goyen says that if you learn something that day, the parsha, today in our parsha, by Shlishi, it says, I think that's something like that. Like a father carrying a child. Here, Noitel Adras B'nai. Not really. That's not what the Gemara is talking about. The same lashon, maybe. Not the same halacha, not the same idea. A father is carrying his son, and the son is holding muktzah. Now he's carrying him in his own house, in the huts or whatever. In a place where you're allowed to carry your kid. But he's not allowed to carry the stones. There's no business. A father has no business carrying stones in his house. But he's not carrying a stone. He's carrying his son who's carrying a stone. Is that okay? Now, the son, pretend the son, let's say he's carrying a box and in the box is a stone. That's awesome. So why is this different? He's carrying a stone. He's carrying a stone. He's like, yes. They're both in his hand. He's carrying the full weight. But you're allowed to do it. The Gemara's going to discuss and explain to us why. I'm allowed to carry a basket when it has a stone inside. This is a big difference. I'm allowed to carry truma when I have some of the truma, some of the food, food that only a kohen can eat. Some of it is starved. Some of it, I don't know why I have a picture. Here's a picture. Because Yoni has a picture, we have a picture. The father carrying his son, and the son is carrying his stone. Great. Here's another one. This might be more important to see, but here's the truma male. Here's a mouse, dead mouse on truma, and it's up here. The truma male, the Gemara is going to explain. We're not going to get to it today. He's on top, and this stuff, the figs are truma. You're carrying a basket with both. Now, the truma tmeya, what do you do? Truma tmeya. Can't eat it. You have to burn it. But you can't burn it at Shabbos. That has absolutely nothing to do with this truma tmeya. So what is it? It's a bunch of stones. As far as I'm concerned, this food, truma tmeya, is like a bunch of dirt to me. Nothing has zero value. It's muktzah machmas kufa. If I have a bunch of truma tmeya and regular fruit, kulin, or truma, if I'm a kohen and I have tar, I can carry them both. Whoa, this is interesting Allah here. Let's go this way. First, you see Yoni has 100 payros in this one bag. And he goes and throws in another tree depicted in red. Now what do you have? 101. 100 plus 1 is 101. And why is that important? Because truma only becomes batel. That red guy is truma. It falls into 100 fruit that anybody, any one of us could eat. So whatever. But regular guys, Israel guys, could eat these guys, the regular food. Now, the truma falls in there. I don't know. Maybe only a kohen could eat this back. But since there's 100, and your truma is 1, so I have 100 pieces against that 1. Now I can eat it if I remove 1. I have to remove any one here, like Yoni shows here. This guy's a kohen. Where is he? This guy's a kohen because he has a nice kohen hat. And this guy is just a regular chassid, little shramah. So the chassid is giving the kohen 1 red fruit. Which one? Any one. I just made it red so they're all red. Okay? You don't know which one is what. But you don't want the kohen to lose out on this whole transaction because he owns, somewhere in that box, he owns 1 fruit. Yes, it became bottom. You don't want the kohen to lose out. You take 1 out of the box and you give it to him. Now, you would think that that's considered misakemana. I'm fixing all my fruit. I have a bunch of fruit here. I'm not allowed to eat it on Shabbos because one of them is tuma. And I'm telling you, go ahead, take one, give it to the coin. Now I can eat everything. Nevertheless, I'm allowed to do it on Shabbos. I'm allowed to take it up, lift it out. This is stuff that I don't know what it is. I have 101. I'm allowed to take one fruit out. Father takes out a child, a live one, because we're soon going to talk about a dead one. A live kid, and on the kid is a wallet. Chayav Mishum kid. He's only chayav for carrying a wallet, and he's not chayav for bringing into the Rabbin a child. And the Gemara is going to explain why. What if the baby is Rahman al-Islam, not alive? The kid started over Tavarid. The kid was playing, his last thing he was doing was playing with this wallet, and he dies, and you take the dead baby out together with the wallet. Fuck it. Not five for any of them, either of them. Says Gemara, the first case you're high because you're carrying a wallet, the five not like, why are you not high for carrying a baby? Gemara, we had this already. Here's the concept that a human being balances himself, and by balancing himself, he makes it easier to carry. So it's not as if you're carrying the whole baby, carrying a lot of it, but not all of it, and therefore you're not high for the baby himself. About the kids, we got it, Ask the Gemara, but at the end of the day, why are you high for carrying the wallet? The kiss, the wallet, that's the Gemara about the kiss. The wallet should become buckled to the baby. We learned this as well. We learned in the Mishnah, if you, and that Tzaddik Gimel says over, we learned it. Mishnah, if you carry a human being on a bed, the bed becomes buckled to the human. You're not chayav on the bed. Yes, that's the way it is. I'm about I don't care about the bed. I care about the human. But I don't make the wallet buckle to the baby. Now, let's go to the next halacha. If I have a dead child and he has this wallet wrapped around his neck, as the Gemara of the but what about the baby? Says the Gemara, the famous Rav Shimon, this is the classic example of Malacha from Srika Lagufa. We have many different cases, but here it is. Here's the case. If you have a dead person in your house, you don't want the dead body in the street. You just don't want a dead person in your house. You don't want, it's not a positive Malacha. It's a negative. It's you're coming up with a solution to your problem. You have a smelly body in your house. You don't want it in your house, you take it outside. But you don't want it outside. It doesn't do you any good that it's outside. You just don't want it in your house. You rather it not being here at all. You rather not having to deal with it. So Mamela, that's called Malacha Sha'in Tzrika L'Gufa. It's a Malacha that you don't need inherently for the Malacha itself. And therefore, your partner is carrying it outside. And that's what we all do. But what are we going to do with this? That it says that you're allowed to carry a kid, and he has a stone, and over here it says that the stone is not mukta. If I'm allowed to carry my kid and he's holding a stone, it's not as if I'm holding the mukta. The stone is not mukta for me. So if it's not mukta, so it's not carrying. Why over here is it not? So tomorrow, we're talking about the reason why you're allowed to carry this kid with a stone. It's not because it's not mukta. Maybe it is mukta. They made a special kula when this kid is going crazy, he's throwing a tantrum, It's going to make him sick. Not sick to the point you have to bring him to the hospital, but sick enough it's going to make him not well. So I said, okay, in that case, if he's holding a stone, I'm allowed to carry it. But the stone is muktzah. It is considered carrying. We made a special kula in this case. Yachi, as the more that took him based on the dollar. Yachi, Mahiri, Eben, I feel a dinner now. So why are we talking about a stone? Even money, cash. Allah, Omar, Rava. You're not going to do the same thing. You're not going to carry a kid. He's holding a bunch of money. So now, there's a very important Rashi here. The Rashi says, well, we'll see in a second. Eben says the Gemara, if the stone falls out of the child's hand, the father doesn't care. He's happy. Get rid of it. Now, the Mishnah does bring down that if the kid throws a fit, you gotta put him down on the ground, let the kid pick it up himself. You're not gonna come pick it up. Dinar, muffler. If a bunch of money falls out of his kid's hand, you're gonna come to grab it. Says Rashi, therefore, also wrong. So Rashi, if your kid is holding a bunch of money in his hand, you're not gonna walk around with him in the street. Forget about carrying it. Even walking with him, holding on to his hand, you're not allowed to. I guess not holding his hand, that would be okay. Now you give us a Rava. One small piece of Gemara, and we're done. Now you give us a Rava, makes a kid with the you're carrying a whole pile of laundry. Put the laundry in your hand, put it on your shoulder. Just end up sandala with the your ring, instead of them being on your finger, holding in the palm of your hand. Your shoes, the palm of your hand. That's regular carrying Shabbat. So why we wanted to say this part. But if there are you hold a bunch of sweaters and t-shirts and rings on your fingers, fuck it. Now, and if you carry a human being, you see the guy ride on your shoulder, and he's wearing a bunch of clothing, I hope. He's wearing shoes. Because Chaim says that he's balancing himself. So it's not as if he's carrying the whole 250 pounds. It's only 249, and therefore you are covered. But if this guy is completely naked, let's say, and he's holding all his clothes in his hand, then you are fine. You see what's going on here? If you're carrying a person, and the person you're not carrying Wi-Fi, noise, and everything that he has on in his buckle, so now you're pocket. If he's carrying it, then you're fine. So too, when it comes to this child, things like Allah. Alright? Rabbi side tomorrow morning is Hashem 7:15. You know anybody who wants to host? Well, you're all ready. We don't need more places like that. Unless they're like exotic places. Or one or something. We have plenty of places here in Mount Hashem, Hashem. The Elam is invited to host and let people know about the Siyum. See you tomorrow. Have a great week, everybody. And you can now unmute if you want. You know what? Let's say you put the little for Avi Kamiansky's mother-in-law. Oh, that's right. No, you can do a little YouTube. It's okay. They like it. Let's see. Raise a gittel bas Esther. Lama kim tzifah Adonai. Adonai shmo b'koli. You know that. Im Adonai tishmo Adonai mi amoi. Pass the fall in Hanti Bavay. Divisi Adonai Kison Ashi V'Lindroi Chalki. Nafshil Adonai Shumrim Aboker. Yached Yisrael El Adonai Kinazmeh Chesed D'Arbei Mekudot. Yivdas Yisrael Yikol Adonai. Yeah, good the ball. Yeah, who was that? Who screamed my name? Yeah. Oh, Devin Factor Zone. Gee. Morning, Rabbi Isai. How's everybody? Good the ball. Today's share is being sponsored by Refuas. Raising to get the Bas Esther, my downstairs neighbor, Dr. Epstein's wife, Avi Kamiansky's mother-in-law. Today's share is also being sponsored. Really Nishma for a Shmuel Tzvi Ben Yaakov Berkovich. He was the Manal Yeshiv Tana Kasei. I went to Kasei, not Yeshiv Tana. Former Manal Moses Arapir Cleveland and Rav of Hayer Kasei, which is 7 minutes this week. Maybe Social for fear, cases, child, children, grandchildren. Tell me the Mispalian love so much and friends. Sorry, all of whom we love so much. Not best, but okay, that's what he meant. All of whom we love so much. For Shleimer to Anna Lisa Bat Tali. Wow, all right. You should know for many more sides. The Shama should have an Aliyah, and Anna Lisa Bat Tali should have a full Shleimer. What do we have here? We have a quick one from Lawrence Spiegelman. Really, yesterday I paid a Nikom Abelin phone call to someone that I haven't spoken to since we came together over 25 years ago. So we're catching up. When I told my little from Ramat Shemesh, she said, "Oh, I listened to the Yomish here from someone from Ramat Shemesh." I said, "Wait, I'm talking about Eli Stefanski." She said, "Yes, I watched it on YouTube." I said, "That's amazing. We're doing the same daf shir all this time, and we never knew because I'm on Zoom and you're on YouTube." He said he never felt like having speak tomorrow until this year. And Eli, you don't know about it because he's on YouTube. So please give a shout out to Penny, from Mia, from Los Angeles, from Rishon. I'm not going to not investment the same shot of it here. Rishon, oh yeah, and like you said, I just saw the voices. Oh, Shikoya Lauren. Let me know. Here's another one. Last November, we moved from Cleveland, Ohio to Muncie. We have a daughter and son-in-law who live near MDY. Ari Rosenkis, Dr. Ari Rosenkis, is the one who got me put on this year. I don't know, this is one of those, now Moshe Hirsch is getting there, I see he's already starting to, here's a guy that got put on this year, but I don't know if it's before or after you. Now, talking about Moshe Hirsch, he's this man, he's all excited, good, he's going to give $100 to MDY. I do have to tell you that I wrote him an email. I don't feel comfortable taking your money. It's a great idea. $1,000 is a lot of money, and I like the idea, but maybe you don't have to do this. And he wrote me back that he discussed it with his wife, and they feel that this is the greatest gift that they could possibly do to get somebody hooked to Torah, to life. There's no value to it. And he doesn't care how hard it is, or he has to do it. Beautiful. Anyways, going on, I don't know if this guy is supposed to be before or after, so I'm going to give you a break this time. I've been doing this daf mostly on, but sometimes off for well over 20 years, that I've never been so addicted and obsessed as I am with Eli. This guy didn't even hear that song that's going to come out soon about addiction and obsession. It is absolutely phenomenal, and I also have been learning Gemara since I was a 6th grade, growing up in Pittsburgh. I've never had a head hurt until going to MDY, Stan Fireman, Stan. All right. Beautiful. So, here we go. Today is Daf Kufman base, and for those of you who are just joining us, we are actually a couple lines down in Daf Kufman base, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines down. Kalkola, Evan Basar, the smacking middle of the studio. I know it was Matzah Shabbos, we figured we might as well plug in it. Sorry for those of you who didn't really dodge there. Thought I might stop earlier. Usually that doesn't happen during the week. Shabbos is an exception. So one of the things the Mishnah tells us is that if you have a basket, and inside the basket you have a stone, let it carry it. At the end of the day, your basket is carrying a muktzah item. And if it's carrying a muktzah item, then the whole base, the whole basket becomes a muktzah as well. Because you're talking about a basket full of fruit. And if it's full of fruit, then what you're carrying is fruit. It's a base to fruit. What's more important, the fruit or a little stone? The fruit. So therefore, we view the fruit as the main thing, and the basket is ask the Gemara. I'm not going to let you off the hook. Throw out the fruit, and get to the bottom of it, trust the stone. And then when you continue, it'll be a down. And then you'll take the fruit off the ground, put it back in the basket. Who gives you the right to carry a stone? Yeah, I understand. Stone versus fruit is more important. But then they have a way out of it. You don't have to carry the mitzvah. You don't have to carry the mitzvah. So get rid of the stone. Says the Gemara, we're talking about very delicate fruit, such as strawberries, says Rashi, grapes. They are ripe. You throw them on the floor, they're going to get ruined. And now there's various other concepts. Also in our studio, the answer is the same answer. You're talking about very delicate fruit. Nero, Narkinu, so why don't you just shake it out? You don't have to throw the fruit on the ground. Don't be that aggressive. But you have a basket, there's a stone somewhere. Start moving it around. Go like this until the stone gets to the top. And once it gets to the top, give it a little shuffle. It'll fall out and you're good. Says the Gemara. You had a very similar sugya. The Mishnah, where you had a pail made out of a pumpkin, and because you wanted the pail to be able to be heavier than the water, so you added a stone to it. Oh, by the way, hold on, I see Joe Polak on. Here we go. Joe. So congratulations on your new book. I don't have the book's name there, but Joel is a famous writer, and he wrote a book. And in the book, he writes, in the beginning, he writes, he wants to tell you, I'm grateful for the religious guidance over 7 years. Baruch says, Rabbi Eli, and Rabbi Eli Stepansky of the David Dapyan program, a pillar of strength. I'm not sure what the pillar of strength is me, but all these rabbis before it. I'm going to say it's about me. Whoever wants to read it and figure it out themselves. Shkram Joel Atzlacha, Los Angeles, right? And the guy that was just in Nachum Hava, also was on. So Los Angeles, you guys have the Ari Shalom is doing this in there together with Zlato, pictures we're supposed to get. Says the Gemara, we're talking about something similar. So if you remember the pail, we added a stone to the pail so that you could draw water. And we said it's on the top of the pail, so it's over, tied to the pail, it's not going to fall out. Same exact thing here. We're talking about a basket that has a hole in it, right over here. So I put the stone to cover the hole. It's not a stone, and look, it's tied nicely, it's blue screen. So it's not a stone I could just get rid of and throw it away. I can't get rid of it. I can't shake it off. It's there to stay. It's part of the basket. So if you just read the Gemara is answering that we're talking about a very specific case of a stone that's embedded within the basket, and therefore that's why I don't have to get rid of the stone, and I could has to carry it around because I have fruit in it. What about the other carrots that the Gemara said that the fruit is going to get ruined if I put on the front? Seems like the Gemara goes away from it. However, the Rishonim and the Turk brings us down line. Halacha brings both of these reasons to be able to carry a basket. A, as the Gemara says right now, because the stone is part and parcel with the basket. B, even if it's not, but in a situation where you might ruin the fruit by pouring out the fruit, then you're allowed to carry the basket with the fruit without getting rid of the fruit. The powerful instrument. So we have this case. To remind you, we have a basket with truma and non-truma. This is truma tmeya. What's truma tmeya? Beautiful depiction by Yoni is a little dead sheret laying on your fruit. It becomes tummy. So you have two piles here: a pile of tummy and a pile of fire. So that's why Yoni, when he made his picture, he has the tummy on top and the tar on the bottom. In other words, the only way to get to the good stuff is touching the muktzah. Why is this muktzah? Because it's tummy. It needs to be burnt. You cannot burn it on Shabbos, so it's worthless. It doesn't have any value at all. Similar to stones and dirt. But it's on the bottom. So if this comes along and says, I'll tell you what's shot over here. Shot is that the tar is on the bottom, there's a layer on the bottom, there's a layer on top of it that prevents you to get to it. But if the tar is on top, you have no business moving this basket. Just go grab whatever you need from the top and eat it. Ask the Gemara, what do you get? So let's say the tar is on the bottom. So why don't you just toss everything out? Chuck it over. Says the Gemara. So once again, we're talking about fruit that will get ruined if you pour it out. Now the Gemara doesn't ask that maybe you should shake it and move the good stuff, because Tosfos explains that we're talking about small kalim. They're like a bunch of small little vessels. That's like these plastic containers. Imagine in your mind plastic containers inside a nice big box. So you can't start shuffling them around. It's not going to go. If you shuffle it around, everything will spill over. You can't. It's not like before we had the rock on the bottom of fruit and you move it until the rock gets to the top. You can't do that because they're in little containers. Meisvei, and I believe the reason why Tosfos understands it like that is because since it's coming, it's very difficult not to blur the lines. You have coming fruit with tar fruit. How's that going to work? So he says it makes a lot of sense, practically speaking, that they're in containers. You're not just making up a story. Oh, they're containers, not containers. They're containers because otherwise, how are you going to differentiate between the tar and the tummy? Omar Rabbi Lo Yom Rav, the Paris and confidence. So we're talking about fruit that's in the ruin, like berries. You don't want to throw them. Basically, the confidence fruit is made of Again, this says there's one case here. We must be talking about a case where the tar food is on the bottom. The only way to get to it is by moving the tummy food on top. It says in the Bryce not like that. It says the confidence fruit is made of carry a basket with tahor fruit and tummy fruit or fruit that's also tar. In other words, edible. Says in the Bryce, it doesn't matter where the tar is. The tar can be on the bottom, the tar can be on the top. So why did Rav Chisda decide that the tar is on the bottom? Because of course the tar can be on the top. Give to the Rav Chisda bomb question. All that lost Rav Chisda. Let's listen to the our mission is talking about where I need the goof. So until now, every time we speak about goof, I'm talking about let's say a hammer. I have a hammer that's muktzah. I need the hammer to break open a coconut. Certain group, I need to use the actual hammer to perform the law. Now it's different. Very different. Oh, Dr. Epstein, how you doing? Are you home? Surah's Pivos about your wife, it's great to see you. Wow, it's a big visit for everybody. That in this situation, you're with us today. Unbelievable. Beautiful. Says the Gemara, we are talking about that he wants to eat the fruit. Very different. You know what's going on? It would be similar to saying that the coconut is the tzarech gufa. Not the hammer that you're breaking the coconut open, but rather the coconut itself. But we were saying that the fruit that's edible, the truma tahira that's edible, is l'tzarech gufa. I want to get to that to eat that. Interesting. Masnisin l'tzarech gufa. Right? Because I'm not using the tamei truma to do something to perform a law that I need. I'm simply wanting to eat the kosher food. So that's called tzarech gufa. Raisa l'tzarech gufa. And the Raisa that says that there's no difference whether the car is on top or on the bottom is talking about that I need the place of the basket. The basket is on my Shabbos table, and I want to make a meal. It's taking up too much space, so I want to move the basket. I want to move the basket. Does it make a difference where the kosher food is? Top level, bottom level, makes no difference. I'm looking at the basket as a whole. I need to get rid of this basket. It's taking up too much space. So I can move it. So it doesn't matter. That's why the Bible says it doesn't matter whether the star is on top, star is on the bottom. What good is it going to be if I can eat off the top and get rid of the food? It doesn't look good for me because the problem is not the food, the problem is the basket. So to get rid of the basket, it could be on the top, it could be on the bottom. But if the problem is that I want to eat the food, and the food is being blocked by non-kosher stuff, by muktzah, that's what I'm telling you. That's only in the case that's on the bottom. Then I can move the whole basket, bring it to where I need to bring it. Because I don't want to start spilling things out, I'll ruin it. So maybe I can move it. But if the food was on top, then just eat the food right off the top. You said, you want to eat the food? Go ahead and eat it. It's available, it's on the top. That's why Rav Pizza said it's on the bottom. Says the Gemara, what forced Rav Chizda to tell me that all this guy wants is to eat the fruit? And he doesn't. And therefore, since he only wants to eat the fruit, it must be that the fruit is on the bottom, not on the top. Perhaps it's like in the pricing. If the guy wants to move the basket, and if you want to move the basket, you can move everything. In all situations. What forced him? Says the Gemara, I'll tell you what forced him. Oh, my Rava. Rav is his son-in-law, right? Rav is his son-in-law. Masnisin could say that. No. My father-in-law makes a lot of sense. The Tani Seifa, it says at the end of the price of the Mishnah that we're going to see on the days, Boy Shalakar, Nar Zakar, may no close. If you have money on top of a pillow, so I move the pillow, I shake the pillow, and I get, and the money falls off. That's only if I want to get to the pillow and the pillow itself. So I need the pillow itself. But let's say I need the mattress underneath the pillow. That's where I need to get to. The pillow is on my Shabbos table. I need to set my Shabbos table and I have a pillow full of money. Then I could take the whole pillow and move it away. Why am I tilting the pillow and getting rid of the money? Because of the tzarech gufa, I want the pillow itself. It says Rava makes a lot of sense. If the second case of the pillow is talking about the tzarech gufa, I want the actual pillow. That's what forced my father-in-law Rav Chizda to say that the ratio, when we're talking about the fruit in the basket, I wanted the fruit, I wanted to eat the fruit. I didn't want to move the actual basket. I wanted the fruit in the basket. Therefore, the fruit in the basket was on the second layer, and above it was muktzah. And that's why he said only in such a case. Rabbi Yehuda, so he had this case. What happened? First, you have a box of 100 fruit. And this is full of fruit. And this individual drops in one fruit. Doesn't have to be another color, but just for, so you see what's going on. He drops in one fruit, one more fruit, that's truma. So now you have 101 fruit. So what do? This guy who's in Yisrael takes out the one fruit. Now he doesn't know where it is. Yeah, in the picture you can see where it is because it's red. But in real life, he doesn't know which one it is. The halacha is that truma becomes bottle, it becomes part of this box if there's 100 against it. So now that he dropped it in the box of 100, so it's no longer truma. So in reality, he can eat from this box. Because he had 100 times the amount. But we don't want the kohen to suffer or loss. So he takes any one fruit out and gives it to the kohen. How you can do this on Shabbos? Ask the Gemara, how can you do this on Shabbos? Bamai, Batomusakim. He's fixing the whole box of fruit. Now he can eat it. You don't want to fix a chair. So how can you fix a box full of fruit?
How are you?
Says the Gemara, who the Gemara has this sort of a...
How are you?
Maybe even three of them. Rebbe Eliezer hold the Omar
That kind of a
Why do you have a hard date this time? Why do you have a hard
Rebbe
date?
Eliezer hold that the truma in this box is considered completely separate. I don't have to separate it. It is separated already by itself. So I'm not fixing it. I'm not fixing it. It's there, somewhere on the side. Dan saw too much, enough of the prophets
I'm kind of embarrassed.
One part fell into less than 100 parts, and now they all became usher to the Israel nation. Now, the box, let's say one fruit fell into 99 fruit. Or let's say it fell into 100, 50. So true is enough of what the man is enough of the Medina Mokimaker. Does the Omer with the mass is Trumas Baba. Now, we talk about, let's say, grain. Grain is better. Let's say one cup of grain, when each cup is 50 pieces, the whole cup falls in another 50 cups worth of grain. So he said all the grain becomes like it's truma. You still can't eat from it. Might eat from it. Worst comes to worst, it's truma. But you still cannot eat from it. Then you take one cup out of the 50, and it falls into another box. Says we have to be concerned that perhaps that one cup that fell into the second box is 100%. When you fished out a cup worth of grain, you just fished out all the truma that fell in initially. So now that cup has a lot of power in it. It's as if it's a whole cup of truma, and it fell into a whole box of truma. It's very simple. One cup has 50 cups of grain. So how much is that cup worth? I go and I fish out another cup from the box. So Chachamim, in that cup, all I have is 2% truma in there. I don't figure the whole cup is truma, only 2%. Another cup plus will be mevatel that whole cup. All I need is one more cup.
I got a lot of rest, so that was good.
100 cups. I'm not saying the whole thing is truma. All I need is 100 times 2% in my cup.
And I'm watching a documentary.
I'm looking with me and Anthony.
The truma is right there in front of you.
Yeah, that's why I'm watching it.
It's very powerful.
It's a Marion Stone story.
Maybe that's the same
Marion Stone story from approximately 1977 to 2012, who constantly recorded television videos and created the largest
When does Rebbe
data
say that?
archive
fish out of the
television
cup
and global
from box
history.
number 1, and I poured into box number 2. I grabbed all my truma in one shot.
I ran across
I
recently.
want to say the box number 2 is also considered truma. But not like literally the rest believes that every time you go fish out a cup, you grab
I'm
the
the one
right
who
cup.
tell you how to say his name.
Only when it comes to mess you up and say, hey, you have to consider the second box also
You're
truma.
saying it correctly, but
Of course it doesn't say
but
that.
you were saying
It's very possible that
Mizrahai.
it's possible, but
I just thought that was so cute.
the one cup that fell in to begin with, that's the one cup you fished out.
Yeah.
Is that crazy?
Yeah, I did.
Just saying it.
I
If he
didn't
met
know
me,
I didn't know who that kid was.
they don't do him down there because hey, the Shabbos did
That's
the
crazy.
Shabbos.
I didn't.
In our studio, I want to be making. I want to say that on Shabbos I can get away with separating the truma. Why? Because it's not considered separating. It's already separated. Look, that's a hole. That if I take a cup worth of fruit out of a whole giant box, I grab the right cup. It's already separated. It's already separated. I didn't do anything on Shabbos. It's not fixing. Says Gemara, of course it's fixing. He's just saying you have to be super mafia. This not. So beautiful case. You have one part that falls into 100 parts. In a box that has 100 fruit, just like in this thing. Starts out with 100 fruit, and one fell into that 100.
I think this one's really good. I think this
You
one's
never
really good.
removed anything. Your one truma fruit, the red fruit that fell in there, is still in there.
You're watching.
Then what happened?
Yeah, exactly.
Your shtamazel, and another fruit fell in.
What
Fruit number 2 fell in.
like the data? What did she do with it? What did she do with it? What is it?
How do I
Gave
do
it to the Internet Archive, and they're uploading it, and it's basically the largest news archive that we have because much of the data had been erased in the past. So she basically saved 35 years of human digital history.
Fruit fell in together.
She made a life for She made a life for people cannot get it. Yeah, that's
What is it? She was going to say, look, the fruit that fell initially, we put it to the side. It's all by itself. It's not part of the box. It's separated. And therefore, when a second fruit falls in, that's it just fell into our box with 101 fruit. That's kosher. But according to your Shimon, it seems like that it's separated. It's already to the side. To the side. That's why I can go ahead and Shabbos and pick anything. Pick what I want and put it and give me the plate. It's already separated to the side. Says the Gemara Dilma, who knows Dilma? So maybe it's a different level. Even when they fell one after another, it's as if both fell together. One apple fell in, 25 seconds later, second apple fell in. How long can we review it as if both apples fell in simultaneously? If you want to break it down, make it very simple. One fell into 50, one fell into 50.
Why don't you and Anthony watch this documentary?
And for that, you need 200 fruit, not 100. Shouldn't solve she would say no. One, as it fell in, it became buckling immediately. One to 100.
What is it about it?
Now I have
Collected a lot of information.
Yeah, I mean, she lived a fascinating life. She was extremely wealthy, but not traditionally someone at that time you'd think would be extremely wealthy. She's an African American woman. She was a communist. She was very politically active and basically just created this huge archive that if you ever see any videos, hey, you're cutting me off. Every time you cut me off, I'm going to tell you you're cutting me off. You need to understand, you need to respect me. Okay? You understand?
Part of the 100 fruit that are kosher.
You're okay, but I have to be aggressive with you because you do it so often. So anyway, if you ever see any data from, if you ever see any video from approximately the Iran-Contra crisis to the year 2012, much of it is taken from her archive. And so, like, she gave this really important library to the world.
Famous Shimon Elazar when it comes to I have a bunch of fruit,
Exactly.
big giant pile, and it's Shabbos, and I want to eat.
I'll tell you the
I said, the
truth.
Kavod Shabbos Kodesh, you should be able to eat your food and enjoy yourself. Give a steer on the right side. Say, okay, right over there, I'm taking truma, right from that side, and you walk over to the left side and you grab as much fruit as you want. What does that tell me? That my truma was already removed. Yeah, don't go to the right side because somewhere in the right side is truma. So you go to the left side. Look, you steer and you make whatever nusach that you're going to say and say, okay, right over there is truma, and then you go take it over there. In other words, truma as a whole, I don't need to remove it physically. It's already removed. How long is it's already set aside? Yeah, it's in the pile, but I already set aside. Once the Shabbos comes along, I'm going to take it away. It's not a tikkun. I'm not going to sack it. It's nothing on Shabbos.
When did you send it to me?
The fact that you went over, you grabbed one apple, you gave it to the client. I'm not fixing anything.
Did you send it to the account that you always send it to?
What does that tell me if I can eat from the food before I move? It's already fixed. It's already taken care of. You're just
what have I told you? We've had this conversation like at least 3 times. Don't send it to this account. Send it to the account which I send you information.
I think I sent it there
Okay,
too.
that's good. I'll take a look.
Look, you see Machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Shimon Elazar. Rabbi Yehuda is the one that says you remove one, and Rabbi Shimon Elazar says no, you just look at it, and that's it. Rabbi Yehuda is deep in Rabbi Shimon Elazar. Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi Shimon Elazar that with your eyes you do it. He just says that if you want, you can even go one step further and actually remove it and give it to the client. Says the Mishnah, this is all familiar to us because we had this exact Mishnah, all the cases in this Mishnah basically we had already. You have a stone that's on top of a barrel. The way Yoni depicts it, it's beautiful, it's very nice because we're talking about one of these guys, not a barrel like we're familiar that's 3 feet wide on the top. It's a barrel like this, so one small stone covering the barrel. So,
Okay, yeah, I suggested
it's a terrible job. Terrible. It's not a Kushan Lachtalinsu. It's Mukso Machlas Kufa has zero value. And even
It's beautiful.
What do I do? I just tilt the barrel to the side, even though I'm lifting a stone when I'm doing that. It's tilted on that side and it falls to the side. What if this barrel, like in this picture, is in between other barrels?
He shares everything money can
It's going
buy.
to smash another barrel. I move the whole barrel to the side. I can carry it to another place.
Interesting way to
Or
put
to
it.
the other place. Then I tilt it and then it's
Loaded
forward.
with everything money can buy.
Also, when a Chabir is with me, I'm not outside.
But
Boys are like that.
money can buy. Literally, their own money supply.
You have money on a pillow. We had it on the Manal.
They can't recognize what money can buy.
I move, I
That's
shake
true.
the pillow and all the money
Where's
falls
God
out.
is involved?
I saw the Shleshas. So the Shleshas says over here on the side. So
I don't know why I said it, because your name is Rothschild.
Yeah, she's a different part of the family. She's a Rothschild. It was a break about 200 years
And
ago.
the word relieved itself
Yeah,
in Mitzvah. And then Rabbi Yankel
amongst the brothers.
She said, I'm not in the Madrega of
Facebook is
Bird flew over him. We got this guy, Bird. For me, the bird sees me and gets so scared that he really wants to. That's what happened over here. It relieved itself on the pillow. Yeah. Now, I want to emphasize this again. We said this last night. But we have to emphasize it because this is practical, super practical.
You want to be careful of those things. Anybody can create an account, put any name. Anybody can create an account, put any names they want on there. There's no verification. They don't look at your ID. They put some pictures of them in front of a couple horses and they scan you.
They take a sleeve and they go like this. This,
you know that Freemasonry,
according to Rashi, is Issur Rice. Not Issur Rice, not a Chumrah of a Mishnah Berurah. Issur Rice to clean it off.
Are you a Freemason?
Because it's Malavan. You're cleaning because
You
get
are?
to the bottom. If you get to the bottom of it, where you can't even tell that there's dust over there, Issur Rice.
You're a brother. You're a Freemason.
You're a brother. You're a Freemason.
Basically, I mean, it's the
No. You can't say that. Being a Freemason is different. It's not Kabbalah.
Now, how does that fit with Rashi? Actually, this is the rice.
If you're an actor,
that's what it is.
that's what it is.
There'll always be some.
That doesn't mean you're a Freemason.
You're trying to get the big part off of it. If some of it is remaining, that's okay. When
they call it dirty third degree on site.
Nobody made you a 33-degree on site. Nobody made you a 33-degree Mason on
You have
site.
to make sure that you don't squeeze the rag.
I am.
I like it.
You recognize
I like.
you have to have everything.
I like your confidence. That's good.
The concept of Shriyasan to Kibusan. When you soak
You know what I mean?
putting in the water, that is considered halachically cleaning it, washing it. By leather, there's no such thing. By leather, you don't say
No,
there is an issue to rub leather and clean it like that. But just soaking leather, it's not Shriyasan. Therefore, if you have bird waste or whatever, some sort of stain on your leather, you can pour water on it until it comes off. Rashi says you're talking about soft leather. There's no deal when you're showing in there. This applies also to hard leather. Now Rashi says you're talking about soft leather. And we had this sugi also.
Okay, well, believe what you want.
The Evan on top of the
I can tell you, at least within the state of California, I'm a master mason, and we don't, within our lodge, do masonry on site. There may be some situations, but you have to be like the president.
But you have to be like on top of your barrel. And it comes. It's carrying. It's holding up the weight of the stone. And it's us.
These are mysteries of the universe.
Think about this. Why is this stone that's covering my barrel? Why is this barrel considered as if it's holding up a stone? The barrel also has a lot of wine in it, which is a lot more valuable than a stone. So shouldn't this barrel be holding a stone and wine? Like we said before, if you have a basket with fruit and a stone, the fruit beats the stone. So over here,
the mysteries
wine
that I have and why people still go.
the stone.
It's extremely boring.
Why am I looking at the stone and saying, "Oh, this barrel is holding up the stone"? No, what's the answer, Rabbi Sam? Beautiful answer from Rishonim. Because the stone is on top and the wine is in. So in other words, I'm viewing this part of the barrel. This part of the barrel is only holding up one thing only, and that is the stone. The top part of the barrel is not holding up the wine. It's the bottom of the barrel and the sides of the barrel are holding up the wine. That's how they're trying to explain it. It's a very nice thing.
They're not supposed to.
In the basket,
They're
where the
supposed
stone
to
is on
be
the bottom of the
a
basket and the
religious
fruit on the bottom of the basket, so then it's equal. And then you look, what's more important?
Oh yeah. Because it's the same symbol.
But if this barrel's in between other barrels, so now I can lift up the whole barrel and bring it to the side, and we might
turn the barrel into a social
thing there, tilt it over there.
Did you do any live streaming today?
They have an option to move.
I don't know what I'm
Move the non-muktzah. Because right over here I have a barrel.
Okay,
On top of the
did
barrel is
you
stone.
did you watch that? I told you to Da Vinci Resolve on YouTube. Did you do that?
Why should I pick up the non-muktzah and just grab the stone and chuck it? Because
You
if
had
I have a
homework.
choice, I go with the non-muktzah. Who said?
I wrote. I got it.
There's the thing is the Chinon, Omar Rabba Barbar Chana Omar B'Yochanan, Reb Shimon Gamliel. This is Reb Shimon Gamliel. It's not. A bar kid is beyond the. If you're not there, then you're doing bar. You're separating from the dirt, which is.
You're not even in. You're not even in the crowd, and I can guarantee you that you would have to do this for a couple of years at least before you start getting
the
better.
beans from the stone.
I can tell you this though. Our friend,
First of all,
Tony, he became a professional podcaster as of the last 24 hours. He got paid pretty good money to do a podcast with somebody, and now he's going to do regular advertising for them. And he's only put out like 35 podcasts in his entire life, and he's already making money from doing it.
I can do whatever I want.
He has put out. He's a podcaster. That's how I met him. And he's put out like 35 podcasts, 4 of which I've been in. So really like 31 podcasts aside from mine. And he was contracted by someone who owns a business to do a podcast with them. Paid him pretty good money to do it, and he's got like a long time opportunity to continue to do work and interview this person and make clips for his business and things like that from that podcast. And he's been doing this less than a year, and he's already no longer considered an amateur. He's now considered a professional podcaster. He makes money from it.
The barrel is much larger and heavier than the stone.
I don't understand how he's making a living. He's doing advertising.
No, I mean, like sometimes people they want to be on a podcast, but they don't know where to go until you can contact the podcast host. The podcast host can sometimes, if they think you're interesting, do it for free, or if it's going to take some work, they'll say, all right, it's $100, $200, and then we'll do a podcast together. And so he's going to get paid to do it, and he already got paid to do it. And then the person liked what he put out and wants to continue to do interviews with him on his business, and then put out things on his social media, which is pretty common in the podcast.
They still would agree. Just take the stone off, just like.
So he's been doing this less than half a year,
a lot of beans,
and at least with this podcast, making pretty good money. Is it enough
So say take the stones out of the beans.
Is it enough? It's not enough to travel the world, but it's good for one session, and excellent that he's going to have the opportunity to do more, meaning probably if he gets a couple more of these, and he can do them regularly,
a heavy barrel, and a small stone,
he could probably
just take the stone off.
become more independent than he currently is. So, look, I'm just saying, he's only done 30 or so podcasts. And
over here,
you know, you're like,
the barrel.
all right, well, what do I do? I mean, you could do what he does. I've been telling him to do them once a day. He hasn't been doing it that much, but he does about 3 a week.
So Rashi takes out this word leaven. So he's
Yeah, and one of the things that I did with him last night, I told him, he was like, you know, he had been, discussing, like, he's got a podcast he's doing with someone this weekend who has 100,000 followers on YouTube, which is a big, he has 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is a big account, and, but he wanted to do, and he did a podcast yesterday with a lawyer, but he wanted another person, and he didn't have one, and I was like, okay, I came up with this strategy that I think works really well, and let's try it. He's like, okay, so what we do, we go to another platform, it's called Kick, which is like Twitch, which is just like live stream. you know, and we find somebody who doesn't have a lot of people watching them at any given moment, and we found this guy who was just on his computer, and we said hi to him, and we were like, hey, do you want to be on a podcast? He's like, yeah, I'm all right. Like, I'll do a podcast. He's like, send me a message on Instagram. So we had Tony send him a message, and they got something scheduled. And that's all you would have to do if you just even made your podcast an interview podcast. You just interview one person a day. And if you're like, well, how do I find them? The same way that Tony found this person. And then you have people who reach out to you, and they'll say, hey, Reverend Andrew, I really liked your podcast. With this person, can you do a podcast with me? And if you like them, you think they'll be a good addition, you say, sure. If you think that they're not going to bring that much to the table, then you say, hey, it's $100 for a podcast, and I'll do it, and I'll publish it within 48 hours.
That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
When I need to put my head down on the pillow itself.
Yeah, well, the guy who has 100,000 followers is the person Tony's interviewed. So Tony doesn't have 100,000. But even with your reach on Facebook, all you have to do is put out a message. Hey, do you want to be interviewed on my podcast? I'd love to have you on. Send me a message.
Yeah.
This is an amazing Allah.
So in other words, let's take somebody.
Yeah, but that's what it's for. It's about exposure.
If somebody,
I'm concerned that at night some guy's gonna walk by my backyard and see the shining gold, and he's gonna take it. So what do? I take a loaf of bread.
That's right. So somebody has a book, and you say to them, hey, you wrote a book, you want to talk about it on my podcast, I'll interview you? And they'll say, yeah, that'd be great. And you don't have to pay them. And sometimes they will pay you to be on their podcast so that they can promote this. And you talk about the book, you talk about their journey, you talk about what it's like to be an author, what inspired them to do the book. And you can talk to them for 5 minutes, you can talk to them for 5 hours. You're the boss of it. But then you publish it. And you do one of these every day or so, and within, I'm not saying you're going to be able to do it every day, but within 100 days or so, you're going to get people who want to do sponsorships, perhaps, or you're going to get people who want to pay you to interview them. And that's a really great opportunity. I mean, come on, your life is not as exciting as it could be. This would add some excitement to your life. Well, it would add both.
So you take some baby, puts the baby in the earth, and it becomes like a plate, like a box for the baby, and then I can move the whole.
I would show them once, right? I'd be like, hey, I got
absolutely, you could do that. Yeah, usually the way that you do that is with a promotional code. So the way that they can tie that to you is when you're doing the interview, you say, all right, and if you want to get Joe Schmo's book, order it on his website and use the promo code Reverend Andrew, and you'll save 15%. And then Joe Schmo's book sees how many people use Reverend Andrew, and they give you a cut of that.
I started running. It was like a scam. I was gonna like pull it or something.
That's how it works.
I got these kind of.
I'm not kidding you. 5 people walked by and they wouldn't take my money.
Look, we want to get you out of that facility. And the way that you can get out of that facility, you got to say to yourself, if I'm wrong, then correct me. But if you don't do a podcast, you're going to be in that facility for another 20 years. You're going to get old. Listen. You can't afford to be anywhere else right now. So you're going to be there for 20, 30 years. You get old and you'll die. Or you say to yourself,
You take this money, with the baby on it, and you move it less than 4 hours. Stop. You do it again. Now, technically, that's considered a godsend.
Exactly. That's no way for you to live. That's $1,000 a month or something.
Line
Like
people
that.
up.
You want to be
People that are lined up.
you want to be bringing in 6 figures, and you'd be able to do so if you had your own podcast.
Safer, and he didn't want to carry. So he told this guy, but tell everybody that I'm coming to this marriage.
Or
lined up,
exactly. Or what you do, and this is a really great opportunity, is you say to yourself, you know what? Everything starts small. If I do one interview with someone every single day over the course of a year, that's 365 interviews that I've done. At that point, I'm going to have advertisers. I'm going to have advertisers. I'm going to have people who want to be on my podcast, and they will pay me to do so. I'm getting, like those coupon codes don't necessarily go away. So somebody could be watching your podcast 5 years from now and put in that promotional code 15%, and you're going to get that. That doesn't stop, and you keep doing that, and you're going to funnel it to yourself, and you're going to start getting checks, not just from your podcast, but also from YouTube. YouTube will pay you. For every 10,000 views that you get like $120 or so, and you just keep writing that out, and you're eventually, and that doesn't include Rumble. Rumble will pay you as well. Rumble will give you $200 for every 10,000 views or so. All this money's gonna basically build up, and you're gonna bring in perhaps a few $1,000 if you in a couple years from now, every week. That's what you want.
Mishnah says you can use a kikul kinoi for fishing lafros. You know what?
Well, you know
Let's
how you
stop
get
right
a
over here.
following? You start
It's getting late.
creating
This is
content.
Sugya basically, and we'll start from here tomorrow. Noam, give us some Tehillim, have in mind. Raise a Gittul Bas, Esther, she should have a force like a Mitzvah.
You need like a base.
You have a great base. You have Facebook. You don't realize that. But moreover, if you wanna take shortcuts, you know what the shortcut would be? And you're gonna laugh at this, but this gets huge content on TikTok and Instagram. This gets huge numbers. You know what you do? I'm gonna tell you. You and Anthony get a ping pong ball, or a couple of them, and a cup. And you put the camera at the end of a table, and you guys just keep trying to throw the ball into the cup. And people love trick shots. You don't have to know English. They just like the idea of trick shots. And if you look on any of these platforms, trick shots get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views for just one video. And the fact that you guys are older would bring a lot more interest in people. Because usually trick shot people are young and they're hip and they're doing all kinds of things. You guys have experience. All you have to do is just make a shot. Now, how long do these trick shots take? They can sometimes take 8 hours. But if you say to yourself, we've got nothing going today, we'll just sit here and just try to make a trick shot. And when we do, we'll have it on video. And then we upload that video and you get tons of people following.
Well, as far as Facebook goes,
Morning
Rabbi. Environmental rabbi, this is interfaith rabbi for sustainable.
Today's shir between Rabbi Chaim and El Rosenberg.
Preachers that
Why he's strong? Yes, good. So the Torah promise.
mostly they're people that are into natural things. Diets. A lot of them are from friends integrated health institute. Hydrolytic centers around. Lately, I guess.
For your Camille ben Rachel Leah, who is the beloved
I get understand what you're saying.
Of the MMAC shul that houses
I mean, in other words, it has to be a central
the home of the MDY Baltimore Seum on Shabbos. Way to go.
Not necessarily. Let's look at Joe Rogan. Okay, he was a stand-up comic. He was an actor on news radio. He did Fear Factor, which was a reality show. He did UFC commentating. He became a podcaster. None of these things are cohesive. They're all 5 separate themes. Yet he is able to blend them all into his persona. You'd be able to do the same. I talk about religion. I talk about Zionism. I talk about clean living, keeping kosher. I talk about humor. I talk about history. No, oh no. I talk about different things, but I'm talking about you. You talk about those things. I talk about some of those things.
This is a beautiful thing that he once wrote to me. I forgot to read it. I love this.
Trouble is too.
The reason why I call him a colorful character is because his background is really very colorful. He has different backgrounds every day, different things for the week. Oh, and Mason Gesheff. He writes like this. So I work for a pharmacy in New Jersey. www.sh.
Well, hold on. Judaism and Christianity directly
Basically, it works
Christianity.
from Monday through Thursday, 3 p.m. 1 a.m.
I don't know. I don't mean, but this is like a new denomination.
January, February, sometimes at 5 a.m.
It started with 99%
a.m. to learn English, and then this is called davening, breakfast, and sleep. So I really commend it. Somebody who gets up and goes back to sleep. Goes to sleep really, sleeps for like 3 hours, gets up to shul, and goes back to sleep. Very unique, and it's a tremendous thing. So don't just and listen, it takes time to put backgrounds up. It's a whole thing. Now he says in Qumran he didn't make up the shir. So basically, Corona is actually. Thank you again for all that you've done.
Like I said about learning how to fix that way, like that way. Now they're going the other way. The Torah to Christians.
All right,
so I feel that's
from. Listen to this. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you and enjoy watching your shir. I'm wishing your shir to grow stronger and dominate the
whole Bible.
Get up, keep up, and get steady with the Daf Yomi shir. Thanks for being with us.
The more shallow something is, the more
now, I've heard from a number of people from out there that don't have you shir. They can't get their feet.
word about
Halishos and Cairo. Maybe they should start joining the Daf Yomi. I know they're under Daf Yomi, I get it. It's a great opportunity to do something to get to the Yeshiva set. It's always the Shema, you rebellious.
I learned it's a lot of curse.
You're not doing I'm not saying this is the way to learn. That's the shalom. You gotta learn the It's better than just playing video games all day and doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Maybe after moving, get into the dot for voice size.
Rabbis like,
you have time for one. It's from my brum crew. Thank you so much for the work that game shit that you do. Oh, yom, yom. Zoich that the team is good. Says in here, beyond Menu. Abraham Menachem Crystal. Okay. The boy side. The glitches in our amazing list. Now I tell you about this list. Tomorrow, Bezer Hashem will all be ironed out. A perfect list.
You cut out. What did you say?
We are pushing.
Rabbi Avi Schwartz is
from Park Avenue Synagogue.
I don't know him, and others know, especially know he's working on amazing Shabbos. Whether it was a Shabbos in a hotel and get everybody together, or a Shabbos locally and do major meals, because it's the second Shabbos, why is it second Shabbos? And I say that Corona disappeared today. And we got a free
yeah, no, I know Shmuley Kotea.
about that. Have 80 worldwide, and to have that camaraderie, to have that practice, and everybody together.
Yeah, I know who you're referencing.
This is unbelievable. What we thought was, I think it's going to work out to be an amazing thing, one of a kind.
You think Shmuley Boteach is an independent rabbi?
That everybody's nostalgic like that, people all over the world and joining and unbelievable.
And
I just want to highlight
Where does Shmuley Boteach say that? I don't think that Shmuley Boteach says that. If he did, many people would consider that to be a form of blasphemy.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You want to see the video?
Just tell me, where does he say it?
Just tell me, where did he say it?
On the video,
They already have a menu. They already have a party planner. Well, they have an in-house photographer. They're inviting women and children.
Okay.
Whatever. We want to see what they have. They have more than one camera taking all the angles. That's the norm.
Mentioning last night.
So if you're planning on getting pizza here, this other musagim you have to understand about.
Okay.
New York. All right. I would like to
It's kind of childish to believe it.
Today is that we are over.
There are rabbis that go independent, that, they're not bringing Jesus to Jews. They're bringing Judaism.
We're talking about
Judaism.
carrying
Bringing
different
the whole Bible.
You have a lot of money left outside of
You're Orthodox.
You're a baby on top of it. You put something that's not muktzah on top of it. Then the iPhone becomes a base to the non-muktzah, and we allow you to carry it in. It says Mazutra, that's only if you can. God, your iPhone.
Orthodox rabbis.
And then it comes around, Rashi says this is only for a maze that
Right, I would make the argument. I would make the argument that he should say that to the more than 50% of Israel that doesn't keep kosher and are not Shomer Shabbos.
great loss.
We're saying that.
Abaye Mona Kabak people.
You know,
Abaye will take
the aspects of the Jewish sects of Judaism, they recognize the others to be Jewish. The same thing goes with Christianity.
I would also make the argument that I don't think that his mother was necessarily as Shomer Shabbos as he may tend to think that she was in mid-century Iran.
We don't want to get into
Well, what I'm saying is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you're going to start slinging mud, then people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. And all we have to do is go back a generation or two, and we could probably find some cracks in his base. I like him, but what I'm saying is that what we should focus on, and perhaps he is saying this is to become Shomer Shabbos is, in my opinion, subjective. Some people say, to me, it's don't drive on Shabbat, don't work on Shabbat. Those are the big things. After that, it gets really tedious. I mean, have I gone in my life and taken it to new levels? Yeah, but I recognize that I don't enjoy the day that way. I shouldn't punish myself.
Rabbi Yosef has a great point.
And if he well, here's a great question as well. And I pose this to, here's a great question. And you're learned in halacha, and you're learned in the Tanakh. All right, so God rested on the seventh day, right?
Some people, look, I'm an important person. My name is Abai.
Okay. When was the
I'm
first day?
careful with what I do. When was the first you also be careful. Don't just take the hair and start moving.
Was it a Monday? Was it a Tuesday? Was it a Wednesday? Was it wait, the answer is no. It doesn't work that well. Because there's even in the Chabad website has previously stated this. There are time periods where the calendar is inconsistent. The answer is we don't know. We don't know on what day God started, what day of the week necessarily God. We don't know. Wait. Hold on. Just listen. We'll get there. So that means that there's only a 1 in 7 chance that we're actually celebrating Shabbat on the right day. Right? And that means, and so 1 divided by 7 is approximately 0.14. So that means there's only a 14% chance that Shabbat is today, and it wasn't yesterday or the day before or the day before that. So really there's an 86% chance that we're celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day, which nobody brings up, but is a very relevant piece of information that I think we should discuss. I get that, or a billion days. I get that. A billion years, if you're looking at creation. I don't disagree with that. But for people who take being Shomer Shabbos to such an extent, you can find holes in anyone's devotion, and even if they were absolutely perfectly Shomer Shabbat, there's only a 14% chance that they're on the correct day, which is kind of laughable.
So that's why Robert could have said, I'm going to take my pigeon and give it to my cat, or a cat. Because Robert holds like Rabbi Yehuda.
That's why I mean, it's just logical. 1 in 7. We don't know what day actually it was. It doesn't say in the Bible. So we're assuming.
Okay. Then I can say my way is not right.
That's exactly. Wait. You believe whatever you want. It's just for anyone who says. It's just for anyone who says that Shabbat is always Friday at sundown until Saturday at sundown, plus a little bit. My question to you is, how do you know that God actually rested on Friday to sundown at Saturday? It does matter. It does matter. Because Torah says that you are not to celebrate the Sabbath or Shabbat on the wrong day. And if we're celebrating it, well, getting into Talmud, it states that. So if we get into, wow, there's only a 14% chance that we're actually celebrating it on the right day, that means there's an 86% chance we're celebrating it on the wrong day, and it's arguable that the punishment for celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day is death. Death?
Yeah. So you could say that there's 7 ways to respond, and that 6 is
exactly.
Also, keeping in mind, Rava knew before Yaakov that he's going to make a duck, and that the Kishka is going to get spoiled in the heat, and therefore he already had in mind
because 7 symbolizes perfection.
It's already designated for the cat before Yaakov.
The 7th day.
We started the Rava curve.
If you want to look at it,
this makes a lot of sense. The Dorash Rava, each of the punished the base of 18 little men put. A woman should not walk into the firewood
One out of seven would be on the right side, and the other three on the other side.
Why? Because wood.
And I want to be specific. The biblical penalty in the Hebrew Bible is the death penalty for working or profaning on the Sabbath. However, if you are celebrating on the wrong day, by definition, you're working or profaning on your Sabbath because you're not doing it on the right day. So that's how I lead to that. But an argument can be made that we are potentially not celebrating on the right day. In fact, if you're just an odds person, you're just looking at this mathematically, there's a very high percentage that we're choosing the right day. We've put all our cards, all our chips on this one day without any foundation. Agreed.
But I'm going to give the right from the other side. See, the shot is the main rest.
Agreed.
Agreed. But especially when we were in exile, no one's saying that we necessarily kept an accurate calendar.
That would cause exile. Without practicing the same day, the seven spirits together. So that's why it would be worse. That's very theoretically, because they have no way to live.
One of my other favorite. One of my other favorite points is this. If you are a Jew in Iceland, at this time of the year, the sun doesn't set. It's light for 6 months. So when do you light candles? It is a good question. The answer is you do what your community would do. Some people do with Jerusalem, but there's no answer for this. It's not addressed. It's not in Talmud. Nobody thought of it. So it's an interesting question. You're just doing what the poskim are saying, what the learned people in your community are saying, but there's no answer, and there's no right answer to this, and there's no wrong answer to this.
Whatever you can establish.
Well, we say that, but we don't know for sure. We say that, but we don't know for sure. And this goes back to my point yesterday. No one really knows. And you just, for anyone who says they absolutely know, they're either being irrational or they are lying.
I think these people
no one knows. No one knows.
Hey, I know. They're crazy.
No, they are not. No, because you can even say that. How do you know that there's a God? No one really knows. No one knows. It's a nice thing. Wait, that opens up a lot of questions. But for anyone out there who says they know anything, that they know that there's an afterlife, that they know that the sky is blue, that they know that there's a God, or that they know that they love their family, whatever it is, they don't really know. These are all their subjective opinions. I was being interviewed yesterday in with the oldest. This podcast has been running for 15 years. It's the oldest, basically, ufology podcast in the world. And one of the people in the comments asked me a question. I'm struggling between the idea of knowing and believing. And I had to be very honest with the person. Everything is believed. No one really knows anything. And that helped them, and it's true.
days.
You could look at it that everything is baby. You could look at it. Don't believe anything. Understand. Find out.
Here's a
Believe
sponge.
but not believe.
It has a handle. I found this very interesting. When the Macabre talks about a sponge,
I believe that there was stage
in the art
of this thing.
whatever years ago. What is a sponge? A sponge
Rare.
is a giant whale in the ocean
Not a common thing.
that I can go from made a mace. Every time he comes out of the water, a sponge covers his eyes so he cannot see. Had he not had that sponge, he would destroy every ship in the
Can they
ocean.
prove
He
it?
wouldn't be able to travel
And
those.
if they come out,
You want to know what a sponge is? We count somebody. So the sponge absorbs water. So if it has a handle,
one would
then
say,
if it doesn't have, let's talk about if it doesn't have a handle. It doesn't have a handle, you're going to touch it, you're going to squeeze it, you're going to plug it right in. If it has a handle, like you use it for water. With water or without water. His Rashi, with water, very gently.
I'm going to agree with you on that.
Now, the Rival is very interesting. The Rival says that I can use it with water, not gently. Why?
You don't have to say that there's an afterlife either. One person could say.
We're holding at the end of the middle, right?
The other person could say.
Why not then?
And that's just their opinion. No one really, that's just their opinion. No one really knows.
It has a handle, then you're talking about like a bottle of water. Water goes in, water goes out. Because this is an example, for instance, the door on your house. How come every time you open the door, you knock on it and you go in?
Even still, that's just their opinion.
Even still, that's
Maybe they're allowed to live.
So if I have a handle for my sponge, I'm showing I want water in, I want water out.
They would have come out and say, well, I died.
I'm going to use it all day long. It's different than your clothing getting absorbed water. You go like this and you bring it out and water comes out. That's so. It has a handle.
Maybe you
go in and out, and therefore right holes. You don't have to be careful. Pastor obviously argues and says, I don't care if it's meant to go in. This is soifet. That's going to be very gentle.
And in the future,
Venkas, so the Shabbos, the Enoch,
so we call it an afterlife. So, I mean, at the root,
either way, whether it has a handle or doesn't have a handle, it's not Buddha. Well, most learn that.
Hey, believe whatever you want to believe. The answer is nobody knows.
Any conditional application.
Nobody knows.
And we don't even know if there's a God. It helps us to get through the night. It helps us to get through the night.
Allah is, sir.
That is true. There's no doubt about that.
That is true. Or when I need to do something, I need to use this fund for whatever the reason there are. Myself home. Whatever it is, then I can move it. That's almost reality. Somewhere else. I mean, just move it. In other words,
just because of the paradoxical nature of the reality,
the last phenomenal world, the Enoch, like creates,
that's again on the side.
Four categories. And this bug that comes off the or whatever you make a sponge from.
We call that God.
Likely eight, it's not wood. The loy beggar, it's not clothing. The loy sock, it's not a sack.
Call it whatever you want. Baruch Spinoza calls it nature. So Baruch Spinoza calls it nature. I call it energy. Whatever gets you through the night.
Yeah, okay.
The one who doesn't hold up, the one who holds up
energy is phenomenal.
Always pass like your chin, almost makes sense. They still are going to go like your chin.
Creates it.
Which time are going to go like your chin?
That's what I'm saying.
We don't pass like
Isn't that what God is?
Isn't that what God is? I'm going to switch it around. that Big Shammai holds, that Big Still hold, you like to grab anything on your table and put it in the garbage. And Big Shammai is the ones that say you got to be careful and shake out your tablecloth, take your table and move it to the side.
And that's a nice story. But then you get into what allowed God to do that. Energy allowed God to do that. Energy allowed God to do that. That's what people do.
That's why the Mishnah says, do it nicely, treat them with respect.
On the other side of
in Brachas, Rabbi Yochanan says, you're allowed to destroy them. The bottom line would be, you can destroy them, but nicely. Be careful how you destroy them. So I'm thinking now out loud, I don't know if this is a good marshal, but let's say it's this rib. So you throw them in the garbage, but nicely. You wrap it in a piece of paper and throw it in the garbage. You don't have to put it in Shemus. But there's respect and
Judaism says that Judaism says remaining on Judaism just says that God is incorporeal. God doesn't have a body.
That before Shabbos, the people was for human consumption. Right? You don't view the exterior of the piece differently than the piece themselves. It's one human food. Once you open it up and you grab all your peas out and you eat the peas, what are you left with? You're left with garbage. Oh, so just change category. You went from human consumption to animal consumption.
Are you there?
What is that called? There. According to Reb Shimon, it's not a problem. According to Reb, there is a problem. The Leslie Muktzah. Again, when we say that Reb Shimon doesn't hold a Muktzah, it doesn't mean he doesn't hold a Muktzah. Of course, everybody holds a Muktzah. He's more lenient when it comes to Muktzah. And when it comes to this kind of noilad, he says there's no noilad like it. We have a problem. When it comes to Pipad, you're saying that it's Reb Shimon. The first question is going to be, how could the Mishnah hold like two different Tanaim? How can we start off talking like Reb Shimon and then go back to Reb Yehuda? That doesn't make sense. If a sponge has a handle, I could use it, whatever the pshat is, with water, without water, lightly, not lightly, rashi, ravid, whatever you want to call it. And if it doesn't have a handle, you cannot use it. A son of Yehuda. Not the fire goes like Yehuda, not like Yehuda. Also, classic machlokes between Shimon and Yehuda, I believe, is like the first machlokes we mentioned in the sefer between them. Dragging a bench on Shabbos. You can drag a bench. You don't intend to make any kind of groove in the ground, but it's possible. It's not 100%. It's not a particular ratio. It's not 100%. But there's a nice likelihood you're going to make some sort of groove, and groove is also. Nevertheless, you should hold this mutter. You hold this also. I don't have intent. You're not chayav. So, and over here, review the whole also. So that's why I can't use a sponge. If you use a sponge and try to clean the surface, I might squeeze it and water might come out. So what's the Gemara's answer? We had this answer 6 times already. This is the 7th time. I believe this might be the line, the most common line in the entire Masechta. I don't know for a fact. I didn't do any research. But to me, it just seems like over and over. Everybody agrees. This is the 7th time mentioned. Why the Reb Shimon is great? If I chop an animal's head off, I can't say to myself, "Oh, I didn't mean for it to die. All I wanted is his nice head." Obviously, if you're going to cut his head off, he's going to die. If you're going to use a sponge on Shabbos, you know what's going to happen? 100% water is going to come out of it. If you're going to put that down on the surface and start cleaning a table, it's not 99, it's 100%. So you can't play games and say, "Oh, I didn't mean it." It doesn't matter if you didn't mean to squeeze it. Since it's going to squeeze, you are chayav. Even Reb Shimon, that whole Rabbi Sheim is Potter, Over here, it's not Davar Shein Iskaven. This is called the Psikresha. It's 100% going dry. Hani Garinen, the Tamri Armi Yosa. So we're talking about Noila, not Noila. You have different types of dates. You have the Armi Yosa. Inferior dates. Open them up, half the date sticks to the pit. Not good stuff.
When you get those
Not the Majul, they call Majul, expensive dates. I told you guys. Try them out. Even I never liked dates, and the worst part of the shuttle was eating the dates. Worse than eating the fish. Now I enjoy dates. Stuff. You know about the Majul stuff.
What did I say? You mixed
So, Armiyah, you don't buy it. It's not even good for a shake.
Not sure about
so what is that? That's animal food. Now in those days they would give the pits of the dates, they would give it to the animals. They also use it for fire, we saw for fuel.
Let's call it the largest
so therefore,
cycle.
Because nothing has changed over here. You got the pit, but the pit didn't change in category. You go from human consumption to animal consumption. It was animal consumption from the first second it was created. The Chazan Agavima, because it's no better, it's no worse than its own mother, the pit itself. The pit itself is the food for animals, the pit is for animals. I think even today, I just realized, piracy. Yeah, Iran, where do all these dates come from? They come from Iran. These Parsi dates, which are really good. So you have the Parsi, you have the exterior. So it goes from human consumption. Once you get to the pit, now you have animal consumption. Interesting. The Gemara goes to the Halari facility, all the way to the end of the paragraph. The same exact thing. Shmuel, Mekatalu, Hagar, Rivka. How did Shmuel get his pit from his table to the garbage can? He basically spit it out on a piece of bread. And then he did the trick. Oh, my bread is not matzah. My bread is a piece of bread. I'm going to use it soon. I might not use it right now as is. It's kind of a little bit interesting because it has a dirty pit on it. So Rashi says I might use it in some food. And I take my piece of bread to the garbage can and flip it over into the garbage can. He's trying to discuss why doesn't this piece of bread become a busset? Because since right now it's a temporary thing. It's only on my piece of bread for a few moments until I get to the garbage can. It doesn't remain a busses the double. Interesting finish. Shmuel Tamed, Shmuel Oisa Adam from such a past. We already had this. You could lift something up, I think it was, with a piece of bread. You can do, as long as you don't destroy the bread, you don't treat it with disrespect, you can do all sorts of malachas with your piece of bread, including going to the garbage can. Rabba, Metaltalu Agav, Lekana Demaya. Say something like a Negovasa thing, like a nice sepel. How do you say it in English? Not a pail. Pail would be big. It seems like some nice jug, water jug. Spit it into the water jug. Got it in the garbage can.
What do you say in Big Rob?
You know these guys, I don't know if you ever been to Shamzafar, the sitting there with him and they
No,
pile up.
you cut out and then you were gone for like 5 minutes.
It's a Rav Sharei. You're making like a toilet bowl right in front of your seat. And then he said, oh, I have a toilet bowl here. I have to get rid of it. I'm allowed to get rid of it.
I was saying, you know, they kept
tomorrow,
you get dissolved.
He's putting pit after pit until it gets closed out from himself. That should be a problem. This is Gemara Revelation. And by the way, all these are brought down here in.
I was saying that this kind of
thing. If you look at Tosfos, that Tosfos says that they were knocking on themselves to do it like this because they were comfortable people like you had earlier. By Rava, they want to make an example to show that you don't just take muktzah, etc. He spit it out like I don't know,
as far as how to live in society.
Just toss it. Wrap up his also spit it behind his back. Every face of his life comes to pain and Hashem Yirakom. Papa, what's going on here? You can look in somebody sent me some cipher in Evening. I believe it is. Some Sofer who says
Materialistic person.
entire Benafilis has to do with the Yonah B'Yom on Tisha B'Av. He was present by the famous Suda of
they can't
Kanza Bar Kamsa, and he made a machal, the whole thing, and he says he had a lot of patience, and therefore over here he had patience. So he if I understood it correctly. I ain't sure. So it's kind of that's what he wants. How do you know about this?
How
I'm a Salusa, that's right.
grow in faith.
Salusa, she does. We have all these Doilim over here, all these clustering guys. What?
About the nature and reality.
From Renata, no?
And applying
I think you broke up.
You
You're a friend. What's his name?
It doesn't help
Rami
people
Frail,
to live, and it doesn't. I
just hope I remember being signed this Eric, unlike last time that you cut me off as we turned the page and skipped the line. Let's be the sign together. Let's make sure we do this. Shalom Aleichem, guest in London. Amru all over his Chayim and so you map the part of a prayer. I mean the resort on your closet behind his bed. No, again, this might be one of the shortest prokim in Shas. 1.5 daf parak. Don't get too excited. I just did a scene on the parak. Next parak, the 22nd parak in the second Shabbos. Daf Kuf Mem Gimel. Who would believe? Unbelievable. We just started the new parak and we turned the daf. Sponsored by our new, listen to this, Shia Greenfield from Green Star Electrical. This is going to be a tough one. By the time the month is over, I'm going to get it straight. Shia, beautiful contribution to the Shia. And he says he doesn't know the difference. He never heard of a difference. He doesn't know the difference between the page and the daf. He doesn't share. He wants to stop.
It's as if you're floating in the stratosphere, trying to decide what you're on.
Whatever. We have to get to like 10 lines from the bottom. That's our goal. 10 minutes. Can we do it? I mean, the Chavish in Israel, Matzin, and the Muslim Sholos, we had this with fire. Over here, you have, we spoke about this. We're already at the end of the session, so we had most of the stuff already. You have the stuff where we brought all the snacks and everything else. You have a barrel that broke. What kind of break?
It's really pointless.
A nasty one. Because, as Paisa says back there in the section, it's slow. We're not concerned that somebody's going to do something crazy and go out of his way and reproduce his job. So it's a bad one. And we don't want him to go crazy and start bringing in Halen. So we limit it. And we say, maximum wasn't so there's only 3. This is all based on what we learned today. What if it's one thing? You can bring this, you can save as much as you want. The concern is when we do many things. Now, Shalosh Sudos is only in the beginning of Shabbos. We have 3 meals left. But what if you're already in the morning and you only have 2 Sudos left?
No, I'm right here. I'm just working on my...
Depends what kind of job. And you can tell other people, come help me out, and they all grab don't use a sponge. Sponge, you're going to come to the speaker. Hey, so now we're going to have a whole sugya about making juice on Shabbos. What's this? Squeeze something on Shabbos? Mufare, dash. Part of it. Dash to separate the shaft from the wheat. You're separating the juice from the tree. What if the juices came up by themselves? Asurim. It's a xera. You might come. There's other juices. You say, oh, here's juice, apple juice. Okay, I'm just throwing it out because we're going to have to see the whole soup. What kind of juice? But here's juice in the cup.
Please say hello on my behalf to Anthony.
I'm going to forget. I'm going to take some grapes and start squeezing. Xera, no juice on time. If you set it aside, designated these
Thank you.
For food. All these fruits, only to eat.
Rabbi, good evening to you. This is Anthony.
I know exactly who it is. Hello, Anthony. How are you?
I don't want the juices, and therefore,
excellent. I know you're going. I know you're going to sleep. I know you're going to sleep. I told Andrew, about some potential documentaries to watch, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Shabriskan, you started scraping it down, breaking it. Now what happens when you break it like
Thank you.
You take some sort of food, break it, then it starts oozing out by itself. If you break the top layer, I guess.
Okay, very well.
If you did a marriage
Okay, that happens. Oh, it was good, thank God. Yesterday I did 2 podcasts, and the day before I did a podcast. So I'm just continuing to get the momentum.
That's fantastic.
We should put success in.
Be our template. You're successful. To follow in your footsteps.
God willing.
Don't put a sponge on top of wine to absorb the wine. You might come to squeeze it. So when you tap up the 7, this is kind of interesting.
Current events and
those days, everything. Right? They were very into oil. Oil the body had yesterday. He takes his hand, puts his hand in oil. Then he takes the hand with the oil and says, go like this on the cleat, back and forth. Rubbing the. Scraping oil into a cleat. Don't do that.
I'm gonna leave the phone.
I would say don't do it for other reasons.
Absolutely.
Have a good evening.
You as well. Sweet dreams to you guys.
This is what you do in the weekday.
You just hang out over here.
Oh, I will.
You do it with your hand. Put your hand and you start scraping. Not a good
Anthony, you're a nice person.
idea to do it. Your fruit scatters everywhere. You take one at a time. That's it. However, you cannot take a whole basket and start gathering. That's what they do in the weekday. You take a basket, you go to a tree, you take from here, you take from there. That's a weekday kind of malacha. You shouldn't do it on time. Let me ask you a question. What if all the fruit is in one spot? Use the basket. Eli Dykeman says yes, because Eli Dykeman listened very carefully to the shir last night. And the shir last night I told him, Doilam, remember this halacha, because I was very disappointed from the Ran. And the reason I didn't do it in the morning is I didn't know the Ran yesterday in the morning. Sorry. But the Ran says you could be medayik from the sugi yesterday. When the Gemara asks a question, if you have a rock, you have a stone together with the fruit, why don't you just empty out your whole basket and take the stone out? Says the Ran beautifully. And what are you going to do after you take the stone out? You're going to put the fruit right back into the basket and walk away. So you see, you could put fruit in a basket. So the difference is because over there you put it nicely in one pile and then you put it back in the basket. That's not over the hole. Over here we're talking about scattered everywhere. Beautiful thing. Hey, certain Zakero, so now we're going to get into different categories. We're going to make a little bit of a salat in our brain, and we're going to come back and put it all together and have something lemais with it. Says the Gemara that Rabbi Yehuda admits when it comes to olives and grapes, in those days that was pretty much all they used to squeeze. You'll see there might be one or two other fruits. There's no such thing as apple juice, orange juice, all a new invention. They used to squeeze grapes and olives. So Yehuda admits that if you put olives aside, you say, I want to eat them. I want to eat olive salad. I want to eat grape salad. And then they ooze. You're not allowed to use that. My diamond kidneys, you don't even know your dieting. 90% of the world uses it for squeezing. So if they squeeze out, you're going to switch your mind. Right now, I say I want it for salad. Oh, now you see a nice amount of juice. You switch. Okay. So it's awesome. Ula says no. Rabbi Yehuda argues even on olives and grapes, if the juice comes out, you're permitted to drink it, like other fruit. Rabbi Yochanan Omar, Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rabbi Yehuda didn't mention it. Halachic Rabbi Yehuda b'shar peiros that if you have apples and oranges and something oozes out of them, the juice oozes, you can drink it on Shabbos and not touch it. You're going to be soichel. Nobody in the right mind is going to make orange juice and apple juice and Shabbos in those days. In other words, he never admitted to anybody. He sticks to his gun that all fruit, including grapes and olives, the juices are mutter. You don't pass like your Yehuda says when it comes to olives and grapes. Oh, Rabbi Yehuda, that it's awesome. Why does Chacham Rabbi Yehuda b'shar peiros? This is what's going on here. Rabbi Yehuda admits the Chachamim that olives and grapes are also to drink the juice, and Chachamim admit to Yehuda that apples and oranges.
No one really knows what day it is.
We can make an argument back and forth.
They
No
all
one
admit to
really
each
knows
other
what day it
everything's
is.
perfect.
Right.
Oh, they're being the rabbi, Elba might be. Where's the like it?
As long as it's being observed.
Yes, rabbi. Look at this guy. Go figure it out yourself. Go learn through the sugya, and if you learn it well, you'll understand yourself. I'm not going to tell you. Or not from Yitzchak, we have to figure it out for him. And Stavro, but Tukun remind him to.
I would just say this: just do your best. That's all you can do in this world.
Pomegranates and strawberries, or berries. It's called berries, but you only did strawberries. I did them in color.
In other words,
but a berry sounds good. Who never invited are different than other friends? What? There's some crazy people that use pomegranate. That happens to be, by the way, if you haven't ever tried it, here it is so big into pomegranate juice. Very highly recommended, especially if you do a mixture of orange juice and pomegranate juice. Very highly on a Friday afternoon when it's nice and hot outside, and he puts ice in it. English shire, very highly recommended. When he comes to the trip to Ramat Hashem, I'll show you. I'll go on him. In those days, it wasn't so, but there were people that did it. So that's where the machlokes is. Do we say
there's an argument to be made in the days of Mashiach? Every day will be Shabbat.
Or the Remanim are like olives and grapes. Moshe says Rashi machlokes is showing what Moshe means. Rashi says it moves down by itself. And grapes that just go wine came out by themselves, the grape juice. So it doesn't matter why you put those grapes aside, even if you put them to eat them by the Shabbos meal for dessert, if they ooze liquid, it's awesome. Okay. But berries, that some liquids came out, and you put it on the side just for food. You want to have strawberries and cream. That's okay. You're allowed to drink that. The mashkin is down, but if I set it aside to squeeze them, then I use it today with you have Snapple, you have all these companies, you have strawberry. People are making juices all day long. We'll see in a second. Also, so basically, we have a machlokes when it comes to strawberries, or berries, and pomegranate. Is it similar to the olives or similar to other fruits? Now, what do we have here? Bottom line like this. When it comes to olives and grapes, and you set it aside even for food, and it oozes liquid, it's also to drink on Shabbos. When it comes to strawberries and pomegranate,
yes, sir.
If it's set aside for food and it oozes liquid, you're allowed to drink. Now, what about other fruit? Other fruits, the Gemara says, no skita. You're allowed to actually go like this on Shabbos, squeeze it out, because nobody ever drinks this stuff. However, Ramah says, if the minhag is to squeeze the fruit, and our minhag is Tropicana, or New School, which is typical similar to Tropicana, or pomegranate and apple juice and every other juice in the world, so that's the minhag. That's the minhag. Then, so the Ramah says like this: if you squeeze it for the third and for Yishmak, then if they use by themselves, it's awesome.
That's true.
Then they have the same exact halacha as grapes and olives. And one more interesting thing: that it doesn't have to be a minhag in the entire world. Magen says even if it's a minhag in one city somewhere, that becomes a minhag to the whole world. Then it becomes juice. It's a fruit that becomes squeezable for juice, and therefore it's like a grape. And I just want to point out because I brought this halacha down, this Magen Avraham, a long time ago, 3 months ago, let's say.
I don't know what.
And it was just a very cool thing because in the sugya of Anshi Hutzal,
I don't know what makes
sense. They used to carry things on their head. And the Gemara over there says, who cares about them? They're the Yechidim, nobody in the right mind does it. So we had a cash from this sugi right here, this shop, but if the Magen Avraham says that if one person, one city in the world squeezes walnuts and makes walnut juice, then the whole world has to suffer because that's considered walnut juice. And the answer is because everybody in the world has a head, and nobody uses their head to carry it. So those anti-Yutzal are crazy. But not everybody has walnuts to squeeze. And therefore, if you have one place in the world that has walnuts and they squeeze it, then it becomes a minute for the whole world. Have a beautiful, wonderful day.
With that, when I was a little kid, that's right. My grandfather would ask me questions. He says, you have to be a rabbi. And rabbis, when they're putting a natural born scholar, you're not going to be happy unless you're a rabbi. And I think that I landed like this, streamed out, like the menorah streamed out. Kind of, we can't buy, streamed out. And that's why I ended up like this. And I had something making a living easily. I ended up with a Bible in my hand and nothing else.
How's everybody doing, Rabbi Isai? Oh yeah.
Let's see for me, whatever belongs to you has to.
Simon, who's your friend? I don't see him. Who's he?
Nothing but Bible.
Rami. B'Yom Freila. Okay, yeah. We miss B'Yom, but I still have a lot. I'm in contact with B'Yom. Very nice. Huh? Johnson, really? Wow. Listen. Yeah. Where is he? Huh. Reb Shia Greenfield, I just want to say Shkoyah. Thank you. Thank you for the sponsorship. Shkoyah. No, I'll get used to it. Official from official K. Why do you have to? The Shaila is why do you? Your name is Greenfield. It should be Greenfield Contracting. You went to Green Star, so you got to do Shia Greenfield from Green Star. It's a. Oh, that's what you should do. Where are you out of again? You're in New York, no? Beautiful.
I think God brought us together for a reason. I mean, everything happens for a reason, but I mean.
Good morning, Rav Boisai. How is everybody doing? Today's shir is being sponsored by Nishmas Chaim Chaikel Ben Ephraim HaKoyin Cantor on his yard side by his son, Dr. Marvin Cantor, and grandson, Mark Cantor, who is from Aliyah.
I recognize that. We're rare.
Also, we should all daven the refuas, Rezo Gittel Bas Esther, that's Dr. Esther's wife, who is right below me, Avi Esther's mother-in-law.
So, Reverend Andrew, when can I listen to your podcast?
She's still on life support.
That was my question for you, Big Dog.
Bug.
Not
Corona.
I am recording. That's the beauty of it. I have all of every moment of every second that we've ever spoken. I have ever recorded. So even if you don't think that you're making a podcast, you are.
Past sponsoring works like Coleman in the Five Pound says it's Kedai.
I don't have a
sponsorship. You know she doesn't pass. She passed the exam, and now it's officially. Thank you very much. Thanks me. Wow. Thank you very much, Rebelli, and everyone that learned the daf and heard the course. Yonis and Fisgos, dear Rabbi, I love you sharing this every day in the ways of the hospital, at home on the weekend. Even sick with corona, he listens to the daf. I still listen. Is there going to be a Siyum in Lakewood?
I hear you.
There's going to be 84 locations, and unfortunately, there's not a location in Lakewood. Nor is there a location in Borough. Of course, there's a location in Lakewood. What's the Shayla B'chlal? How can I get info? I don't know. Does he really listen to the shit? I'm trying to doubt that he listens. All right, there's going to be a. We're coming out today with the list. The list is out and ready. It's going to be on our WhatsApp group first. There's actually a WhatsApp group for Lakewood. We have to get into that WhatsApp group to figure out where and when and how. And finally, one last email from Yossi Klein. He wants everybody to know that he's no, what's the word? Whatever the word is. He's not intimidated by those New Yorkers. He's also New Yorker. He's from Muncie, and it's going to be a Moyer de Casillas in Muncie, he says. Have no fear. And listen, it's not a competition. Shuli Bornstein's doing a massive scene in Muncie. When I spoke to him, he was telling me that they're capping it out at 200 people. Costs a little bit of money. You learn from them. Listen, people could be mishtatef. It's not a big deal. It's not that one person has to sponsor the whole thing. You guys are showing it, so everybody should chip in maybe. I'm not telling you what to do, but that's a good idea. Hi, Rabbi Tzadik, Deli, best cheer in the world. He's going to the Rebbe's Pager, and he wants to have the names, and he loves when I skip words, miss words, and he tells me that I skipped a few words, and I got another email from him that yesterday, as I skipped, makes sense, because I don't remember saying those words in the Mishnah yesterday on the Aleph. Spoy, in Yeshloi Or Beis Achiza. In Yeshloi Or, I might have skipped the word Or. He says he loves it because he's looking inside, looking for those words that I'm skipping. So anyways, Shkoch Yossi, Shkoch for all these support for the year, Shkoch for taking care of the Siyum in Muncie. There will be a Siyum in Lakewood as well. And now, time of the year where I search for my, what do you call it, the piece. Usually I find it right there and then. David Agal, the surfer, wants me to use. He gave me a nice piece that waxes a surfboard. And I put on my Gemara. It actually works very nicely. The problem is that it leaves a nice film of wax on my Gemara. I don't appreciate that, but he still insists that I should use it. So for now, we're going with this. He says you don't lose that because it's this thick and it's heavy. Fine. We have a beautiful sugi today, Rabbi Isai. We're holding 9 lines from the bottom of Daf Kufim Gimel Beis, and today's Daf Kufim Dal. Don't get excited that it's only like some interesting stuff. We're not going to be doing Paisvis. Don't worry about that either. Yes, this is good stuff. So, yesterday we learned like this. This is Machlokes in the Mishnah. Half of Kufim Gimel Beis, the first Mishnah is apparent. What happens if you have fruit that is designated for eating and it oozes liquid? You use that liquid on Shabbos. If not, if you know, Rabbi Yehuda says if it's for food, you should drink from it. If it's, some say if it's for food, you cannot drink from it. And then we had a whole sugi in the Gemara. What are they talking about? What kind of fruit? Not just all fruit. So the worst category that we had, or the smaller category, is grapes and olives. People can squeeze them, and therefore everybody agrees in that situation that if you set them aside, even for food, and they ooze, it would seem like at least Shmuel says that that liquid is awesome. For the Yehuda, no machlokes. Some Shmuel says, and guess what? On the flip side, all other fruit, you set it aside for food, and they ooze. Let's say you take a bunch of apples, you set them aside, and all of a sudden liquid comes out of it.
Quit with it. Nobody knows. We already agreed. Nobody knows. Move on to the next thing.
So apple juice, you're allowed to drink.
You keep going in a circle. You keep going in a circle. Move on. I get it. Okay. Well, no one wants to hear it.
And
Just, I get it. I get it. You're saying your argument is you can't celebrate Shabbat on the wrong day. I'm saying that nobody knows. But what if you celebrated 6 out of 7 days, or 3 out of 7 days, or 2 out of 7 days? Well, that's something different.
So as we were finishing up yesterday, we were learning this last week we learned yesterday. It says like this. Mashkin Vilastam.
That's the day of Mashiach.
If you designate,
that's what's supposed to happen with Mashiach.
For liquid, you're going to squeeze it. Then it's also to drink according to everybody.
So now,
even according to the
resolves this
and he
situation.
sticks in one word, stam. What's stam? Stam is pirate. No, I don't know. I'm undecided. I don't know if I want my pomegranate for juice or I want to eat it. Undecided. Undecided goes. So here we have
the whole congregation.
2 categories: food and
on the
drink.
other side. Yeah, the
And here's the
transcendent
stam.
space.
Pirate. Call pirate. Why not? I'm not even sure if this is how you spell pirate. Pirate could go in the food category, could go in the drink category. I don't know what it is. I'm undecided right now. So the Gemara brings a Yehuda that says undecided goes in the drink category. It's a terrible category, meaning I can't drink from it. If I have a bunch of strawberries, I didn't decide if I want to squeeze them for strawberry juice or to eat them at my Shabbos meal. Undecided, and they use liquid, I cannot drink it. Why? Because it's in the category of mashka, of any of liquid. Fine. So now, it's as if I designated it for juice. It says in the Gemara now. Let me just tell you the question I'll put over here. The Gemara goes on a tangent. We'll go through the tangent, but all the way at the end of the Gemara has a question. It seems like, it's a very simple question. It seems like
No.
stam
No one knows.
is in the category of food, not of drink. Why? Because if you have stam olives, it's like food. It's not matama. We'll get there. So it's not matama, it's like food, then certainly pomegranates and strawberries. Because the worst category, the most common category are olives and grapes. If you're telling me that there's no intent by olives and grapes, stam, it's not matama. So certainly when it comes to pomegranates and strawberries, they can't be worse than grapes.
I think God loves these kind of questions too.
Now, I just want to show you what we're going to go through over here. I don't know if you can see this here. Basically, it's like a sugya. First step is, Rabbi Akiva says a Kavachayim, if human milk, which only babies drink, you see, only a baby drinks it, adults don't drink human milk, is considered a beverage, it's considered a mashko, so certainly he says cow milk. This is cow milk. Should be a beverage. Says the Gemara, we're just doing Amid Aleph here, Balpeh, and then we'll fly through. Says the Gemara, wait a minute. You see this kid over here? If he gets a boo-boo and he has blood is one of the 7 mashkas. Now, real quickly, we gotta discuss this for a second. What's a mashka? Well, in order to make any food tameh, you have to be makshurit. It has to go through a process of getting wet by one of the 7 liquids. 7 liquids, you have water, wine, oil, dew, blood. Blood is one of them. Honey, blood is a mashka. It's not a beverage. Nobody drinks it, but it's considered a liquid, one of the 7 liquids. Says the Gemara, very interesting. You know why a baby's milk, human milk, is considered a beverage? Because of this guy right over here. Because if he gets a boob when he bleeds, his blood could be mature food. And guess what? The Gemara always understands that human milk is a derivative of blood. So Blood is metama, milk is metama. But that has nothing to do with cow's milk, says the Gemara. Cow's milk is different because a cow's blood is not metama. So the milk is not metama. Then Rabbi Akiva says, no, look, it has nothing to do with intent over here. It has nothing to do with anything. I'll prove to you that milk is more chomer than blood, because if I take milk, if a doctor takes milk out of an animal because it needs to relieve the animal from its milk, so it's refuah, in other words, it wants it, so this milk is mitama, is machshir, but blood that
oh boy,
comes out
I
of an
can't hear you
animal,
well. What did you change?
if the doctor removes blood or bloodletting, that blood is not mitama. And finally,
all right, are you covering your microphone or something?
If I take grapes and I put it in a basket, so it depends
No,
what my
it's very, very low.
Do I want the grapes? Do I want whatever oozes out of it, or do I not want it? And if I don't want it, then it's not metama. But the lashon of the Gemara is loy l'ratzon.
Are you using OBS?
I didn't have my mind on it. And the Gemara understands.
I would if I were you, I'd restart my laptop and see if it's any better.
It's very similar to loy l'ratzon. Loy l'ratzon.
Restart your
laptop. He doesn't know if it's going to ooze out or not. It's not metama. So over here also, it's stam. It should not be metama. And the Gemara says no. Over there, loy l'ratzon doesn't mean stam. Loy l'ratzon means loy l'ratzon. He doesn't want it. He doesn't want anything to ooze out. He even says specifically with his mouth, "I don't want it to ooze out." That's it. And over here it's stam. Over here it's part. So now let's see this whole sugya inside. A very simple sugya. Savar, ask the Gemara. The Savar Rabbi Yehuda stam also. Is it possible that Rabbi Yehuda says that when it comes to comes to strawberries and pomegranates, and he doesn't mention what he wants to do with it. He doesn't say, I'm going to squeeze it or I'm going to eat it. He just leaves it in the refrigerator. He'll decide later. And liquids come out of these pomegranates and strawberries or strawberries. And you're going to tell me that it's also to drink that on Shabbos. It's in the category of mashka. Stam is going to be over here in mashka. It's as if I said specifically, I want to squeeze these pomegranates. No, it's not. So now we go on a whole tangent. It's a whole amud, but it's only 10 lines. But now, human milk is machshir other food to be mekabel tumah, whether she intends for the milk to come out, whether the baby intended to drink, or whether it came out by itself, or whether the baby was not really wanting to drink, it just came out.
You're still very, very low.
You don't need intent when it comes to human milk.
Let me see.
And as we saw, because it has to do with blood. Blood, milk are equal. You don't need it to be a mashra. You don't need it to be a beverage because blood is not a beverage. Blood is not something to drink.
That's doubling
so
something.
Milk also is not something drink, not drink. Automatically, it's mashra. Halei behema, there's a big difference between human milk and the cow milk animal.
What do you have open?
Halei behema, the only way I can spill milk on my apples and make them a kabel tuma is if I decided I want to use this milk. I want to milk the cow. But if it just ripped out of the cow and then it goes on my apple, the apple's not makabel tuma. Wait a minute, I don't agree with this whole idea of rotzai, not rotzai. Human milk, who drinks human milk? Only infants. Adults never drink human milk. Nevertheless, they have the ability to be machra food. So what do you see? They are considered a beverage, even though it's a very weak beverage. This is a beverage that it's exclusive to infants. It's a very weak beverage. Adults don't even drink it. It's not a beverage for adults. Nevertheless, it has a halacha of a beverage, and it's makama my fruit. So cow milk that everyone drinks, it's a universal drink, so it's a serious beverage. So certainly it should have the ability to make my fruit mukshul kabel tuma. Where are we on this list? So we spoke about a baby, we spoke about cow's milk. Now we're talking about this guy right over here. Says the Gemara, I'm going to tell you why human milk is different. The reason why you don't need any intent, and you don't have to think about whether it's a beverage or not a beverage when it comes to human milk, is because shedam magefasa tameh. Blood that comes out of a wound is tameh. That's one of the 7 liquids. Believe it or not. Mayim, yayin, dam. Now, nobody wants the blood. Nobody's drawing blood on purpose. It's not something you need intent. Blood comes out, it's automatically tameh. Mitama fruit. If blood drips, if I get a cut while I'm picking an apple and my blood drips on the apple, I don't have to say, I wanted to draw the blood and that's why it's mitama the apple. It fell on the apple and the apple becomes tameh. Mitama, the Gemara asks. So again, I don't need rotzen when it comes to blood. So therefore, I don't need rotzen when it comes to human milk. Why? Once again, human milk is a derivative of blood. Milk is blood. It should have the same halacha as blood. Why would I even have a havamina that cow milk, you shouldn't need intent. You need intent to say, I want this milk. Why? Because at the end of the day, if a cow
you sound better. What did you change?
Then that blood doesn't cause a hashul tumah. And therefore, its milk doesn't cause a hashul tumah. So,
it's
comparison between human milk and animal milk, because their bloods are different. Human blood is machshir, and cow blood is not machshir. Omar Lahan says when the kiva doesn't give up,
that's what it is.
No, you see that milk is more chomer than blood. Here, these 2 pictures.
Who slammed your computer down?
Step 4 and 5. If I milk an animal for refuah, what does it mean? I need to relieve the animal from pain. 5. If I bloodlet an animal, guess which one has more tumah or is mafshul tumah? The milk. In an animal, its milk is more powerful. If I draw blood because I want to heal the animal, it's not mitama, it's not mafshul kabel tumah, but the milk is. Why, if I draw milk, the refuah from a calf, it has the ability to mafshul teretz? Because I want the milk. I say I want the milk. Why? Because of refuah. Why? Because I want to drink it. What's the difference? Why? I draw the milk. I want the milk. But blood not. In the final step. Sali zaysiman over me. You see from a basket full of grapes that it's all about intent. It's all about what's in the guy's mind. If I want it, then it becomes and if I don't want them to ooze, it's hard. So, more continues. So we're talking about a word, Shaloi L'Rata. He didn't have intent. Loi L'Rata. He doesn't want the olives and the grapes to ooze. So therefore, they're not machshul kabel tumah. You hear what's going on here? You have grapes that are oozing liquid, they're oozing grape juice, and that grape juice cannot make my fruit machshul kabel tumah. Why? Loi L'Rata. I didn't have the intent. So the Gemara just finishes up the question. My lab, we finally got to step 6, and now here comes the question. My lab, l'rotzim d'nichale, shaloi l'rotzim d'stama. Simple reading of it. Loi l'rotzim means I don't want it, or not I don't want it. Better than I don't want it. Stam, hara. L'rotzim. Let's talk about l'rotzim. L'rotzim means I want the liquid to come out. I'm in the wine business. I need all the liquid of the grape to come out. So it's l'rotzim. And what's loy l'rotzim? Loy l'rotzim just means I'm not in the wine business. Not that I don't want it. I'm not against it. I never thought about it. I never, like us, if we have grapes in our refrigerator, do we think about the oozing of the liquid that comes out? Do we care? Nobody thinks about it. And if nobody thinks about it, it's a bunch of parim. And what does the Gemara say about parim?
Why do you think they have
That
Stockholm
it doesn't have
syndrome?
the ability to be matama my food, to be makshir l'kabel. So grapes, which is the highest level, the closest thing
Okay,
to
but
being
idolatry doesn't have
automatic
anything to do with Stockholm syndrome.
In fact, Shmuel says there's no machlokes when it comes to grapes and olives. If it oozes, everybody holds you know how to use it on Shabbat. So what does Leila Ratzin mean? I didn't have it. It was para. Para? Leila Ratzin, the stomach. Which is the highest category. The whole world squeezes olives and grapes. There's no shiloh. In every city, every place in the world, that's what they do. And if you didn't think about it, it was just para. That juice, whatever you got out of it, cannot accomplish anything. It cannot make my fruit tame. It can't be much for my fruit to kabel puma.
That's not what Stockholm syndrome is, though.
So
Stockholm
certainly the
syndrome
category
is when you
of
empathize with
pomegranates
your
and
captive.
strawberries that most people, what's most people in those days didn't squeeze them. Like Kolchkin, that if it's stam, if it's pirate, it should be in this category, in Oichel. It shouldn't be in the Mashkin category where I can't drink it. It should be in the Oichel category where I could drink it. So why are you telling me if it's stam? It goes in this category. Over here you see that if it's stam, it goes in the, it's not tummy category. So if it's not tummy category, it means it's food. Oichel. Says the Gemara law. In this particular case, when it comes to the olives and the grapes, and when I say loy l'rotzin doesn't translate into stam, into pirate. Loy l'rotzin means it's against my will. Literally, loy l'rotzin, it's against my will. Oh, if a person says, specifically says, I don't want it to ooze, and then it oozes, then obviously I don't want that water. It's not something I want. And if I don't want it, it's against my will. It can't be natural double tummy. It can't make other fruit tummy. But in our case, we're not talking about he said specifically I don't want it. He didn't say anything. He stopped. The word rotzain, the opposite. Now we're going to take the stam, parav, and make that rotzain. If a person doesn't say his intent, so when it comes to olives and grapes, automatically we assume he wants it. The exact opposite of what we're saying. By us, we're saying stam means that he doesn't want it. It's parav. He doesn't. No, when it comes to grapes and olives, stam, the rotzon, when it means when the Gemara says the rotzon he wants it, it means stam. He didn't say straight out he wants it, but it means shaloi l'rotzon. What does shaloi l'rotzon mean? The Gala Adaita that he showed us, the Amar loy nichalim. He says, I don't want this. Not parav, but he actually says the exact opposite of parav. Or he explains his parav. He says, I don't want it. And that's why when it comes to this final case of grapes in a basket, and he says specifically, I don't want the liquids, so those liquids don't work to be makshir his fruit. You can't force a guy to make liquid. I don't want it. The only time you can force is by a cow that the milk is like blood. The milk is like blood, and blood you don't need rotten. When it comes to other liquids, juices, you need rotten. This case is different. Because look, where did he put his grapes? In a basket. The basket has many holes in it. So he understands immediately that if he puts his grapes here and they're going to ooze liquid and the grape juice is going to come out, what's going to happen to it? Garbage. He put it there with the intent that if he loses liquids, he loses them forever. He'll never be able to recapture it. Even the Libu timing, so immediately he's master.
Name sounds familiar.
Mashain came by us when it comes to strawberries and pomegranates, he doesn't put it in a perforated basket. He puts it in a nice plastic jar, and he's trying to catch all the liquids. Oh, you want to catch all the liquids? Then you have intent, and now it becomes like a mashkim. That's why it's not like alcohol, it's like a mashkim. But when you don't try to catch it, it's in a basket, then you're showing that you don't want the liquids, and if you don't want the liquids, then they're not mekabel. Says Gemara Ashkenaz review to the Rabbanim B'Zeis V'Anov. Now, as we started off, we had this yesterday. Shmuel comes along and says a great chiddush. He says everybody's in agreement when it comes to two major categories. When it comes to olives and grapes, everybody's in agreement that if they use by themselves without intent, you cannot drink it on Shabbos. And everybody's in agreement that when it comes to regular fruit, all the fruit in the world, everybody's in agreement that you could drink it if they use on Shabbos. So where's the argument? In two fruit only, in pomegranates and strawberries. So Gemara says, okay, we find that Rabbi Yehuda agrees to Chachamim when it comes to olives and grapes. But how do you know the other side, the flip side of that? That when it comes to all fruit in the world, we're not talking about pomegranates and strawberries, and not grapes and olives, but all fruit, apples and oranges. How do you know that over there, if Chachamim agreed to Rabbi Yehuda, that if they ooze apple juice on Shabbos, you could drink it? Gemara Desanya, and it's not Mefurish, it's a more of a deal. Desanya. We're turning today's daf, sponsored by Shea Greenfield from Green Star Electrical. And by the way, I thought about this. I'm getting quicker at it, huh? Who's the first sponsor? Official from Official Framing. Who's the second sponsor? Shea Greenfield from Green Star Electrical. Those are the two jobs that I had before real estate. I was an electrician for like almost 2 years. I was also a caterer for a bunch of years, 5, 6 years. Maybe they have a better connection with me because of that. I don't know. Or maybe it's just Hashgacha Pratis. Says the Gemara, but I certainly have a connection with them. I understand them. Although Shia probably never bent pipe in his life because he's in New York, so you don't have to bend over there. They don't have the unions and all that stuff. Says the Gemara. No, let's turn back. Soichatim, very important word here. Soichatim bivgoyim urefrishim uzrabim. What are these things? Oh, don't worry, I have a chart for you. If you look at Rashi, bivgoyim, top Rashi, prunes. Rashi says the prunes. Otherwise known in English as plums. Prunes, plums, that's how you make a prune. So, this is Baim, this is creation of quince, and this is Uzradin, is sorb apple. It looks like some sort of berry. Yeah? Okay. These three guys, you could literally take them on Shabbos and squeeze a plum as much as you want on Shabbos, and you're not over and sleeping. Why? Because nobody does it. Nobody separates the juice from the fruit. You're only chayis on schita, on dash, on mefarik, on boirer, on all these things is when you do it. But when the guy's crazy and he starts smushing something, that's his problem. He's crazy. The guy starts taking chicken and goes like this, starts squeezing chicken. We're gonna see. Seriously, if it's not done, it's not done. You can't be over. You can't invent an issue. Nobody squeezes a prune, a plum, and a quince. Pomegranates are different. You shouldn't be squeezing a pomegranate. Says the Gemara, and the Gemara focuses on this line right here. We should know that Menashe used to squeeze pomegranates. Who's Menashe? Let's pretend Menashe is a big fat Amar. I don't know who he is. It seems like he's not a big common papa. He's a pomegranate squeezer. That's what he is. Okay. So what do you see from him? You see that people squeeze pomegranates. This guy, Menashe, he squeezed pomegranates.
I was encouraged by my community. By trade, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play.
It doesn't say
my community, I'm a certified by trade, I'm a certified project management professional. I have certifications in big data as well as some other subjects. And I was encouraged by my community prior to the pandemic. They had seen my heartfeltness, and in Irvine we don't have a formal yeshiva, but it was recommended that I begin participating in Chavruta study, which is paired learning, and I did that for several years and started studying directly with my rabbi and another rabbi within the community, as well as some rabbis within the Chabad Hasidic community. And after doing that for a few years, from 2016 to 2020 or so, I began the undertaking formally of Smicha and studied with a Rabbi Oppenheimer who was in the United States at the time, but then made Aliyah in Israel. And so I was able to watch that process.
It's not a fruit that anybody in the world ever squeezes.
It was in 2021.
Summer
2021 that I made Smicha. It was still the pangs of the pandemic. I already had a job as a certified project management professional. I was working for a Fortune 100 organization, so I didn't need the extra income that one would get from a rabbinical position. And I continued participating with my congregation, and I felt that I could do more good in the world by giving people a view of what life is like from the Orthodox perspective, that it's not all that different than anyone else's life, that we laugh, we cry, we say bracha on foods, we do our best to observe Shabbos, we ensure that we follow Shomer Negiah as best as possible. I daven tefillin 6 days a week, certainly at Shabbos, Mincha, Marov, and so I felt that if I were going to do this, I would do it in my own way. And if I wanted to, let's just say, for whatever reason, I became no longer as motivated to live stream my life, I'd go back to shul, and I'd go back to going to synagogue 3 times a day, and back to the traditional Orthodox style. But I feel like, especially during the pandemic, a lot changed, really, especially within Orthodoxy. It got to the point where the Sephardim, especially during Pesach of 2020, they live streamed during the holiday. Many communities. Now, that wasn't so large within Ashkenazim, but I thought to myself, wow, here we go, 2,000 years at least since the fall of the Beit HaMikdash, avoiding any kind of live streaming on Shabbat, and now we're because the World Health Organization says that we can't meet for a holiday because it could be a super spreader. Now we're going to start live streaming our services, and that's what was done. And I felt like, you know what, it's not that bad if I live stream on Shabbat or any other any other holiday if I am teaching the world. And so in fall of 2021, I began to live stream. My classes were still being, we were still meeting, at least for Daf Yomi, via virtually, and I did that for some years, and I feel like I will garner enough momentum with this project to gather and generate interest, and then I'll be able to write my own checks. I'll be able to live anywhere I want in the world, buy any amount of real estate that I want. When before, I went from a lonely Orthodox Jew and your traditional Orthodox lifestyle where living in California is extremely expensive. I have to pay for yeshiva for children, and I'm going to have to make sure that my wife is satisfied and all of those things. Why not dedicate a little bit of my life to making a huge amount of money, potentially by the data that I'm generating, and then I'll be able to write my own destiny, so to speak. So, in answer to your question, it was my community that motivated me to become a rabbi. They called me rabbi even before I was a rabbi. I would even just not even want them to call me a rabbi because I wasn't yet a rabbi. But it was something that my friends would call me. And then eventually I made the formal undertaking of smicha in the summer of 2021, and the rest is history, as they say.
So people plant tomatoes, whatever you want to call them. Then that tomato
That's
makes
exactly right.
Geffen also. That's it.
Do you know that your camera is not on?
Yeah, I do.
My time with the Rebbe Eliezer.
Okay, you know you have to press the start virtual camera.
That is running Mulberry.
Well, I mean, if you want to be on camera, you don't have to be.
I'm telling you that the tooth is buried.
Go ahead and do it. The more you're on camera, the more comfortable you'll be on it. Before I started live streaming, I wasn't comfortable being on camera.
And I like it.
I didn't want to be on camera. And now look at me.
So since
I sleep on camera.
Strawberry, I'm flowing with Leone. Yes, I understand. That's why I said it a few times yesterday. The literal translation is berry.
So you open up OBS, you press start virtual camera, and we'll be able to see that beautiful face.
Want to get into the nitty gritty? It's mulberry. They probably didn't have strawberries in those days.
Yes, sir.
Maybe they did. I don't know. But yeah, when the Gemara says tut, it doesn't mean like today in Israel tut. It means berries in general. Great.
If you don't buy me in Israel, how do you think we're looking up?
Thank you. Illustrator.
Well, I launched apps
Yoni, the illustrator,
from like 2016 to 2020 that allowed me some financial independence, and also had some major contracts, six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 companies, which allowed me to at least get the ball rolling on this project. And then I do make a little bit of money live streaming as well. It allows me to support myself. Can I travel the world yet? No. And I do get people who, because I really feel like I'm one of the best project managers in the world, I get people who will just pay me for consulting. And so I make some money doing that as well, but I don't really necessarily ask for that. You don't hear me ever ask for money. I'm comfortable with what I need, and my needs are met. You know, I have to live within my budget, but so long as I can ensure that my living is taken care of, and I can pay for my internet, and
she came by routing the guy in places with Dar Arab somewhere in some place, some far-fetched place, and
extremely.
They need
and you know, I live in a very nice area.
Thorns are considered a fruit,
vegetable.
Me, the area.
Yeah, it's
Rabbi asked, what's the connection?
Arguably,
how's Menashe? How do you compare Mr. Menashe to Arabi? Arabi is a whole city, state, country. It's a place.
Ensure that I don't live. I mean, I live in a home with other people. I have roommates, so I keep costs down that way, and I ensure that I maintain good relationships with the homeowners so that I don't have to move, and I'm respectful of the people with whom I live. And it's worked out. I've been here since 2018. Prior to 2018, I lived in Long Beach, and then prior to that, I was in Los Angeles,
but when it comes to coloration, it's a
I've lived in other parts of Orange County. I've lived in Fullerton, Northern Orange County,
or whatever it is.
But generally, my life has been focused in these areas, and they're really nice. It's really nice. But yeah, it is not cheap. You got that right.
If I squeeze
yeah, and I was looking to get married around 2020 or so.
That makes the mikvah possible.
Even had a matchmaker, and I had my friends who were like, you could marry entire blocks of women. I mean, I really had the world by the tuchus, and I was a successful app developer, had a successful gig with the Fortune 100, and then the pandemic occurred, and much of the dating went virtual as well. I had been interested. I would say I had a girl from Israel who was interested in me, and she was looking to come visit me, and I really wanted to get to know her a little bit better. I didn't know if just meeting one time or a couple times via a dating app or something, I was all about wanting to jump into a relationship globally. And when I started thinking, if I live stream my life and such, I'll be able to marry any woman that I want. There's some things that women desire in terms of, sure, I'm dedicating my life to world peace, dedicating my life to Judaism, I'm dedicating my life to the betterment of humankind, but also I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And I'm basically creating my own story. Any woman would want to be a part of that. And that means that if I were to be patient for a little while, instead of just getting the best girl on the block in Pico, in the Pico, Robertson area of Los Angeles or whatever community I want, I'd be able to get any girl I want from a global perspective. Moreover, I'd be able to provide for children better than I ever would. I mean, I see how it is within communities, and money makes the world go round. And frankly, I wanted more of it. And I knew that if I dedicated my life to data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource in 2017, and that's always stuck out in my mind. If I can create more data than any person ever, there's an argument to be made I might be the wealthiest person on Earth someday.
Right? But Rashi says like this: if that's the case, so why the first?
So in answer to your question, could I get married? Right, yeah.
And as you recall, these three
would she be a wonderful woman and all those other things? Yeah. But would she be this level of woman that basically I feel like I perhaps deserve?
Then you make it into So I had intent.
I would find a really nice woman. I can say that.
Explains Rashi. Unbelievable.
I want to revivify my dynasty.
Changes the whole thing. It's a 5-step chesed around.
That's not always that easy when you're just basically living a middle class life. I want to ensure that I'm able to achieve everything that I want. And I always felt that I would be older when I would get married. You know, there's sometimes pressure. I'm 40.
Oh, that's why the Gemara says Menashe.
So
Menashe squeeze it for Jews.
Well, you know, I had always thought perhaps it might happen younger, certainly around age 18. Better because you got married at 18 than any. Her finger that she wants. She has the nicest car that she wants. That we have the best housekeeping that she'd ever want. She has the biggest house in the community. I want to make sure she has all that because she deserves it. And at the time, we were just being regular people within the shul. And not that there's anything wrong with that. I was that for many years. But there's an opportunity here. I saw it.
That's why the Gemara introduces us to Mr. Menashe, the squeezer.
I come from
liquids to drink,
very regular.
not to make it sweet. Therefore, I make it zera, and I say all pomegranates in the world, and all mulberries, we'll call them mulberries now in the world, are also to drink the liquids if you squeeze them, even though you squeeze them to make them sweet, because of Mr. Menashe. You ruined it for everybody. How do you see that one guy can ruin it for everybody? You see from a mikvah. One guy takes a peak and squeezes it, puts in the mikvah. He just made the mikvah also. Rav Papa doesn't like this whole thing.
I want my wife to have absolutely everything she wants.
With your mind, you decide it's liquid, not liquid. Rav Papa, I'll explain to you why beets ruin a mikvah. That is because
there's a lot of competition.
Start out a mikvah with beetroot. I can't make a mikvah out of beetroot. I
want her to be able to say, we have a house in London, we have a house in Cape Town, we have a house in Los Angeles, we have a house in Manhattan, we have a house in Miami.
Menashe is one guy as an example of many, many people that squeeze pomegranates, and therefore pomegranates are also squeezed on Shabbos.
Wait. I'm just delaying. I'm not denying. I say to myself, I do this for 5 or 10 years. I create a huge community. I become very popular, and I'm able to write $100 million checks without thinking about it.
3 minutes and see what we do. Not awesome.
Yeah, but you don't have data. Frankly, I have data. You don't.
Yes, in the mikvah. Why?
Yeah, but your other things are not data. I'm sitting on more data than John D. Rockefeller sat on oil.
Together, some water comes out very quick. Later on, when they're there for a while,
I'm in agreement
each other
with you.
up.
And I don't want to meet the right girl right now. I want to continue to stream.
And you squeeze
It
them,
only
and more liquid comes out of it. Says the Gemara that moichal and wine and vinegar, they ruin
I mean, I get that.
Mantana the moichal mashkin.
Yeah.
Who's this Tana that says that?
Let me ask you this. Let's put the shoe on the other foot. Let's put the shoe on the other foot. Let's put the shoe on the other foot. Let's say you had live streamed your life and archived it for the last 5 years, and you know that's worth a lot of money.
How come we said that the step one, when it initially comes out, it's not Mekabel Toma? I don't want that liquid. I'm against it coming out. Against it, so anyways, our time is Rabbi Yaakov that says it's a mashka, a beverage passes in it. Rabbi Shimon says Mochel is not a mashka. So then why is it that liquid that comes out of olives is tame? That's step 3. Because at the end of the day, there's going to be oil in that water. So we made us with apple pie. My benayu. So what's the nafkamina between Reb Shimon and Reb Yaakov? They seemingly are saying the same thing. Ike benayu, the asid basar.
Recognize that.
Step number 2.
All I have to say to myself.
Because Reb Yaakov, the liquid is coming, and according to Reb Shimon, you need oil in it, and that doesn't have oil in it. Then Mela, it is gone. Rather, I will just do one more line.
No, I recognize that. But I want to be able to give my family everything that they desire.
Since you don't make a mikvah out of olive water, therefore, if it changes the coloration of the mikvah, it hassles the mikvah. Have a wonderful day. Go on, please lead us with some Nilim. Have in mind, there's a Gittel Bas Esther. Very good. Goya, Rabbi Isai.
I'm not worried about it. Here's the thing. To buy a house, here's the thing. To buy a house in Orange County, just where I live, is $2 million. To buy a house in Los Angeles County, it's $1.5 million. If you've got that kind of money, that's great. I don't want to have to ask him. Exactly, it's very expensive. So why not dedicate a few years to making some coin? Make sure you get your shekels together, which I'm doing as I build this out, and then I'll be able to buy a whole neighborhood. Absolutely. I'll be right back, Reverend Andrew.
Today's shir being sponsored from Onan Ben Yaakov Zev. You able to see that? Anna Ben Yaakov Zev. Also sponsored by Yosef Weisberg, Ilu Nishmas, Shraga Chayvel, Ben Meir Halevi, the Shamash have an aliyah. We do have a special email from sponsored by official for what is it? Oh, hold on. What's up? L'refuah Shlema. Rabbi Rachmiel Shapiro, we learned from this with our son Shalom Yishai Zechron Levracha. We now learn with Fabriso with the Yibadul Chaim, our son Baruch Leib, Rachmiel Ben Rachel Leah, L'refuah Shlema. We'll be calling him L'refuah Shlema. Dear Reb Eli, I have an amazing email I wanted to read, but this came in first. Hopefully I can get to it, and it has to do with Tisha B'Av. Dear Reb Eli, this is from Yosef Weisberg, Eugene Weisberg Photography, here in Bet Shemesh. As I was reading, very interesting. He's sponsored the full day. Today, two worlds collide. Sorry for the melodrama, but I have been learning the Sefer Shabbos for over 7 years. Not being Eon, as much as very slowly. Hey, this thing, I could have finished all Shabbos by now. But it's amazing. He stuck to it. He started Shabbos and we went 7 years straight. What's happened instead is that I joined this amazing shir community, starting with Shabbos as a means of chazering those past many years of learning. The daf is exactly approaching where I'm holding with my chagusa. Daf Kuf Mem Hey. And I will Be'ezer Hashem be making a siyum with MDY before I even finish for the first or second time on my own. It's Lili Nishmas my Uncle Phil Shraga Fayvel Ben Meir Halevi and his love for learning that I'm sponsoring a full day of MDY shiurim. I heard it was on sale. You would have particularly loved that. As a performing magician since I was a kid, I've never been part of a shir that was this engaging, yes, entertaining. As a professional photographer, your sense of the visual enhances every dot. I also love to dabble with photography, by the way. So we got something here. Thank you, and the entire MDY crew for your endless dedication. There's a comfort and simcha tuning in to you every single morning, and you broadcast from my hometown. That Shemesh, your energy is contagious. With Hashem's help, I hope to stay in for the long run. Thanks for being my morning DJ. You guys know what DJ stands for? Daf Jockey. Yosef Eugene Weisberg. So I looked him up, photographer in the Shemesh. And what picture pops up first? My barber, who's lovingly known as Gingy. You know why? It's not he calls himself that. It's not a. So
Reverend, you're just going to sit there with your OBS thing showing?
Here's this amazing email. We're running out of time. Maybe I'll read most of it. I'll read the rest of it.
Andrew.
By the way, Matzah Tisha B'Av is a shir at 9:30. Hopefully I'll be prepared. Hopefully my head will be there. Even before Corona brought you here to Zoom, your style of teaching was funny and engaging to the point where I felt like I was sitting in the basement with you. Your charge to picture self-explained like no Rebbe or Maggid I've ever had. And I'm currently learning Gemara and Mishnah Berurah with 3 other Chaguras on almost a daily basis. So I'm purposely leaving my name off this email so I don't accidentally embarrass them in case you ever read this email and the regular they ever watch. The interaction in Zoom share with the folks who would never make it to MDY brought your share to a whole different level, especially watching the bonus after share Zoom shmooze. I really had the opportunity to join your light. Now it's growing from a dying time. Brings me face to face with you. The night share is talking about, the 9:59 share. I'm just a simple balabas attitude is what keeps me going and makes me realize there's no reason I can't learn and enjoy it too. Here's where this email goes into the Hall of Fame because it caused me to cry. Anyone that causes me to cry goes into the Hall of Fame. I was always taught we don't learn. I hope I don't cry now. I was always taught we don't learn anything but Tisha B'Av related topics on Tisha B'Av because learning brings one joy, and we're not supposed to have that joy on Tisha B'Av. However, since learning with you, I proudly, for the first time in my life, actually enjoy learning Gemara, even if I don't grasp every syllable. And this will surely be the first Tisha B'Av. Yes. I understand what the joy of learning is. Our truliness, not being able to learn from this Thursday. Why am I crying? Why am I choking up? Because that's all I care about. I care about being geschmack to learning. There's somebody that has a geschmack in learning, so that gives me nothing. But of course, I know I'll be able to catch it after the test, like I do every month. Before spending the rest of the cycle, it's a long email, Gavaldic email. Thank you, Yishpayach. What's his name? It's SHA. Try to figure it out. Go to the phone book. SHA, Long Island, New York, USA. I hope his Magid B'Shir don't know the initials. SHA. So we are holding up. So first of all, real quick, I know we're running out of time here. But boy side, check this out. An amazing job that Nathaniel Seltzer put together. There's 4 of these pages. Not that you can read them or anything, but there's 4. This went up on the chat. It's going up on the website. What is this? These are so far 88 locations. 88. Yes, 88. What else? We have 16 different countries, 21 locations in Israel. Guess how many in the United States? 44 different locations in the United States. So, I didn't count the continents yet. We got a bunch of continents. Royce Yishkoyev to the Nathaniel Seltzer. We also really have Shua Aaron Price, Nolan Fix. All the guys are behind the scenes working tirelessly to compile this list. It's very difficult with the phone numbers not matching, not matching. Some people don't want their phone numbers on. Let us know if you don't want your phone number on, because we're about to publish it on the website. If that bothers you, let us know. We'll remove it immediately. If you know other more exotic locations, you need to get to 100. If I say 100 locations. All right. Yeah, whatever. Okay, maybe we'll talk about it later. We gotta run. Says the Gemara.
I'm not saying I don't want to get married. I want to get married. I just want to do it after I'm filthy rich. There's nothing wrong with that.
Amazing halacha. You can take grapes, squeeze them deliberately on Shabbos, even though squeezing is spita. It's not spita because
it does matter. I need to be able to provide for her. I need to be able to provide for my children. I want to make sure my children have a religious education.
Here, I'm making food. I'm putting it in a pot. The pot is food.
Okay.
So therefore,
I don't make the rules. I'm telling you what a yeshiva bill is, and I know that if I have 5 children, that's going to be very difficult to pay.
Water in the sink is food because I'm making food. That's very difficult to be 60 years old when you have children.
Not with reverse aging technology. Not at all.
You're going to take the bowl later on and throw it into
that's what's
eventually it's going to end up
that's
as
what's
food.
Available right now.
No, that's liquid. That's awesome.
No, there's literally pharmaceuticals that are being tested that allow you to have your cells regenerated at a rate that's faster than normal, that allows you to reverse age, so that someone who is 100 years old in the future will be like a 50-year-old today.
My cow directly into the Cheerios, because then the milk turns into a solid. It turns into food. By the way,
yeah, but I'm talking about being able to live to 120 years
for working on all that stuff on the cameras, whatever. I always forget to talk about you. Thanks for being there. But we got to run. Next time, we'll talk more. Because these liquids that go into salads become salads. How can that be? You have somebody that's coming.
Absolutely. Additionally, we have life extension technology that's allowing people to live longer, and perhaps most importantly, there's something called mind-uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to do. But the idea of a digital immortality is within a generation or two. So for me to be like, hey, if I wait a little bit longer, I'll be able to afford all of this. I'll be able to make sure that my wife can have all that she'd ever want. I'd be able to make sure my kids can have the absolute best education. and never want for anything, we'll have everything that we never want, and perhaps we can live forever. That's not too bad of an option.
So what made it tummy? I need liquid to touch the salad in order to become tummy. Says the Gemara, I have to say a different idea. Rabbi Yochanan says somewhere else.
Look, I'm not the person to make that determination.
I don't know. In order to start the milking process, to make it easier, you take some of the milk, you put it on the udder itself. And that causes it to come out easier. But that's milk. That's already a liquid. So there's a liquid hanging around at the opening of the udder, and as the salad comes out, it touches that liquid, and in return it becomes tummy.
Yeah, I do actually. You have a double helix system currently. Who's to say you can't have a triple helix?
That's Ravina question. Look,
I don't make the determination. I'm just saying that there are a lot of options within the next generation, especially for living life longer. So today's 50-year-old is tomorrow's will be tomorrow's 100-year-old. Basically, in a decade or two, someone, I mean, even for you, when you're 80, with the amount of technology that'll be available, you'll be able to live like you were 50.
You start out with a kibbutza, and
then you can die. Have whatever you want. Have whatever you want. But I'll be able to play ball with my kids at age 60 in the same way that I would have been able to at age 30 with much of the advancements that are being made in the medical field.
Then the grapes are no longer kibbutza. They just lost the juices that were inside of them. So I don't have a kibbutza. I don't have a kibbutza to make them tummy, so they don't become tummy.
I'm interviewed on these topics.
But it seems like
quite often.
More than a kibbutza.
I talked about it yesterday on the podcast. I talked about it the day before on the podcast. We are moving towards this idea of transitioning from traditional Homo sapiens into transhumanist future. And
so they would
you know it. I mean, just look at your life, what you've seen. You were born in the 1960s. Computers were not available in a home. Cell phones were not available in your pocket. Pharmaceuticals were rare. And now we have people who are living much longer. We have technology that is advanced.
When you're putting it into other foods, the nice guys, how did this liquid become tonic? They never touched other liquid. The liquid that comes out is not a liquid, it's a salad. That salad, when did it touch?
And that's why I let other people take the medications first.
You realize the answer on his own.
I see other people make the mistakes. Perhaps they take medications that I won't avoid. And I recognize that there are ways in which even you may be able to utilize a type of digital immortality.
My brain is racing here. You have this terrible tragedy with Mrs. Epstein. Dr. Epstein's on our share. We'll see him on the.
What is the soul?
Every single one. He's been with us for 2 years.
The answer that you need to give is you don't know. You don't know. No. The proper answer to that is the proper answer to that is I don't know, but here's what I believe.
And she's literally on life support.
There you
When
go.
did this happen?
But you don't know. But you do believe, and I understand that you believe that the soul is your connection to God. And I would say that if you were able to upload your mind into your computer, that you could still have a connection to God.
This week, days, I used to own a plane. I'm a pilot.
You don't
I used
know.
to fly a lot. And my plane used to park next to Moshe Manoah's plane. Almost like he was like a role model. He owned a lot of real estate. He used to fly from property to property. Like
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. If I take Reverend Andrew's mind at age 60, when you are age 80, and I put it into a clone of yourself, and that clone is just age 20, but you have the same knowledge, experiences, and memory as you do at age 80, is that not you? I would just say that we just literally took your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system and the data that was stored in that and put it in a younger body. And to me, that's still you. It really is a paradoxical discussion it's the ship of Theseus, where a ship is in port, and if you take that ship apart piece by piece and rebuild it in the neighboring port, is it the same ship or is it something different?
We wash the challah with egg yolk. We take egg, we go like this.
You're saying that it's something different? I'm saying there's an argument to be made that it's the same.
They would use grapes, a lot of grapes. They would smear some grape juice on it, and it would achieve a similar effect, I guess. Give it a shot. What do you want shot? That's not considered a mash.
It's all atoms at the end of the day.
That was a salad. So you're taking grape juice and putting on a salad. Now you're not looking at a liquid anymore. You're looking at a salad. Is it a salad? Is it a liquid? My lab, it's a similar that's our like. Since it's coming for a solid bread, so it has halacha bread, and therefore it's not mashur kabbalah. It's not food; it's a liquid. So it has the ability, like all the 7 liquids, to make other foods coming. No, everybody says that liquids that come from food is not considered food. Oh, maybe there's a new machlokes. What's going on here? I'm smearing my grape juice on the bread. What's going to happen? In 5 minutes, I put it in the oven. It's going to evaporate.
And I want to be able to afford all of that.
At this point.
And if I had a wife and children, I couldn't be live streaming my life. I couldn't be generating the data that I'll hopefully be able to monetize in the future. I would be stuck in a 9 to 5 job, working paycheck to paycheck to be able to make tuition payments, and not being able to give my wife and family the life that I think they deserve. So I wait 5 years, maybe 10 years, God forbid, or longer, however long it takes. People find out, they're finding out about who I am. They come in here and say, hey, I saw you on this podcast. Eventually, you go viral. That's how it works on the internet. If you do anything long enough, eventually enough people find out about it. You build a community. I have thousands of people in this community. It's only been going for 2 of the 5 years that I've been going. Eventually, people find out about me. I'm able to have sponsorship. I'm able to monetize the data. I'm able to monetize my social media. We can get into cryptocurrencies. And I go from millionaire to billionaire to perhaps trillionaire. Can't beat that.
Get rid of the tumor for true. Fine. So if I have Yadayim Swabos, I have hands that I didn't put in the mikvah, I didn't wash them, and I start crushing my olives, buksha. So this liquid that comes out of the olive is enough of a liquid. Why? It helps me. I like this liquid. It makes it better. It makes it sweeter. With something vanilla, but if I'm crushing my olives just so that the salt could adhere to the outside of the olive, so I don't want liquids to come out.
I live in the real world. I know how communities work. I don't
want them to be crushed. That's not considered liquid. Now there's a third reason I would crush my olives. Excuse me. To know whether or not it reached the point where I could send them off to the press. I certainly don't want to lose foods over there. No, in this case also, that's enough. My love, the Hakam thing. So what's my focus? Yes, it's going to get lost. I know it's going down the drain. But nevertheless, it's considered mashka. Same sort of question that we have over here. When it comes to crushing olives, yeah, you're right. That's a question of whether.
Or it could be extremely successful. Or it could become very successful.
Anyway, because I need to check the olive or whatever it is. Okay, fine, we have a moment. But by us, in the case of egg washing, grape washing, call it whatever you want, that's a different child. The fact that I am making a shine, a sheen here on my bread.
Look, I know what it's like to grow up in a community. I understand. I know what it's like to live in a community where the parents can make the tuition payments easily, and they can sit on the boards and do all those other things. And then what it's like to see the people who can't and who have to struggle for that, or they have to have a parent work at the school so that they can make the tuition payments. I've seen it both ways. I want to give my kids everything that they want. So that means I have to wait a little while. No big deal. I'm fine with it. I don't have a biological clock generally of which I have to do this. I'd be 50 years old. I can marry a 25-year-old Katani, and we can ride off into the sunset together.
Here comes Rav. Not Shmuel. Until now we had Shmuel. Comes along Rav. So he says the same.
Yeah, it's because you got a bunch of people who have nothing to do that are waiting for Mashiach, who basically put unnecessary pressure on people within their community. That's not always good. And guess what? 10 years go by, they have 2-3 children, and then they get a divorce. It's very common, 50%. And maybe it's not as high in the Orthodox community, but then you have very sad women in loveless marriages, and they can't get a get.
That you open, and a lot of people, they take the cover, they flip it over, they squeeze the tuna, and out comes all the water or whatever. What halacha is that? Is that a problem on Shabbos or not a problem on Shabbos? Is that stita? Think about that. You're squeezing the water out of the tuna. What kind of water is it? So here, let's learn some halachas, and then we'll talk about it again. Hopefully, Yosef of Dini because Amar Lo Lahal Shmaitzah. But I thought about an interesting thought that you might not think about it initially. Only a Bailer of Dini. So they're sitting around, and Rav Dimi, the dog with Tziroi. Oh, Yossi Klein is getting excited. I don't skip the word. The dog with Tziroi. And if you take a fish and you squeeze it real good, you take herring and you squeeze it. I feel the rind of fish is considered food, so it doesn't matter where you squeeze it into. If you squeeze food from food, then you're not over on skinta, so even if you squeeze it into a bowl, not into a pot, not over. And he said it over. You're saying this over in the name of Rav, not a problem. Anan, we have this halacha that if you squeeze brine out of a fish, it's not a problem. And we said it in the name of Shmuel, that creates a problem because Shmuel seems to contradict this. If you squeeze a fish into a bowl, that it's not a problem. You have pickles, vegetables that you pickle. Today it's called a pickle. It's a vegetable, it's a cucumber that you put in some whatever, into vinegar, turns into a pickle. What happens if you squeeze it? Omarav, if you squeeze it, you don't want it to be so soggy and so full of liquid. You give it a good fetch, so it's okay because you're not squeezing the liquid out for the liquid, you're squeezing it for the sour. But if you want pickle juice or whatever other type of vegetable you're trying to squeeze there, barsh, patur, avalasa. Now this is very interesting halacha. Because what are you squeezing? Think about it. What are you squeezing? You're squeezing water that doesn't belong, says Rashi.
I've never had issues with women. I treat them with respect. I'm kind, I'm funny, I'm smart. I get my pick of the litter. I know the same will be true if I get back into the game.
You threw a bunch of water and vinegar, and that water and vinegar went into your cucumber. Then you squeeze that water out of the cucumber, says Rashi. Then
if I'm more famous than any person in my shul,
everybody starts screaming.
Or any person in my county, or any person in my state, I'll be able to marry
absorb water and then squeeze it out because
the most celebrity of celebrity Jewish in the entire world.
That's a very good question. But we're talking about food. And food, Rashi says that you cannot introduce water to it.
Gal Gadol will leave her husband for Rabbi Rothschild if I wish
clothing is different.
If I have archived my entire life, I'll be the most famous person ever.
So therefore, if you squeeze
and not that I want Gal Gadot, she's not religious enough. However, what I'm saying is the best family in the entire world. I'll be able to get anybody I want. I'm fine. I don't want for anything. All I know is I have to keep doing interviews, letting people know about my project. More and more people become fans of mine, and I go viral. When I go viral, I have the world at my fingertips.
Even better. Then you cook vegetables, soup, a nice vegetable soup. Start squeezing it out. Even if you do it to squeeze out the water,
Okay.
Mutter, because that's not the derech. Nobody squeezes the stuff out. We already had discussion. It's not the derech to be Hungarian and drink bars. That's not the derech. So going back for a second to the tuna, I don't know if it's good much. I'm just throwing this out there. Tuna is cooked in water, so the chayra, it shouldn't be that big of a problem. However, the thing that I was thinking about is that since you're squeezing it with the can, that can is a cleat. You're not doing it with your hand, and that could create an issue. You're doing fire with a cleat. Fine. Anyway, just a thought, not asking anything. Just these things you have to think at from all different angles. Are you talking about spita? Are you squeezing the water out of the fish? Which we said squeezing brine out of fish is not a problem. But this is water that was introduced to the tuna through cooking, I think. Squeezing that out might not be a problem, but the way you're squeezing it with the can, which is a cleat, could be a problem for you. That's all I'm saying. Ushmol Amar, Echad Koshin, Echad Shlapes, Migufa Mutor, the Memeim Padar. So he says even Koshin, even Shlapes that you do for water is also with the Rabbanon. There's an Ism with the Rabbanon here. So the problem is, what about the brine of fish? It should be also according to this. Why do we say that fish brine is mutter? And right over here he says that cooked vegetables is also the Rabbanon. So fish brine should also be also the Rabbanon. For the same zera, I might come to squeeze a grape. That's a lashon of a shmua. I swear. My own eyes saw who said it, not a stranger. In other words, I heard it straight from Rabbi Yirmiyah. And Rabbi Yirmiyah heard it straight from Rabbi Zera. I only heard it 4 steps away, and he swears that that's exactly what happened. We have to assume these are Amoraim. They know exactly it's exact, and therefore this came from Rav, not from Shmuel. So you don't have a question. I have beautiful sources. I heard from one gadol, from the next gadol, from the next gadol, all the way to Rav. By the way, just a very interesting thing that I saw this morning. The Mechaber brings down the halacha, and he passes like Rav. He goes back and forth. And then, before I go, let's keep on going. Gufa. Kibashim shesachtam. So you have these pickles that you squeeze. Amarav, you have this. Legufan mutar. If you squeeze you don't want the juice. You just want a good pickle that's allowed in chop. Mayim, if you want the liquid, Padalav also is awesome nirva. Ushlakos, and if you have cooked vegetables, bein legufan, bein mayim, doesn't matter. Mutar, 100% mutar to squeeze a carrot in your soup on Shabbos. Nobody does it. Shmuel Amar echad zeh echad zeh legufan mutar the mayim Padalav also. Shmuel is more macro. He says even soup, you're not allowed to squeeze the vegetable. Then Amar, Hans Rabbi Yochanan. He goes to the extreme. Because people do squeeze these things. Plenty of people make puree out of carrots or whatever. They squeeze it, they do barf. Therefore, you find Beisvei. So we have a brisa here. That's a problem for everybody. Doesn't say for what. In other words, even for their water, pickles. No one argues on pickles that if I squeeze a pickle for the juice, I'm chayiv. Everybody says you're chayiv. What does this brisa say? Suddenly, Bashim B'Shabbos, L'tzarech HaShabbos. You're allowed to squeeze a pickle. Rav, Shmuel, Rabbi Yochanan, everybody says it's saucer. Comes a Bryson and says it's mutter. Avaloi, it's a Shabbos, don't do it for a weekday. Vizaysim, and you shouldn't do it for olives and grapes. And if you do it, you have Kashil Rav, Kashil Shmuel, Kashil Rabbi Yochanan, Kash on everybody. Says the Gemara, the same pairs for everybody basically. In other words, you have to add a bunch of words. Rav Mitaris Tamei, Shmuel Mitaris Tamei, Rabbi Yochanan Mitaris Tamei. Rav Mitaris Tamei, Sarchim Boshim Shabbos and Sarchim Shabbos. You could squeeze for Shabbos, but Loy wants to say Shabbos. Okay. V'medvar Mamurim Legufon. So he sticks in here. Avalim for to drink it. No, you have to add to the price. So it's okay, that's what he says. If it's cooked vegetables, it's mutter. But olives and grapes, it's also chayav katos, this is their rice. Shmuel is going to stick in his words into the rice the way he feels like. Because we're missing stuff here. Doesn't make sense, this rice. He puts everything in the same category. Pickles and cooked vegetables. Only if you want to eat the actual vegetable. But if you want the water, also everything is also the rabbanon, even cooked vegetables. And he agrees that if you squeeze an olive or grape on Shabbos, this is their rice. Rabbi Yochanan comes Rabbi Yochanan and says he adds his words. Doesn't matter what category. It could be pickled and it could be cooked. He actually fits it nicer. It's as if it's the category of grapes and olives and your chayav hachatos. Bottom line is, there's no bottom line. Shulchan Aruch says, if you need the water, you're allowed to do it into the car. I just want to bring this point out. The Taisus brings this Rabbeinu Chananel right here, that Allah is like Rabbi Yochanan, that your chayav hachatos if you squeeze out cooked vegetables or pickled vegetables. But first, the Shulchan Aruch paskins one way. Then he says, Rabbeinu Chananel, I just found this fascinating. The Mishabur says, why does the Mechaber bring Rabbeinu Chananel? You already passed him, not like Rabbeinu Chananel, not like Rabbi Yochanan. So he says, anytime, so this is the side in life, anytime the Mechaber brings a second shita, it's to tell you, it's a good idea to do like the second shita, and if you do it like the second shita, you get a bracha. Fine, that's it. Not for but Taisus passing is like Rabbeinu Chananel, or the Rabbeinu Chananel brings the Rabbeinu Chananel that anytime Rabbi Yochanan goes against Rav and Shmuel, Allah is like Rabbi Yochanan. But the Shulchan Aruch doesn't pass like that. Says the Gemara, Omer Kiver Rashi Murav. Dar Torah in Chayav Elo Al Grisa Zeis Manon Muvad. With the rice, you only chayav if you squeeze olives and grapes. V'chein Toni Devi Menashe Dar Torah in Chayav Elo Al Grisa Zeis Manon Muvad. Oh, and finally, one halacha has nothing to do with us. Ooh, I have to tell you this one real quickly. I know we only have 11 minutes left. But we have nothing to speak about. When the show is 9:30, go all the way to 11. No, it's not going to do this. Interesting halacha. How do you make lemonade? So the Mishabur and the Mechaber talk about lemonade, and I said the Ben Ish Chai says there's a way to remember. First you put the sugar in there, then you squeeze the lemon, and then you put the water in. That's how you can do it on Shabbos. And his way to remember is salam, like shalom, salam, sukar, limon, mayim. Great. And Ramosha Feinstein says that's only when it comes to lemon because it's not edible. People don't squeeze that to drink. But let's say grapefruit doesn't work that way. Very interesting thing. And how do we make lemon? I just said it for us. How do we make lemonade? Oh, you give us a seal that's not going to work, and we make the biggest, baddest seal in the world with 100 different locations. We make lemonade out of lemon. That's how we make lemonade. Anyway, stop thinking about it. The ain aid mepi aid. One more halacha, nothing to do with Masechta Shabbos. But what's he saying halachas here? He's going to say halacha that Hail and base sponsored by Shia Greenfield from Green Star Electric. Now what? If I hear testimony from another aid, and it might have to do with the Gemara we had before, I'm just thinking now aloud, because he heard testimony, and he said, I saw with my own eyes. Right. But there's no real aidus testimony that comes from another aid. Ella, like this Isha Bavad. But when it comes to Aguna, a woman who doesn't know if her husband died or not, we could take testimony from an aid, from a witness that heard from another witness. Why? Because of the concept, they call it Kaddish Adaita the Rabbanan. The Rabbanan have the right to retroactively undo the Kedusha. They'll nullify the Kedusha. In this particular case, they say, listen, we don't have a choice. We have a woman here that can't get married. Her husband disappeared on us. We are going to, even if he's alive, she's not a Ishish because we nullified the Kedusha. I love this by Bachar. If you have a firstborn animal, those of you who haven't been with us in some players, dealt with it extensively, you have a firstborn Bachar, you give it to a fight. He brings it on his back, then he gets to eat part of it. If it has a mum, a blemish, that he didn't cause, then he can eat it as is. So he gains. So now we have to be careful. What if the guy puts blemishes? He wants more meat. Has a big family. He has to support. He goes and he gives it a gezut zet when nobody's looking, and he says, "Oh, I can't bring it in this bag." That zet needs aidus. And I use the aid with aid. Says Mara, Ravami also Ravasi. Sorry, machlokes. Ravami. What about Arabic? What about over? It says, "What the Beinash said." He says specifically, you cannot use an aid that heard it from another aid. Only in one special condition case called an aguna, but not by a pump. Says, no. You think I don't know about that one? I knew. I'm reading it differently than you. Not a testimony for an aguna, rather a testimony that a woman testifies. Nothing to do with an aguna. Anything that a woman is kosher for, one aid could testify with aid after. So here also, a woman could testify. And believe it or not, he was right. And he said, therefore, I could use one testimony that I heard from another witness. A witness from a witness. Sorry, like Marema was very unhappy with this. He said, Yemar sorry. So he said, Yemar, it allows the fire for no reason. Similar to what we had the other day. Not really, but he allows fat. You should allow Taylor. The other said, aid if the age, partial fuck. That was the thing, was right. One aid. You take a witness, you hear from a witness that the Bachar had a mom, that's how he was born, the Kayan didn't inflict it, and we could go with it. So going back to the Mishnah, talking about these guys, the honeycomb. So he breaks the honeycomb with a tool, Erev Shabbos, and then it oozes out through Shabbos. The other Rabbi Shai ben Ardah says very similar halacha. That's why the other, and he said, "Zeisim anovim, Jerusalem, Erev Shabbos." Same halacha applies to grapes and almonds. If I crush them before Shabbos, Yatzim Hashim Asurim. It's awesome. Isn't that identical case? Aleph is great. What's the difference? Honey, all the same thing. Says the Gemara. I'm going to buy a tuba commercial. It's a huge difference. Maybe when I see some Avamina, possibly to be for when it comes to honey, it's food, and then it remains food, so nothing happens. I didn't change, right? You said pizza is when you change the composition. It stayed. Now everybody points out here, honey is not a solid, it's a liquid. But that's the point. It's the same thing. In other words, the idea is the same. It started as one thing and ended up as one. You want to call food, it ended up with. You want to call it liquid, it started as a liquid, ended up as a liquid. But by grace, the Mikar Wokla was a solid. It was like Mashkin, and it ended up a different composition completely. It turns into liquid. I would think not. So I'm not adding names. I'm not name dropping here. Oh, Shimon holds like this also. No, Shimon's talking about olives and grapes. It's a completely different food. Says the Mishnah, if I cook something in water, completely cooked it before Shabbos, this is the famous halacha called Ein Fisher Lachar Bisher. So, if it's already cooked, so then I can go ahead, like with the red arrows, it's cooked, I put it in a plate, it's already cooled off, it's in the refrigerator, I can go toss it into a clean Rishon, which just came off the flame, and I don't have a problem even on Shabbos. Why am I doing this? Because I want to soften it up. As the Gemara is going to say, it's a really disgusting food, chicken that you soften up to the core, it's terrible. I want to soften it up. But if I didn't cook it before Shabbos, so I have some sort of meat that I could eat without cooking, I could rinse it, I could pour here, like you see right over here, the blue arrow, I'm pouring a clear rishon onto my food. That's okay. Why? Because rinsing is not cooking. Oh, besides, it's very aged fish. That's a year old. It's aged for a year. What's that? We have a picture. It's called the Spanish mackerel. The kids are, it's like a tuna. It is a tuna. Some people say it's a tuna. I like this picture. I like the name Spanish mackerel. We'll go with that. That's our statement. So the chosam zuz marmelaston. So anything that's salty, and I have to get rid of the salt, or it's the final touch. And rinsing is what allows me to eat it. That's also to do on Shabbos. Because I'm finishing marmalach on Shabbos is also. What exactly do I want to soak in hot water on Shabbos? Over of Shabbos, you're going to go to the Rabbadah. This chicken that's so soft, like pureed chicken, disgusting. It's for refuah. Over of Safra, one day I went over there and I was in a bubble and I ate it. Below Rabbi Abed Ashken Taber Bar Plaza Harfe, for not the fact that Rabbi gave me Baldik Geshmak of wine that was 3 years old, Hipnasi. I would just vomit everywhere. It's so disgusting. Rabbi Yochanan writes in his Kukuk to Bavloi. Rabbi Yochanan is from Eretz Yisrael. Anytime he even thought about a kukuk, which is like sour milk with dough, it's a whole. Also, anytime you read it, you're trying to get grossed out. He used to eat it in bubble. He said he used to spit. He used to get grossed out just thinking about it. Rabbi Omar Rabbi Yosef, there's like seems to be like a turf war here, like there's some sort of fight going on between the Babylonian and the Eretz Yisrael people. These Americanish guys, they like gala, and he says no, they like this. Omar Rabbi Yosef, the layer dynamic trying to go to the Rabbi. Oh, you think our food is disgusting? What about your pureed chicken that you like so much? I could spit on that too. I once went there to Israel, and I introduced them to this amazing sour milk with all sorts of crazy things in it. And all the sick people when they Israel wanted to get their hands on it. So don't pretend that you hate it so much. You guys loved it. Also, what if you're not supposed to pour the water on it on Shabbos because you didn't cook it off before Shabbos, and you did. You rinsed it on Shabbos. What's all that? All right, very simple. I have chachas. This is the rice. All right, really, learn. It says you're not allowed to pour water on the tuna. Rinse it with hot water. Because that is what allows you to eat it. So I mean, no, that is their rice. Says the Gemara story. These Talmidim were sitting in front of Rabbi Yochanan. The Yosef Rabbi Yochanan comes in. I have no idea how many times this saying is said so many times that the Amoraim used to fall asleep. I guess they were so tired. They were learning all night. Took a little nap. Sometimes the Gemara tells us that it's like it was on purpose to hear what they're saying. The Talmidim started discussing between themselves. Always a bad idea in front of the Rebbe. Why do you think the birds in Chutzlars and Babel are fat? Go to Eretz Yisrael, to Midbar of Gaza. I'll show you birds that are eating fatter. Don't ask me such stuff. How come in Bubble everybody's so excited when Yom comes along? But in Eretz Yisrael, not so much. Because in Bubble is so forth. So they have a tremendous simcha when it comes to Yom Tov. Whereas in Eretz Yisrael, not so much. How come wear such beautiful frocks and such nice clothing? You'll be saying the Torah. The Torah shot. You can learn both ways. You learn because the Talmid Chacham are not that learned as much as in Eretz Yisrael. So therefore, they have to gain respect by the clothes that they wear. Why do Goyim have Zlama like a spiritual impurity? Because they eat all sorts of bats in China that cause COVID. So this is an invisible impurity, but this stuff causes Zlama. All of a sudden, you start doing Rechon. Rechon wakes up. Amalu, Dardikim, my children, look at the this is a tremendous story. And Moira Chachma Chaisiyad. It says in the Pasuk, tell the Chachma, the wisdom, you're my sister. In Baruch Dobakah Chaisiyad Shasur L'Chamrei. Never open your mouth if you're not 100% certain what you say. Don't just stop make stuff up. You're not, right then. Don't just say things. So maybe Rebbe could help us out and give us some answers. You know why they're so bad? They didn't migrate. They were stuck there. Migration takes a lot of fat off the body. We all know. If you have to travel, some of these birds, 7,000 miles, whatever they travel, it's going to burn off fat. He never went to Golis. Welcome and all in the Golis. And now you know our birds. They went to Golis. Nun Beishana, 52 years. It was desolate. Nobody there in Eretz Yisrael. Shanema. Al Elohim Esod Kivanei. Tomorrow's a prayer. Isn't that unbelievable? A passage from tomorrow's a prayer. Everybody left. So how do you see 52 years? You're gone. No birds, nothing. This is my favorite gematria. When I said this over, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, some of you guys were shaking your head. It's 52. How do I know this gematria so well? Because Telem, dog, is also 52. And guess what else is 52? Elio. Fine. So the Hema, Telem, and Elio all have the same gematria. So it's a hint that for 52 years they weren't in Eretz Yisrael. They all came back there to destroy besides this tuna fish, this Spaniard mackerel. They all went back to this river Bahai. And these fish, even though these shidres, they don't have a strong spine. Solid. All right, let's stop over here. We have some work cut out for us. Motzei Fish Above. Rabbi Isai have a very meaningful fast. Motzei Fish Above 9:30 Beis Hashem. If you can't catch it on the live, you can catch it on Zoom, on YouTube. You can catch it on Twitter anytime. You can catch it on our app. You can catch it on the website. Have a very meaningful fast. Yeah, now those how do you know? official, Rachmiel ben Rachel Leah, Refuah Shleima. And Zahaba bas Malka Chana Refuah Shleima Bekoroi. Oh yeah. Are you guys able to unmute? Only Yoel Bergman is able to unmute. So for you guys, easy fast, a meaningful fast, that's more important, I guess. I think it's geared for the shear, more for the full shear versus the 8-minute daf. But it's a good kasha. All these questions you have to ask Gary. Gary's in charge of that. How do you know there's a new website, yo? Who told you? He said a website. So wait a minute, Yosef, it's going through you, so you might as well just go straight to him right now. I'm trying to get out of this, Yosef, you see? I'm kidding. All right. Once again, Agutavach. Let's start over. Aguta, I don't know what. Dinizmanim. Hope everybody's fast was good. We had very bad news over Erev Tisha B'Av. Avi Epstein, Dr. Avi Epstein's wife, Rita, was lifted. It was pretty sudden. We were saying to her, she had the machla, she was going through treatment, she was in her tongue, and then because of the treatment, she got an infection, and she couldn't overcome the infection. So, terrible news. Literally, she was buried 53 hours before Tisha B'Av. She was a great friend of the Shir. She used to make us cookies, brownies, all sorts of stuff. She was a very, very special person. Giving, always had a smile on her face. No matter what, she was always smiling. So it's a big loss to the Shir, big loss to the neighborhood. And I'm hoping you're not going to miss them. That's Avi. Tomorrow morning we have Shir as regular, 7:15. There's nothing better than a Friday, Shabbos, Sunday, and a Thursday that's a fast. prepare shiurim. It's beautiful. It's wonderful when you can learn 24 hours before shiur. So it's always good. Today's shiur is sponsored by Yosef Weisberg. Weisberg Photography. We spoke about it. Living Ismail Shraga Feivel, the Meir Halevi, his uncle. You want to see that? I don't know if you see. All right. So everybody else listening to the shiurim over Tishabab, the time foundation shiurim, shalom, and all I can think about is our shiur. Because what's special about our shiur, we're not just about young shiur, we're a family, and we have so many different types of people. All you need to do is look at one page of Zoom, and you see it all. You see the guys with the beards, Pearl guys, modern Orthodox, Tzionim, Hasidim, it's everything. Things together. So we start right here doing the daf. Not only we're learning Gemara and Torah, but we're also doing this and Shalom at the same time. And that brings me to this email I thought was appropriate for tonight from Mendel Mitz, which we just read the email from him because he's famous. He's from Argentina, Buenos Aires. But here's what he says, and this is what's very special about the shiur. Mirabelli, Buenos Aires and South Africa. Who would have thought there would be a connection? The day after you read my last email by shiur about my last name being changed to Mitz from Matz, Leon Welcher, founder of the app, who usually watches the shiur on YouTube, contacted me and discovered that we are indeed related. It works out that my great-great-grandfather, Yehuda Leif Metz, whom I told you about, was a Rav, he had a basic course, Pinti Person Vilna, was married to Fredo Matz, when Yehuda Leif passed away, his name was Fredo. The kids said he married Yisrael Welcher. Small world. We're making the connections through Zoom, through the shiur. There's a lot of connections going on. This is an old one. Like, this is going back to the generation. All right. So Yisrael Welcher and Fredo Metz are Leon Welcher's great-grandfather. Leon has been looking for his lost family from Vilna for many years. Because, again, South Africans are mostly, 90% of them are Litvish. So he's looking for his family from Vilna. He told me to tell you that he's very happy now, and I think he is able to find some of his long lost family from Vilna. He sent some pictures, and now that he starts to watch the nights on Zoom, sometimes before on YouTube, and he watches an additional on Zoom at night, I can see not only do you have the schools to be married with Torah, you also have brought many people closer to Yiddishkeit and closer to one another, and a beautiful actions of people from all walks of life. He's Litzbish Lubavitch. Because, Mendel is Lubavitch, as his name would say. Although he started out Litzbish, his great-grandfather's Litzbish, somewhere along the line they became Lubavitch. But not in those times. Grunix, and here's the stuff, and ex-Grunix. The top is going on. I guess this family is Grunix, from Vilna. And the list goes on. Also, he made some shidduchim when he was. And he said, no, we had a bunch of shidduchim. The story is that the United Mishpachim from Vilna that has been separated for over 100 years. So here's a connection from over 100 years. They continue to be married with servants, thousands around the world together with Leon's app, and with the help, by the way, it's supposed to be a brand new app coming out any day now. And maybe we all be reunited together with Shamayim. Hopefully not too far from him to why the Vias Goyal sends an area name is unnamed. Yours sincerely, Mendel Mitz. Buenos Aires, Argentina. We have, okay, this is my Hall of Fame email here. I'll just read the parts maybe that I didn't read. Friday, real quickly. You were very sweet. After the last Sima Shas I met like 8 years ago or so, which I did not attend. People told me I'm going to go to the next one. Here's this experience smacked together with 90,000 other people. Yeshua, Aaron Price, we had tickets to go. But we canceled because we wanted to be at the Sima Shas in Yerushalayim. So he still has a ticket. I had it. During the last cycle, I decided to listen to the doctor back on noise. Even in Gemara, so I never actually sat down with the Gemara last cycle to do that. At the Sima Shas just back in January, which I attended with my family, I saw the ad for the 8-minute doc. I don't know what it was because I don't know if it was out there, so maybe like on Shua, which led me to your full doc share, which I have not only been listening and watching since Brachas Bafeis, but have sat there every day with your following along in the Scripture Gemara. I might have even read this on Friday. I'm just going to do Chazor because it's so beautiful. I was always taught we don't learn anything but Tisha B'Av related topics on Tisha B'Av because learning brings one joy. We were not supposed to have that joy on Tisha B'Av. However, since learning with you, I probably for the first time in my life actually enjoy learning with you, even if I don't grasp every sugya. And this is surely, by the way, it's okay not to grasp every sugya. We're doing Daf Yomi, we're doing things, grasp 100%, and we move on. We go to the next sugya. And this will surely be the first Tisha B'Av I understand the joy of learning things. Unreal. I will truly miss not being able to learn with you this Wednesday night and Thursday, but of course I know I'll be able to catch it first after the fact, like I do every message. Kids, Long Island, New York. Somebody yelled at me, somebody wrote me an email, why did you mention the guy's initials? He put the initials here. He didn't say I shouldn't read this. I yelled at him. Fine. Anyway. Tremendous thing. He's not the first person that told me that he finally understands why you can't learn Torah and Tisha B'Av. Things are not accepted. Anyway, holding the Chukman Hate on the page. Today's the Chukman Vav. And we are holding 10, 11 lines from the bottom. And it goes like this. We had a very interesting story where we had Reb Abba and Rabasi were sitting right in front of Rabbi Yochanan when Rabbi Yochanan took a doze. He dozed off. A little naparoo, Tisha B'Av, whatever it was. Interesting. And he started asking each other questions, and Rabasi was saying all these answers. Rabbi Yochanan wakes up, and he says, I heard everything you said. Then I teach you that if you don't know 100%, don't say it. Don't say what you said is all not true. One of the questions Rabbi Abba asked Rabasi, how come people are so happy in Bubble? Whereas in Eretz Yisrael, they're not so happy. Right? The Yerchanan is in Eretz Yisrael. So this story happened in Eretz Yisrael. Why is it that in Eretz Yisrael people are not so happy by everything? So Rabasi tried to tell him because Eretz Yisrael is wealthy and it's not such a simple, but in the first, it's not as wealthy, and therefore the younger comes along with the big system. Says Rabbi Yochanan, no, that's not going to happen. There's a curse that happened for Eretz Yisrael and not the Bible. The Siv, the Shakti, and the Soysam will end all the happiness, Chagah, the Katsha, the Shabbat, the Chomayada, all Yom Tov, the Siv, Shechem. This is talking to the people, to the Klal Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. I despise your young Tovim. So if you're not looking, if you need to share, this is when I start looking for my place thing. And I just place it, and then David Agal sends me a thing. Here it is. It's part of the shtick. I put it down over here, you know exactly what it is, and then I start looking. Fine. I hate Yom Tovim. Because Rome says Yom Tovim are burdens. Why are you Torah? What kind of burden? It's not enough that they sin. I have to think about this. They're making me think. It's a tear different. I have to punish them. And the punish is not simple. I'm just thinking now I love. Like when your kid does something bad, it's not enough that you make trouble. Now that's the thing. Do something like if I give him a patch in the face, that's illegal. What I do, I put him in the room, doesn't work. You have to start thinking. It's like the whole. It's not enough that you're making trouble. Now I have to start thinking. I have to use my brain. So the Bible is saying, like yes, the tearful. Terrible. Every yontif, the soldiers, the troops walk right in here Omer and Chanina, every Yomtiv, they call it Tveria, Agdamoy, Feinstein, Balzmeira, all these governors, rulers, officials, all these crazy people, they come in, they start taking more taxes. And if you notice, they say it always happens by Yom. This is a punishment that Baruch Hu is dishing out to Klal Yisrael by Yom. Another thing they asked about. How come these Talmidei Chachamim? They dress so nicely. They Babylon. They look like slumpers. So Rabasi was saying because they're not some of the Chachamim, they know with their clothing. Comes to Rebbe and says no, that's not true. It's not that they're not some of the Chachamim. In fact, they might be greater some of the Chachamim than us. It's because they're not in the right place. They don't feel comfortable. The Amri Inchi, the Masa, Shemai, where I live, my name is enough. But where I don't live, place value. I need my clothing. You look in America, for instance, the two groups of people, I'm not going to mention one of them, but basically Jews and another minority, they like to overdress. Because they don't feel comfortable. They're the minority. In the minority, you always have to pop out with the yellow suit, the this. You didn't know. They like to dress, like to look different. Something like this. If you're not a Ben Malcolm, you don't feel, then you don't feel like you belong. You have to show that you're different with the clothing. I mean, what's the time they must be? I'm going to ask you, Yotze to Korach Yisrael, to blossom, like flowers. So this is to show that Rabbi Ashi was wrong. The Yochanan wakes up and says, "Not true, Rabbi Ashi. You're saying that all the minorities in Babel, they were weak, they're learning, they had to show off with their children. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they're very strong in learning. And this is what it says in the Pasuk, beautiful, the blossoms, everything going on here. Flowers they make. So the point is my idea. They feel like they're in a different country. Now the last line on Superman was David's name. Now the cousin is Roman. And the question he asked, why are Goyim, they have impurity, they have Zuama, Har Sinai. So Vasi, if you remember, said it's because they eat Shpatzim B'Ramasa. And I'm telling you, it's because they weren't present at the Har Sinai. Why? The Eitz Hadas, the Nachos pushed through this, finally, they had relations. And that relation hit the Bazuma, inserted a Zoom onto her for life, forever. So I used to like that Zoom. Oh? The Yisrael from the Har Sinai, so when did the Zoom go away? I used to want Har Sinai. Har Sinai was the healer of all healing. Anybody had a disease, they went to Har Sinai, poof, went away. So the Zoom also went away. So the Ger, he wasn't present at Har Sinai, like us, because sorry, Goyim. We're talking about Goyim now. That's what Yochanan's answer. Oh, they're about to read the Rav and Rashi, Ger Mani. So why are you going to answer Ger as well? No, Ger wasn't at Zoom. But he wasn't at Har Sinai. What are we going to do? There's such a thing that a Ger, his mazel was there, and that's why he's a Ger today. And that mazel makes the Zohar go away. I'm just curious. Like, when exactly did the Zohar go away? From when the mazel was there, all the way throughout all the generations he becomes a Ger, or when he becomes a Ger, then the mazel pops in. It's master later out. The Sid, whoever's here, standing in front of his bar, still here. Okay? Those who were physically not here, their mazel is here. Says the Gemara, so when does the Zohar go away? By Har Sinai. The thing of the Rabbi Rakano, so that's my focus. Even they had Zohar. Look, the Gemara is telling us that Avram had Yishmael because of his Zohar. Yes, because they say so. Yaakov heard it. I always like to tell people, like, they say, oh, you messed someone off the terrace, da da da. We also had a son who went up to there. And Rashi says over there, he hated Yishmael. Because he went up there, he hated him. Maybe it's not such a great raya. The drum had Zuama. The Zuama causes something over there, but we that don't have Zuama, it's a bigger China. Abraham had Yishmael, so okay, no. You could also, Yanko could also have a shtickle guy that went up there. Maybe not. There's Zuama. Abraham was Yishmael. This is the Esau. The reason why he's going to have the Esau is because he had Zuama. Yaakov is so why is this a problem? Because look, the Zuama disappeared by the Shemesh's brother. Not by Harsina. Way before Harsina, there's no longer any Zuama. In other words, throughout Muhammad's reign, there's no Zuama. Says the Mishnah, Shoiver Odom is not covered, that's how the men was rigorous. You gotta break the barrel open, and you grab from within the barrel, so some dried fig. So what's the problem? It's not a problem. It's a good thing. Why? You're breaking. Breaking is okay, says Rashi. Look at Rashi. First Rashi in the Mishnah. He says, the aid in the Mechalkel Shul Isser B'Shabbos. Now that's very problematic. No, Isser to break something on Shabbos. I can take my table, my dining table, and smash it in half on Shabbos. So the Ran, so the first answer that comes to your head is, when it comes to food, I'm allowed to open up a pack of potato chips on Shabbos, but I'm ruining it. But it's for food, so it's okay. But other breaking on Shabbos is also now a breaking on Shabbos. Yes, it's not an Issa D'Oraisa because it's Mechalkel, but it's still Issa D'Rabbanan. And Rashi says, "In Shum Issa, there's nothing. With Katchila, you go ahead and break a barrel." That's what the Mishnah says. And the answer is because it's for food purpose. So when I break this open, I'm not allowed to have kavanah to make it a food. What I really wanted to look up is, unfortunately, I didn't have time because it was difficult. I have to do it a different time. But how does this fit in with the whole sugya of opening up cans of Shabbos, bottles, cans, that sort of thing? I really wanted to look it up. I don't open a can. I'm not even sure why. I know my father didn't, but now my father does, and I'm just stuck with that. Talking about my father, by the way, I have to tell you this myself. And first of all, we say all the time, it's not about the dot, it's about the yogi. And that's what we're all about today. Matzah Tisha B'Av. We have 80 people right now on Zoom. On Matzah Tisha B'Av. So people want to go to sleep, they want to eat, they just want to rest. Who has time for learning? Who has the head for it? But it's not about the dot, it's about the yogi. We learned yesterday and we learned today. Not many shiur in the world that learn every single day. They'll do 2 dabar Tisha B'Av and they're talking for Tisha B'Av. We'll see after Shabbos. That's number one. But I just want to tell you a quick story. I don't talk about my father that much. He was a huge master. And he was at my house for Tisha B'Av in Chicago. And during Tisha B'Av, of course, I took my Tisha B'Av nap, 6-7 hour nap, and I watched some videos, and I was good to go. Then, like about 3 o'clock in the morning, I realized I can't sleep. I can't sleep. So it was 4. It's 4 in the morning. I finally decided I'm going to go out to the basement or whatever, take care of something. Go to the basement. I see my father doing it. What's going on? He says, what do you mean what's going on? I have Tisha B'Av, and I have all these pages. I have to pay up. So I know that he wasn't sleeping on Tisha B'Av. He was up the whole night, and then it's Friday night he finally went to sleep. But anyway, whatever day that was. So people in the basement, like nobody sees him, not in shul, yes, you can't learn on Tisha B'Av, you have to make it up. Fine. So Zokta Mishnah. How do I get to that? I have no idea. When was the comment? Oh, I was saying that it's Tisha B'Av, but I couldn't look up this halach, and then I remember my father back then. Yeah, but it's a big sugya. Opening the barrels, not only about
everybody stop what you're doing. Look who the fuck wants to show up. How you living, Pam?
I'm a goofa.
So why do you say this? This is my entrance.
It's like what we have today, like a
I
bottle.
already said it. Yeah. You didn't say anything. Everybody stop what you're doing.
It goes over a barrel.
Okay.
How are you, big
And
dog?
the glue is like the wax that holds that red guy.
Tony. Tony. How's our friend from
Make a
Uganda?
hole in the Megufa.
Uganda is not texting
I
me.
have another picture of a hole.
Okay, why not?
I don't know.
All right, well, how was your interview with the lawyer?
They're really sorry, but not bad. Okay.
It's not
They
was
know
not
you
good
problem.
because I have not good questions, so we are gonna do Sunday again. It happens
Why didn't you have good questions?
Because
I misunderstand what he's doing. Because lawyers sometimes can be like doing like something else.
Right over here.
Okay, no big deal. And you've got your interview with the big YouTuber today?
So you see,
Are you ready to do
there's
it?
a bunch of wax going on there.
Yes, I am.
Are you-
He's my friend, so
Are you comfortable, if you needed to go back on Kick and find somebody else?
So the
yes, I am.
Did you see how we did it and you see how easy it was?
The problem is being over the lesser of the Maria, which is Mumaf.
Yes, it was. All
Smoothing
right,
it
big
out.
dog. So what's it like to be a professional podcaster?
Interesting.
Do you recognize that? Do you recognize that you're in the top 1% of all podcasters in the world? You've actually made money on your podcast.
That's not true, right? Joe Rogan and this guy, this is one person.
No. Just like when you had that job and you were making $33,000 a year or whatever, that was the top 1%. You're in the top 1% of podcasters.
When you're pressed fixed. Remember, we had, talks about
I'm not like Joe Rogan. He is one person.
Yeah, dude, he's top 1% of 1% of 1%. You're just top 1%.
Now they're together. So now I need a knife. I need a sword to chop this stuff
You've
up.
made money on a podcast. That's more than most people.
For others, no. You hear what's going on here?
You can say that, yeah.
Oh, not only can I say it, but I am saying it because it's the truth.
See Yoni's picture. Chops off the top of the barrel. That's only when there are dried figs in there, and he needs to come up with a sword anyway to cut up the figs.
We can't see you.
The sword to cut up his figs. Then he can take the sword and break open
We
the
can't
barrel.
see you.
But if he's just going to break open a barrel and he's not going to use the sword for anything else, then the sword is muktzah. He has no right to pick up a sword. The sword is to chop people's heads off or to chop the top of the barrel off, but it's a muktzah item. So if he has an excuse that he wants to use it for the food, great. But if just to cut open the barrel, it's not okay. Meisvei, but I have a problem. Maybe other than some publish yayin, who mat is rosh beside wine. Once he gets to the wine, then he doesn't need you don't need a sword to cut open wine. You just need the sword to cut open the barrel. So how are you going to explain this one? Maybe it's a cholish like yayin, umat is rosh, chop off the top, beside with a sword, no problem.
Bro, but like some podcasters in Czech Republic make more money than I am making. So I'm not thinking
remember all the way back when. Oh, remember
percent.
You had Reb Nehemiah. It's a shita that says that you cannot touch anything on Shabbos. Zero. You can't even lift a fork. Unless you need it for the tzarech of what you're doing.
I am
So
not
Reb Nehemiah's
thinking
opinion that a sword is good. I can pick up a sword if I need to chop open,
because I
chop
will get
apart my
anywhere,
figs.
okay?
I don't
Chop
care.
open the barrel.
I'm telling you the truth. You're in the 1%.
I could use any item for anything. If I want to use a fork to scratch my ear, that's okay. Rabbi Nechemia says no. Fork is only for eating lukshin kugel and stuff like that. But to take a fork and use it for something else, absolutely not. It's muktzah.
I am learning something.
Remember this from Nechemia? Big Rabbi Nechemia. So the one place that says I can chop open a barrel for wine with a sword, that's because I hold the rabbanon. The sword has many purposes. One of them is to open a barrel. The other place that says that you can only use a sword if you have dried figs, that's because it goes for a specific purpose. Dried figs,
Yes.
So to cut open food, that's when I can use the sword. Says the Gemara, my Dufke, the Rabbi Shai, looking at this, give Nechemia with the Kusha. Rabbi Nechemia is a Das Yachid. And you go and tell me this whole mission was according to Das Yachid, like Nechemia, a wild cheater than Nechemia. Look at the Frada, he's the Frada, it's Frada. Wouldn't it be a lot better to start talking about figs that you don't need a sword, and it goes according to Rava? Rava, my sister Chita, makes a lot of sense. My ear, the Tari Groiga, he's the Kairos. Why does the Mishnah use the word Groiga? From all the fruits in the world, the Mishnah uses figs. Because figs are special that when they get hard and they stick to each other, you need a very blunt object like a sword to break them apart. You have these baskets full of figs and dates. And they're tied with like a string. You can undo the string if it's not a kesher shekayama. You can cut it apart, break it apart. In other words, I'm using a knife for something that's not typically done, to cut string.
That's true.
According to Nechemia, this would be a big problem, right? So Nechemia says you use a knife only to smear butter, to cut your chicken, but not to cut string. Oh, this fits in beautifully with the Nechemia. Now we have the perfect answer. One that says you can't carry a knife to cut string is Nechemia. The other one is Rabban. This time you're even a spoon, your talents, a beggar, a knife, you cannot use a beggar for sitting on it, whatever. A beggar is for a beggar, a knife is for a knife, and that's it. That's the only way you can touch them on Shabbat. Can I make a hole in a barrel with a spear? Take a spear and poke it right through the barrel. Is he trying to make a nice little hole? And it's also or maybe he just wants it to come out nicely. He wants to show his guests how much he loves them, and he doesn't care. He wants it to be large. And
my family knew him.
This is awesome.
My family knew him, not well, but
you see, you could chop off
there are members of my family.
The barrel with a knife. What else? And the reason why it's also is because he's trying to be large. Why? Because if he was trying to get it off, you just peel it off nicely. Why is he chopping it? Why is he making a whole show? Because he's trying to show off his guests and he wants to be lying yofa. So this is Megufa again. What's Megufa?
Maybe you are not
the seal on the barrel.
Crazy in this.
Tony, we have a question for you. When is your podcast today?
No,
My podcast today will be
on top, going down, making a nice hole.
because he's from Uganda, he's from Africa,
The side,
it's like different time zones.
why?
So
You make a hole from the side. Now you're making a perfect hole
Did you send
where
him?
dirt can't get in.
Did you send him a
It's
reminder?
really problematic because dirt can still come in. It's not very good. That's what it means. He's learning chat. I'll make a hole from the side. The machlokes is when you go sideways from the side, and that's the what Manoah says it's also because look, I made a nice hole. Manoah says it's mutter. That's not the way to do it. Go from the top. You're called mutter. That's a terrible hole. Dirt's gonna get in there, etc. Well, they thought it like venom. So why does it say you shouldn't make a hole from the side? Also, the kufa, the fathers. We're not talking about in the cap with the kufa. We're talking about kufa, the fathers, the actual, the physical wooden barrel. Oh, and that hole is problematic because now you're creating something new and good. You're not allowed to create a new hole in a barrel in Shabbos. But if you already have, let's say, a 1-inch hole, you can make it 1.5 inches. You're not allowed to add to the size of the hole. So sometimes you're wrong. The shove and everybody agrees. If there's a hole already that you had there, I could undo it. I could open up the older hole.
Yeah.
How come you can't make a brand new hole? So when I add to an existing hole, I'm also being misaken. Boys, you have to play this game with me for a second. I don't care how shy you are and how new you are. Oh, you don't care. I don't know who you are. Show me later. And Xavi. Super. Let me ask you a question. If you have a chicken coop, I don't know if you have this big skills of ever going into chicken coop, but it smells terrible. Yeah. So, no? Simon Cohen says not so much. Not only does it smell bad, the whole neighborhood smells. Maybe today's, fans and all sorts of stuff. I had the big spells when I learned the
He just asked you a question.
I am doing
if you want to check just tell me. Show me 1,
normal
2, 3,
people
0
because
I
I think
everybody
should have
why would I, the owner, make a hole in the chicken? For air to go out, or air to go in, or both?
Yeah, you don't have to be famous, rich.
Simon says 2.
You can be
I got a 3. I got 2. I say 1 here. You gotta play the game. I don't care who you are. Everybody on the first screen has to play this game. Even Xavier. Everybody says 2. Wow. Anybody else? I got a bunch of people. 1 of it. Okay. No, the reason why I'm asking is because it's very interesting in the Gemara here. So Gemara asks, when you add the hole, you're adding you're being misakin mana. You're fixing something. You had a hole that was 1 inch, now it's 2 inches. That's a problem. Why is it different making a brand new hole or making a hole that was 1 inch and then 2 inches? The only hole that's also. By the way, all the people that said 2, they already learned this subject. So,
he already does that. The username that he has is called Life Podcast Network. It's already a no.
One-way street. That's a 2-way street. In and out. No. And if ain't no Yoselachas loyalty, ain't no Pesach. You're not over. Rabbanan Udu Gozur, and Rabbanan said,
Tony.
What confuses people? Because chicken coop smells so bad that you would think that the reason why the guy makes a hole in it is to let all the terrible fumes escape. But what you're forgetting is that it's also to allow fresh air in. The Avila Yuli Avira Pugi Havila. And therefore, people say, oh, making a hole in chicken coop, you're not over there, right? Yubala Hoisif, Moisif. Now, in a hole, in a chicken coop, nobody in the right mind is going to add to the diameter. Why? So the Gemara, let's turn over to Amr Bay's, sponsored by Shield Mutual. For some reason, I think he's an American, and for some reason, I think he's listening to Shir. I'm not sure why. I thought I saw him driving around in his car with it. Anyway, here he is. Shir Greenfield. I said your name. That's why I'm alive in schools.
Right.
Fine. So somebody, a guy in Chicago, texted me, "Hey, can I watch your Shir now? It's after Chatzah." I said, "No." Especially if it's enjoyable. Listen, if it's a terrible thing, if you bring back terrible memories from Taylor, go ahead, watch it.
Thank you.
Nothing like it. So why can't I so the thing is like this. If I have a hole, I'm a farmer, I have a chicken coop, I know exactly what I'm doing, I make a certain hole. Nobody that has a hole on a chicken coop is going to make a larger hole. Why? Again, going back to Kiprop days, I remember there was a thing, in Hebrew it's called a miniyah. Nimiya is a mongoose.
Maybe he
and
might
they
have
have
done
them all
more
over
than that.
Israel apparently. And they had
And
them
that's what you have to do. You
and
just
these
work through it.
mongooses, they love chicken.
He gets people of all different backgrounds. I mean,
Chicken is their favorite.
uh,
So they'll get into the chicken coop somehow.
Reverend Andrew, didn't you ever watch the early days of the Oprah Winfrey Show?
They kill, in one night, they'll kill 200 chickens, no problem. One guy will kill 200. He doesn't need to eat 200.
You don't know who Oprah is?
So the big problem is, and I remember when I was a kid, I might be wrong. This is
All right, well,
a 10-year-old remembering.
Basically interviewing
Is that all the chickens
That's what he
become
does.
tricked because you don't know which one this mongoose got a hold of. It's a major problem for the farmer. Big loss. Not only does he have 200 dead chickens there, but 10,000 chickens might go bye-bye. Something like that. That's what I remember. But the point is, the Shumricha show. And Rashi says in the top line here, going to Miyah, the Chulda, you have these terrible Nimiyahs, these mongooses, certain animals, a Chulda, a rat, they'll come in there and they'll destroy your ships. So you don't want to make the whole larger. The whole reason why I made Xera is because it's Shuldan and Goyim, because people don't realize that it's in and out. And the Shuldan and Goyim is not something I make larger. So I would think that I'm allowed to make it larger. You're not allowed to add holes in no. Even when I make a chicken coop, be the farmer, maybe I'll be off. I think that in order to get the stench out of there is 3 inches. In fact, I need 6-7 inches. Smaller than a Nania, but larger than what I have right now. And maybe I'll try to make it larger. Once in a while, today, and I'll make it larger. Are right that people make mistakes and people want to enlarge even the chicken coop, even though you're so concerned that this animal will come in. No, they'll make sure it doesn't come in. But what they have right now is not sufficient to get the stench out. Everybody agrees that you're allowed to like reopen a old wound. On the barrel, we're going to see there's 3 areas in the barrel.
So why don't you do the same, Reverend Andrew?
That everybody agrees that you could open up a hole or open up a hole or plug a hole. It says open a hole, but is there a continuation?
Are you smoking?
Second.
Or vaping? I understand. Are you vaping?
No.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
You got something.
Says Gemara.
I can see this. I give 3 seconds. Yeah.
If I'm plugging up a hole,
what are you vaping, big dog?
That the good aroma of the wine is going to escape.
Yeah,
so
you, Reverend Andrew, we're talking to you. What are you vaping?
This will also do the job. I'll plug it in and shalom.
You think we're dumb? You think we're blind?
So that's not a problem. What if I'm plugging up a hole? That's going to.
Oh, we caught you. We caught you red-handed.
Oh, that's
am I wrong, Tony? You saw it too, right?
And when they go, it's also. Why is it also?
Yes.
There you go. All right, we got him. There's nothing wrong with it, but
the wine level. That's for the rayon.
I want to know. I'm curious. What are you vaping? We caught you. You're caught red-handed.
Let's say this is wine. So right over here says Rava is the shaman. But down here, when I have the pressure
what are you vaping?
of all the wine above, that pressure is way too much.
Don't tell us.
Over there, I need to make.
Don't tell us nothing. Do you have?
And therefore,
do you have cannabis or do you have? Okay, so do you have? Is it nicotine?
Below the sediment. In other words, all the way in the back.
Well, we want to know. Is it nicotine? It's absolutely fine. You can tell us. Oh, look at you. You shot yourself.
But it's a chart nevertheless.
Okay, that's fine. You do you.
Those are 2 openings to a house. So when
if anything, it makes me like you more.
There's 2 houses, one on the top, one on the bottom. So you see the bottom one?
Both of you. Both of you.
Represents Daled Amas in front of a door. poor guy that lives on top over here, he only has 2 entrances. So he gets,
all right,
when they're
no big
dividing
deal.
the field, let's say Yerusha,
So we asked you a question.
one
Why don't you
and
create a
two.
networking group
This guy gets 1,
using
2,
a
3,
podcast?
4, 5, 6. He gets 4 more than the other guy. Then they make a line in the middle to divide everything equally.
Okay.
So that's above Basra, right? That is so much Arba. Even if I close off a door, I no longer use that door.
That's fine.
What I have here, I only have 2 doors. But I have 4 doors that were closed up. I get an extra 4 amas for each door that was closed up. Paris is Simon, Where's that picture I had? Here. Here's Simon, the stuff in brown. It's like it's a mashko, how do you say? It's a jam around the door made out of stone. Brown stuff. If once I remove that and everything is nice and flush, then ain't like that. Basically, Abai is trying to prove that if I make a really nice plug, like in a house where I take out the door jamb and I make it nice and flush, then it's as if there's no more hole. And if it's not very nice, then there's still a pest and still a hole. So too in a barrel.
I'll be right back.
If I make a really nice plug, then it's an isser. Now I did something proper. And if it's still shvat, they plugged it with a tissue, then that's not considered a good plug, and I'm not over anything. And every time I go to if I take on, now, next halakha, is sausage. Now we're talking about a dead person. Weird case. Guy has a small little house. Those days their houses anyway is 4x4 amas. Somebody dies. He decides to make it like those Rebbes. If you ever go to the basic forest, the Rebbe has like this giant, I don't know what it's called, like a little, they make a show on top of this thing. This guy picks a house, plugs the door, closes up the door, and he calls it a caver. Now, why is that significant? Because if it's a true caver, a regular caver today is a Xeri Derabanan, that around the caver 4 amas is tameh. So if the house is considered a caver, then I have to give all around the house 4 amas of tumah. But if it's not a caver, then so how do I decide if it's a caver? Bayis, the same thing, same Allah. Bayis also made a mitabit asviva. You don't give it 4 amas. Or else it's Simon, if this is the house, and I got rid of the brown, and now it's just flush brick everywhere, then it becomes a caver, and all of a sudden there's 4 amas of tumah all around.
Yes, I'm still here.
Gufta. What's a gufta? Excuse these pictures. But gufta is like this is from Pirush Chai. It's not my art. But this is it's like a straw you put in here and the wine comes out of here. Now what I could do is I could also use a hadas. I fold it in half, this green hadas, fold it in half, and then that also becomes a spigot. Says the Gemara, Gufta Rava Osar Ushmol Shari. Now, says the Gemara, if I cut this reed, I make a straw. You can't do that in Shabbos. If I had a straw, cut that, I put a plug it back in. So where's the machlokes? If they put it back in, it's mutter. And to make one lechatchila is also.
Yes, sir.
I had this piece ready. Yeah, here's my straw. Before Shabbos, I had this. It was already, but you know what? I didn't put it in the hole to see if it fits. I have the length and everything. Now I have to see if it fits. Mandal sign. I'm concerned That if I allow this, and you're gonna start playing with it and pushing it in, then you'll cut it with a kid. Sorry, look at you. Get that noise. Look at the place now. Hey, how comes from Thursday? Now it's called like a straw yontif. They ain't start playing with Shabbos. If I can't do it on yontif, so we're not in Shabbos. Nafla, what if it popped out of the barrel? My two days in Shabbos, put it back in Shabbos. Oh, if I can put it back in Shabbos, then it's on yontif, then of course I can do it on yontif. Yoshia Mako, what is going on? What does this mean? Rabbi Yoshia's Mako? Where? What? How? Rabbi Yoshia Hayo. He lay my ratio. How come talking about him? It can't be that Rabbi Yoshia says that I could make one mechashila. That's fixing on Shabbos. Be'ela Seifa. He says that you can put it back in. Nobody argues in that. Everybody else you can put it back in. Hello, the Chaticha will even talk like even now. He cut it before Shabbos, but he didn't fit it properly. Mar Sova Gazvino, Mar Sova Gazvino, and that's not. Geyser that your pump could cut a brand new fresh one or not. Guards, Rav Shisha, Grader, Rav Yiti, Mishmei, Rav Yochanan. Allah give Yoshia. Allah is he's Mako. You're allowed to be moist in the food. Says the Gemara Mishka. What if I take congealed oil? Rav also no sorry. Now that he used congealed oil on Shabbos and smoothed down. Mangoes are getting from Shabbos. This is really on wax. And this is similar to wax. So I'm making zero. Sorry, look at you know. Oh, you have small
What about Seinfeld? It's a show about nothing. There's no mission, there's no message.
But in the beginning of the song, you said, Rav Asan. It's awesome. No, you told us. Now, don't forget, Rav Yosef is famous. We had a bunch of times already that Rav Yosef forgot all his learning, and they had to remind him his learning. So that's what is going on. Beirish Amnuslam, when you were healthy, you told us, the Rav said, it's nothing. Omar Kavois Rishba. Also, a bunch of times in Shas. He was a hunter. He had that. Rashi said, Rashi said he hunted birds. Anyway, he was a hunter. Whatever he hunted. Omar Kavois Rishba. Omar Shmuel. Oh, so this guy is also. You want to take a piece of hadas and fold it in half and use it as a spigot, also. Why? Because you might come to make a marzev. What's a marzev? A gutter. Now, by the way, unfortunately, there's no New Yorkers there besides Chief Greenfield. He'll have an off. You know, in New York, they call it gutter. They say gutter. They don't even say the R. They drop the R there. So gutter in Brooklyn, at least, not in New York, Brooklyn, gutter is the street. My mother told me not to go in the gutter. That's how they say it. Don't ask me why, but a gutter is that piece right by the sidewalk. That the garbage, my mother told me to, and I just put it all in the gutter.
Alright.
Omar, yeah, I used to live in Brooklyn. I used to talk like that. I have videos of me. That's literally how I used to sound. My time for that's awesome. My time it's awesome because of the gutter. Rav Ashi, what does that mean? So Rashi learns like this. There's a gutter, not a gutter from your house that catches the rain, but you might make a little bit of a fold. If the hadas has a fold, you're going to come and make it gutter. Rav Ashi Omar, no, we're not concerned about a gutter. Rav Ashi Omar, Zerishim Yikdoin. And you might pull one of these hadasim off a branch. Now the branch is not attached to a tree. You have a branch that's off the tree, so it's not mechuber anymore. The problem is you might come and pull one leaf off this branch. So what's the problem with that? Oh, the problem is misakim money. I'm fixing something in job. Maybe now what's the difference if it's a gutter or it's hadas? If you now the cotton you might. If you already have prepared hadasim ready, all on a plate somewhere. So according to the Madonna, the problem is you might take the cut one off, and that's it's already cut. Right. You might make a gutter. That's a problem. Beisadio. What about felt? I want to wrap myself with a bunch of felt. Rav Osai or Shmuel Shari. Machlokes. Birachin says the Gemara. If it's very soft, it's mutter wise. It's like clothing. I'm cold. I warm myself up with a felt blanket. The caution if it's very the also. Of course it's us. It's not a beggar. Come take it off. Keep the mitzvah. The whole machlokes is medium. Mine those are Mexican master. One that says it's also why? Because it looks like you're carrying something. It's heavy stuff. It's not clothing. Man, show you the Mexican master. Okay. Says the Marva, other Rav, lava perish is man. You didn't say Mefurish and Mikola is man. God never said awesome. What happened? The Rav Iqlal asked what is the story he once went to a place. He went into a shul. So they have a Rav and there was no room in the shul. Not like Yosef Ikar. In other words, so many people came to hear Rav speak. It was jam-packed. He felt bad for everybody. He says, let's go outside. Let's take this outside. Right. So they go outside into a car. Isolate Beisadze. So they come and they bring in a Beisadze. They bring in some of this felt. What kind of felt? Obviously, we're talking about a medium one, because if it was a very stiff one, the Gemara wouldn't believe the story. It was very soft, the Gemara wouldn't believe the story. We're talking about a medium one. Places says this, but it's obvious. Not like Yosef Ikar. Honestly, they decided to bring this felt stuff. Well, Yosef, he didn't use it. Oh, man, the puzzle is so from the Beisadze also. So they assume the reason why Rav never sat on it is because he holds the passes that medium felt is also below him. That's not true. The Rav, because Rav is the one that said that you're allowed or you're permitted to. So why didn't he use it? But Rabbi said, he didn't sit on it because of his Rebbe. Who's that? Umaninu? Kahana and Rasi learned by Rav, but they became Choshev, they became Gedolim. Then they became like his friends. So once they became his friends, he wanted them to sit as well. He didn't want to be the only one sitting. And Mela, he refused to sit on the Beisadze. So don't. That's why you have to be careful. You see a story, you can learn from it. Halacha, they understood that Rav said it's awesome. In fact, Rav said it's mutter, and he didn't sit on it for other reasons. Says the Mishnah, no need for pictures, but why not? I take a pot and I put it into a pit. What you see from this picture is it lacks water. That's based on that, right? There's no water in this pit. This pit is just a nice, cool place to put your pot. Next halacha. You have nice filtered water. You take the cup or whatever you have, you put it in this disgusting water. Or pull it up. Have a little bit. There's that sign in the family. You take your nice cool water, you want to warm it up, you put it in the sun. You let it cook in the sun, don't get this or then we had a different solution. Take the thing, you take Stop one, put it in water. The nasty, you put the good stuff in the nasty water. It says the I gotta tell you myself from Nessie Fisher. Might have even said the story. So I was a very big jet ski guy. That's a whole different story. But, so I took out my jet ski in Chicago. And I grew up bunch of you gotta go to Nixon. So I have a jet ski. He's a guy, I look around, there's nobody there. A video editor, and he's in the water. I decided, you know what? He's video editor. I take out my brains and put it on the seat of the jet. And I started. I've done it. Huge giant fitness. And that's my bathing suit. That's the jet ski. The panic that I have, like this whole movie played in my head. Now I have to get on the jet ski without a bathing suit go to the shore. I mean, how do I explain myself? Come off the jet ski, tie it to my car. Like, what am I going to do? And I'm panicking. I'm swimming in the water, looking for this thing. Baruch Hashem, I found it. Anyway, why am I telling this story? As I'm reading this Mishnah, it occurred to me, I'm not the only Mishnah. It says, Misha Moshe Kelo, if his clothes fell off of him, the derech b'mayim. He's walking and his clothes fell off. So what is it? Mahalach be'inei choshech. Yeah. There's not a picture of a jet ski. It would make me snagger. We only had my jet ski picture. But anyway, his clothes fell off. What do? He walks in them all wet and everything. And you don't have to worry about it. About Skita. As soon as he gets home, he takes them off and puts them in the sun to dry off. Never do this in front of other people. It's not, you don't do that. People are going to think you just did the laundry. What's going on here? Says the Gemara Pshita. What's the whole kiddush that you just put your capsule in a bar? The bottom of the pit, like you're not going to put your suit sideways, right? Imagine. So you try to level out the bottom of the pit. That's a true kiddush. Maybe that should be considered. You see, you have to always think in Hilchos Shabbos. It seems simple to us here, but maybe it's something. Maybe it's talking. So you have to constantly think about it. So you're putting the pot down, and you're gonna maybe just go once over on the ground to make sure it's nice and clean. That's a street kumois. That's all. That's a nice I open the road. You gotta put nice water and bad water. So safe and simple. Of course you could. It's a ton of Bahama. Like put cold water in the sun. But now that you know that you're not consider cooking in the sun, it has to be with fire. Now the same. Remember, all the way in the beginning of the Sefta, the chashash is that you're going to cover it with coal, marshmallow. One last thing here, Misha Moshe, Rabbi Domeraz, some of them told me how come me Maris I am. What a problem. If it's also, you can do it in front of other people. I think the Chazal Chadorim also. So you're not allowed to do the same thing even in the private room. I have no idea. I think I'm going to be wrong on this, but I'm just saying it as a para muscle. Because when we go to Chicago, even though we only keep one day Yom Tov, it's as if we don't gain not one thing. The only thing we gain that I'm saying, we don't have to sit through the whole Seder or whatever. But we can't do any lacha. We can't go on our phone, not even in the bathroom. We can't check out your text and even the Chag Chadar. Nothing's the same halacha. It's a different kind of idea. But something that's also for you to do in front of other people, even the Chag Chadarim, even when you're locked closet, you can't do it. The problem is our Mishnah, right? So now, I'm showing for the Chama, you can take your clothing, put it up into the sun, but look, make sure nobody sees it. So if nobody can see it, so you can't do it even when they're not seeing it. When they're not looking. What I know, sign showing for the Chama, but look, Rabbi Lezer, Rabbi Shimon, Osram. It was in fact my focus when you do it. The Chag Chadar, when nobody's looking. The boys say, have a wonderful night. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah.
7:15. Welcome to all the new guests. It's not about the top, it's about the Yomi. The Baruch Hu was smiling on every single one of you. Very proud of you.
I don't know.
It's okay. I don't have any podcasts scheduled for today. I'm not going to cook. I'm not going to clean. I'm just going to enjoy the day. And then potentially tomorrow or into this week, I do have one podcast scheduled, and I might have another one scheduled. I've got these robots that are working for me that are really doing a really nice job.
Sorry?
And I told you that I collected 130,000 contact pages for all the big podcasts of the world and little podcasts. They have a website that has a place to put something in. I have it basically archived. And
motorcycle.
And then when
jet skis. 2 of them got stolen in Miami.
It's extremely valuable. Basically shortcuts to get to the people who run all of the world's media.
Drones is a big thing.
And so I've got this list of 130,000 contact pages. And then what my bot does is it goes through all of them and sees to make sure to save me time so that I don't have to go through it manually. It sees if it's a valid page and if I can put information in there.
10 years,
and then what the bot does is it basically lists about 50 at a time, different ones, and all I have to do is make sure that the information, it plugs in the information for me. So it puts my name in there, it puts my telephone number in there, it puts my email in there, it puts my content, my comments in there, it puts my address, it puts anything that I need in there, and all I have to do is hit the submit button if I want to submit to those. And I could even automate that part of it as well, but I don't want to because some I don't want to necessarily submit. And then
one toy I don't have.
And also I have a different bot that does the captcha for me. So I don't have to sit there and find the different school buses or the different fire hydrants or a car or a bridge. I don't have to do any of that. It does it all for me. And the only thing is it's just a little slow, but that's fine. Slow and steady wins the race.
Good morning, everybody.
Right now, of the 130,000, I've gone through maybe 10,000. So I still have a lot more to do. And then all I have to do is check my email over the course of the next few days, and people say, "Hey, I got your comment on my website. I just want you to know that I have a scuba diving podcast, and so I don't know if you're the best fit unless you're like some kind of scuba diving teacher." And I'll say, "Oh, thank you for the opportunity. If possible, maybe in the future, our paths will cross. I really want you to know I appreciate your response and best wishes." But then I do get some people who are like, "Yeah, I've got a history podcast, and what you're doing sounds really, really interesting. Let's set up a call to have you on my podcast." So it's just a much more efficient way of doing this as opposed to just randomly going on the internet and trying to find websites. That's very difficult to do.
This is from Dr. Mark Wilson
have new information for the news.
What's your information for the news?
I
this weekend, and we have two things for my live podcast.
Okay, what are those?
I will going to have website.
Oh wow, Dr.
Okay.
Allen.
And I will going to start working with someone about my new app.
See, some people come from Toronto.
What kind of app do you have?
I will have. No, I don't have. I will have. I'm going to start working and
all right, she has
I don't know if you want an app. Why do you want an app?
App because I want to app because it's
unreal.
good to have,
Unreal.
and I want to have like
I don't have I have
one place to have everything.
You guys
one place for people who doesn't
I
have
watch everything on Torah
Twitter,
and watch
who doesn't have social media. I want to have like to be connected with them too.
Why don't you just do that with the website? It's cheaper.
Because it mentions chiropractic right at the
I have a guide for that.
No,
you know how expensive it is to host an app?
Against building.
I will have my own app.
I know. And you have to. You want someone with an iPhone to download it, right?
To help enhance immune
Yes,
function.
right.
You hear this?
Yes.
All right, right there. It's hundreds of dollars a year for the renewal of just the license. You want it to be on Google, right?
Nope, we don't have one yet.
Yes.
Okay, well, right there, that's also hundreds of dollars. So already you're looking at maybe $1,000 just every year that you have to make with this app. I just want you to know that. If you're willing to pay that to have 5 people on your app, well, then go for it. To me, invest that, save that money. Look, I'm an app developer. I've launched apps with millions of people who have downloaded them. I'm just telling you, unless you're going to be making money with this app, you're wasting your time.
I didn't know that.
Use a website. You can connect people with the website. Use your social media. Use the tools that are already available to people.
All right.
You say, I want to help people who don't have a Twitter account. Why don't they have a Twitter account?
One of the benefits of living in Australia. Simon, who's in Australia.
Okay, so if you create an app, you know how difficult it's going to be for them? They don't have an email. They don't have an iPhone. They don't have an Android device. So now that you're going to have to teach them all of that? I'm just telling you, in app development, I've launched apps before. You need a lot more money than I know what you have. I know how much money you have. And you need a lot more money than what you have to be to have a successful app.
Spontaneously
And
sat down
well,
and sang that
yo,
same song.
Tony, what are you
And
doing?
immediately
You're like super loud in the background.
Lockdown, they're all lockdown over there.
What are you doing? You're like super
Kids
loud.
are an amazing Dafyomi club, and I'm proud to be part of. And Clydesdale, here's the song. I gotta show you this song. I don't know if you're gonna be able to hear it. This guy has an incredible voice.
Okay. No, I'm just saying, look, I don't want you to throw money at a problem that doesn't exist and that is way too expensive for you.
He's like a pretty super guy. Simon, your buddy?
But a website's a good idea.
Yeah, website.
All right, so you're saying that I'm making the sound?
Oh, that's right. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I believe they're hosting. He's hosting in Australia.
I'm not saying that you are making. I have a friend.
All right, beautiful.
No. In the background, there's like a background
the
noise.
feeling of actus. You look at the screen because
And it
people
sounds
talk
like
about
it's
color,
something.
you know, it's
Air condition.
seriously.
No, it's not your air conditioner. It's like your microphone. Mute your microphone and then leave and come back real quick if you would please.
And you have we just found out last night.
Okay, I'm testing it. It's fine right now. Testing it. I'm testing it. It's fine. It's fine. Tony, come back. Tony. Okay, let's see if it's better now. Seems like it's better now. Whatever you did,
We're
fix it.
starting it right here, one at a time.
Okay.
Okay, so
All right.
but like the
And also
website
another
is
incredible
ready.
thing,
Yes.
the
Yeah,
fact that
it is.
it's not about the doctor. it's
Just
about
keep
the
in mind,
economy.
like,
Last
even
night we
just,
had
especially in the
94
European
people
Union, you're
on
going to have,
YouTube,
you need a
and
privacy
80
policy,
something
you
on
need
Zoom, which is
attorneys,
usually the reverse.
you need to be able to store
I
this
don't know what
information securely. You don't have the money for that.
But what's the tissue of? Come on,
Like,
somebody
so like no
That's
website.
their fast.
No, website's fine because you're not going to be storing it. There will be another
Most
company
important
that
people.
stores it. But for you, I would say a free website. I would not pay for a website. You're not
We're
big
holding
enough
the
yet.
last
You don't have the money. Basically, you would need to buy a domain.
words.
That's going to cost you $15 or
Very
so.
rare that on a
You're going to have
Friday
tax
morning
on
we'll be
that.
holding where we need
Then
to
you're
go.
going to have to
Very
design
rare
it.
that you have
And then you put all this money into it, and then you're not going to have too much. You can use a free website. Tripod allows you to have a free website. You can also have a blog. I think a blog for you is a really good idea. Okay, but you don't have your podcast up with a blog.
So we discussed this halacha. If you shake off your garment,
okay. What kind of website do you want to make?
In other words,
I want to make a website
clothing
that
in the
was
typical way
will be
it's supposed to be
like
clean.
because
If
you
cleaning
have
it is shaking
absolutely
it,
true.
cleaning is flicking it,
I need to have
or
the right
sometimes cleaning it is with water.
1, 2, 3.
It all depends on what you have and what the situation is and what people typically do.
I need
When we had the mud,
website
a flick is not going to clean
because
up.
I want to have
So you're not finding
all
pockets over there
information there.
with water.
I want to have
If it's some
information
dust,
who is going to be next
That's all you need. Usually don't
guest on my
throw your
episode.
suit under a faucet when there's a little dust. You go like this,
I
and you're
want
good.
to have
Sit down, you can find
information
pockets.
like
لا يا مارن سيد مارن
put my email there and
Listen, though.
the
What
people,
exactly
if
is
they
good
have a
and what is
question,
old?
they can ask me.
Absolutely.
Showed
Yeah.
me a few times. One time,
There are free ways to do
so
that.
how
There
does
are
it
free
apply to
hosting
us?
sites.
It applies very much.
I know.
Why?
I'm
Rely
never
on
going
another
to
book.
do it with the free
It has to
hosting,
be
but
black.
I'm going to do it
Or
with my friend.
if it's
He
white
knows.
or red,
He is very
you
good
wear
with
a
it.
red suit. You discuss
yeah.
red suits and who wears
Okay.
red suit and why people wear red suits.
Well,
When
that
you
sounds
feel
like it's
uncomfortable,
doable.
You feel you don't
And
belong in that country.
Yeah.
You're a minority. You start
You
wearing
should also have a
clothing.
blog. The blog's important
You
for
see,
search
listen
engine
to
optimization.
the Jews and other people, they like to wear interesting stuff. So if it's red, there's no problem.
Do you know what search engine optimization is?
The bottom line is, it all goes
Okay,
in your
so
mind.
you know when you
So
Google
if you have
something
red,
and you get the
if
results?
you have a red
Yes.
suit, but
Okay.
you like it. No
In order
dust
to
at all,
have
you
good
keep on
results, like you're in the top 10,
going like this all
you
day
have to
long,
have
the view is
a
there.
lot of
So
search engine optimization, meaning
again, it's
Google
not
has
good
to
if it's
trust
brand new,
you,
if it was
and you have to
washed 5
provide
times, and it's cleaner,
relevant content, and in order to do that, a blog is a really strong way to have good search engine optimization.
It likes dust under soup, and you start flicking it. That could be according to Rashi.
Does this make sense to you?
Yes.
Whoa, the cup in a light. And you need to be makbid. What does that mean, makbid?
There's a reason why you can't just create 1,000 pages that say live podcast, live podcast, live podcast. That you won't rank higher than your YouTube page or somebody else's YouTube page with live podcast, because Google trusts some sites more than it trusts others. But the good news is you could have a blog. When's the last time you published your blog?
Oh my God, it's long.
Okay, so when you say you have a blog, which is cool, but it hasn't been used, you should have a blog for your podcast. And you can say, you can give, even just what you write in the description of your YouTube, you can just put in your blog. But then you can also say upcoming guests and how to contact you. You can have a contact page. And you can put your email there.
If they don't care, so why were they doing it? Like, sounds almost.
Okay, so if that's what you want to do, I'm all for that. Did you create an Odyssey account?
No, I am doing BitChute. I'm doing your. I don't know why you are so fan of BitChute, because ChatGPT said it's not that big. But I am doing it anyway.
Wait. I know it's not a big platform. I know that. You want to be everywhere, don't you? So if you want to be everywhere, I'm going to get you everywhere. If you only want to be on a few of them, then we'll keep you on a few of them. But you have to understand that there are eyes that will view you on all of these different platforms.
Fine, you try to block.
That's not true.
Block. Okay, block is a good word.
Because I don't know how many
basically
people like see me on Amazon.
Do I give him the head?
Wait, listen.
I don't know.
Listen.
That's not nice.
You don't understand search engine optimization. Every entry that you put in about live podcasts gets you higher rank in search engine optimization. So Google or ChatGPT may say, BitChute isn't seen by that many people, it's alternative, who cares? However, when people type into videos, BitChute will show up there. And your Amazon will show up in the Google results. So even if it's not being used that much, when people search for you, it is allowing you to have higher visibility. This all works together.
You want to clean it? They want to clean it? Fine, but it's not important. It wasn't like I can't walk outside like
you may say, Rabbi, nobody's watching me on BitChute. That's fine. When people Google you, those results show up, and it means your competition does not show up.
So Places explains we just finished the sugya. The Mishnah.
If I type in water to Google right now,
fell off in the water. Now, if you weren't here last night,
exactly, and you want to change that, don't you? Well, do you know how you change that with blogs and having lots of social media?
Jet ski. By myself. I used to love going out in Chicago by myself.
Yeah,
and Ellie Dykeman is here, so I don't know if you ever heard this. You're
not publishing to Reddit. Why aren't you publishing to Reddit? Every time you do a podcast
on the water. So
I told you, every time you do a podcast, you should have a Reddit post.
Now you can just undo your bathing suit a little bit. Nobody's here. So let me take off my bathing suit.
Right? Didn't we talk about this?
And I start toiling, and all of a sudden, the giant.
And Reddit is one of the strongest things that can be used for SEO and AI.
Immediately, I had this.
So what you do is you go back to episode 1 or whatever, and you make a Reddit post every day. You do a new Reddit post. You don't do 50 Reddit posts in a day because you'll get flat. You just do one per day. And then when people type in live podcast, you'll show up in Google within perhaps the next year or two. And you may say, well, a year or two, that's going to take a really long time. If you don't do that in Reddit, you'll never be seen.
Falls off into water. How exactly? I'm explaining to you how it's possible. But based on this,
every time you do a podcast, you need to get into a rhythm. And you're doing a good job of this, so don't feel badly, but I'm just trying to help you. You need to put a blog entry out. You need to put a Reddit post out. You need to put it on your social media. You need to make a couple clips for TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube Shorts. And then it needs to be published on YouTube, Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey, and that's it. If you could do that with every episode, you'll have and of course Spotify, but you'll have a very strong social media presence and search engine results. You'll be doing really well. If you don't do that, then you're only going to be big in one niche. And nobody's going to find life podcasts if you just upload to YouTube. That's it. Because even I, who know who you are and know what to look for, can't find you, at least in the United States, if I don't go to life podcasts and then look at channels and see that you're like the third or fourth one down. We want to change that, and you're still new. So don't get down on yourself. You'll continue to grow. You know, you've only done 30 plus episodes and you're already getting paid to do it. So that's really good. The other podcasts that we talked about, they weren't getting paid to do it.
That's how we're just talking about the dealers, because they're famous for that.
You know, another thing.
I'm also talking about carrying. So if this guy walks out with money,
he knows what he's doing.
In his.
Tony, you know what? Another good way. This is kind of cheating, but
so I looked up the remote talks about it. So we're not arguing so much on books over here.
So
what's he has to say? Whatever the reason is.
So Tony, just like that guy from Uganda yesterday on Kick, you find a good-looking girl who doesn't have anybody talking to them, and wait, she's going to look really good in your social media, and then that's going to get you a lot more hits. One good-looking girl will get you 100 times more hits than some guy in Uganda. I see.
That's true.
Yeah.
What is Trump's fire all
the typical family that puts money in some sort of women. Okay, so they said family. Every person.
I'm not saying the guy in Uganda is not great. He was really nice. And that the big fitness influencer isn't going to be big. But when you're just scrolling social media, they're not going to get your attention like some pretty girl.
Like a scarf. Put it like the Kabbalah scarf around the head. So they would throw it back. We learn a ton of the Avad, according to Tyson, a ton of our runners, but we're going to point to Rashi all the time, so the Tanim is a place. Elef and Adam, El Shadargam shall report him lots of the So if you have a scarf, you go back.
I need some very hot girlfriend, and I need to have episodes with her.
No, you don't have to do that. If that's what you want, and I'll tell you the secret to do this. If that's what you want, you just get a prostitute who's really pretty, and you just interview her. That way, it's a business relationship. She has an hourly rate. She charges you $100 an hour or $200 an hour, and you just say, "I want to interview you as a spokesperson, basically, for my podcast."
This is too much.
Wait, listen. A model is gonna want $1,000. A prostitute will want $100.
He worked and then he didn't get paid.
And she's very pretty.
And he walked away.
I know what your budget is. You don't have a marketing budget. If you had a marketing budget, you could be able to say, "Hey, I'm going to get a model. I'm going to get a spokeswoman." All these things. You don't have that. If you're just looking for a pretty girl to spend time with you for a little bit so you can talk with her, there's nothing wrong with the lady of the night.
What do you think when I told you I don't have anything, I don't have money, I don't have animals, I don't have trees? Didn't you want to kill me? He says, "No, I thought this happened to this." And then finally he says, "I thought maybe you would not just everything." And he says,
No. I mean,
yes,
prostitutes in Los
I made a
Angeles.
show, I'm not going to give anything to
I
my
know
son
it's different.
Wolfgang. Why?
LA's different,
Because he
but
doesn't learn Torah.
you could get a
Here he
very
is,
good-looking
this
woman for $200
My son
for
Wolfgang,
30 minutes or an hour, and she'll say whatever you want her to say.
Here's Organos, the one that his father was upset at him for not learning Torah.
I mean, and this is a girl who, on basically any guy's list, there's a 8 to a 10. Really, really pretty women. We're not talking.
Hello, so
A lot of women won't do that. This is
here's the scarf.
Reverend
And he
Andrew.
has
All women, all people are prostitutes. Everybody's got a price. What's wrong with that?
Why does he have this?
It's an easy.
If it falls off, he'll catch it.
Exactly, everybody. So these are just women who put their amount out there, so it allows you to scroll through really quickly. Oh, this is an easy one. Boom. Hey, let's do this. As opposed to I'm gonna wait at the library until a good-looking girl comes by, and I gotta beg her and plead with her to please be in my Instagram reel. Nobody wants that, but some girl is like, hey, if this person understands that this is what I do, she'll be down for it.
We're here last night.
Yeah, but if you're gonna get a little bit price,
in New York, it's called a gutter.
Get out of here. I don't know what kind of prostitutes you're around, but you don't have to worry about a hazmat suit. These women take care of themselves.
I'm not fucking
Yeah, but your head is in the gutter. I don't know if anywhere else in the world the street is called gutter. And I don't know if anywhere else in the world.
He's not having sex with her. What are you talking about?
So silence gutter.
Tony, you and I both know that these are the same women who are going to the mall, and they're the same women going to the coffee shop. Reverend Andrew is worried about cooties. He shouldn't be worried about cooties. These are women perhaps who are cleaner than your average woman in many ways because they know they have to protect themselves. You find a good-looking girl, you say to her, hey, I would like you to interview you on my podcast for $100 or $200 for 30 minutes or whatever her price is, and you're done. You could do it virtually. You don't even have to meet with her.
You take the bottom of your jacket.
You're using her for her looks, and she understands that. She's used for her looks all the time. What did you say?
I'm not going to try 5 on kick is so much more easier and best is
so maybe the
it's a weekend, so a lot of these girls will be on there.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you, and it's free. They don't want money. The reason why I say that, I was just looking at my computer that's making clips on people, and I was like, wow, this is a perfect example. This is a good-looking girl who has no one watching her, and Tony should just jump at the chance at this girl. And then, I'm not saying you only do girls, you mix it up. But right now, you do like 10 guys to every one girl.
I'm not exactly sure what you gain from this Gemara, because the Gemara is not very elaborate. The Gemara doesn't say anything. The Gemara says, Hachimai, how about this?
That's what we just said. That's what we just said.
Amalei also. So for us, generations later, what is Hachi, what is Hachi? What are the questions he asked? Both of them are also. Remember this. All also, if you're there to do it forever, it's supposed to remain in a certain way. Awesome. Called this no, sorry. But if you did it to make it look, it's a temporary thing. That's okay. Okay. Yehovah, the Rav Shisha, the Rav Idi. Misnav is Dino Hava. So,
yeah,
Rashi says,
that's
what and do this. He made it fold it up nicely on a show, whatever it was.
We did that yesterday.
That is.
And I was just saying, he's doing this with a lot of guys, and it's more difficult to get girls. I know, but you don't have a lot of girls. I know. Like I said, 1 in 10. And you want to get it to 50-50 if you can.
Once upon a time, Rebbe went out to the field.
In the social media world, women garner 10 times more attention.
One on the right shoulder, the other on the left shoulder.
It is absolutely true. And a good-looking girl garners 100 times more attention.
Wraps his body in one side on the right, one on the left.
And Tony, what you should do, I don't mean to tell you how you have to do this, but you should also take some risks with some bigger influencers on Kick. Someone who's reading the chat and might have 30 or 40 or 50 people watching her, and you say, hey, you want to be on my podcast? You should say, sure, send me a message on Instagram. Okay, that's fine. You know what I mean? Then you're at least getting an opportunity. The one thing that I would do though, Tony, is I would not use Life Podcast, that Kick account that you have. I would use a different one, because if somebody blocks you, you're blocked forever. And you don't want to, lose your real account if you do this. So I would make it Life Podcast Network or something like that. Does this make sense to you?
Went all the way down.
Yeah.
Put a little bit in the gargle, and then the rest just drapes everywhere.
Or you could say Life Podcast Network on YouTube. That's legitimate, because then they know what to look for on YouTube. And you can have up to like 25 characters on Kick, which would be, you're within that. So then you don't even have to say, hey, I'm Life Podcast Network on YouTube. That's in your name.
Oh, that's G. That's wow.
Same story, different people.
That's sound really interesting.
And then every time you type, other people will see that and they'll look it up too. They'll be like, what is Life Podcast Network? And they'll type that in, and then they'll get more hits on your YouTube channel.
The mayor says it's awesome, the mayor says it's looking. They came to ask Rebbe said, I think it's okay. And then somebody says, well, what do you mean it's
okay? And then if they don't like you and they ban you or whatever, they boo you, that's fine. Then you're not losing your primary account, which is Life Podcast.
For my own, and
I know, but you need to have another one in case people, you annoy people or something like that. I'm not saying that you will, but if you do this enough, somebody's going to be like, don't talk to me. I don't want to.
He's trying to keep this water.
And then another thing you can do is you need to build out. So I would make it Life Podcast Network on YouTube, and then I would build out the profile so that when people look at it, it just doesn't look blank. You can have all your links in there and a profile that's defined for yourself, and then you're gonna look professional. No, a new Kick.
Jump into this very water, even though it's hot. That's more.
And the username is Life Podcast Network on YouTube, and then you have to complete the profile, so you have to put all your links in. But then what these people are going to do, they're going to click your profile, and they're going to look at it, and you're going to have all your stuff in there, and they're going to be like, oh, this person's legit.
We're not talking about carrying because it's enough to like Ashley says.
Right now, if I click for Life Podcast on Kick, there's nothing there. It looks like it's just a blank account.
Is I might ring it out.
Yeah, that's
the problem, people.
It is. I'll be right back.
The problem that we discussed briefly, the places is very busy with it rather than Sefta, and that's Shriyasa is used to do so. So typically, to take a towel, to take any garment and soak it in water is also sleep on it's mechadas, it's awesome. So why are we allowed to, for Amali, to wipe our hands on a towel? So that's not a problem because it's a brand new towel. The towel is not dirty, so you're not cleaning it. Or you're actually making the towel worse. It came out clean, and now with your kind of dirty hands, you're wiping the dirt. You're not cleaning the towel, you're doing the opposite of clean. If anything, you're ruining the towel, right? A towel that many people wipe their hands on is not a clean towel. It's disgusting. Throw it away. Put it in the laundry. Says the Mishnah. Rabbi say, what did we gain from Corona? a number of things. Number one, we gained Zoom. Now we can all learn Torah on Zoom.
Tony, did you make your account yet?
The other very, very important thing that we gained
right
is
now
that
I
in
am
the Mir
uploading videos
yeshiva that I
for
learned,
Spotify and for
they got rid of
Amazon
those towels that go
Say no more.
around
That's
and
really good.
around and around.
I
Those
know
are one
that
of the
you
most
can't get into
disgusting
your account
things
on your computer.
ever
Is
seen.
that right?
Especially when I saw with my own eyes.
I should
A
be
guy walked
specific.
over
I
him
should be
and
specific.
blow his
Apologies.
nose into
I
it.
know
I'm
you
not
can't get
kidding.
into
I
your
saw a
Discord
guy do
account
that.
on your computer. Is that
And
correct?
then he goes around, and then
yes,
the next guy
You
takes
need
his
to
hand.
create.
yes, I can.
Who
You
uses
can
that?
get
I
in
don't
now.
even know why. And I learned in a
I cannot.
very American
Still.
Okay,
school.
so you
I
need
don't know
you need to
if
create
I
you,
can.
you need to create a new account.
Everybody there is American. And they have this
Mhm.
towel that goes around and around.
So just make
Baruch
sure you do
Hashem,
that,
as
okay?
soon as Corona hit, they got
Yeah,
rid of that
I
towel
will.
and immediately
Don't
installed
worry, I will.
the
Okay, well, I
those
just keep
paper
track of the list
paper
of the
towels.
stuff that you have
Great.
to do so you don't forget, right?
Says the Mishnah.
Yeah, and this is very nice.
If 10 people use one towel,
It's very nice.
When's the last
their
time
faces,
you posted on X? Do you want to be on my podcast?
Rashi says this is just
Oh my, last week, not this week.
That's okay, but you want to make sure you do that at least
That's not
weekly.
a
That's how
problem.
I found out about you, and that's how we became
Really
friends.
wet towel from 10 people where you could really wring it out. And there would be a problem of speak up. It's not a problem. Why? Because there are 10 people there.
No, you find out about
And
me
each one is
because
going to
I
remind the other one, hey,
posted
speak
that
up, don't do it.
post about
When it's an individual,
Australian
even
veteran.
though he doesn't he
About what?
10 towels and they're hardly wet,
About an Australian veteran.
10
from
people, one towel is
Hungary.
not a problem.
What are you talking
You
about?
can carry it. Next Allah. Suffering,
The first message
you can get a good
you
back
sent me,
massage
and you want to
and
be
anoint
my
it with oil.
podcast.
Avolim
Yes.
Amlim. You cannot do like
I'm
a
gonna
Russian
tell you.
massage. I don't even know if there's such a thing, but I'm picturing myself like that now.
Is this?
It's not the Russian
Yes.
giving you a massage. That's
I
like
will
a
say,
really rough massage.
I
That's no
have
good.
1 week
The
break.
lime is going.
Next week we
Oh, I have
recorded with Australian Army veteran hand to hand.
Durin is this tool right over here. It doesn't matter. You
Most
get the
men
idea.
will
It
never know what
basically
it's like when the
you-
world actually tests you.
No, I
takes
wouldn't.
off dirt, it takes off skin. Yeah, it gives it a
Yes.
smack.
No. You put out a
Whatever.
podcast. You put out a
You
message.
can't do that on Shabbos.
Do you want to be on my podcast?
I'm
see
gonna
the
show
Gemara.
you.
Hold on. I'm gonna
I'm wondering, it's like killing.
I'm gonna look myself.
You're in the Kudima. Don't go into the river called Kudima.
And you say,
Also,
please check
Very
your
nice
DMs. I would love to be on your
we had
podcast.
this before.
Wait. Yeah. Okay. So here's what I did. I bet around that time. Hold on. I bet around that time you sent out a message.
Not in this
Maybe you
seminary,
didn't,
saying
but
in general, like
I think you
seminary.
did.
The A Nazis have put on. Oh, this is.
Yeah.
He's not happy.
Did you around that time? You did put out a message. So I think I saw that message and then just replied to your most recent message or something like that.
You cannot shape the bones of a child. When we had this little something
I
before,
sent, yes, I
as they
sent a
come
lot
out
to
from the
you
whole
as be my next
childbirth, the
guest
whole
on
thing,
my
it
podcast.
bends their bones.
And like
You should have put
7
it back together
days
on top.
after that,
The A, Mamzir
we
says
was
7.
talking.
Oh, this is Dr.
Right.
Mark
Because
Dixon.
here's why I
You don't
say
have
that.
to go to the end of the
I just
they can't put back, as the Gemara is going to explain, this is the verdict.
I just did a search of maybe it's wrong, but I thought you asked, do you want to be on my podcast?
It's not a second.
If so, send me a DM. You didn't send it to me. You just put it out there as a tweet. Is that something that you ever tweeted?
Your hand, your foot. No, you prefer to
Yes.
Oh,
exactly. And so I think I just found one of your tweets and put a message under there. But I could be wrong. I'm not sure. But the reason why I would have found you is because you said, do you want to be on my podcast? So what I'm telling you, what I'm saying, is that
what do? You put it in the water.
it's very important that you put out the message, do you want to be on my podcast? Because that's how I found out about you, and that's perhaps how other people will find out about you.
So by mistake, then it says the Gemara coming, may Mara do me the Meitveria. There's two things in the Mishnah. You have the water from a cave, and you have Meitveria, the hot springs of Tveria. Not Meitveria Chamin, Mara Chamin. That's where Rashi got the idea that they're hot and it's enclosed. haroichet, but from the word haroichet, the Eved in the Chatchila line. It seems like
Do you have a
you
friend
shouldn't be
in
doing
real life,
after
or do
the
you have
fact.
friends only here?
Wash himself.
I
He
have
made
lots
himself
of
in hot
friends.
water that he heated up before Shabbos.
Yeah.
Then
Lots.
what do you
Do
do
you
with the towel?
meet them?
The cloud.
I used to
decision
before I did
here.
my live
We just
stream.
turned to come
Now
down
that I
on
do my
base,
live
sponsored
stream,
by Shigiko,
I still meet with them, but they don't want to be on the stream.
I feel shopper dummy. You like to take a good
It's a
shower?
wrong
Okay.
note.
You know,
No. I mean,
Issues.
I still connect with them, but I've had some of them be on the live stream. But not that I've only been alone, but generally they have like, they've gotten married, they have children. This isn't a thing that they're worried about their jobs and things like that. So I understand.
Reb Shimon, why does Reb Shimon say it's okay? Because
Yeah.
that's not the derech. Who in the right mind takes a shower?
But I still talk with my friends IRL.
Says
I don't have
hot
so
showers
much friends
also.
in our
I believe I didn't look it up. I believe cold is okay today. People are not a little bit, but I think we go with review though I don't see that lot in his don't forget what I said. Don't be so on anything I said. The stabbing I feel the best I lose you.
11th.
Says the Gemara, what we already know.
I
Reisha
will
Rebusa
not
Gemashmalon. There's a Chiddush in the beginning of the Mishnah. The Sefer Rebusa Gemashmalon. Reisha Rebusa Gemashmalon. What's the Chiddush in the beginning? David
If you ever
these towels that don't have any water in them,
have
either the Chadis
guests on the podcast,
you might forget the
and
Sefer
you
Rebusa
don't,
Gemashmalon. And what do you see from the Sefer?
you don't have
David
no
Hanel
you can always
a lot of water in there. 10 people
check me. I am
even
available.
Rabbaninu, Matfiya Dodi. He was in the mikvah, and the guy didn't have a towel. Then he asked the guy, he says, "Can I borrow your towel after you use it?" And the guy told him, the guy says, "No, before I use it. It's a schus for me to give it to you before I use it." I'm standing there, wow. He's gonna let the other guy use it, and it's a schus for me, and then I'm gonna.
And I can't be on your podcast. I see how it is.
Rashi says,
What do you mean? I'm just trying to help.
You won't pump the pool.
I know. And I gave you a really good idea the other day about a series, and you never replied to me.
They had like these little window sills
I want
or
to do a series with
little
you.
shelves.
I want to
So I
really
finished
do
with
it,
my
but
towel.
like I don't know if your girl
I put it on the
wants to
shelf. I'll
be
come
there.
back after Shabbos and grab my towel. Nobody's gonna steal it from me.
No, I want to do a series on futurism.
So Serena goes to your room. You cannot
Yeah,
give it
and
to the bathhouse
I am
the guy in charge, the guy over there.
All right, you want to do it right now?
Because
right now.
they're
No, we'll do it in the future when you're ready.
I look at Rashi. Rashi says Lisidavr skita. We're concerned with this skita. I was
But
disappointed because
we're going to do it definitely on this
Lisidavr usually
weekend.
means like that. They call Chazer PIG.
Don't say definitely. You may have other things that are
Or
wrong.
when you're talking about no,
What I'm saying to you is, let me provide you with an outline of a proposal.
He actually says, yeah, we're concerned.
Is that okay?
Crazy people running around the mikvah. Who takes a job like that in the mikvah? A pervert.
Not a
And
business
he says
proposal,
it's
but just a
problem.
proposal.
Sarah
That
on the tower.
well, I'll tell you what.
Says the Gemara,
Really, what I want to do is go through a website with you that I think is really interesting, but nobody talks about. I want you to go to this website right now. Would you please?
How come today you see these guys walking through the mikvah with the towel on the shoulder?
FutureTimeline.net.
It says the Mishnah you can't. So you have Reb Shimon. Shimon says it's not a problem. Even an individual could bring it back.
Next.
Abai asks the Rebbe, Rabbi Yosef,
net.
Reb Shimon, or Rebbe, or Shmuel, or Rabbi Yochanan, they all say something. What do you ask me a question?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Read through that website, and you want to do a series with me.
Reb Shimon, we just said a second ago that
welcome to Future Expert Our Timeline.
Rebbe, what's Rebbe?
Predictions 21st century, 22nd century, 1st century, beyond. Weekend, definitely.
Oh, I forgot to. I actually have one of the pictures. But okay, you know that we already had it. You got to go from a rooftop to chutzner to karpaf. Basically, you don't want to take the Rosh Hashanah route, which is very problematic. Obviously, it's also to carry Rosh Hashanah. So you go through the backyards from one, you hop from the roof to the backyard to this to that.
But just read through. Just read through. Read through something.
It's just kind of maybe we're all going together. There's a whole shear from guys. And we're going to the mikvah, that's on some Shabbos, and that's what, it's okay. It's okay to what
football is there too. That's crazy.
Carry a
Isn't
towel with 10 people, one towel is okay.
Yes, that's
Just
crazy.
no.
Football is
Because
there
Reb
too.
Shimon used the Rebbe, and you're not allowed to go to the mikvah, you're not allowed to bathe in front of your Rebbe. It's not covered with Rebbe. So maybe you had one person who can say, okay, that's
crazy.
still a good raya that you're allowed to bring a towel. Otherwise, we'd have a problem. He obviously had many people, and they're all going together, so that's why it's not a problem. They're all going to remind each other. And that's why Taisa says this interesting chiddush. Not a chiddush, I mean, that's the halacha. You can't go to the mikvah with the father, with the Rebbe, etc.
I agree. But what I'm saying to you is that the podcast, I'll read those things, and then we discuss them. Does that sound good?
Use the towel.
Yes,
The face of
Okay.
absolutely.
Yeah. Because it's really interesting,
We're
and
not worried, we're not concerned about.
but there's a lot there. You gotta understand, this goes millions of years into the future, like until the sun gives out like all its energy. Like this isn't just like, okay, well we're gonna do it in a half hour or something like that. We need to take time and we'll do this.
Same kind of question.
No. We'll do like an hour.
So
And maybe get to the end of the century, and then another hour for the next 500 years, and then another hour for the next 1,000 years. This might be like 10 sessions or something. But keep reading that website. Just keep reading it. It's fascinating. It's almost like aliens put that website together. Like I can't find its origins. I've never heard anybody talk about it, but it's absolutely fascinating.
But they have to wear it at the trip. They have to pretend they're wearing it. They can't just carry it in their hands. They put it on, cover themselves with it, walk to the base of it. And he saw the guys from Shalom. This long towel here.
It's like aliens, right?
This picture right over here.
And so I've never been able to, I know, and I've never been able, I've talked about it, and I love that website, but I've never been recorded to discuss it.
They don't want this house fall up, so they go like this. That's what it says there. You're going to walk like that, you have to make sure it's very light, it's lightweight, it's blow off in the wind. Lower shoulders.
Oh my God.
When the Goyim come in with their armies, and
keep reading, and then when you go, just check.
sometimes they demand their clothing. So better than
It's absolutely
carrying
fascinating.
boxes full of clothing, just around it, which you're allowed
Go to
to wear, because if not,
Go to
they'll
the
kill you.
22nd
But
century
there's a better way. Just wear
and
the clothing,
scroll
put it
all the
on,
way down.
and then bring
Scroll
it
all the way down, and it has more information about all the events.
Put it on, tie it like this, and then you're good.
And
Soften it with a mash machine, cover up on it.
high-tech automatic cities.
How do you anoint yourself and give yourself a massage and Shabbos? That's the name of the shino.
Wow.
So what's the shino? Soften the mash machine with Shabbos. You give yourself a little tummy rub on Shabbos. So eventually, after the towards the fall, you have to do it differently. Hey, Father, what does that mean? First, you put the oil on. It seems like that's the way it was then. First, they would rub,
has fallen to pretty understandable.
give themselves a nice massage.
Wow.
Probably loosen up the skin a little bit, get the blood flowing. Then put the oil on, and then it would absorb better. I guess.
We were different to do that because this is I'm like
very. Holds that in the weekday. Sometimes they put the oil on first.
Exactly. And I mentioned to you this. I mentioned this to you that night. You were mad at me, and you're like, "Man, and I'm like, "No, this will be really good. This will be a series that we can do." And you're like, "I don't know, blah 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 blah." And I understand you were tired or whatever, but this is a perfect thing for you. That like Yeah, you can do interviews with people, but we could do this where, you interview me, we read it, we talk about the subjects, and then you can put a playlist together on futurism, and that could get a lot of hits because we're talking about really interesting things.
It heats up the body. The salt will heat up the body, and it heals. Healing is a problem. Shabbos.
When is your next podcast?
By the way, it only has healing powers 21 days a year.
You want to do it now?
Is part of the 21
Right
days.
now it's not good time because we are going to have cleaning
Is
ready here.
end of the 21 days. Shavuos, in other words,
And
it even
she's
starts.
going to clean my
It says
room
Shavuos.
too,
It's not
and I need
smack
to
in the
be
middle.
gone.
It's either the first day of the 21 days of
So
healing
it's not
starts
good
in Shavuos,
Can't you
and that's
tell
when
her
the
don't clean my room today?
or it's the last day. We
If
want to talk about the
I'm
Shmuel.
gonna need to clean my room,
We had
and
this
I'm not
tomorrow
going to
earlier,
so
probably like a good month ago.
Okay.
That
How long?
I'm not going
drinks that
Okay,
are
that's
healing drinks. Mitifcha v'atzarto ma'aleh. So they work from Pesach to Shavuos.
But like we were
So
definitely going
this
to
water
do
is
it
going to
right.
heal you from Pesach
This
to
is so
Shavuos. So in other words, Shavuos is
because
the last day.
because I
So
love
Gemara, what's the
I
guy
wrote
doing?
something about
The kind of the color
matrix.
on
I wrote something
the more
about the
that it's
future.
cooled off and the world is cold,
And it's
it's better. So in other words, before Pesach,
Exactly.
before it gets
That's why
really
I
hot
said.
after Shavuos.
I think it'll be a
So
really interesting conversation that we can have.
It's like a good geschmack of Coke. It has to be cold.
And
But over
I
here,
don't see anyone who is
it's the
talking
heat
about that.
of the water
I agree.
that
I agree with you.
warms up the
And
body, and that's what
I was going to do this with somebody else, but
so I need more
they
heat,
got
more
busy
heat
with
is
their
after
job, and I could still do it with them. I mean, this isn't my website, and we'll give credit to it, but we'll be like, I will say, I found this website years ago, and I've never heard anybody talk about it,
Why?
and I think it's really
Says the Gemara, tell you
fascinating.
why they got
And
lost.
Antonin or Tony and I are going to go through
Tamra,
the
and this
different
is a good
events. We're going to
this
talk
is a good
about
lesson
them.
to us.
So
We can
if
all
you're
learn something.
interested in the future, buckle up because this is going to be a really
Just read
interesting
the Gemara and go
conversation,
back there, or
and we're going to have a really interesting series of these different conversations into the future. And Tony, I bet you we probably, if we do it all, there's a lot there. It'll probably be 5 to 10 sessions at
The
least.
beautiful, the great wine from Isa, the top wine from France. These great rivers. Tipku Aseres Hashvatim Yisrael. When Klal Yisrael was so involved in Gashmias, they needed the best wine and the
And
cigars
I
and
can
the
do like
cars and
more
the this and the
level.
bathhouse
I can
and sitting
like
around
if
and
we
the
are going to
shit.
talk about something and
That's
this
what
is
the
like
That's why we lost
some
Israel.
pictures. I can
Rebbe
share my screen.
Who's Rebbe
and we
Lozman
can
Arah?
record this.
He's in
Absolutely.
Pirkei Avos. He's one of the 5 Talmidim in Pirkei Avos of Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai, the greatest one. Imshach Basrayu. What happened? They had to move, and
I know
went,
it's your podcast,
and he
but I would be the
they
one
were there, he
probably
said,
to
"I'm
read
the greatest
because it's
one."
in English,
They never showed
and
up.
I'm more familiar with English. But
But he's
Yeah.
Rebbe Lozman Arah.
you can certainly ask
He's my
questions,
name is
and
Gabriel.
we can talk about it. That's what's going to be
My name is
important.
He
And
fell by the Mayim. The Mayim is what got him.
you know, like
Imshach
the
Basrayu.
writing there is pretty
He
advanced.
got involved with the
But,
Mayim. He went into the salty
It's still
water,
digestible to the normal
the bath,
audience.
and drank the wine.
And
He akir Talmudic.
I've never
He
known
forgot
anybody
his
to
learning.
talk about that
I
website.
just saw a
And
beautiful.
it's
I have a
fascinating.
sefer about the Yashu, and somebody asked me Yashu once when he was in a great mood. He said,
Bro,
"How do
they
you
have
remember everything? Why do you have such a great mind?"
only
He says, "Anybody can remember."
they doesn't have even
As soon as you
2,000
take your mind
followers
off
on
Torah,
Instagram.
you
That
forget.
is
So
crazy.
if you go straight without
It's wild.
watching movies, without this, then you don't forget Torah. You didn't say movies.
It's-
I'm just saying.
I
You
say
have that emphasis. You don't
I
think
say
about
this to you.
yeah,
It's like
and
an
that's what it
alien
says over here. As
seeded
soon
this
as Rebbe Lozman
information
Arah
Yes.
on the
started
website and then just
drinking the
walked
wine
away.
and the
That's
water,
I found this one day and I was
he
like,
also he showed up.
wait a second, this is like a playbook for what's going to happen on
when
Earth
the
in the future.
Lozman Arah shows up, what do? You give him an aliyah.
And
Yeah,
nobody
the
knows
Rav
about
Agloin gets up.
it's absolutely
He was
fascinating
about
to me.
Torah.
There's another website that I found like
You're supposed to
this
say
that I've shown other people, and they're like, I go to that website all the time now. It's like a Wikipedia for like higher thinking
deaf,
It's
mute,
called.
silent.
1
Kitzer, you made
million
a face.
beyond. Oh my God.
Where
Isn't that
they
wild?
realized
African
something's wrong
birds
here.
with
This is the big
new mountains
Bora,
like
Bora,
Deliver
Rafael, they had a
Himalayas.
Gabber, God is on
That's
the day, and then
fucking
he remembered
crazy.
everything. Right? It's not.
Absolutely.
That era
I
of
make girls look in Torah.
universe.
You should always, no matter
Dangerous
what,
era
go
of
through with the Torah.
raw.
Now, and don't wait for it to come to you.
It goes even further than that, though. It goes into like
There'll be
10 billion years of mysteries. It goes really, really
far with other people. Even if they're learning another Masechta, you're going to overhear them. And you're learning your Masechta, and you're going to remember the other Masechta because of the people next to you.
It's gonna be
Oh,
like
no, they're in the
after
Rosh
the year. This
Time
is
Lord,
gonna,
it
this
wasn't
is
a
this is time.
why is his name called?
That's why I think it was an interesting series, and that's why when I knew you didn't get it, because I even just said like, well, we'll do it, but it takes a while, and you were like, okay, yeah, but I'm gonna do my other interviews too, and I'm like, I understand that, and I get that, and I want you to do that, but this is a different kind of series. This is in depth on this topic, and
are full of.
well, I have a question. When's your cleaning lady coming? When's your cleaning lady?
You're not doing it for free. You just need to survive.
Like
Of
anytime
course, you
now.
can scrape it off. Perhaps you
Okay.
may garage to the pasta. This is actually a
So
family that's made
I
out of
will be
real silver.
going. You
His mother made him a special on the Shabbos.
and when
No,
you are
no,
wake up
no,
and you
You
have
gotta go
time,
right there.
no. I'll probably be awake. So because I slept really late. So why don't you?
Because you'll slip.
I mean,
And
look, why don't you can get mad at me and that's fine. Why don't we just start it right now? When your cleaning lady knocks on the door, we'll make a hard cut, and then she can clean your room or whatever. I'll take a break, and then we finish.
but like
Also to do it all year long. We play Hepsidochim. It's about passwords. Oh, they might as well cut on them around the phone. Swallow a baby on Shabbos. Shapir dummy.
Focus on this.
Oh, not
You're not gonna have to do
it.
it. You're literally gonna just you. I understand what you're saying. I get that. But your cleaning lady could come in the next hour. She could come in the next 3 hours. There's a potential that we do an hour-long discussion of this, and then she comes, and then you've got one done, and we've got one done.
Going straight. It's very
Okay, I respect that.
Shabbos, 9:30 still. See you, Bezer Shem. Have a great Shabbos. Make that phone call.
Perfect.
Make sure
Perfect. So then we can do it when she's done, right?
Yeah, no. Pardon.
So let me ask you guys a question.
Ask us your question.
In an ideal society, world of common heaven, what age? Well, that redemption isn't necessary. What age do you think you would get?
In a perfect world,
Well, it is perfect.
yeah. Whenever someone is biologically mature,
I was going to say like 8 or 9 years.
no, I mean, I'm not saying that that's incorrect, but you're not biological. You can't have children yet. So I would say 12, 13. And then that would just give you the longest amount of period of time to be able to reproduce. If you're looking at things from a purely reproductive standpoint.
Baltimore. I think I answered that, no?
I think from my first year,
Last week already. But you know, the beard grew since then. It was a Spiros. I didn't recognize you.
biological.
That's what it is. That's what it is. Last time also you're in the dark. That's right. You don't want to wait
I
till
think
you
it's
there.
like
I got it.
32.
Well,
Baltimore.
then
Don't
there's-
forget, go to
That's
one.
a very good
Go see you in Baltimore. Go to
I
Fisher.
agree. And then there's the argument to be made only after your frontal cortex begins maturing, which is like 26. So I personally like the
They know
26
him. They
idea.
know him.
I feel that you should be completely mature, but I understand that that's not how it works. I think you should be 26 before you enter into a contract.
Official, make
To
sure
me,
you
you're
get a good
taking
meal
advantage
for
of young
Nacho.
people if
Thank you.
their brains
Iron
aren't fully
Shields, very
formed, but
impressive. How do you remember that
I
you
don't
were
make those
Kivo?
decisions.
Yeah.
So,
Don't forget that Iron
Me too.
Shields' brother came in second place for the Fanaf Alami. So these guys are memory is one of they're all geniuses.
Guys,
That whole family.
I will go.
How long
Well,
absolutely. How long till you return,
are you
Tony?
serious?
Oh,
I'm saying that
maximum 2 hours.
Get out of here. This woman
we're
isn't going to
so
be cleaning your room
involved
for
in
2 hours.
Gashmias. We drink wine. We do all this
Okay,
stuff.
1 hour.
And then
Okay,
we
so
want to
listen.
some,
Listen, I don't know what time it is
Hey,
where
we
you
lost
are.
It's
It's
what do they do?
2:38 where
They
I am. So in
indulge
1
in
hour,
Gashmias. That's what they
so
do.
when it's 3:38 where I am, you better be back here.
It's not
Is that a
hello.
deal?
Yes.
Simon, the
Okay,
reason why
excellent.
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's what
you
should.
don't understand, you didn't understand what I'm talking about is because
Thank
you're here.
you,
And
and,
I was talking more to the New Yorkers.
yep.
Those
Thank you
bar
so much.
barbers.
Bye.
Take care.
Don't forget.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Gashmias. They have so.
Thank you.
What are you
God bless
saying?
you. Bye.
Well, it's just. It only makes sense from a biological standpoint if
Yeshua
you
said
want to
the
have the
doors will
most
be
amount
open
of
on Moshe
offspring.
Shabbos. That's what he
Then
said.
at a point of sexual maturity would be when you would connect with your partner.
I think usually Levi Friedman is all by himself. And today I had Dr. Allen from Toronto. And, I mean,
Right. I mean, it would avoid all of that.
it makes sense for the maximum amount of pleasure.
That's subjective, but it's just if you're looking at a given population and you want to have the most amount of children, then the best time to connect with each other would be at sexual maturity.
good luck, everybody. How are you all? Sorry, you don't recognize. Today's share is being sponsored by Dr. Mark Bergson in honor of his wife, Varda Fina. For boys side, don't forget, you can still honor your wife. You don't have to just sponsor you for your insights, etc. There's other schmacky reasons to do so. You hear Eli Kamiansky? You hear what's going on? All right. We're very late, so I'm just not gonna waste time with emails. Ben Lafitte is from Lakewood. Belly, I think it's from Lakewood. I just want to know that the email you read a few weeks ago from the person in the process of conversion. Hold on a second. I have to get back to my screen here. Hey, buddy. Is Lev on? Is Lev on tonight? Does anybody see Lev from South Africa? No?
Well, there's an argument to be made, and I make this
Anyway,
argument.
so,
You know, we
Kamal,
talked earlier
I'll have to read it
about
from
being
the
able to
background.
upload your mind and everything.
He says like this
If you
one,
can do
that
that and
email you
basically
read
live
2 weeks ago from the
indefinitely,
person in the
then you
process of
shouldn't have
conversion.
lifetime
Sorry, I forgot his
contracts
name.
anymore. There shouldn't be lifetime
There's a biggest
guarantees.
virus and
Marriage
help
should
me while
be
sitting on the
a
floor trying
temporary
to do this
contract
Abel on
that
the
you would
base
have
of
with another
Mikdash. I
person that
hope
you could get
that somehow
renewed,
was from the
but after a
Abel
certain
on
amount of
Yerushalayim
time,
at the
you
Yom
could not
Kippur,
renew it.
Leroy
If not,
Yonah.
then marriage is really a punishment.
I would think it
You never
also
know
would be
which
absolute.
gives the service to who, and he had a service from the care and the classes of the Eros. So beautiful. Do I have, you know what? No, I don't have my phone with me. I don't have. All right. So let's just go. By the way,
That's
we
becoming
reached
a reality.
tremendous milestone.
They already have a.
We
They,
hit our goal. We have
scientists. Scientists. Scientists in Japan just announced that they have an injection for cats to expand their average life expectancy from age 15 to 30.
Many different exotic locations. Very cool. Brazil now. Very cool. I think Basically, tomorrow the list will come out before the website. People are complaining that they haven't
Okay.
seen the list yet, and they need some time to organize. So that's the good news. All right, we're holding where we need to be holding. That Kufman Chesed today. We're holding the last word in Kufman Zayin on the base. The Ein Machzir Hashem. If you have a broken bone, says the Mishnah, and we don't know what's going on here. You can't fix a broken bone on Shabbos. The Ein Machzir Hashem. You can't. Omar Rabbi Chana Bagdusah Omar Shmuel. Says Shmuel, top of Kufman Chesed Medallion. Halacha Machzirin is Hashever. So says Rashi. Look at Rashi. Halacha. You would think that he argues on the Mishnah. Says Rashi. Svir leili Shmuel Machzirin. That was his girsa in the Mishnah. It's not that the Mishnah says you cannot fix a broken bone, and Shmuel argues and says the halacha. No, he had a different girsa in the Mishnah. In fact, you could fix a bone, especially if it's going to create damage. A lifelong damage, you're allowed to fix a bone. But that's not halacha anyway. You pass in halacha, you're allowed to fix a bone. Rabbi Barachano Ikla Lukudavisa. Rabbi Barachano went to the Rabbi Yehuda. So he didn't go into the shear that Rabbi Yehuda was giving. Shadri la'ad dayala. Omelei zilgarbe. So imagine, let's say us right here. I'm giving a daf yomi shear, and I hear there are Kankanevskis coming to town. It would be such a covet if he would come to the shear and we could take pictures with him. The whole, we'll just elevate the whole shear. He doesn't want to come. So what do? You send the gabbai and you steal his coat. You come. If you don't come, I'm going to take your coat. Take your jacket, take your frock. So you grab Kankanevsky's frock off. Kankanevsky sees this guy means business. Also, Garbe took off his frock. Also, so he comes. There's no choice now. He didn't have the body, the whole thing. He needs his coat back. Ashkechei, Kankanevsky walks right in. The Kadarish, when he's giving the growth, Ein Machzir Hashem. So, not Kankanevsky. Rabbi Chana hears Rabbi Yehuda, the famous Rabbi Yehuda, saying, "If there's a broken bone, you don't put it back. You don't do a cast on Shabbos." So he says, "Stop. That's not the halacha. You're darshing the wrong thing. Halacha, like he doesn't even open up his mouth. He's already starting the shir and he already has a hara. Halacha machzir is hashever. You should know you're saying the wrong halacha. The halacha is you could fix a broken bone. Amar lei. So Rabbi Yehuda says, Chana Didon. Chana lives over here in our place. Bo Shmuel Didon. All the names you mentioned, they live right over here. V'lei Shmueli. And believe it or not, I never heard this halacha. V'lav, the Dinu Kivarti. You're Rafti. So it makes a lot of sense that I stole your coat. Listen, if you wouldn't have shown up here, I would have missed the beautiful halacha. So instead of him being insulted and embarrassed, Rabbi Yehuda, he was very excited. The Rabbi Barachana showed up, fixed him, corrected him, and said that the halacha is you're allowed to fix a broken bone. That's in fact the halacha. Misha Nifriko Yodo. The Mishnah continues to say, what if you have a dislocated hand? Rabbi Yosef Hamid Rabbi Yosef Shani Layel. Rabbi Yosef's, I'm sorry, Rabbi Abiya's hand was dislocated. Omar Lei Hachimai. Am I allowed to put it back? It says also. So he shows him, he does some sort of move with his hand. He goes, how about like this? No. How about like this? No.
I agree with you.
He's moving his hand around in so many funny ways that his
Anyone
hand
who
went back
thinks
into
that
place.
the usage of perhaps pharmaceuticals to extend the life is not transhumanism, I feel is blind.
He was just asking him halachas, and Rabbi Yosef wasn't quite sure that perhaps they should start to do something. It says it's a mefurish Mishnah. Read the Mishnah. If you have a dislocated arm, or
that's certainly an argument.
Don't put it in cold water. Rinse it regularly, and if it heals, it heals. But it says in the Mishnah, you cannot fix a dislocated arm. But wait a minute. The Mishnah is a little off. Why? Because the Mishnah says you cannot fix a broken bone.
Are you at your computer?
So the whole Mishnah is a little off. The Mishnah is off. So maybe the
go to
part
the website. This is the one that I was telling about, which I was telling Tony. Go to futuretimeline.net.
Where it says, what, you're going to put it all in one stitch? It's one stitch, it's one halacha. On the halacha that the Mishnah says that you're not allowed to fix a broken bone, asking you are allowed to fix a broken bone. But on the halacha it says you're not allowed to fix a dislocated bone or arm or foot. You're not allowed to. In fact, the halacha is that you're allowed to put back a dislocated finger. The Shulchan passes you could. The Mishnah says this is not. But the bottom line is, if it's a complete, they've explained, a complete dislocation is not part of the Mishnah. I'm saying, like, what do they call it, a sprain or whatever it is. But a complete dislocation should put on fast as you can. But the Mishnah says,
let it be whatever you want.
One of these, it's a real dislocation. It could definitely cause damage. Of course, you got to put it back. That's the halacha. Hadrin Allah Chavis, Hadrin Allah Chavis, Hadrin Allah Chavis. Just want to take a second here, say Shem Aleichem to some people. David, Shem Aleichem. Elik Mamiansky said hello to you. Aaron Rozovsky, who else? Avi Nandelbaum, I don't know if you say hello to. Abe Newman, Shem Aleichem. By the way, this is a big one, Rabbi Boderman. It's a big one, I'll tell you why. Because I was thinking about it. We have Reuven Shade on the second floor. On the second floor. No. So where does your father-in-law live? Oh, also on the second floor. Yeah. So your father-in-law, Dr. Epstein on the second floor. There's only 2 apartments per floor in this building. Second floor we have Dr. Epstein and Reuven Shade. Next, door to door, both part of this year. And that's it. If you would have still been living on the ground floor, then we would have had that floor and me. Who else? That's it. So we would. It's what? Yeah. Okay, that's just the inside joke. Rabbi says, sorry, let's keep on moving. Hold on a second. We have Nachman Seltzer, who's your son-in-law, who, whatever. It's a different old story. And Hillel, Shem Aleichem Hillel. Anyways, okay, let's go back to where we are. Says the Mishnah. We're talking about on Shabbos. You're allowed to borrow from your friend. Here in Israel, talking about neighbors. That's what neighbors do. They borrow some sugar, some brown sugar. They borrow some oil, some eggs, not on Shabbos. Different stuff. They're constantly borrowing stuff. Different shilas of ribis, not ribis. Anyway, so they allow this because we're going to see, like on Shabbos and Yom Tov, that do not use the word halveini. Now, if you think about it for a second, does anybody know the difference between halveini and hashileni? Is there a difference? Now, I know in English it kind of upsets me. I'm not such an English guy, but sometimes, especially in Israel, you can hear this. Could you borrow me something instead of lend me? So the word borrow, lend. I'm not saying it's the same words, but in English you also have like similar words that mean maybe similar things. So the Mishnah says you cannot use the word halveini, you have to use the word hashileni. And the Gemara is going to explain what the difference is. One, halveini is long term, 30 days out. Hashileni is lend it to me. When I need it back, I'll take it back. So 30 days out is not good. Short term is okay. And so too, you can borrow bread one from another. And that's what people do. You have extra hamaitzi. Just last Shabbos, somebody said, I forgot to buy a challah. You lend me a challah, no problem. You made him Amino. What if you have a little problem? You don't trust him, he's going to pay you back the challah. So you say, Maniach Talisa Etzloi Voisim Mechajman Achar Shabbos. He says, cough up the frak, he gives up the frak, and then after Shabbos he pays back the bread. I guess you can't really say, hey, this is instead of the bread, this is a mashkin, this is this. I already discussed this. I thought I was brilliant. Like, when people come to borrow money, so I said, okay, I'll give you money, no problem. But since I have such a bad record of collecting, just give me a mashkin. So I'm not kidding. I have like a drawer full of jewelry and watches, and nobody wants them back. They're probably all fake. Give me money, and here's like a fake watch. Here's a fake piece of jewelry. I actually once took somebody's license, and whatever, a mess, just a mess. I don't know if these things work anymore. People, I don't know what it is. People think that borrowing money is like the guy gave you a gift. Well, it doesn't need it. Good deal. Maybe it doesn't apply here. I don't know why. You made him Amino, and it's so annoying because I open up the drawer and I look at this. I don't want them there. They're just taking the broom. Take them. We're talking about Shabbos Kodesh, which also happens to be that Motzei Shabbos is going to be Lil Seder. So what do you have to do on Shabbos? You have to bring a Korban Pesach. But I don't have a Korban Pesach. Why? Because I forgot to get one. I was traveling all the way from Chutz La'aretz until I got there. I forgot to get a Korban Pesach. Now it's Shabbos. What do I do? Now, a Korban Pesach, that's already an expensive item, right? Over 1,000 shekel, 2,000, whatever it is. So I give you a mashkoin, and that's it. I could give you a Korban Pesach on Shabbos. I could do basically, it's a transaction on Shabbos. I give you a Korban Pesach, you give me a coat. After Pesach, on Monday, you come back and take the coat back, you pay me, and everything's good. On the first day of Chalamoyim, because we're talking about Yerushalayim, so it's Monday. Says the Gemara, Rava bar Rav Chananah about Ma'ishna Hashileini or Ma'ishna Halveini. Oh, what's the difference over here? Why can't you use the word Halveini, but you use the word Hashileini? Omalei Hashileini liyasim l'michta. Halveini asim l'michta. We're concerned that he's going to start writing stuff down. Now, Marshall, like I have the entire Mesivta in Shas, because I went through as a Magid Shir, I said Shas, so I have the whole Mesivta. So in Chicago, people knew about it, and a lot of the Rebbe's with companies say, "Can I borrow Baba Kama?" You have to write it down. If you don't write it down, a lot of times people forget. They think it's their safer, whatever. You write it down. So a long-term thing, you write down. Something that's only for a few days, whatever, you don't necessarily write it down. So since Halveini is Stam Halva Shloshim Yom, it's 30 days out. So the lender might write down on Shabbos. So everybody knows it's a problem to write on Shabbos. Hashileini means, but what's the difference? Because Halveini is more for things like food and money. So I don't give back that food. I don't give back that money. So it's long term. But let's say I lend you a tool. A tool is not long term. I lend you a sefer to read from, a book or whatever. It's not long term. So I can come back to you at any given time and say, hey, I want my tool back. I want my book back. It's the same chayfetz. So you borrow my car. I don't lend you my car for 30 days. I lend you for a few hours. So I don't have to write it down. Oh, Pliny borrowed my car. So I'm going to get that car back. I'm going to get that tool back. So therefore, when you use the lashon Hashileini, I'm not concerned that the guy is going to go write it down. But Halveini, since it's long term, he's going to write it down. Also, ask the Gemara, but even the Bechol, sometimes in the weekday, the guy says, "Can I borrow this? Can I borrow this thing? Could you lend me?" Like they mix up the words. People are not careful how to say Hashileini and Halveini. And even if a guy says Halveini to your car, you'll give him the car. You don't think, oh, he's going to take it for 30 days. He's not even shooting now. He needs to do some errands, and he'll give it back to you after a few hours, after a day. But the guy said Halveini. Okay, he said Halveini. Because people are not careful. So since in the weekday, those two words are intertwined, and people just use them all over the place without being makbid. And the Malva doesn't care that he said it. So maybe in the weekday the guy will write it down. So maybe on Shabbos he'll write it down. Even using the other word hashileni, maybe someone will write it down. Look, he wants to borrow this long term. I better write it down quickly. But he said alveni, but alveni can mean hashileni. I'm sorry, he said hashileni, but hashileni can mean alveni. Maybe it's long term. So I gotta be careful. I gotta write it down. Says the Gemara, Amalei, the Shabbos, even hashileni the shortly rabban. But since we made it zero, don't use the word halveni. Take it out of your dictionary. Don't use hashileni. Halveni lo shorlei mikro misa v'lo osil l'miftam. Okay. So there's a hecker. People know you got to be careful what word you use on Shabbos. Yes, in the weekday, people use it all over the place, but in Shabbos, they'll never use the word halveni, only hashileni, and that itself is enough to trigger something in his brain. Say, wait a minute. Oh, it's Shabbos. I shouldn't write that. Okay. Only Rabbi Baruch Hanan Labayo, Midyam Rabbanon, Tomila Diam B'Kamadem Shanim, nothing to do with anything else. We have a halacha that on Yom Tov, anytime you could change the way you're acting while you're doing the office or whatever you're allowed to do, but you should, if you can, show that it's Yom Tov. So ask the Gemara, these women, I guess it was their job. The Mamish Avidas Para. They put them to work, the women. They were the ones in charge of drawing the water. They, the fire, Rivka, right? The women, that's their job. Why is it when they draw water on Yom Tov, which they're allowed to, because it's a very good thing to drink, you have to drink 10 liters a day, whatever it is, they should make a shinu. Mishum de lo yasha. There's no, what are you going to do? What exactly are you going to do to make a shinu? How are you going to do it? So there's a number of things you can do. You can change the size of the bucket. You go to a larger size, a smaller size. You can cover the bucket. But all these things, says the Gemara, don't work. If they use a very large size, you're going to say, hey, it's Yontif, use the smaller size. But at the end of the day, they need 10 liters. So it doesn't matter what size. So they're going to have to draw the water size. You're going to have to make 2 trips instead of 1. We said that walking is not a good thing on Shabbos. Walking a lot on Shabbos is not good. It's too much work. So they make 2 trips. You tell them on Shabbos, instead of making 2 trips, make 1 trip with a very large bucket. So at the end of the day, they are carrying more, it's heavier, they're working more. We had that whole sugya, is carrying heavy weight worse than making more trips. Okay, whatever will come out, but each one has its own kisara. All right, we're turning to that cooking testimony base, sponsored by Shia Greenfield. The turn of the page, if you're not familiar, the turn of the page is sponsored. You spend $1,000 so that we say that we turn the page, started by Official Catering. Turning the page by Shia Greenfield from Green Star Electrical. So what are you going to say? Nifrei Sutra. So you know what? Here's the make something different. What? Every time you draw water on Yom Tov, so put a nice scarf over it. And people go, what's that scarf? Oh, it's Yom Tov. Okay, so you make a shinu. You show that it's different. Also, they schita. You can't put a scarf on it. It's going to make it worse. You're going to come to be soifer. Now, if you look at Taisvos real quickly, Mikam Ma'aser Rabbeinu Tam Tam Taisvos, Rayo, the V'yayim V'shem L'Shaychas Schita. Because the sugi over there in Beitza talks about Yain V'Shem, and there's no issue over there. Why? Because there's no issue, says Taisvos, the schita only with water, because water cleans. You're malabed. But if your scarf falls into oil or wine, and you go like this, you're not over on schita, says Taisvos. You're over if you're cleaning out your scarf with the clean water, but nobody's going to clean out a scarf or a beged, or I just said it's scarf, no, any beged with wine. So So perhaps you should cover the pail with a pail cover. Well, it has a little string. You don't want it to fall off. It falls off. So you're going to attach a string. But attaching a string is also, you're adding issues. You don't want to attach a string because then you're going to make a knot on Shabbos and Tzibur. These are all not good reasons. Just continue doing what you do and don't worry about it. Now, once we mentioned Rava by Rav Hanan, so I always thought that all these Ravas were named after the famous Rava, but you see here, even in the time of Rava, there was another Rava. Rava by Rav Hanan Ma'abaya. Now, this is a very important halacha. This is actually a halacha that's negayah to us on a Shabbos basis, every Shabbos. Famous halacha. You're not allowed to clap your hands on Shabbos. Rashi says for Avelos, but it's brought down in the Shabur and then in Shulchan Aruch, brought down also for Simcha. So it's also not permitted to clap your hands on Shabbos. Why? And these are all because you might come to readjust a cliche. This is part of being happy and singing and dancing and the music, and you might readjust a musical instrument. But like a top hymn and you don't slap your chest, when you're rocking and you don't dance beyond it. So that applies to Shabbos, obviously. So just as a little bit that I saw in the Mishnah Berurah, I found a beautiful Sharet Tzion today in Hilchos Kiddush Levana. By the way, whoever didn't Kiddush Levana, still have time to do Kiddush Levana. But what I found is like this. First of all, halacha number one, I found that they asked the Shon Zaman Auerbach because in our shul they dance. They like to dance by Kabbalah Shabbos, go around the bima. I don't call it a dance really, but it's more like, like that. Says the Shon Zaman Auerbach, that's not considered a real dance. When it comes to a chassan, like something special happens, there's a simcha, it's okay. Fine. That's the Shon Zaman Auerbach. But what's interesting that I saw the Sharet Tzion in Siman Tav Vav, it is this is a long one. Siman Beis, but all the way at it's in Sharet Tzion, like Yud Aleph. It says here Sharet Tzion Yud Aleph. And Sharet Tzion Yud Aleph says that the reason why the Shulchan Aruch says, you ever thought about having an Kiddush Levana on Friday night? It's just perfect time. Nobody can take a watch. You are the shul, you Kiddush Levana. Why not? So you have your says as many reasons. Sharet Tzion, and it doesn't say what. Sharet Tzion says because it's going to be so exciting, people are going to dance. Now, what dance are we talking about? That's good. Well, I mean, the usual dance that we do in the show after Levana is like one of those, the same dance that some Zaman Auerbach is talking about. Yet he says that's awesome. And why he explains very nice. He says, on Simchas Torah, you're allowed to dance. Why? Because it's Kabbalah Torah. So, for Kiddush Levana, you should be able to dance for Kiddush Levana. But you can do Kiddush Levana on Sunday. You can do it on Monday Sunday. So what's the point of dancing? What's the point of dancing on Shabbos when you can push it off? Simchas Torah, you can't say push it off. Today is the Yom Tov. That's that. So how does that fit in with... Now, I do have to point out that there is a Moshe Feinstein that says that since then nowadays, this whole reason of fixing your musical instrument is not applicable. Nobody fixes the instrument when they go like this. So it's almost as if Chachamim were matter. That's what he says. He goes into a whole lot here. I don't know if I could spit it out with the but that's what it says. Even here, a bottle of man, next to a double kilo, be a man with Koshka Tafana. They weren't going to second nowadays. The actually, people said, oh, they never really went out and said it. The more than things you do, she got his man at the corner with showing. The other was, he says, in those days, people didn't keep it anyway. Therefore, the mask can be mapped today, maybe some sort of better. I know there are people that are very much not to dance, not to clap their hands. But I guess this will mean listening for a little bit on the notification. So the bottom line is the Gemara says it says you shouldn't clap your hands. And it says you shouldn't dance. We saw Chazim and David. Government, you see that people don't listen to this halacha. They're like, no Rav ever tells people, hey, don't dance. Now, I see Chazanim, we have an our show once in a while, they go like this. It's like, yes, lahatir, because it's like simchas Torah. So to cover the kamei, so he asks him back. I hear your question. How come nobody makes him a fight? So we have a lechi. This is the mavur. Here's the Rosh Hashanah, and here's your lechi. Just preparing for Erevin. Here we go. The lechi is this brown thing right over here, right? It stands up at the side. Shouldn't sit right there. Don't sit on the border of your mother and your sister. Why? Duma, we have this. Something that you're holding in your hand is going to roll off. You're going to go grab it from the Shiyah and bring it into the mother. Walk up as on Nami. Now, the Darius here, instead of the word Nami, Russia. You see that the women, because again, women are in charge of drawing water. The mostly actually asking up they sit there with their tails waiting to go draw water. Right where? Right by the left. Maybe the tail's gonna roll through the surrounding. Go get it. And nobody says a word to them. Hello, the famous concept. And that's what Yisrael. Let them go, let them be. Mukov should show you that it's better that people should make that mistake and make them show you don't tell them the real halacha. Why? Because anyway, what are you showing me? It's not working okay? How can I get on me with? Who's it, Peggy? Can you check what's going on with your phone? Why is it frozen? Maybe somebody called it. I know. Oh, they could hear me on YouTube, but the video? Oh, it's no battery. Hold on. Well, you know what? We'll take this thing. Yep, put this thing over there. No, it's no, the thing over here. Right over there. All right. Sorry, this is the first time in 2 years that I spoke to my wife. It was amazing. Wow. And it happens to be our anniversary. 26 years. Okay? Says the Gemara, and listen to this. It took 26 years for me to remind her that's our anniversary. She didn't come up with it. Happens. After all those years, I got the revenge. You didn't what? You didn't remember it? Something tomorrow. So you say, you can see struggling by the museum. It's better that people shouldn't do that Avera than they do. Because you're going to tell them that it's a Raisa, or whatever, it's the Rabbanon is standing by the lechi, and not the clap. The Rabbanon, they're not going to listen. They're not going to listen. Now, what if you know that they are going to listen? You're clear, of course. But, you know, these people, listen, these Rabbanon, let's talk about them. Let them be over the shogeg and not to be over the moon. So the Gemara says, this idea of shogeg malim yizidin is good rabbanon. But the Raisa like somebody, if you see somebody being over a Raisa, still no good. Let me know. Guys, Ishti, Beishi. Is it static to the phone, to YouTube? Okay, hold on. We're gonna make a quick fix here. 1 second. Sorry, guys. That's what happens when you. Alright. Joseph, is it better? Less static? Alright. We learn Torah voice line. Shkoya for the song. I'm not gonna make it to one of those classic whatever the earning singing, right? Who's turning my camera? What's going on there? Yeah, thank you. Leave it as is, thanks. Says the Gemara, sorry everybody says so. If you're on YouTube, I apologize. Very soon. Hey. Alright, Zok the Gemara. Yeah. The only other person that is Joseph. Joseph knows you? I did not give permission to do that. So go into the settings. It's very strange. You have to figure it out. Okay. No, because you asked me for permission to do my camera, and I said yes. And then Yosef asked. That's it. You have to have permission, no? I guess not. All right. Whoever it is, please stop moving the camera. Thank you. Something tomorrow. I would think that when it comes to their rights, it's their rights or a boy side. It doesn't matter. It's their rights. You have to tell somebody, be careful, and you're about to be over their rights. Says Gemara even if the rights, you see somebody about to be Michal Shabbos, and they're Amaratim, and they better not to tell them, because if you're going to tell them, then really, you see a guy about to go into a car on Shabbos, he knows very well. You start telling him, hey, it says in the Torah, this, that. He's going to do it anyway. So why make him do it with the Isser B'mezid when with whatever scars he has, he's more ahead than he thinks it's only the Rabban. I'll prove it to you, says the Gemara. You must add a little bit for Yom Kippur. The Raising. So it says in the pasuk, one pasuk it says in pasuk Chav Zayin, right? It says that Yom Kippur is on the 10th day that we know. So the problem is, why does it say over here, in the middle of the pasuk, what's that? Is the 9th day or is the 10th day? Which one is it? So from here we learn the idea that you have to add a little bit to Yom Kippur. Gershon, maybe go out a little bit so you can see this, whatever. Says the Gemara, the Hotel said that Yom Kippur the rising. Because Chazino, to go after the Shosha, but you see that people go to the last millisecond. They want to pop around as much food as they can. They're scared of the fast. They go all the way to Ben Hashmoshes. And that's the very right. So the Torah tells you to add a little bit of Yom Kippur. And it's better not to say anything. Says the Gemara, you learn in the Mishnah, but if you tell, use the right language, you say Halveini, you don't say Hashileini. So a woman could borrow bread from her neighbor. Ask the Gemara, the Shabbos with the Osar of the Chol Shabbos dummy. What's going on here? There's a machlokes like this. There's a concept of saw b'saw. When it comes to rivers, even when it comes to, let's say, if I give you a bushel of wheat, you cannot return a bushel of wheat. Why? Even today. They have a market. Wheat has a market. So what happens if the market goes up? The value of the wheat goes up, and by the time I return it to you, I borrowed $100 worth of wheat, and today that same bushel costs $150. So now I'm giving you back $150. Machlokes, do we say the same thing sabasa in a loaf of bread? Hillel says yes, others say no. So if I borrow a loaf of bread and then tomorrow she gives me back a loaf of bread, what if the loaf of bread went up and down? The wheat and the bread cost more, and now I'm getting you back more. The Menachem Matu requested to control my time. What is going on here?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm sure Gary can. Just maybe who zoomed it in? Or is this guy? Go ahead. Okay, that's better. So the Gemara's Medayik that it says that a woman could borrow bread on Shabbos. So what about during the weekday? Says the Gemara, it seems like that the Mishnah like hill, the Snan, the Plain, Hoy Hill, you should never lend a loaf of bread to your friend until you convert it to cash. See, I'm giving you a loaf of bread. This loaf of bread costs $2. You either give me back a loaf of bread or $2. Shema, you can keep them within 2 bucks the day reveals. Because if the wheat goes up in value, then this might be reveals. Says the Gemara, no, this could go like Hillel. In our Mishnah, the Asr the kids don't out. It's talking about where there's a known price. Everybody knows a loaf of bread. I think here in Israel, I don't know, I didn't really buy bread lately, but I think in Israel there's a certain price, there's a fixed price, the government, they subsidize, people know how much a loaf of bread costs. It's not like it's a very known thing. So, but actually the kids go now, there's a certain price, and therefore, borrow bread, I'll pay it back, I know what the value is, there's a known value. You don't even have to say that this is worth $2 because it is $2, everyone knows $2. So if the price goes up, all I'm going to give you back is $2. But actually, the like kids go now in a place where it's unknown, therefore you have to decide, you have to convert it. The Meir Namilon says the Gemara, amazing Allah. Ikma, Alvoas Yantiv, same thing obviously applies to Shabbos. If you borrow bread on Shabbos, Rabbi Yosef Amar lo nikna li tava. You can't go to Bezdin. It's at your own risk. You lend, you borrow, it's at your own risk. Rabbi Yosef Amar lo nikna li tava, v'Yamo Amar nikna li tava. The famous duo, right? We have Abayin Rava, Yechon Shlokish, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Yosef. So one says, you can't go to Bezdin, it's your fault, it's your thing. The Rabbi says, Nikna li tava, you can go to Bezdin. If it's something that you go to Bezdin, so people are going to be careful. So this is just based on trust. I trust you, you're going to pay me back. There's no writing down, there's nothing going on here. But if there's a start of trust, now we have to be careful. People are going to start writing. But Rabbi says no. The honest way is no. If I can't take the guy to Bezdin, look, you won't lend. This is a question of Simchas Yom Tov. I want people to be happy on Yom Tov. So that there's no way out. If the guy denies it, they'll never get it back. So, less lending, less Simchas Yom Tov. So you know what? We go to bed. Says the Gemara Kash. Nah, what about in our Mishnah? You give him a tax. That's the very simple question. Everybody's going to say, what's the question? Just take him to best and ask the Gemara. No, so what's the obvious answer? Take him to, who wants to go to Bezdin?
Setting in a browser that just says
Okay. That's why
Reject all your
I give it
stupid
cows and I do
cookies.
Elia
Why does
is
every
like Bava,
website
but if I
have
can take
this?
it to Beza and I'm
I
having
don't
the Felicia
understand.
and
I
Sloan,
don't. I'm in tech. And it's
we
like,
can
oh,
let him give him and
the
they'll
I
shove
do
the
know
Beza
the reason
afterwards.
why they made
Oh man,
it is
we don't
the
like him. We
trackers
love
of
that.
what they are.
Okay, it's less.
Is
I
it
don't want to. I
cookies
don't
like
want to go to Beza.
you were leaving a trail?
Who wants to go to Beza?
And there was a positive
Better for
way
me
to
to take
basically
a
say
towel.
they were tracking you.
Something
I don't understand the why it's on
Good, you can't go to
It's a
Beza.
pop-up. It's like, dude,
What's it,
well,
Ravidi Bar Over?
reject all non-essential
Hashem
cookies.
is a part of
Should
the
be a
Chuk of Rosh
setting
Hashanah.
on
All
the
right, I gotta
browser,
show you what
and
I
I
did
just
after
never get to see
Shabbos.
this fucking thing again. I
Here
can't
we
believe
go.
it. Anyway, so I was on top of the cookies. These are
Get it?
amazing. Love cookies.
No?
Uh,
All right, let's explain. You have Sunday, Monday, and
There are
Tuesday.
some commercials. I can tell you all the best commercials of all time. Like what?
Oh, I
Michael
don't think I
Jordan
saved it.
Gatorade.
So sorry. That's a problem. Okay.
That Donald Duck orange juice. I've never seen a
Sunday
commercial for
is
it, but
Haftes Elul
just the fact that
Tavshin
Donald Duck
this
teamed
year.
up with orange juice, that's
Haftes
amazing.
Elul Tavshin Pei. This is
Really?
really
Yeah.
unimportant, and this is not important. We are discussing Monday.
Is it kosher?
What is Monday? A lot of colors, a lot of things going on. Monday is possibly the first day of Rosh Hashanah. You see over here, Aleph Rosh Hashanah in yellow.
We're looking it
But
up.
Monday comes
How
after
did
Sunday.
Donald Duck get
And it's
associated
possible
with this
that
orange
Monday, the
juice?
first day of
And
Rosh
like, why is
Hashanah,
he the only
since
Disney
Sunday's
character
Haftes
associated
Elul,
specifically
this guy
with? How did this happen?
is red.
No.
And red is Lamed Elul.
What we're gonna learn.
It's very possible that Monday is in fact
Come on,
the
dog.
last day of Elul. It's
Dude,
not even the
this
beginning
shit
of the new
takes
year.
forever.
It's just another weekday
Donald
called
Duck.
Monday,
I know who Donald
not
Duck
Rosh
is.
Hashanah. I don't know what Rosh
Frozen and
Hashanah is.
refrigerated orange juice from Florida's
So it's
natural
possible that
How
this
did he get
month,
into that?
Elul, is a Mulberes.
Introduced in
Mulber. Mulber
1948,
means
quotes
it's
the
a 30-day
distinction
month.
as being
If
the
it's a
longest
30-day
running
month,
food product
then it's not Rosh
to feature a Disney
Hashanah.
character.
But it's
Since
possible
1941.
that it's blue.
That's tight.
Also, it's a 29-day month, and therefore, it's in
Donald
fact the first day of Rosh Hashanah.
Duck,
So what do? I go to Shul,
orange
I blow the
juice,
shofar, I do the
kosher.
simanim at the table, the whole thing, I do the whole thing.
Listen, it gets
It's
a little
possible that
close.
I'm just a regular Monday weekday, and I have to be careful that's maybe Rosh Hashanah, so that's why I'm
It's
not going to Rosh
inherently
Hashanah.
closer
It's
because
also
it
very
contains more
possible
liquid dairy
that
products,
it's, in fact,
which
Rosh
are
Hashanah, it's a
dietary
big Yom Tov called Rosh Hashanah.
Yeah, but it can
So that's why I
get
do 2 days. So the following day is Tuesday, and it's the second day of Rosh Hashanah.
really good. Why?
It's for sure Tavshin Pei Aleph. Now this day, right over here, this Monday, it's either Tavshin Pei, the last day of Tavshin Pei, or the first day of Tavshin Pei Aleph.
And here's the thing: it could have been
What's the
kosher when I
difference?
was a kid, and
Very big difference.
texture. That
Because
shit happens.
there's a halacha that all
Really?
loans are canceled on the final day of Rosh Hashanah, of the year, of Shemitah. So this day right over here happens to be the last day of a Shemitah year, perhaps. Or maybe this is the last day of the Shemitah year. I don't know. Maybe the green, or maybe over here. What happened was, there was a bunch of people that got together, and they bought an animal on Rosh Hashanah, on this day. So one guy paid for it, and he divided out between everybody. Now, if it's the last day of Tavshin Pei, so he's up a creek. He doesn't get any of his money back, because the last day of the year of Shemitah cancels all loans. So all the money that they owed him, we'll say it's a loan, not to get into detail. It's a loan, not they didn't purchase it. It's a loan. So he doesn't get any of his money back, because it's actually a weekday, and it's the last day of that year, of Shemitah year, and the last day of the Shemitah year, you don't get your money back. Or it's the first day of Tavshin Pei Aleph, and it's Yom Tov, and Shemitah is 7 years from now. He has nothing to worry about. He's going to get paid.
Look it over in it.
What's going on here?
I don't know if it's exactly this,
No,
but it should just be like a thing with the nutrition facts to tell you if something's kosher or not, if it's
It's 3
organic or
days here.
not, if it's
Sunday,
gluten-free or not.
Monday, Tuesday.
Bullshit. Anyway,
This is Haftes Elul right over here.
the fucking
And this right over here, I don't know. So this is a big unknown. This could be
Rhapsody
red,
Blue,
which is Lamed
that
Elul,
commercial
which means
for
it's the day after Chaf
the airlines,
Elul, but still
that
Elul,
brings
and
tears
it's
to
still
my
part of Chaf
eyes.
Pei, and still Shemitah.
What else?
Or this day, it's all in the same day. Or this day could be the first day of the next year. It's Aleph Tishrei, and it's a chaser, not a mehubur. That means this month was a month of 20 days, and therefore this is Tavshin Pei Aleph. I don't know if you can read it. It's in very light lettering. Tavshin Pei Aleph.
Oh, the Windows
MMA.
launch?
So let's see it inside.
Dude, I got like a bunch of them I don't watch. Anyway, this is about
maybe
cooking.
this chart made it more complicated than it is. It might be more simpler than the chart. Maybe the chart ruined it. Says the Gemara. Toshma. No, sorry. Where are we?
Mac tonight. I don't even eat McDonald's, and I'm telling you, that's a classic commercial.
It's 6 lines from where it becomes white. Moshe Ravidi Barabin, Hashoichet is Hapara Bechilka B'Rosh Hashanah. He shefted an animal and he divided it between his buddies. They're all going to pay him. But it's Rosh Hashanah, the first day of Rosh Hashanah. If Elul was a 30-day month, it's a pregnant month. In other words, it has another day, a 30-day month, Mishamet. And that year happens to be a Shemitah year, and Shemitah is Mishamet. Shemitah has the power to cancel all loans, unless you read a prison. They cancel all loans, and when does it happen? At the very last moment of the year. So therefore, this guy doesn't get any of his money back.
Why didn't anybody ever give them enough shit for not wearing pants?
And if it happens to be the first day of the year, it happens to be the first day of Tishrei, ain't in Misham. There's no Shemitah.
Nobody's ever like, hey,
so he gets paid back.
How would you like to be on the front?
Ask the Gemara. But when did this guy do the whole loan? On the first day of Rosh Hashanah.
I don't know.
But Rabbi Yosef says that on Yom Tov, you cannot go to Beis Din. Ask the Gemara, if you can't go to Beis Din, my Mishamet. So what difference does it make if the loan is canceled or not? You can't go to Beis Din anyway. So a lot of Rishonim have a question there. So, but maybe the guy wants to pay. But if it's Shemitah, he doesn't have to pay. It's canceled. Halachically, he doesn't have to pay. But over here, he does want to pay. Fine. Says Gemara, Shani Hassan. Very simple answer. What's the answer? Rabbi said you should come up with it yourself. The Gloi Milsa the Chalmu. What's the question? If he loaned money in an animal, right over here, I'm red and blue, this day, which is a Suffix day, so I'm going to go to Beis Din. According to Rabbi Yosef, you can't take the guy to Beis Din. Why? Because Rabbi Yosef says if you do a deal on Yom Tov, there's no Beis Din.
But see, it's still working.
But the answer is what? It was a weekday. Yes, you did all the simanim and you ate the head of the fish, even though you hate the head of the fish, and you heard the shofar and everything, and then the whole thing. You sat in shul for 6 hours straight for no reason.
They could change what's going on.
It was Lamed Elul. It was the last day. It was
so good.
Just a weekday. Monday. And on Monday, if you lend money to your friend, you do go to Beis Din.
Wait. And this was early CGI.
Okay. That's on the tzad, that's a weekday. Now what about if it's Yom Tov? Toshma B'Seifa. Let me prove to you on the other side. Because that they could go both ways. Could be Yom Tov, could be a weekday.
Hey, let's start at the beginning, dog.
In live. Now if it's
Benny Goodman, sing.
A Chasser month of Elul is only 29 days. In other words, today is Rosh Hashanah Man, which is Yom Tov. Ain't in the Shammah. Now, it's Yom Tov. If it's Yom Tov, it's not Shemitah anymore. It's a new year. It's the day after Shemitah. So therefore, everybody owes money for this animal. Now, if you do a deal on Yom Tov, and you tell me today is Rosh Hashanah, it's Yom Tov, and I can go to Beis Din, great.
That's big.
Bells
are big, kids.
You could go to Beis Din and do Shabbos.
Benny Goodman.
But according to Rabbi Yosef, a deal. You lend somebody money on Yom Tov over here in this case. You lend meat on Yom Tov. Can't take him to Bezin. What does it mean? Not English. Over here, the wording means just Hebrew. How do you read this? Amai Einu Mishamet. Meaning, what is the meaning of Einu Mishamet? Why can't finished? I can't go to Bezdin. So why are you telling me Einu Mishamet? Like I could go to Bezdin. I could do something about it. There's nothing you can do about it. If you lend the meat on Yontif, there's nothing you can do. If the guy wants to pay you back, great. If he doesn't want to pay you back, you can go to Bezdin. So what are you telling me? Einu Mishamet. Oh, by the way, you could do something about it. Shemitah didn't cancel it. Who cares? The Shemitah cancels it. It's not dependent on that. It's dependent on the life if he wants to pay you back or not. It's Yontif. You have no recourse. You can't go to Bezdin. Says Gemara, the Yoiv Leishaka. Because I'm telling you that if he pays you, you can take the money. That's what it means in English. If what a sheer, what an unbelievable. This is from the classics. And on top of that, a whole cup of water just fell on me. All right. Unbelievable. I can't wait till we get back to this measure.
There's something to this.
Something tomorrow. Hello, Amris Loinitli Tova, Mayim Shami. Yovle Shok. Says the Gemara, Miklal Gereshi Yovle. Loy Shokol. So it's mashma that the first part of the Mishnah, if it is Shemitah, again, the second part of the Mishnah, over there is saying two things. Either it's Yontif or not Yontif. If it's Yontif, in other words, it's not Shemitah, so there's no cancellation of a loan. So if the guy decides to pay you, you take it. Great. Now what if it is Shemitah, and the guy decides to pay you? What's the halakha then? What? You can't take it? If I lend the guy $1,000 and Shemitah comes and is mevatel, cancels it, and the guy says, here's the $1,000, I can't take it. Says Gemara, could, but there's a condition. When the guy comes with money, you have to say, by the way, it's Shemitah and it's canceled. And if he pushes and he says, but take it anyway, fine. In the second part, where it's not Shemitah anymore, he doesn't have to say it. It says in the Mishnah. What does it mean, B'Shvi? Again, Hebrew. What does it mean? B'Shvi is not on Shemitah, but it means when Shemitah is there as a concept, like in the time of the Mikdash. B'Shvi is Yoimer Loi B'Shamtani. In other words, because it's after Shemitah. Or it's not. What happened was Shemitah came and went, and now the guy he has a loan that he really doesn't have to pay. It was canceled, and he comes and he pays it anyways. He's a nice guy.
Anyway,
so I'm not so great. By the way, it's a great trick. You borrow, let's say $100, and then Shemitah comes and cancels the loan. So then you go to the guy and say, "Listen, here's the $100." The guy says, "No, you don't have to pay me. Shemitah was here." So you say, "No, I want to pay you back. I want to pay you back." So he takes the money. And then you go back and you say, "Can I have $10,000?" Of course he's going to give it to you because you're such a tzaddik.
Anyway,
you paid even when you didn't have to. Fine.
I've watched a lot of television. No evidence. I've seen
so, when somebody comes to pay you back, you say, "Listen, you don't have to pay me back. It's called Shemitah. You don't have to pay me back." If the guy insists on paying back, you can have him, and then you can take it. Why? You should never have said There's words that you have to say. It is Shemitah. You don't have to pay me. Now, so what do you do if you lend somebody something on Yontif? Guy wants something nice. He wants an expensive piece of silver. So on Yontif, you take a mashkin from him. You take a ladder. Raula had a different thing. He had a trick. He would give you, what do you want? You want $100 worth of food here? Take. Right after Yontif, you go knocking on the guy's door. Knock, knock. Yeah. Could I borrow $100 worth of fish? Yeah. And then when the guy wanted his stuff back, he said, okay, but you have to pay me back the first time. So he had his collateral, but it was after Yom Tov. These are halacha Rashi brings on this spot. It's also to be magdish an animal on Shabbos. You're not allowed to.
Drinking is
However,
ordering is
in a situation where you jam, you have to bring a carbon plate. Today is our place. You have to bring a carbon. So magdish on Shabbos. The chagigos of Yom Tov. A chagiga carbon chagiga. Every person has to bring a carbon chagiga on every of the Shabbos. And I forgot. I do it on Yom Tov itself. Who says this? Dem sayeh lo yaver fruit Rabbi Yochanan. V'cheiner pesach Yerushalayim shechal is b'Shabbos maniach chalisin etzloi b'noitel piskoi. Look, it says in our Mishnah Mefurish, if I forgot to bring a carbon pesach, all I do is I go to the carbon pesach store and I buy a carbon pesach on Shabbos, but I don't give him cash. I give him my code. So it says, but what am I going to do with it? It's Shabbos. Oh, you could be magdish carbon pesach on Shabbos.
But I was saying, like, there are some commercials that are like perfect.
What I see magdish,
They just don't need to change.
desecrated.
They could.
You know what
This
I mean?
is early
You say,
CGI.
this is my carbon pesach. But you know, not a young tomorrow, no life, no, mana, you mean fire carbon pesach. This carbon was already covered way before Pesach, way before Erev Pesach. You just want to be one of the people, one of the partners in this carbon. So you give the guy his credit, you're a partner. But the actual Hegdish happened before Shabbos. You don't have a raya that you're allowed to do Hegdish on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, but wait a minute. It says, you're not allowed to, so there's halacha that you cannot gather people on Yom Tov to buy. It's not to purchase an animal. That's like buying. That's like doing the chal.
Sure.
And certainly, if you can't do it on Yom Tov, you can't do it on Shabbos. Says Gemara, Shani Hachak, even the Rugel Etzloi. So, if you can't be part of it, you can't be part of a purchasing group. So how can you be part of it? How can you come on Yom Tov and say, I want to be part of it? Says Gemara, Shani Hachak, even the Rugel Etzloi. Last year, he's also part of it. This guy is a known partner. So command the evening baby part dummy. It's as if they got him there. They already had him in mind for the party. It's not something new for Shabbos. But Tani Rebbe Yishaya Oil Chadam It's a Roya or Ragul Etzloi. You could go to a shepherd that he's used to you. He knows you. He knows you like play the fish. He gives him a sheep for Skarm Benson. He's Magdisha right there. Says Gemara Sanami even the Ragul Etzloi Agdusha Lemikare. Since the shepherd knows him. So he knew that he's going to come on Shabbos. He said, where is this guy? He's probably late. Okay, let me be Magdish on Friday. And it's for him. So tomorrow, but it says that on Shabbos he should be Magdish. How can you say he did it on Friday? What's the Lashon? Been nice and he gives him the sheep to something to win on Shabbos. Who Magdish and the guy who gets the sheep makes it. Kaddish right there and then on Shabbos. Tomorrow, what happened was the shepherd was Magdish on Friday. Just because you showed up on Shabbos, Rabbanan said to do Hegdish again. You have to say, hey, this is Kaddish. But it already was Kaddish. You didn't do anything on Shabbos. Rabbanan made you do it again. When the Omer appears in nothing, it says that you're allowed to be Magdish a carbon Pesach on Shabbos, you're allowed to be Magdish a carbon Chagiga on Shabbos. Well, I love this time. This is the fifth time in the second uses that word. Asking the question from this idea that Rabbi Yochanan says that the law is like a Stam Mishnah, and the Stam Mishnah seems to contradict Rabbi Yochanan. We just had it the other day, and we said, oh, there's a name at the end of the Mishnah. Funny name, like Hanikoy or something. I love the Stam Mishnah. On Yom Tov, on Shabbos, you're not allowed to be Magdish. You're not allowed to say this animal is Kaddish. Here he just said, you're allowed to be Magdish Kaddish. Rabbi Yochanan said, you're allowed to be Magdish Kaddish. No, wait, look at this Mishnah. Loy Magdishim, you can't make something Kaddish on Shabbos. Loy Marichin, you can't say Erki Olai or whatever value that person has. I want to do things. Loy Magdishim, you can't pay the lotion of Hagdish. Loy Magdishim, Trumas of Maisim, and I can't take Truma Maisim. It's like a. It's you can't do medical member on Shabbos. So tomorrow, all these things are nothing, certainly not on Shabbos. More like Ashio. How the Chavish Gevul is man, and the Chavish and Gevul is man. This part of Pesach, he has no choice. He's here on Shabbos. So it says, if you Magdish on Shabbos, you Magdish Tama Oiga, whatever carbon on Shabbos, and you're going to bring it on a Tuesday, that's what the Mishnah says. Now, do Boise, have a great week. We'll start from the Mishnah tomorrow. Tomorrow, usual time at 7:15. And now, Gershon can read everybody who wants. Abitavah. Sorry. What happened? Oh, it's you? No, it's Menachem Kamenetsky. Sorry. Oh, wait, I said. Sorry. Oh, okay, Givaldic. My boys, say good morning, everybody. Hopefully, we don't have the same issues that we had last night. We have technical issues. I need somebody to come here and sit with me and help me out a little bit. Today's share is sponsored with L'Refuah Shlema Eliano Bas Alkuva Ilana L'Refuah Shlema. For Zahava Bas Malko Tano.
Name me a country that has better food than England. I dare you.
So,
Not only is in theaters.
Beautiful email today. This is from Akiva, the Yo boss from Clappers. He represents Clappers back in the day. How's everybody doing? Good morning. First, it's a must. Before I continue, I want to thank the Hebrew YouTube since Torah time for all that put in time, giving me things, knowing me such a good. I for the first time feel like I've long in many years. Second, the group that makes all this happen. I speak very well for this kid. Appreciate you and thank you much for all you do. Last, Billy speaker, last time I wrote to you was during the beginning of COVID. Listening to you sharing your story. I was getting prepared to make my daughter's sheriff's office as the city started to close. Your inspiration, I admire your courage, your talents, learning, inspiration, accomplishment. Inspiration for all of us young and old, running. My father raised me from the Babbitt Sadler
16 minutes
from all walks of life. I must tell you a story. The kids, if somebody asked his father what he was, Sadler? No. Babbage? No. Lutfish? No. So what are you? My father said, I'm Jewish. That's what we're all at core. We're a Yid at the core. Inspired me to be better Yid. More importantly, as I mentioned, the greatest Yid Sahara for learning. It's true what initials HAS, that guy from Long Island.
Again, it looks like you went and got a blowjob.
That's correct.
Hold on. The island is, they learned a new trick on Zoom. You can now request. Don't try this, please. Do not try this. You can request to control the camera. Every 5 minutes, just pop up on my screen. I'm not going to say if it's a kid from Chicago or whatever.
I will remind you that this is a one-time only price, where the price goes up at the end of the show, up to show the texture and this weight pattern. Again, it looks like
I'm getting there. Hold on a second. Listen to this, Rabbi Isai. Okay, fine. He wants to ask me for saying that he can hear my stomach growl when I'm hungry. Fine. I also miss Reb Nachman's undertone when he sits next to me. You can hear Nachman himself saying the Gemara. Listen to this, Rabbi Isai. I personally want to say, I'm not going to Dr. Epstein and Avi. It was so heartbreaking to hear. If there is anything we can do. So, is Dr. Epstein on now? Dr. Epstein is on now. So I think we should all, maybe, could you unmute us for a minute? I don't know if Gershon is listening. I think he put us all on mute and went to sleep. Gershon, are you there?
I used to have kangaroo jack, but I ended up
Gershon,
selling
if you're
it
there,
to
could you
Midway
unmute
years ago.
everybody? Okay, so now we know what he does. Comes back in an hour. So when he comes back, we'll tell him. We're unmuted? Okay, everybody unmute yourselves for a second. If you can't unmute, now you have to unmute yourselves. Unmute. I'm going to say I'm looking at Menachem Esken for Dr. Epstein. My neighbor, his unbelievable wife, Rita, was lifted just a few days ago. Erev Tisha B'Av. Taking literally a big shot for everybody. All right, the voice side. Amokoim Menachem Esken. Don't hear everybody. Amokoim Menachem Esken. B'soich Shar Avelem Tziyum B'Shaloyim B'Loy Shesif B'Tah B'Oy. Why don't I hear anybody? Is that on me? You guys hear everybody? You guys do hear? Okay, good. All right. Maybe Dr. Epstein, were you on before the show started? Okay, good. Very good. So the other one had a chance before the shir to talk to Dr. Epstein and wish him a beautiful Aveilim. Today's day and age, a lot of people are not even. We'll see Shiva sort of only have 2 people come in, but it's, a lot of it is done on Zoom. So Baruch Hashem, we have disposed to do it on Zoom. Have yet to miss a day learning with the daf with this amazing Chapura and Rebbe. Unbelievable. As I missed a day at Baruch Hashem. May you be such a community to be mighty story to hundreds of thousands across the world. And the school said, may we only hear the students' purpose and deserve it to all learn in MDY. I don't know if we'll all fit in there with the coming of Mashiach B'Mehera, Akiva, Eliobar, Flatbush representative. P.S. Is there a way to be part of the WhatsApp with Eretz HaKodesh? I don't know if the answer. I guess so. Good. Oh, somebody just walked in. Is that Yeshua? Hold on. He's saying that nobody can hear me. Can you hear me? He's saying you could. But you know what? It's perfect timing because guess. Yeah, come here, Yeshua. I can't hear you, right? I can't hear the island for some reason. Okay, but it's okay. I don't need to hear you. I guess if you want to talk to me, Avi, whatever, just screw me on the screen or something. No, I'm screwing on the screen. I know it's slow. Something's going on there. What could it be? I don't know. All right, Rabbi Isai. Today is Daf Kuf Mem Tes. And we're starting from Daf Kuf Mem Tes, and based by the Mishnah. Yishkoyach Godel Ma'oid Rabbi Yeshua Tzaddik. Come here. I'm going to ask you to fool in front of everybody. Get over here. I knew it. I accused him of getting a ticket on my car. And it turns out that the day he actually drove my car, he was drove my car that day for a different year. The ticket from the year before. And I accused him of this. And he's, whatever. Says the Mishnah. Moina Adam is Orchom, there's Karparois of Mickey. Interesting, halacha. The question is, can you, in those days, it seems like they would be doing. I forgot the name of that lady, that has many guests. It has this day. 100 people every Tuesday. Or like Let's Go from Shabbat.com has many people at Shabbos doing their own Shabbos. That's what it seems like. It's not like you invite a family, you know, okay, they have 6, 7 people. You have to count. Is there a problem counting? Moina Adam is Orchom, the Karparois of how many desserts we give. You say Balpeh. You gotta say, okay, I'm gonna have 55 guests. I have a loy min aksav, you can't read it off a ledger, you can't say, okay, here's the guest list, and this is how many people we have. And then the Muslim explain why not. The Machlokas is showing them if you can read it and just in your mind think of about it instead of saying it out. Maybe Sadot in Banov in Bnei Beisel Shulchan. The boys say nothing's changed. If you feel bad that your kid every Shabbat say, I want to see here. It's too low, too high. This thing's in the way. Oh, it's my computer again. Sorry, hold on a second. Oh, there's you want to see the Gemara? Okay, fine. Every Friday night, not in my house, of course, but I want to sit here. I want to sit in the front. I want this. I want that person. This candy, the other thing. This has been going on since children were created. It says in the Mishnah, maybe Adam and Banav and the Nebesha al Shulchan, you're not to make a lottery to see who gets what. Now, what's very interesting, the Gemara is going to go away from this and explain that it's talking about something else. But at this point, there's no larger and smaller portion. They're all equal. So we're dealing with identical portions, sort of. Or you could say, one is the white meat and the dark meat, but they're similar. You have to still a fight. There's always a fight. Because in the kid's mind, that's bigger. He's getting more. That's how kids are. They always think that you have a favorite and they're not it. And they fight. So what do? You make a gyro. This is a very interesting word. Chaloshin over here also means a gyro, a lottery. And the Kohanim, they do a lottery on the touching, the yontif. Avaloya Alamanos, the Gemara explains, you're not allowed to do a lottery on things that happen before yontif. Whatever was shefted on yontif, if you make a lottery, whatever shefted before yontif, you don't make lotteries for that. What's the reason that you're not allowed to write things down, you're not allowed to read off the writing? Says the Gemara, if he pulls out his notebook, he might raise. Why will he raise? Because he sees that it says 55 guests and he realizes he only has shown for 50. So he crosses 5 of them out. But this thing wasn't so organized then. It's not like you have to invite people on Tuesday. Anything past Tuesday is already too late. On Shabbos, you call people in. Hey, you're invited. By the way, Rabbi, I forgot to tell you, a lot of people weren't here last night. A lot of the New Yorkers. Baruch Hashem, we are above 100 locations. Above 100. We reached our goal. One day. Shame that we didn't make a goal at 150. Who knows? Maybe we'll 100 locations, incredible. Be'ezer Hashem today, hopefully, Noam, yeah? We put out this list on the website. Hopefully we'll get it up on the website so people can know where they're going. It's only 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today, Sunday, 2 weeks. The first and the best season of all time. Meaning that Achdus, we're going to have Crown Heights, Lubavitch, and we're going to have some guy Litvak and Panovich, hopefully we'll get him out of whatever. We're going to be the Achdus of the Achdus. We'll be the Omag Zerish and Yimkoik. Abai Omag Zerish and Yikro, the story of Goitois. Two problems. Either he might come to erase. Abai says he might read story of Goitois. Simple documents. Rashi, Paisvus, Rashi sometimes says differently over here. Paisvus, it means megamenta, business stuff. David Dover, you can't talk about these things. By all my dreams, stories. Might be nice. What's the difference? Practically speaking, even I the see like Paisvus midway. What if it's very high up on the wall? Can't climb up there. If the problem is you're going to read off the wall, you might come to this story at Yaakov. But the problem is that you might erase. You're not going to erase. It's going to keep up. The Mandal Hashem Yikra, according to the Mandal, says that you might come to erase the Nukos, Lechel Shema, Yikra. So the Gemara understands at this point that everybody agrees to this idea of storage. You have a problem? You might, if you're allowed to read simple stuff, notebooks, you might come to do also business things. So how come we're not concerned? Okay, so you won't erase it high up on the ceiling, you won't erase it. But what about you might come to do business? Vesu, the same you put on. What are you telling me? If it's high up, 20 feet up, you're not going to erase it. But then you go around there in the beginning of the sefta, you know, let it read, start playing. It might go out, you might start tilting it, shemayakta, the whole thing, and that's kindling a fire in Shabbos. But Marabba, people go think my might going to small job. I think the my guys, even if it's one of those sticks that they had that they used to go with the goat with. It's always the same size. That's how they measure things in those days, based on the stick. So even if it's 2 of these sticks tall, I feel that's our bottom. 10 houses, 10 stories high. What's the shot? Loy flow. The concept of loy flow. Once the phone make a zero, you can't say awful, but it doesn't apply to me because it's 2 floors up. Zero is zero. So over here, also zero, who cares where it is? Okay, you're right. You won't be able to get up there because it's too high up. You won't be able to erase it. So let's go back. It's on a wall, it's low down. Here's an option. If the concern that you're going to erase, it's low down, you're going to erase it. Now we just established that you're going to erase it even if it's high up and it's low close. Okay, whatever. Place talks about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to say that it's high up. I'm going to bring it down low so people don't think it's only high up. Even down low. There's a problem with low. Good, the story of low high. However, nobody confuses. I'm going to see this halacha much stronger later on. Remember, when we get to the mirror, the halacha of a mirror on top, it's very clear that it's very different. Then there's no zero. Over there it talks about a metal mirror, and the Shulchan Aruch talks about a glass mirror. Very different halacha. So over here, nobody's going to confuse a wall with an open. Okay, so now the Gemara goes back. No fire, everybody agrees to everybody. It's almost like my focus. The one who says that I'm concerned that you're going to erase, the other one also holds that. And the one who says that I'm concerned that you're going to read Shtored Yoitos, the other one also says that. So according to my law, it says that you might read Shtored Yoitos. What about the fact that you might come to erase? I only give an eye of the Chayik, I can't know about this. Engraved it in a tablet. They had these little tablets with wax, and they would engrave in it. That's how they wrote. Sometimes you write your thing. You know what I mean? You write on the wax. Now, wax is different. Why is it different? Because yes, I could erase it, but Rashi points out that until I start erasing it, it's a whole process. Then also I realize, hey, what am I doing with Shabbos? Usually, people are ordering Shabbos. If you get to the Shabbos, they flip on the switch. They usually, as they flip it, they realize it's Shabbos. It's that 1 second. So when it takes more than a second or two, whatever, so start going through the process, you're going to realize, hey, Shabbos is going to stop. So on a top of it, because there's no concern of the fika. And that's when you call it loy chayshina. And that's when you call it chayshina. But if you're going to read off a tablet, even if it's in wax, you might come to read, pull out your business documents, and you start doing business in Shabbos. And if you say that you're concerned that you're going to erase, how come I'm not concerned about storage? If you didn't have a because we started learning followers, maybe you'll say, you know what? You don't confuse the two. This is a nice document. It's on the sheets of hide. It's written nicely with ink. And this is something completely different. This is a bunch of rap. But Daniel, you see from here that people do get confused. Why not them common with me becoming the folks? Again, I'm talking about these wealthy people. You had a bunch of guests that's supposed to go indoors. Or the first room. Let's call it the fancy ballroom. And then the other 100 guests, they go in room number 2. You need to be, you have to be on top of things. So he writes down, okay, these guys, ABC, they go in the big room. The other guys go outside. This is a whole ordeal that he has to write this stuff down. It's like the curtain room. How many guests do we have? Who's sitting in this room? Who's sitting by the women? Who's sitting by the men? The whole thing. Lift up Shagabah Kaisa with the screen on the wall. That's okay. You can't write it on a tablet. If you don't, even if it's a thing.
No, I could watch that shit for
It's on the walls on the tablet. So he engraved this. In other words, I'm concerned that if it's on the tablet, he might come to erase. I'm sorry, he might come to restore it yoikos. So you see that there is a difference. Hello, we have to go back. It's high up on the wall, like we said in the beginning. Now the more very simple. We're talking about it's high up on the wall. So what was the concern high up on the wall? We said, who cares if it's high up? You know what? Some people don't hold of light load. There's no concern of light load. Well, we can pass it up to Rabbi. You said Rabbi. Rabbi says that light load. So even if it's 2 stories up, I'm still concerned you're going to erase. The Rabbi said, if I could figure out a way that I'm not going to be over according to this pattern, it's not a problem. A person could count out his guess with his mouth. And don't need it. Comes along and says, if it's on the wall, it's okay. Now, why would he say the wall's okay? If it's down below, he might come to erase. Why does he mention the word wall? Because he means to say that it's up high. And if it's up high, he differentiates between a high wall and a low wall. On the low wall, it comes to erase. On the high wall, not. So you see that he doesn't hold it because of low. Someone by the name of him that doesn't hold it low. We are so used to saying low. There's a kind that says there is no low. The rabbit, you see that there's no place when you say low. So at the end of the day, the Rif says that you need 2 conditions. First of all, you need a wall in order to write it and read it. And it has to be engraved. Engraved on the wall, then you're okay. Similar to my this is scary halacha. Not permitted to look in the mirror on Shabbos. Says the Mechaber, and if you are a Sephardi, a big issue. Says the Mechaber, you're never allowed to look in the mirror. Looking in the mirror is leisuva. Says the Ramah, but if you're in a place where the is to look, then it's okay. The Mechaber says you can look if you have a major issue, you get something out of your eye, or you're by a guy getting a haircut from a guy, like when I have a Zara, they could kill you. Look in a mirror. Says the Ramah, if you're in a place, so I guess today we're in a place where people use a mirror, even men, no problem with it. Says the Vilna that this is the concept of the Chaverim don't look in the mirror. Alright? Says the Gemara, however, we're talking about Shabbos. On Shabbos, there's another piece. You shouldn't look in a mirror on Shabbos. Rav Meir not the Gemara Kabbalah. Rav Meir says that you are permitted if it's attached to the wall. Maishna Kabbalah Kaiser that the Hafi Mikdash. So what's the problem? The problem is that if you're using a metal mirror that has a sharp edge, you're going to look in the mirror to see, and you're going to notice went to the Simchan Shabbos and I saw that the Baal Simcha himself was in such a rush, he left like you just had to shave after the few weeks. He left like, his tears straggling all over. So imagine if you look in the mirror on Shabbos before I was the one that picked it out. So he looked in the mirror. Hey, Bob, how can I come out to the kids like this? He take his metal mirror and start chopping away on Shabbos. It's awesome. Racist. However, if it's attached to the wall, you can't chop anything. You can't cut his beard on a wall. By the time he runs to get his scissor, he'll realize that it's Shabbos and he can't do it. So over here, we're not talking about the mirror yet. Maybe I jumped. We're talking about him going to get a scissor. So if it's kavua, then he has to make a round strip. Fine. But even if you don't have to make a round strip, because you're holding it in your hand, you just go to the scissors and cut it there. You'll remember the Shabbos. We said already. You remember that Shabbos, it's just that mistake you make immediately. But once you have a few seconds to wake up and realize what you're doing, you realize it's Shabbos. Says the Gemara, we're talking about a metal mirror. Why is a metal mirror also? So we're concerned in both cases that he's going to do some cutting. But here's the trick. When you have a metal with a sharp edge, you're going to use that right away. You're not even going to go get a scissor. You won't even have that millisecond to realize that it's Shabbos. So what does it say here? The bottom line is it says that you have a metal mirror, it's a problem if it's sharp. What if it's a glass mirror, like we have today? What if, here's a better shayla, what if it's a metal mirror that's not sharp and you cannot cut your beard with it? You say loy plug. If you hold the loy plug, you say that all metal is also, or even more, all mirrors are also, and even glass. So I gave it away before. That the halacha is that it's only metal, and according to the Mishnah, sharp. Mishnah agrees that there's some that say that metal is metal and all metal mirrors are also in Shabbos. This is no. It's one specific type of mirror called a sharp edge mirror. That's also. And if it's not sharp edge and it's not metal, if it's, let's say, glass, maybe even sharp, I would say, is mutter. And metal that's not sharp is also mutter on Shabbos. The issue is the silbach, those kind of issues. But in terms of Isser Shabbos, you don't have if it's not a sharp metal mirror. Says the Gemara Tanur Rabbanon, Sav Hamahalach Takas Atzura. Takas will be good. So Rashi says, let's say you have on the wall a picture of David and Goliath. I found that. It's very cute. This is a real building somewhere. And there's David and Goliath on it. And if there's a caption underneath that says David and Goliath, now I want to read that on Shabbos. Also, in the present of Shabbos, what's the concern? Story of David. Say because I know everything. Yoikno, Atzmo, and you have an image of the whole awesome stuff. You're not allowed to look at it even during it. So Taisus takes this literally, and it helps us out. Oh, this is a problem with the Zara. Let's say our books that we have pictures of people, it's not a problem. Other Rishonim like it. It is a problem. Like Talmud. So when you see this, if a it's a man-made, somebody made an idol. You have to be careful not to be involved with these things. Look at the Shulchan Aruch. I don't want to go there because it gets to said look at showing him it goes into the whole thing, regular books and it talks about war, and books that take your mind off of his Baruch, and then he talks about movies and theaters and all Ein Sham. Not gonna go into it. Mavis Adam in Bono. So it says in the Mishnah that you're committed to make a lottery for your children at the Shabbos table. It's funny because my kids, they had this box of candy. I only have 2 kids at home now. So, but it's a lot of different colors. So what they do is they split it, and the one that splits it, he has to stand on the side, and the other one gets to choose which pile. So the one that splits it makes equal piles. But what happens is, after he already picks the pile, if it's not fair, but it has a yellow, and has this, and then it starts all over again. You think that would work, but no. You're allowed to make it thorough. Seems like only with your family. That's what the Mishnah says. With your children. Oh, hold on. I printed this. That's 7 o'clock. Here's a yoni. Smash. Girls on one side, boys on the other side. He's equal. And he's throwing dice. My time. Rav Yehuda Mishmuel. Rav Yehuda Mishmuel. Rav Yehuda says the name is Shmuel. Who's Shmuel? One of Rav Yehuda's brothers. Who's the other one? Rav. It's going to come up. Rav Yehuda Mishmuel b'nei Chabura makidin zeh al zeh. Oiver mishum mido, mishum mishko, mishum mimi. I don't know if you ever went on a road trip with your Chaverian, and you get to the gas station, and then there's always this one guy who comes into the car to you. Everybody owes $3.62. You know what I'm talking about? That guy? That's what the Gemara is talking about. If he's like such a stickler for every cent, and every cent he... Wow, I don't know if that... I have a story, but I don't have to clean it up for not just listening to it about it. So, if they are makbid, they're over mishum mido, mishum mishko, mishum mido. What does that mean? You can be over all these things on Shabbos, on weighing, on counting, on measuring, because they're makbid. Everything means something. And Shabbos, you gotta be careful. This is like borrowing. I paid for the gas. I'm paying for the schnitzel. You took a half a piece. Now you owe me 2.2, and you start writing things down. You're gonna start writing down. How do you keep a measure for all these things? You're gonna write down on Shabbos. Movement Pass on the base, sponsored by Shea Greenfield from Green Star Electrical Contracting. So you can even come to rivers, but then you can't do a gyro, because with gyro, I'm showing that I'm very makbid. We're adults. Why am I doing a lot of things? Because I care. Oh, if I care that much, that it means you're going to get the pokey and I'm going to get the whatever, the wings, then it's a problem on Shabbos. You're going to start writing things down. So even a gyro is up. That's why gyro is only allowed for your children. I'll tell you, if I could get to the end of the Amr, by 8 o'clock, I could say the mice about the road trip. And maybe by then I could clean it up somehow. It's not dirty, it's just not a good story for now. He won't be able to write it as good. So if this is a problem, so I should be knocking on the children also. Why can't I do this? I'm going to start writing things down. Says the Gemara, so I have a time of the Rav Yehuda. Oh, So now Rabbi Yehuda, all of a sudden, before he's saying the name of his other Rabbi, Shmuel, now he's saying the name of Rav and Shmuel, the Shmuel. Rabbi Yehuda, Rav, Yehuda, I was born of the basic Yehuda. Explains Rashi. It's the father's money anyway. It's from the same pocket. So I'm going to give my son money, and he's going to have to pay me back. And where's he going to pay me back? From the money I give him later. It's my money. I'm just lending myself, basically. There's some of us shulchan others. There are little kids that stay at home. They don't have income. All their money comes from me. So I'm allowed to lend them with ribbons. Why? Today, like 2 million pound ribbons. I want to teach them how terrible interest is, how quickly it accumulates. Okay, now, what's the reason why I cannot do a burial with a larger portion and a smaller portion? The reason is because that's like regular gambling. And gambling is also why, because of smachta lekanya. Then people, when they go into gambling, if you take that guy that lost his money, if he knew what he knew at the end, so he wouldn't start out to begin with. In other words, you're taking his money away from him against his will, and that's stealing. According to some of the shaykhs, it's literally neighbor. For others, it's not a nice thing to do. But people lose their entire livelihood, etc., their savings. So, but that doesn't apply to Amana B'Dor Amana Ktana. The children are not stealing because it's all the fathers. He owns all the children. So this kid gets a larger portion. This kid gets a smaller portion. It's too bad. It just came out of one packet. One kid got more, one kid got less. But it's not. There's no problem of a smack. You're right. So now we're going to amend the Mishnah. Not really amend. We're going to put a period over there where it didn't hide. We're not going to change any word. It's missing a period. You're permitted to do a burial. In other words, I could do a burial. If I just say I could do a burial, it doesn't say what kind. I could do any type. In fact, when I read the Mishnah, that's what I thought, because it didn't make sense to me. I'm going to make a burial on identical portions. Who would do that? I thought about it a little bit. Yeah. Maybe for my neighbor's kids, you need even identical portions. Fine. But now it makes sense. I'm doing a burial because some of the food is better than the other, and whatever it is, I'm making a burial. My time to Rabbi Yudam around, that it all comes out of the same pocket. And by the way, la halacha, it's also to do a burial, even for your children. In Banabim in Acherim Loi. My time, Rabbi Yudam Shmuel, I think it's very interesting. Like in the same two lines, you have Rabbi Yehuda quoting Rav, you have Rabbi Yehuda quoting Shmuel, but the third time, I'm kind of the Falafim, for other people, to do a burial is also because it's gambling. So even the Gemara is saying, even on a small thing, fitla, whatever it is, it's just who gets the better portion. A lot of people like to say, you want to let's bet. You want to bet on it? Come. It's a small thing. Let's just do it. No, even that is also kubia. It's not even kubia. It's a bad habit. It's a bad thing. You don't do it. Look at the Gemara. Matilin Chaloshin. Chaloshin, we said, means Chaloshin of burial. Uncultured. What's going on in the Mishnah? It's very hard to understand the word. Amr Yaakov, Bas Yaakov, the son of Bas Yaakov. In other words, the Gemara doesn't want to mention his father's name. He wasn't a good guy. Avalaya Amana shall call Yom. Now, a Chaya and Kayanim get together and they make a girl. Who gets what from the animal? Yeah, there's the ribeye, there's all sorts of great parts. I want it. He wants it. There's only small parts of the good stuff. So you make a girl. But not from the stuff that they have left over from Friday. Shita. Of course not. Now the same your nation are like fighters, like the Kohanim, the fighters. They're a bunch of fighters. I think the noise will call not me. So even the weekday stuff, you got to make sure that they don't fight. You have to prevent the fighting. They love fighting this Kiraz. That weekday stuff, you don't make it go. This Rabbi Sai is a serious lesson. It's a shocking Gemara for me. Yeah, I think we all have this. Maybe not all. A lot of us have it. You have the guy that said something terrible to you, ruined your life. He stole $100,000 from you. What do you wish? You wish that the next time he crosses the street, a bus comes and gets rid of him. And not only that, that when the bus hits him, like like your name is embedded in his forehead, so everybody sees that oh, he died because of Yaakov. The Gemara says an amazing thing. If you daven that so and so should get a machal and leave this world because he's a terrible guy, if in fact it happens, you have the power. Because Baruch will listen to you. The guy really did a terrible thing to you. Really bad. We're going to see even molestation. Terrible thing. Guy deserves to die. You daven and he dies. That neshama cannot be next to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now the Gemara goes on a nicer guy. Hashem said, who is going to convince Achab that he should die? And how? How are we going to do this? Interesting story. Each malach is saying, let's do it like this, let's trick him like that. One of the spirits gets up. I have a way to convince him. I'm going to do sheker. I'm going to tell all the Nevi'im, I'm going to convince the Nevi'im that this is the thing that he should do. 400 Nevi'im are going to get up and say, you have to go fight. You have to go to battle. He's going to listen. He's going to go to battle and he's going to drop them. That's the Eitzah. Let's be a ruach and let's lie. And Hashem said, the fact that you're going to push on, do it. Go ahead, do it, and you're going to be Matzliach. Say thing. Who's this ruach? Our Rabbi is a ruach in the voice. Now the voice is dead. The voice is in the spirit. The voice died because of Achav. Achav wanted the voice's vineyard. And the voice refused to sell them. So Achav's wife, Maisa, he killed him for no reason. He said, the guy is cursing at his dog, so let's kill him. Got rid of him, stole his vineyard. So now, after death, the voice wants to take revenge. And he comes with a great plan that goes, let's lie to him, and he's going to go and, he's going to be killed by a bus. Says Gemara, you might say, what did HaKadosh Baruch Hu say? Go, get out. So perfect. Here you have a situation where somebody conspired to kill somebody, and he actually died. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, you know what, it was a great idea, but get out of here. I don't want to ever see you again. He deserves to die. He killed me for no reason. All he wanted is my grapes, and he got rid of me. And I just came up with a little idea how to get rid of him. Same with Chitzasi. I don't want to see him. The good one, who told me? Maybe over there is different because the voice came up with a lie. And lies are no good. Because Baruch doesn't want to see lies. Eleanor. So that the fellow in Nikavai, you're satiated from shame, Nikavai, instead of having honor. So say Gamata, drink you Vihara. So what's going on here? Well, it explains, so that the fellow in Nikavai, that's it. So you have a tzaddik, then you have the Rosh and the Nebuchadnezzar. Because Baruch was saying, you drink, you too, together with the Aruch, together with the Nebuchadnezzar, you're bad news. Says the Gemara that what? So the Gemara is going to explain soon. The Nebuchadnezzar had a very bad habit. Big Russia. He used to gather all the kings of the world, and every day he would have relations. Mishkav Zafir was one king. And he made a girl. Which one today? So now Tzidkiah, imagine, Tzaddik Tzidkiah is about to move out to this Russian Jewish. And Nebuchadnezzar got a tremendous punishment. I was going to describe the punishment. Tzidkiah suffers now because Tzidkiah didn't want to be raped by this Russia. He's going to suffer. Unbelievable. So Gemara Chada, the Nebuchadnezzar. You can read the whole passage that Savati Kolamikovic is saying, Gamata is referring to Nebuchadnezzar. You should drink yourself, not Tzidkiah. But Tzidkiah, Tzidkiah, is a tzaddik, how can he protect himself? He had a daven that something terrible should happen to Nebuchadnezzar. And this is unbelievable. Boys, I don't understand his Gemara. If you understand it, please explain to me. Nebuchadnezzar is a Russian. I'm davening that this Russian guy rapist, he shouldn't have anything to do with me today. Not even a revenge. Prevent him from attacking me. And for that, the Gemara had a Havamina, that if it was powerful, is a psira tzidkiah. It's incredible. Another from Ghana that stole from you, whatever. You shouldn't daven that he should do something bad should happen. Don't worry, don't around. Social because you Rosh license. Right? The Russian wants to do something to Tzaddik, and then he died. Hello, Maha. Gama knows not Tzaddik like that. Punish. The Tzaddik should punish. Loitoi. It's not good. It's bad that the Tzaddik punishes. In other words, that it happened because of the Tzaddik. Somebody got punished because of the Tzaddik. You're not a God that loves Resha et lo yikukara. Tzaddik ata Hashem lo yodur b'mikukara. Somebody that's wrath, meaning like this Tzaddik got punished, lo yodur b'mikukara. He's not going to dwell. He's not going to live in your abode. He's not going to be next to you. Right. So we have a source. If somebody davens, he's the cause of somebody else's pain. Even if he deserves it, he's a bad guy. The kid said, let HaKadosh Baruch Hu take care of that guy himself. You don't get involved. Don't daven that guy, something bad should happen. HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows what he's doing. Let him take care of it. It's unbelievable. By cursing somebody else, by diving somebody else, the amount of damage you cause to yourself. My master, my Chalosh, and now the Gemara goes for a second. Who told you? It's interesting that this has to do with Nebuchadnezzar as well. It's like a continuation. Even though they have no connection really. Over there it says, we're talking about Koshcha Vayir Nenash, and then it goes into Nebuchadnezzar. And now we're talking about a word in the Mishnah. In the Mishnah, it says, maybe that was how it got in here. Haloshim is the lottery. Lottery for the Kohanim. How do you know it means lottery? It says, Ekna Patum Shemayim, Heilel Ben Shachar, Yikachto L'Oretz, Koilesh Al Goy. Koilesh. We're on a roll, everybody say. Noam, you weren't here last night, but it was incredible. First, the YouTube froze. Then we put battery. Then it made noise because it's plugging things. Then I had to go get a battery. And then the water spilled over. And then somebody called in the middle. Decided it was one that sound because it was on, do not disturb. But by the way, I don't know if you know this trick. If you call somebody 2 times in a row, it goes off to do not disturb. These guys are not. You got to call twice. Try to start talking to him. Please don't call back, okay? Thank you. I'm a little sure. Okay, done. Every 5 minutes, something else happens. Unbelievable. So now, this is a continuation. It's like a simon that Gary needs to come. He doesn't have Corona anymore. He's never going to have Corona. Consider it every day. Gary, you hear what I'm telling you? He's gone. He's sleeping. He only wakes up at 7. Oh, now it's time for him to wake up. My mash with Ayin Chalosh was from the page of Bible 5. He said, listen to this. This Russian Nebuchadnezzar used to do lottery every single day on Goyli Malchus, on only kings. Leida Eze Ben Yoimoy Shemishka Zachar. When he died, everybody was relaxed. They don't have to worry about this Russian. Nobody could even laugh. He was terrifying, this guy. Once he bye-bye, everybody was excited. Nobody was happy until he died. You're not allowed to stand in his existing home till this very day. There's going to be shaded in the house. So you would think that the shot is the shading. So if you go in there, you're going to get damaged by the shading. Since Rashi knows, since the pasuk says that there's shade in the house, by you going into the house, you're going to chase away the shading, and that's a no-no because the pasuk says you have to have shading. You have to make sure that there's shading in the house. Nice job. Listen to this, Rabbi. His arla became 300 amas long, 600. It circled all the people sitting there. So I thought it's a guzma, 300 amma. But then it brings this puzzle. And then I see that they discuss it also. Is this an asmach or it's mam shapar? It's literally 300 hours long. Yeah, he's Why? Because it's saying that he's both punishment. Look, you are punished. You're Russian. All right, let's stop over here. The boys have a wonderful day. Noam, lead us please in Peru. Have in mind Eliana Basaru Milano and Zahaba Basmal Tafana.
I can still go back. Yeah. How would they even know? They wouldn't. I mean, they got like facial recognition. I know. I never see like consequences. I always wonder if you're able to call for my brother to meet me back up here. I wonder if you're able to call for my brother to meet me back up here. I was wondering if you could call for my brother to meet me back up here.
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Thanks for joining EY. What does that mean? You're here all night? I know, you said you were here last night. You didn't go walk? Okay, beautiful, beautiful. You know, sometimes I go on 3 hours after the show and there's still people on there. I don't know, like, they literally live MDY. Well, anyways, good morning, Rabbi Isai. Today's share, we have 4 sponsors. Listen to this. Oh, I don't know if you can see it, but he listens every day on Zoom. The tremendous Simcha. It's sponsored by Rabbi David from the Manchester Kabura for Livy David's 40th birthday. Livy David is a Kelly Roman. You take a lot of pride. He comes to the show every day. He's been with us probably a year before Ruckus even. I had the chance of sitting next to him for over 4 years. Every single day. He's a huge master, doesn't stop learning. And when we opened up the MDY Kairos, which is the Kairos for Daf Yomi and with Chazaras, and you have tests now on 100 and something from the beginning of the Shas, I chose him. I wanted him to be part of the Kairos. He's a huge master, he's a huge spus. To have a sponsor for his birthday, beautiful. Today's also sponsored by Jonathan Austin, Nishmas Maizedi, Moshe Yitzchak Ben Eliyahu Kohen on his 13th yard side, Yud Gimel Tov. The Tov should have an aliyah. Go to this side. Sponsored by Marty Karen for a shidduch for my daughter. This is an individual who lives right next to my sister in Atlanta, Georgia. But he's not sponsoring her. I think somebody else is sponsoring over there. So once again, we have 100 locations. Atlanta, Georgia is one of them. The shidduch of his daughter, Rina Zahava Bas Malka Shena. I know he wanted to add his wife also. That was later on. So to be his sister's wife, I don't know her name. And his cook. The boys say, you know these guys. And Menachem Mendel Ben Simcha. Who's that? Honoring our upcoming 5-pound Daf seal. And thank you, Binyamin and Jay, to make up the board of directors for the SEAM, for all the work they're doing, using the barbecue, backyard, and swimming pool. Thank you, Rebellion. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you to my wife, Arena. Without none of these constantly start my prayer steady daily. P.S. We're going to be bigger than Bale Park. I bet they won't have a swimming pool. I hope it's kosher. I heard that he has 2 swimming pools, actually. I'm serious. They're going to have 2. They're going to have men, women, whatever. We're going to transmit from the men's side only. The boys have a beautiful dap today. Let's see if I could even find an email here. We have a lot of emails. I got this one email. I'm going to show you this. It's very long. This is the email. I need to read it someday. I mean, not all of it in one shot. Maybe I'll just break it up in 5 different days. That's how long it is. It's beautiful. One of my favorite emails, actually. Once I said the Hall of Fame, so this guy sent it to the Hall of Fame. Is Zoom a little off? Is it crooked or just these background things? Okay. This is from B. Pokemon. Third Corona. My younger brother watched Raven and Davos on you full share. Either before or after going in love with this Sabusa. Being that I'm home with him, gotta watch part of the stream and sometimes enjoy it a lot. Every day I make sure to watch the beginning of the stream or anytime. It's amazing how you portray someone for having a Torah. You love to learn that is unbelievable. Obviously, you want others to think as well. Wondering if it's possible to live stream the SEAM on Torah anytime. Great idea. Can we live stream the SEAM on Torah anytime? We gotta talk to our tech guys. I think you might get more people to join MDYQ, which is basically both. Thank you for all the reviews, for the cloud, and related to other Stefanski, all Stefanski are related. My brother had an inspiring history of this whole 20 years ago. Just to see the story of the yes, related. All right. The voice side, real quickly. Last night I sent over bonus material on the doc, and somebody said it's not fair that the morning guys didn't get to hear it, so I want to share with you real quickly.
Dude, how you living, Pam?
Hey, real quick. It's a good piece. Learning the Mishnah
Zeus,
that you do a lottery for children. They complain
Zeus,
about
can you
what
hear
type
me?
of meal they have. Each one wants a different portion. They want a better
Zeus,
care.
how you living, Pam?
By the way, Lev, I read an email. I don't know if you heard it. Do you
What's
watch,
good in your world, baby?
Because a guy said that because of you changed
James
his
McCann, next question.
You gave him inspiration. I'm serious.
Yeah.
The guy, Ben Lapidus,
Because
I
I'm
read it
fucking
yesterday, he went on.
amazing, baby.
So the Mishnah says that you make a lottery for children. Children only. I was thinking that it has to do with this week's parasha.
All right, what does that mean?
The famous question says, you should desire your friend's house, wife, etc. Everybody asks.
Do you feel that you should have gotten
If I have a
chosen?
natural desire, I see a beautiful house. I want it for myself. Why not?
Yeah, I do too. And those people suck for not choosing you. Fuck them, dog.
So one of the famous fruits in is the Chola Shelaria. If you take the entire package,
What up, Ken?
then you'll see nobody wants everybody nobody wants the entire package. That guy has death and sickness and this and that. Okay, yeah.
Okay, why did you make that dumbass decision?
I think it's a lot simpler, and I'm sure somebody says it's so simple. Somebody must say it. I haven't seen it, but whatever. You guys will send it to me. It's based on the Chavetz Chaim. Chavetz Chaim says there's a guy that comes up to
Why didn't you feel welcome? That's sad.
He's beating people up when he's alive. So they tell him you have to go to Gehenna, or you can choose and come back down to this world and not hit people. So he says, "I'll take Gehenna."
Yeah, dog. It was like I was there.
You have to get closer and closer. He feels they feel.
That girl
And
sucks.
he realizes it's a terrible idea. So he says, "Stop! I want to go back down."
Have you spoken with her recently?
Right before they go down, he says, "Listen, but I don't want arms."
All right, did you tell that bitch she sucks?
That's not. You have to have the
you can tell
that
her
you want to beat people up.
to check
But you're
through
not. He
her
says, no, he
blocked
tries
Instagram
and
accounts
the
and
malach,
make
and
her understand that she made a
turns over the
very
world.
big
He
mistake.
said, "You know what? Fine.
Huge.
Because your great grandpa will let you go down without arms."
Because all I do is bash that bitch. I was her biggest fucking fan. I'm the one who believed in her when no one believed in her.
What's going on? It's not fair. All my friends have arms and I don't have arms. And what he doesn't understand is that he requested it. He wanted it. The point is,
Are you ready to lose?
our lot in life is what we requested or what is better for us.
All right, Zoot, I have a question for you.
So his brother says that you should have a one-bedroom house.
Did you know that I watched a YouTube video on Play-Doh on ways to do bounds really efficiently?
So what if you understand that what you have is
and
for you, then you don't even start being jealous. That's the point. Okay.
Just one moment.
Dr. Gemara, we are hoping today's daf Kuf Nun, unbelievable. We're getting there. We're inching towards it. Wow. We spent a lot of time on that. Okay. Says the Gemara. The Omer Rav Yehuda, 5 lines from the bottom of the Kuf Mem Tes. The Omer Rav Yehuda, Omer Rav. Rabbi Sai. We have to make some big announcements.
This guy who I one time called on the phone, I learned about him from this radio show. He's not picking up his call. That like this guy calls into this telephone to this radio show every night and like just talks about bullshit. And they're thinking he might be dead. I hope it's not true. But he's like a guy who calls into this show.
Okay.
365 days a year, and he always calls in. And one time I called him, and I told him about my project, and
when Nebuchadnezzar went into Gehenna,
he thought it was interesting. Okay, dude, just give me a moment. I'm going to send you a question, but I'm going to send you an invite. But I have lots of questions for you. Are you ready for them? Did Reiser send you a finished version of his mural? Yes or no? I'll wait. All right, my second question to you is, what did you think of it?
Who are you better than, more na'im? The Hashkiva, as Arelim, go lay down there like all the other guys.
Dude, are you going to answer my question, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
You're not going to rule anybody. Hey, Shavas Liges, how did this ruler stop? Shavsa Mateva, he stopped doing the golden thing, this golden one. What does that mean? Shavsa Muzu is Bava. Nebuchadnezzar is Bava.
All right.
That's they used to say, go, measure, and bring. In other words, crazy enough that that's it's in Russian also. Madheva, right? The word Shafsa Madheva. In other words, go bring without any measure. There's no rhyme or reason. Go give me taxes and finish.
Do you feel like
says,
if you had to make a mural of something, what would it be?
An animal for 7 years. That was his punishment. He comes out.
Yeah, let's say the Rhino Room said, Zoot, we think you're so fucking funny. We want you to put a mural on the side of this building.
The symbol of strength in this world.